Right, guys, appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. We're back for another space. Retweet, reshare the space. Let everybody know you like. Listen, your boy is under the weather, but it don't matter. And even the man flu won't take us down. We will be back for a space. But what I need for you guys is to retweet, reshare the space, quote tweet the space. Anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet your quote tweets. As you know, Elon and the Xiomasi have removed us from the purple ticker for most of you. Some of you may be able to see it, but most of you will not. So we require you guys to retweet the space, to quote tweet the space, and let everybody know we're live. What is going down today? Well, the biggest news today, obviously there's a lot of important news, but the biggest news is America continues to search for the US pilot in Iran. Iran possibly has him as a hostage, and ground invasion is imminent. It could be happening anytime, any minute, and craziness is going on. We're living in bizarro world. We're starting to hear reports that this is going to be a full-scale ground invasion into the mainland. This is crazy. We would never, ever have fathomed this months ago. But it looks like it may be happening. Ground invasion incoming. It could be any time. We're in the long weekend, so apt time and situation for him to launch the ground invasion. So much news to speak about, so much information to speak about. So we'll get into the news. If you can do me a favor and you can retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we are live. I'm already, well, I haven't done it yet, but I'm moving to the, we got so many people have already done it. Legends in the house. I'm already reposting people right now, this second, this minute, while I'm speaking to you. Beatrix, are you there? Well, let me check actually, because, yeah, Beatrix, are you there?
Oh my God, you always ask that, and I'm always here.
I don't know. Sometimes you get confused and rock up late, and you know what I mean. Like you're like, oh, I text you. I got lost, and then I'm like, oh blood, nobody reads texts, bro. But anyway, okay. Have you got some news to give to the peeps?
I do have news. It's an interesting day. It's a bit of a tense day because of what you said, Suleiman. It looks like Trump's planning something. He's definitely planning something. So let's just go through the news as it's coming, and then we'll piece it all together. A video's come out of Netanyahu, believe it or not. He stood on the streets of what looks like Tel Aviv saying, after we destroyed 70% of their steel production capacity, today we attacked their petrochemical plants. We will continue to crush them. And there's a video where he's speaking. He actually shows a video of Iran's petrochemical plants being blown up. Now, put aside whether you think Netanyahu's alive or not, and this is AI or not. That doesn't matter. This is a message from Israel, basically. So what Israel is saying here is that they're attacking the petrochemical plants and the steel production in Iran. And they don't have anything of their own, Israel. The energy kind of plants across the Middle East and the military bases across the Middle East belong to America. And because America's not actually standing up and distancing itself from Israel, because Trump's not doing that, because Trump has made and compromised America to go in with Israel, what's being damaged in return is American infrastructure. What? So that Israel can win this. This is the only reason. And I keep mentioning this every day because it literally, this is the only heartbreaking aspect of it. That the good people of America and us, by the way, in Europe, are all going to suffer because our leaders were too spineless to stand up to Israel. So that's the first news. Also, let me just have a look. What was this? Iran says that they used a new air defense system to target the US fighter jet. We did mention this yesterday. We talked about it in our space last night. Pope, let's just have a look here, because this is a message to Hegseth, and this is from Pope Leo, an indirect message to Hegseth. So remember when Hegseth said that Trump and America are like waging this war against Iran? It's a battle in the name of Jesus Christ. Hegseth made some statement like that. And he called on Americans to, quote, pray every day on their knees for the military victory of the USA in the name of Jesus Christ. That's what Hegseth said. So Pope Leo has said, we tend to consider ourselves powerful when we dominate and great when people fear us. He didn't mention Hegseth, but he warned that Jesus does not listen to the prayers of those who wage wars, even rejecting them along with their rhetoric about a battle in the name of Christ. So good on you, Pope Leo. This will surprise nobody. Little gay Senator Lindsey Graham has said, I just had a great conversation with POTUS, as in Trump. I totally support his ultimatum. So Trump's given an ultimatum. Remember the 10 days he gave 8 days ago? There's 48 hours left. So he's given a 48-hour ultimatum to Iran, and I'll come to that in a second. But after that ultimatum, Lindsey Graham posted this. He said, I just had a great conversation with POTUS. I totally support his ultimatum to the Iranian regime to open up the Strait of Hormuz and do a peace deal. I love that. They threaten you to do a peace deal. They just don't even get the fact that threatening somebody and peace do not go hand in hand. But never mind, let's move on with this statement. He says, a massive military operation awaits Iran if they choose poorly. You see how these neocons do peace? They threaten you with war and a massive military operation. They don't treat people with respect, where people can have, an equal say in terms of negotiating what peace looks like for them. It's take our terms or we'll go to war with you. And we in the West call that peace for the rest of the world. So he says a massive military operation awaits Iran if they choose poorly. This regime has been severely crippled through Operation Epic Fury. Their reign of terror against the region and the world needs to come to an end, hopefully through a peace deal. Second time you mentioned peace in that. I know you're all thinking it because we always say it, but he calls their reign of terror, Iran's reign of terror, the irony that Iran hasn't bombed anybody in the region until this war started and the previous 12-day war, unless it's been attacked first. The only country that has bombed and killed every day for the last 3 years is Israel. But he won't say that. Then he says, after speaking with President Trump this morning, I am completely convinced that he will use overwhelming military force against the regime if they continue to impede the Strait of Hormuz and refuse a diplomatic solution to achieve our military objectives. Like, that doesn't even make sense. So the Strait of Hormuz is something that America says time and again they're not bothered about. They've got plenty of oil. It's Europe's problem. It's the GCC problem. So why are they now threatening Iran for the Strait of Hormuz again? Okay. And then he says, if they refuse a diplomatic solution to achieve our military objectives, that doesn't make sense, because what he's saying is Iran should accept the solution we propose so that we achieve our military objectives. How does that even work? Accept what we're telling you to accept so that we look good and we've achieved our military objectives. I'll read that to you again. He says, I'm completely convinced that Trump will use overwhelming military force against the regime if they continue to impede the Strait of Hormuz and refuse a diplomatic solution to achieve our military objectives. It's like ultimate terrorist mafia rule language, this is. And then he says, if it's not clear to Iran and others by now that President Trump means what he says, then I don't know when it will ever be. Choose wisely, he says. Well, I, for one, That was the end of his statement, guys, by the way. I, for one, do not think that Trump means what he says, because Trump makes all sorts of contradictory statements. He's absolutely mental. So that was that news. Interestingly, the New York Times was reporting this since last night, and it's been widely reported now, that Iran has been repairing the missile bunkers within hours as America struggles to verify destroyed launchers. So Iran's been rapidly restoring underground missile bunkers and silos after America's been striking them, allowing the launchers to return to operation within hours. And this is despite weeks of sustained US and Israeli attacks. Iran has retained a significant portion of its missile arsenal and continues to carry out strikes, adapting its tactics to preserve operational capacity. There's a long article in the New York Times about that. The IRGC says the attack on the US embassy, there was an attack on the American embassy in Riyadh, which is in Saudi. And the IRGC says the attack on the US embassy in Riyadh has absolutely nothing to do with the Iranian armed forces. And given the strategy of the Zionist enemy in the region, this action was undoubtedly carried out by Zionists. Makes sense. They've been kicking and screaming because they want Saudi to be at the front line of this. They want Saudi to lead any military action for the Strait of Hormuz. And Saudi so far has stayed well out of it. They haven't been leading this. You know, we've had all sorts of headlines coming out about Saudi. Oh, they want us to hit Iran harder. MBS wants us to go in. Nothing has come out of Saudi in terms of any of these statements. And now IRGC is saying that Israel carried out that hit on the US embassy in Riyadh, and it makes sense that that's their strategy to draw Saudi into it. Also, US federal agents today, or late last night, I believe, arrested and revoked the lawful green card permanent residency status of the late Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani's niece and grandniece in America. His niece and grandniece had lived in America. And simply because they are Qasem Soleimani's niece and grandniece, their green card and residency status was revoked. They were arrested. They were taken in by ICE. This was posted yesterday by Iran's foreign military spokesperson. He said, our brave armed forces shot down this drone, and he's posted a picture of a drone. And he says they shot down this drone over the beloved city of Shiraz, the city of Hafez and Saadi. This may be yet another conclusive piece of evidence of the involvement and active complicity of some regional countries in the crime of aggression and war crimes committed by America and Israel against Iran. We need clarification from one of the two countries in the region that use this drone. So basically, it's a picture of a drone, and what they're saying is two countries in the GCC actively used that drone, and now we're asking for clarification from those two countries. Like, are they part of this or are they not? We want to know now. And they posted a picture of that out. You know, one of the things that I do find quite funny, when we talk about Iran winning the PR battle, there's Iranian embassy accounts across the world that do the utmost trolling, and I mean utmost trolling. So the Iran embassy in Zimbabwe account posted a picture, it's a meme, and it says, fuel prices are up more than 55%. Thank you for your attention to this important matter, Donald J. Trump. And then they've got a meme there, which is quite funny. So they've quote tweeted the White House tweet, which says trade deficit down 55%. Thank you. So you can have a look at that. It's Iran embassy in Zimbabwe that did that. We had a statement from the IRGC, which says 1 US F-35, 2 A-10 Warthogs, 3 US and Israeli drones. The Iran army spokesperson says these were shot down, and he calls it a day of humiliation for America and Zionist enemies. And he warns that Iran's new air defense system is being unveiled one after another. Joe Kent, he's still speaking. He says, and this is, remember, guys, this is the former director of the National Counterterrorism Center who resigned. He says America should not double down on its failure by sending ground troops and increasing airstrikes. He says a true display of American strength would be not taking the escalation bait. Don't double down on failure by committing ground troops and increasing airstrikes. Show the world we can still lead by restraining Israel and negotiating with Iran to open the Hormuz. Restoring order is power. That's what he says. Restoring order is power. The only thing I literally disagree with, I just think this guy, like when he says, showed we can still lead by restraining Israel, in what world does he think America can restrain Israel? Like, seriously, they can't, clearly. But anyway, we are where we are. It's being reported that the search for the pilots continues. Iran has put an offer, a reward of cash for anybody who finds the pilot. There are some people saying that Iran's already got the pilot, right? And this is just a kind of, a good way to trigger Trump. America doesn't know the whereabouts of the pilot. Iran called on civilians to capture the missing pilot shot down from American aircraft, offering bounty money, as Trump threatened 48 hours remain before hell will rain down on Iran if they don't accept the deal. I will come to that 48-hour thing in a second. I did mention that American authorities have arrested the niece and grandniece of Iran's late General Soleimani in America. And this was after Rubio ended their permanent residency status. So he just cancelled their green card. Marco Rubio just cancelled their green card because they are linked to Qasem Soleimani. And they've lived in America all that time. Let's have a look. What else we have? I just want to remind somebody, right? This is what came out on the 1st of March, 2026, because we kind of forget there's so much activity every day. We're on the 4th of April. On the 1st of March, we were told Trump is seeking a quick end to the US military campaign against Iran, following the reported killing of the Supreme Leader Khamenei. US officials envision a short 4 to 5 day operation aimed at weakening Tehran and forcing it back to the negotiating table. That's what they told us on the 1st of March. That they're just going to go in and bomb for 4 or 5 days to force Iran back to the negotiating table. Except if you hadn't have killed the Supreme Leader, Iran was already at the negotiating table with you the day before you killed the leader. And what they said to us on the 1st of March was that they had sent a proposal to reach an immediate ceasefire, potentially within a day. That's what they sent to Iran on the 1st of March. And Iran rejected that after America had started bombing. I think it's important sometimes just to look back, to see to see how things have come to this stage. Let's have a look what else there was. This was the announcement that was made on the 6th of March by Iran. So remember, Trump's now given 48 hours for the Strait of Hormuz to open. We're on the 4th of April. On the 6th of March, regarding the Strait of Hormuz, this is what Iran said. Iran said, Iran strongly welcomes US willingness to escort oil tankers and the claim of presence of US forces for the passage through the Strait of Hormuz. And in fact, the IRGC is waiting for their presence. The IRGC recommends that before making any decision, the American government should remember the burning of the American supertanker Bridgeton in 1987 and the oil tankers that were recently targeted. So on the 6th of March, for the Strait of Hormuz, IRGC gave Trump a direct challenge and said, bring it on. You said you're going to bring your oil tankers and your military in to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. We're waiting. Bring it on. That is why Trump hasn't done it. And that's why he's going around threatening and bullying other countries to go first. That was on the 6th of March. And then in between that and the 4th of April, we've had at least a few statements from Trump saying he's not bothered about the Strait of Hormuz. He doesn't care. But then he keeps coming back to it. He keeps coming back to it. And we're back at it today, guys. Sayyid Abbas Arakshi had said this. I'm going to go back to the present news, but I just want to do a recap. And I think it's important to do this every day to see what positions were and what positions changed. And you realize when I read this statement that Iran has not changed its position. On the 7th of March, just short of a month ago, President Pezeshkian expressed, this was tweeted out from Abbas Araghchi's page, President Pezeshkian expressed openness to de-escalation within the region, provided that our neighbors' airspace, territory, and waters were not used to attack the Iranian people. And he says the gesture was killed immediately by President Trump. Their gesture and their openness for de-escalation was immediately killed by President Trump on the 7th of March. Crazy. Okay. This came out a couple of days ago and I wanted to mention it, but we didn't get a chance. But after the death of Ali Larijani, this is the quote unquote immense wealth that was discovered and the inventory that was left. His possessions include a 2011 Samant car valued at roughly $3,000 to $4,000. He paid his monthly rent, which is $60 up front. He owned an Iranian-made pistol, which was a gift from Imam Khomeini, valued at approximately $1,000 to $2,000. He had a ring, a gift from Ayatollah Khamenei, valued at approximately $200. And a bus driver who owed Larijani money for taking his daughter to school because the bus driver couldn't, owed Larijani money. Larijani had forgiven him the debt and he attended a funeral. That's it. Those were the most valuable possessions this guy had. Now you compare that to the likes of Trump or Keir Starmer or Rishi Sunak or Tony Blair. I don't think we've had a prime minister, certainly that I've followed in the last 10, 15 years in the UK, who's not already been a multimillionaire. I don't think America's had a president who's not been a multimillionaire through corporation deals and, other work and things. This is all this guy had. He left behind just dignity, character, and a legacy. That's it. So yesterday, the media was reporting that Iran refused peace talks. Iran didn't refuse peace talks. Iran refused a 48-hour tactical ceasefire. Remember yesterday, it was reported that a 48-hour ceasefire was proposed and Iran refused it. That's not peace talks. That's a tactical ceasefire. And Araghchi's point on this was clear, that Iran wants a permanent and conclusive end to the war, not a temporary pause that lets the US regroup and strike again. So they see what American Israel strategy is. I mean, we see it, right? We saw it in Gaza throughout 2.5 years of a genocide. Every ceasefire was broken by Israel once they regroup, gave the IDF guys the time to rest for a few days and stuff. They were back at it again. Iran said today, just about a couple of hours ago actually, that it used a drone to attack an Israel-linked ship in the Strait of Hormuz, causing a fire. The Public Relations Department of IRGC and Markazi province also reported the interception and destruction of a cruise missile by the IRGC's new advanced air defense system. And they posted a picture of it. They intercepted and destroyed a cruise missile and they posted a picture of it. This was President Trump today. He said, remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them. Glory be to God. President Donald J. Trump. It's probably why the Pope had to make a statement saying stop using God's name when you're waging war. Now, this, you know, where he says all hell will rain down on them. I think somebody in the White House needs to tell him that it's RAIN, not REIGN. Rain, all hell will rain down on them is RAIN. That's how it's supposed to be spelled. Rain, REIGN, is in terms of monarch reigning. So yeah, he doesn't know the difference between the two. Such a shame. And he's supposed to command America. He also said, Donald Trump also is making statements about NATO, and he says NATO's become an extremely weak and highly unreliable partner. Let's have a look what else is going on. Iran's Minister of Science, Research and Technology said that at least 30 universities have been targeted by US and Israeli airstrikes since the beginning of this war. 30. And this is Iran's Minister of Science, Research and Technology. Let's see what else is happening. This was a headline in NPR late last night, and it said that basically American soldiers were forced to flee Bahrain and other countries after Iran destroyed their bases, because Iran's been hitting those American bases, right? And they arrived in America with nothing and having to turn to local charities. So this $1 trillion budget that Pete Hegseth and the Pentagon have is not even providing the basics for these troops. And the headline in NPR was evacuation of US troops from the Middle East base sends community groups scrambling to help. So it's actually just left down to the local communities who have been scrambling to help these troops that are coming back. They've been left with nothing, and they're having to turn to these local charities and community groups because the $1 trillion budget is being used up by Israel, guys. It's not even providing basic supplies, not even basic supplies to the troops that are coming back. And part of the article says a call went out to community groups asking for basic supplies like hygiene products. The base was asking for donations of toiletries and different things for the sailors coming back because they were coming back with nothing. That's crazy. Let's continue with the news. I hope those that have come back and are having to actually just plead to local charities to give them the basics, use that experience to raise their voice to make sure others don't sign up to this death wish that Pete Hegseth and Trump have to send Americans to this war for Israel. I did read this out earlier. The Iran military spokesperson said our new air defense systems are unveiled one after another on the battlefield. So they've got systems, guys, not system. Our new air defense systems are unveiled one after the other on the battlefield. Friday was a dark and humiliating day for American and Zionist enemies, shooting down many of their aircraft. We will prove to the world the humiliation of the cowardly enemy. Powerful statement. What else has gone on? I did read this out earlier. So Iran's IRGC Navy, you remember the Navy that doesn't exist because Trump had put it at the bottom of the sea several times over. Well, they managed to resurrect themselves from the bottom of the sea. But they announced that it has targeted the Israeli-linked MSC Ishika vessel with drones, setting it ablaze by the Strait of Hormuz, setting it ablaze. That's the Israeli-linked MSC Ishika vessel. What else has gone on? The IRGC Aerospace Force released footage showing the launch of ballistic missiles as part of the 95th wave of Operation True Promise. The wave, this is right. So they've released this footage quite impressive footage, showing the launch of ballistic missiles that didn't exist. Trump said they didn't exist, as part of the 95th wave of Operation True Promise 4. And they dedicated this wave to the martyred children of Gaza and the journalists killed in Gaza. That's who they have dedicated this to. A US-Israeli strike targeted the petrochemical complex in Ahvaz, which supplies 70% of Iran's gasoline, along with other petroleum products. This is the one that Netanyahu is boasting about in that video. Remember when I started this news briefing, I said he's boasting about it. It's this one. It's a petrochemical complex in Ahvaz. It supplies 70% of Iran's gasoline, along with other petroleum products. Now, Iran's actually put really clear guidelines that, you know what, abide by the rules of law. Don't hit this infrastructure because, like, the country runs on that. And if you do, then we'll fire back. We'll do the same in return. And you've got a lot more to lose. But it's America that's going to lose because it's America that's got that infrastructure. Israel's got nothing. Literally nothing. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said this. Remember yesterday they were talking about the fact that Trump gave 48 hours ceasefire notice and they were ready to go to Pakistan and negotiate, but Iran did not turn up and Iran does not want to. So he says Iran's position is being misrepresented by American media. This is Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says, Iran's position is being misrepresented by American media. We are deeply grateful to Pakistan for its efforts and have never refused to go to Islamabad, which is the capital of Pakistan. He says, what we care about are the terms of a conclusive and lasting end to the illegal war that is imposed on us. What we care about is a conclusive and lasting end to the illegal war that's imposed on us. So don't give us any BS 48-hour notice and then you carry on bombing like you've always bombed. This came out from, I think this was from the Iranian embassy of UK. Hats off to them. So the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in the UK, our Foreign Secretary, Zayo Yvette Cooper, done a video. And this video was put out by the Foreign and Commonwealth Office from the UK saying today, the UK convened representatives from more than 40 countries to discuss the Strait of Hormuz and the urgent need to restore freedom of navigation for international shipping and see the strait reopened once more. And this was put out a couple of days ago. And this is the UK doing America's dirty work for them. 40 countries they had, the UK did, to discuss the Strait of Hormuz opening for freedom of navigation. Now, you've got freedom of navigation. You just have to pay and make sure you're not aligned with the terrorism that Israel and America are doing. It's really simple. Be on the right side of history. But we're not used to being on the right side of history. The UK really isn't used to that. You know, we like the blood and the war and, you know, the terrorism as much as anybody else. So this video was put out. So what the Iranian embassy of the UK did was quote tweeted that video. And this is their message. It says, for decades, Iran, as a responsible state, ensured the security of global shipping through the Strait of Hormuz at no cost. Today, the Israeli and US regimes have plunged the region into instability through aggressive attacks, civilian casualties, assassinations, and the destruction of vital infrastructure. Iran is defending itself and remains committed to ensuring safe and secure passage through the Strait of Hormuz. It is recommended that the British government stand on the right side of history. Slam dunk. Iran has slam dunked the British government. Absolutely right. It is recommended that the British government stand on the right side of history. I doubt they will, but good message from the Iranian embassy in the UK. A US senator yesterday was speaking and asking to make sure that if Iran did capture the American pilot as a prisoner of war, if they could treat the pilot according to humanitarian laws. The message I want to convey, he said here, is that if the second pilot is not rescued, he should be treated in accordance with international humanitarian laws regarding prisoners. Many argue that the US actions to attack Iran's civilian infrastructure are a violation of international law. If Iran shows that if it captures this pilot, it will follow international humanitarian law, it will be a very strong message that we must always follow the rules, especially when it comes to survivors of attacks like this. Now, I have zero doubt that Iran will treat that pilot, if they do capture him or if they have captured him, according to the laws governing a prisoner of war. Zero doubt. But I find it highly hypocritical for this senator to say, oh, but if Iran does that, it'll be a message to the world. I'm sorry, but we watched a genocide for 2.5 years when you said nothing. The whole world was saying that was against international law, but it didn't stop them. We literally have seen America hit a school and kill 168 children and continue to hit schools and colleges and universities. And that is all against international law. So we won't take lectures. The world will not take lectures from any person in a position of power in America as to what constitutes international law, unless you have stood up and shouted out against Israel and the terrorism that Israel does, and the genocide against the people of Gaza, and the terrorism that's being inflicted on Iran. So don't use this as an isolated incident. That's the message. And one other thing I'll say, and this was last night from the White House, it was humiliation. Iranian military spokespeople were on media debunking Trump's claims. Remember Trump's claims that Iran has no air defense? It's been destroyed. So they were all over the media yesterday saying, oh, Trump said our air defenses were destroyed. Well, look what we've achieved in one day. And I think I'll stop there for now, Suleiman. I think that's a lot of news.
Thank you for that, Beatrix. Appreciate your detailed overview. Guys, do me a favor, retweet the space,
Hi to,
reshare.
you're welcome. And hi to Simon, Mary, and Andrew as well.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Bro, I was gonna say that. Oh my God. I was gonna say, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live, quote tweet the space, and welcome to Simon, Gary, and Andrew. Appreciate you guys as always. Also, guys, we're live on YouTube. The tweet is in the nest if anybody wants to join on YouTube. But luckily, I didn't have to announce it because everybody's already on there. Lots of news coming out. What was it again? I've just seen some now, which I haven't posted yet. Because, bro, your boy's so under the weather. I've got man flu, but we're fighting through it. It's so hard. I feel like I'm dying right now, but it don't matter. I'm going to continue. So, oil and energy expert Behzad Ahmadi said the following. He said, the Islamic Republic accomplished something impossible, closing the Strait of Hormuz. America had 24 hours to prevent it at great cost and still didn't do it. Trump came out today and said they've got 48 hours left to open the strait or there will be mayhem. Lindsey Graham came out and said this. He said, after speaking, I don't know if you mentioned this to Beatrix because I heard everything you said, but I don't know if you said this. After speaking with Trump this morning, I am completely convinced that he will use overwhelming military force against the regime if they continue to impede the Strait of Hormuz and refuse a diplomatic solution to achieve our military objectives. So that's hilarious. I thought it said Iran's begging for a deal, and now they're saying Iran's refusing diplomatic efforts. Which is it? Lindsey Graham and Donald J. Trump. If it's not clear to Iran, others by now that President Trump means what he says, then I don't know when it will ever be. I completely support the 48-hour ultimatum. A massive military operation awaits Iran if they choose poorly. And that's what I said. Ground invasion is coming. and it looks like it's going to happen within 48 hours. Some are saying that it's highly likely now, the conversation has moved on, that many think this is going to be a full-on legitimate land ground invasion. It's coming. Well, the ground invasion is definitely coming. In terms of land one, this is the bit what speculation, but many people are moving towards a huge land invasion. Loads of movement of personnel into the region. I don't know what to say other than it's just crazy. Like, the level of movement is of personnel is unbelievable. Like, there's a huge number of them. Last night, I think it was around the time when we were about to close the space, moving from moving to the Middle East, and a second wave of C-17s moving from Europe heading there. Then, as you guys know, C-17s carry troops, armored vehicles, and heavy equipment. The ground invasion is coming. I'm very convinced of that. I've been saying it for a very long time. But yeah, this is the latest news. Let's go to Simon for a very important update. Simon, as always, appreciate you. Simon, what's your thoughts on everything, and what's the market saying now? I'm hearing the Strait is and remains to be closed. I believe the Japanese vessel that went through yesterday that we were speaking about, that one went to Oman, and the reason it went to Oman is because Iran said quite clearly, we're good with, like, we believe this is Oman's strait as well. We want to, like, they've been so good about this. They're like, yeah, this is on their shores as well, so this is Oman's, so vessels can go to Oman. What's your thoughts on this whole situation and the financial update?
Yeah. Oh,
You're a bit. I can't hear you, Simon. Unless it's. Wait, I might have your volume low. 1 second. No, I don't.
that's some fun.
Oh, you're rubber banding. They're coming. Oh my God, they're coming after Simon. The Isle of Wight is invading the Isle of Man. If their island was on it as much as David Icke, the reptilians wouldn't have taken over. This is the problem, Simon. He's gone. They took him out.
Yeah, no, they occupied my mute button, man.
Oh, he's back. Oh.
Yeah,
Okay, I said
I
it's
got.
close. Go ahead, Simon. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, no worries. So
I
look,
advise
it's
you to move island, Simon. Go to the Isle of Wight, because David Icke has got rid of all the reptilians.
right. Okay, but there's only 35,000 people there. We got a whole, like, we got 85,000 here. We could do a whole ground invasion, like, on our own.
Well,
If I go
actually,
to Isle of Wight, we can't do that. We get half the troops.
but actually, Simon, the data says that you need to have at least 3 or 4 to 1. So I think they'll be ready for you. And you guys have got the reptilians on your island as well. So there'll be a lot of internal turmoil. The
Yeah,
the the Isle of Wight have a consolidated, strong, vibrant human army. But sorry, do continue.
yeah. Well, we're working on our Petromanx pound here. We see an opportunity with the crash of the petrodollar. And yeah, I'm seeing if we can get a stable coin launched, and then we can try and negotiate with both Oman and Iran, and hopefully they'll take the Petromanx pound stable coin. If I get my way, we'll see if we can make that one work. Um, but look, I mean, it's quiet. The markets are closed at the moment. Bitcoin's the only market that's open. It's completely flat. Whatever happens this weekend, we've got the Groundhog Day has come again. So we're at that. I think we've seen this movie before. You get 48 hours. And according to the time at which that was announced, that will be 35 minutes after the markets open on Monday. which the markets are open, but for many people it's like Easter Monday, I believe. And so, we've got this action happening over the Easter weekend. And what I imagine will happen is if we get a bunch of action, whether we get something that leads to infrastructure, I think we've had nuclear power point, energy infrastructure. If we get an escalation like that, you can imagine that they'll set up a game where people think that the price of oil. So, oil in America is currently more expensive than Brent crude in Europe at the moment, which is very unusual. So you've got $112. The key point at which Trump has to capitulate and do something is $115 per barrel of Brent crude or WTI. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury 4.5%, and the yield on the 30-year Treasury 5%. If we get a gap up on the bond, in the bond yields, it means that people are selling down those bonds. And the more countries that go into crisis, the more likely European countries, or Japan or various other countries that are the largest holders of the US debt we need to sell. And as you sell down bonds, yields spike, and that puts America into a very tricky situation refinancing its debt. And so the higher the price of oil, the more likely that is to happen because it creates stress in both Asia and Europe. And that's kind of the game that's been set out that leads to capitulation in terms of the military strategy. Now, what I imagine will probably happen is there'll be a set of circumstances that makes people think the futures market are going to sell off, the price of oil will go down, the market will go down, stock market that is, and bond yields up. And in a few minutes, you'd imagine the futures markets open, there'll be massive insider trading, and if last time is anything to go by, an announcement that makes people think that we're closer towards either getting the Strait open or de-escalating, and then you'll get a little bit of volatility potentially. Maybe it goes for a turnaround if the market still believes it, and then we get back to business as usual, where the world really figures out that nothing changed here. We've got gas prices that are going out of control to different levels, depending where you are. We've had emergency bailout for businesses that are impacted by the increased cost of fuel. We've had Philippines, we've had UAE, Dubai, we've had Australia, and now we've had France. And so businesses that are trying to just logistically get goods around, and they need a short-term loan. The government's starting to step in, so that's going to be putting stress on all of these countries' budgets, and that's creating further increases in yield, which is creating, really a doom loop for these countries as well that are impacted. If you look at Japan, they've got significant reserves in terms of their strategic petroleum reserves and their jet fuel reserves and their fertilizer reserves. But England is actually down to about 1 month left until they're fully drained. So UK has got approximately 4 weeks left in order to solve their issue. If they don't solve their issue, then there's going to be energy shortages across the country. So people need to start preparing for that. And the only way to solve that issue is to do a deal with America. But that's not going to be for America. A lot of people are framing this as this is good for America. This is good for the LNG exporters. So you've got, Cheniere Energy is going to be the key beneficiary of many of these contracts at these increased prices. Golden Pass, 70% owned by Qatar, 30% owned by Exxon, Exxon and Chevron, and some other companies that will be trying to lock in and get a predatory deal at these rates that will effectively wreck the UK economy, wreck the European economy. Japan is either going to get some deals from those companies. Now, remember, the longer that we are in the strait is closed, the worse it gets for the amount of debt. Already, there's been a request to have $1.5 trillion of budget for the military company. So Palantir will do well. Probably they'll get some contract out of that. Boeing, Lockheed Martin, General Dynamic, Raytheon, the usual players. They're all going to get a bunch of money, and the bill's going to be sent on to the American people. And in order to pay for it, they've listed billions and billions of dollars of reductions in benefits to the American people so that they can socialize the losses and privatize the gains for a few handfuls that have lobbied the Trump administration. And so they'll be getting their stimulus checks while everyone else will be getting increased prices, higher gas prices, potential food insecurity, the choice between eating or heating. Maybe there'll be issues with their eating, and there'll definitely be issues with their heating. So some are doing well, but they call that America. And so Trump is kind of gaslighting people, saying, "Oh, don't worry, the 1% of the energy, um, they're gonna get a bit more GDP relative to the 60% of consumption when when the vast majority of Americans are going to have to reduce their consumption from this." But apparently that's winning. And then you've got the issues with all of the European partners that prop up the bond market, the Asian partners that prop up the bond market. And really, who's going to be able to do it with the national interest? Well, Russia and Iran are the only two countries that effectively are internally insulated because of their sanctions, have the partnership with Russia, and actually have nationalized energy, so they can sell it in the benefit of the country, while Americans pay the bill and a few companies in America get all the profit from it. In the meantime, because the price of oil in America is going up, they can start selling it either to Americans or they can start selling it abroad based upon the arbitrage. And we're getting some really funky stuff in terms of the futures market. So a lot of arbitrage, massive amount of speculations, a bunch of hedge funds that are figuring out, investment banks will be, issuing many of these different type of hedging contracts. So all in all, this is a great operation to concentrate wealth in a few of hands. But apparently, Trump is taking on the banking system, and apparently, according to the Q drops, he's taken down Israel, and apparently he's taken down the London banksters, which apparently have operations in Iran, according to the Q Tods. And so they're literally celebrating their demise while they service the swamp, while they allow more wealth extraction for the deep state. And apparently that's meant to be short term pain for long term gain, as Lindsey Graham tells everybody why this is such a good thing, while he receives checks from the military lobby and Trump receives checks from the financial lobby. And of course, at the end of this, if this goes into any kind of civil unrest, we're all going to be fed some carbon credit tokenization, some stablecoin bailout, some central bank digital currencies in Europe. The Elon will give us our social credit score, and the long term goal of the tech bros that paid for Trump in the first place. Obviously, if we can get this into energy and food insecurity, then we can do a lockdown. We can do energy conservation, and we can move to where the World Economic Forum wanted this world to go to. While Trump is taking on the deep state, he's really helping, just coincidentally, the very same World Economic Forum that BlackRock seems to be going around the world and helping Turkey with their currency issue at the moment. They're having a bit of a currency crisis. So couple of hedge funds thought, hey, why don't we vassalize Turkey into this insecurity? Why don't we do what we did to Iran? Why don't we destroy their currency so that we can try and get some new investment contracts? So Larry Fink just went to Turkey, trying to get his grips in this new multipolar world, knowing that the region's going to change. And this is a very successful global reset operation, and the people will suffer. But meanwhile, you know, this is going to draw everyone towards BRICS and China and Russia. It's going to make America completely insulated, and the world is going to completely change at the end of this. But apparently, don't worry, Trump really was concerned about women's rights in Iran, and he decided that instead of, in order to protect the women from this evil regime, he'd just send the US military to kill some children, blow up some universities, blow up some infrastructure, blow up a girls' school, turn Lebanon into what's happening in Gaza, with Israel, and set up the game in order to renegotiate a bunch of rebuild contracts, just blow shit up, rebuild it better, and then implement a technocratic Orwellian nightmare. Excellent job at taking on the deep state and draining the swamp. The swamp is getting huge as a result of this. And the average American is too dumb to see it. If they're listening to drunk Hexeth, who's rallying the troops while he's snorting cocaine, and hanging around with the Epstein class, probably figuring out how to traffic your children, so the CIA can get more drugs into America, so that he can snort them, and maybe buy some more Ukrainian prostitutes that are in poverty right now and introduce them to Trump for his wife from the Epstein class. So that's what's happening. I hope everyone's enjoying it. And the market opens on Monday. And we'll see what comes next.
Thanks for that, Simon. Appreciate it. Simon, there is a question for you. Um, on the super chat, let me just go through it because it's very important. Which is okay. It is and I'll link it to this thing. 1 second. Okay, so it says here, has Simon view of the Middle East data centers investment or general banker thesis changed at all? And just to give you a bit more of like kind of give more information, not information, but link it to some news. So, as you know, the IHG spokesperson on a couple of days ago mentioned that they showed satellite imagery of the Stargate AI data center in Abu Dhabi. And they said if the United States of America strikes Iranian power plants, the IRGC will completely annihilate that AI data center. And that specific data center, obviously, as you know, is worth, or a cost, or the value of it is $30 billion. And it has 500,000 NVIDIA GPUs. And so it's basically this largest concentration of AI intelligence training centers or capacity in the world. So linking those both together, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, so in the back of this, there's obviously all of the technology play as well. We're currently in the greater macro. Obviously, semiconductor chips are one of the most important commodities, and that leads to a big supply chain underneath it of all sorts of components. Whether it be for silver, whether it be helium, whether it be all sorts of specialized operations. In the meantime, both America and China are to a certain degree dependent upon South Korea, Netherlands, and Taiwan for that supply chain. America is going to be rebuilding TSMC, which is a Taiwanese semiconductor manufacturing company. They're building out from the Biden administration CHIPS Act. Some of these, trying to create some of that supply chain in America. And China is a bit secretive about it, but they've banned the import of NVIDIA chips because they want the companies to be using their local created chips as well. So that kind of at the moment is like a 5-year project until China and America are potentially independent from Taiwan. So nothing can happen there. But in the meantime, the Strait of Hormuz is restricting one of the largest suppliers of helium, which is vital in that process. And a lot of the infrastructure behind Western technology companies are being strategically targeted by Iran as part of their escalation cycle. And so I think we're going to have issues in the supply chain with consumer electronics and various other components, certainly at some stage this year. Expect that to lead to a significant increase in prices. Many people will be priced out of that market. So if your laptop's about to break, there's probably a limited amount of time until those supply chains start to probably suffer some stress, depending on how long this strait is closed for. But also geopolitically, if you think about the longer term, that's the short term. In the medium to long term, everything that gets blown up will be renegotiated. And now, when it's renegotiated, you either go westward or you go eastward. And so, depending where the chips fall at the end of this, pardon the pun, there's going to be massive, massive change in world order by strategically deciding what the right mix of BRICS versus West is. But blowing up all this infrastructure effectively leads to new negotiations, new games, a time lag at which the Middle East is able to become part of that infrastructure, and then also a change in power depending upon who is most economically impacted. At the moment, UAE is top of that list, and Saudi is the least impacted so far because it's got those alternative pipelines. It's got its investment in infrastructure in Texas, whatever is going to be renegotiated at the end of this. So I still think the thesis of this is about a managed transition, a global reset to a multipolar world order. And I do think everything that is being destroyed right now will eventually become an opportunity to, renegotiate, hedge, and form new local alliances, regional alliances, Western-facing alliance, and Eastern-facing alliances, so that everyone's going to be thinking about how to not let this happen again. Everyone's going to go more insular, and there's all the predatory deals that can be done as a result of never wasting a good crisis.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Simon. Dark side, anything you want to add in terms of from the financial aspect with what Simon said?
No, I'm just getting caught up, Sully.
No
I'll chime
problem.
in a little
Gary?
bit.
And sorry, Andrew. And
I,
Gary, go
I,
ahead.
I, I, w- I- I'm a little surprised I stepped into a couple of finance meetings this morning, some Bitcoiners, and I was very surprised by it may just be ignorance or just like complete unwillingness to look at like the amount of rational or irrational rationalization for what we're doing from Americans is really fascinating to watch right now. I think it's going to be a real issue. Lot more polarization between groups, but just the amount of denial going on here is pretty spectacular. I don't know if anybody else, Dark Side, if you've noticed the same thing, but it's a little concerning because there's some smart people.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's spot on. You know, if you're looking at this objectively, and you can put your biases aside, you kind of conclude that this is very serious, and I don't see the standard resolutions as being um, of just printing money as being sufficient to solve the problem. So I'm very concerned that, and I keep asking the question, what happens if they don't print? What happens then? And that leads you down a very dark road, but it's that very dark road that the World Economic Forum has been telling us about for a decade now. So I'll land it there.
Appreciate that, Gary. Andrew, hope you're doing well. Hope you've had your cat nap. Andrew, appreciate you.
Thank you. Yes, my dear Sullivan. Yes, I had a good cat nap. We needed that little battery recharge there. Was listening last night to some great commentary input. Next thing you know, yeah, okay, let's tell the truth. I woke up and it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, oh, I think, all right, we're back at it here. But no, love you all. And I'm listening to these great men of finance and geopolitical knowledge and expertise. And I just want to come in and add on to what Darkside Gary's saying, Simon's adding on. Yes, we're in uncharted waters here. And I'm looking at this in the broad spectrum of my military experience as a career military officer, as a man of faith, loves my country, America, with all my heart. I love America, and this we're seeing a massive, Trump. It's insane. No, Trump's not insane. He's not clinically insane. He's reading a script, and as Simon is saying, he's playing his role. He's leading us into a global new world order, and this is all going to fall in. America's going to look completely different. The older Americans like myself, a lot put their head in the sand. I do talk to people. I get out quite a bit, and they have their head in the sand. I literally had someone say, well, and I've heard, I think it was Uncommon said this. I was talking to this gentleman yesterday, taking my daughter for her stuff, and this guy literally, he wasn't joking. He said, yeah, I don't know, something with Iran. I don't know what's going on. They don't care. Right now, the United States is really involved in March Madness, brackets. Hey, you play the brackets. Hey, who you picking for the Final Four? Who's going to win? Hey, let's get ready for barbecue season. Hey, let's get the golf clubs going here. So, and it's sad. It's pathetic. It's heartbreaking. But at the same time, maybe it's just as well people are in this slumber, because when it hits, when it hits, they are going to go into this shock, which we need a shock, and unfortunately we do. And it's going to be a massive shock, unprecedented in my time, certainly. And then quickly, I'll focus with this, militarily speaking. I said for several days, Suleiman, and I said, no, I can't, there won't be a ground invasion because it's too insane. And no matter how you add it up, all the experts say it. But now, obviously, we see we're marching to that. So now, and thank you, Suleiman, again, you were right. And, okay, twist my arm, you were right again. But you're right, there will be, looks like, an invasion, even though, now here's the thing. It's so unfathomable, unimaginable. I don't have the words. That's why I kept saying it won't happen, but it looks like it will. I talked to someone this morning. They want to remain anonymous, and they said, no, there are forces, spec ops stuff already working. It's been working, and this is also looking for setting up things to find down pilots, because they know it's going to happen more. This massive purging in the Pentagon, this is unprecedented, certainly in my time. And I really feel vindicated, because I was spurned and actually rebuked by my peers when I kept saying the humiliation ritual at Quantico was something very, very serious, and now we're seeing it happen. And I really feel bad for our active duty, because especially for senior officers and for the enlisted personnel who are at the mid-career point, they've got to bail out and or just hunker down and do the unfathomable and literally find themselves following unlawful orders. And I won't go into that, but just the final thing I want to say, please, listeners, Subscribe to the channel. I know people get tired of hearing it. It's like, oh, here we go again. Yeah, okay, I subscribe to Suleiman's channel. But we are in an info war like never before, people. Listen, I went back into the two interviews you had, with Anthony Aguilar and Matthew Holt. I've never heard Matthew before, but wow, Sully, I don't know how you find these people. You are but listen carefully to what he's saying about this leadership and the purging of these generals. It's terrifying. And please listen to those videos. And a lot of times I hear people coming up asking Suleiman questions. Hey, what about this? Well, we've gone over it, folks. And I'm not trying to put people down because we're all learning, but Suleiman has a wealth of archived wealth of knowledge in those videos with Professor Morandi and the military experts and all, and his interviews here with Simon Dixon and all these people weighing in. So please, people, subscribe and also donate. And I've never I hate going out, hey, kick some bucks in. No, I don't do it. I hate that. But for the love of God, give something, put something, donate to what Salih's saying. Now, here's why I'm saying this. I'm not invested in any way. I don't get a kickback. But we have to, because this man is working 24/7. Beatrice is a woman who's established of society. She has a good life set up, and she doesn't, but she's dedicated her life to this. And they're pouring their heart out. And Suleiman has a lot of expenses. He is trying to cover costs. You don't hear him say, please put something in there. And I'll land it with this. I love you all. Let's keep fighting the good fight. Do not fear. Do not fear, because perfect love casts out all fear. And get grounded in your faith. And the good Lord has a hand in this. And this is what we're seeing. America's pride, America's in derision. National Zionist Israel, thank God, is going down. Thank God, thank God. And we keep fighting the good fight. Love you all.
Appreciate you as always, Andrew. Thank you so much. Let's go to I don't know who was up first, actually, to be honest, but let's go to Joa. Joa, hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
I just jumped on. Just thoughts.
All right, let's
I'm
go,
missing.
Doc.
I'm missing
Doc.
a ton of context. The one thing I did want to know, though, Solomon, is I wanted more info on those people that the U.S. Basically kidnapped that are somehow related to Khomeini. Do you know any idea what I'm talking about?
Yeah. So basically, the not Khomeini, even Soleimani, right?
Yeah. Soleimani.
Yeah. The I believe it's the granddaughter and the niece or something of Soleimani have been apprehended in the United States of America. They've got green cards. I believe they're citizens, but yeah, they've been apprehended and they've been taken into ICE. And yeah, they've basically taken them in.
Why would you
Because
be in America if you were them?
Marco Rubio revoked their green card or whatever. Like
Yeah. I don't think they're citizens, so they wouldn't have a green card. Be one or the other.
Yeah, and by the
Yeah,
way,
sorry, they've got a green
everyone
card.
posts their IGs like they're hoeing around. That's why they're in America and not in their home countries.
Say again?
What?
They have like thirst trap Instagrams that people have been posting. So that's why they're in America, because they couldn't get away with behaving that way if they were back in their home country.
All right, I've not seen the Instagram.
Behaving what
maybe
way?
they're acting that way because they're in America. I mean, not because they wanted to do that
Assimilate.
in Iran and they couldn't. Yeah, maybe they
Assimilating.
assimilated.
Yeah, where else can you thirst trap the way that you can here in America? God bless our country.
Yeah, no idea about that in terms of the Instagram, but yeah, they have been apprehended and they're going after them. And also, if anybody knows Trita Parsi, he was we interviewed him last week maybe or 10 days ago. We have got another interview scheduled with him for Tuesday, but he may be departed by then. But yeah, they're going after him as well. That's
Yeah,
right.
it's a free speech violation. The article that I read or the post that I read indicated that they were cheering on Iran in some regards.
And so this is akin to what Rubio and others were doing, was it last summer at the universities? Unfavored speech is to be suppressed if you're not a citizen. And that's not the way the law works. The law works here is as long as you're here legally, you have access to almost all the constitutional rights and protections. There's a couple exceptions, of course, but the way that the law is being applied now by Rubio and Trump is a suppression of free speech. They just can't do it to citizens the way they can in Britain.
So just like lockdowns, I think the first set of bankruptcies, straight bailouts we're going to see will probably be the airlines. There's already significant increase in costs associated with flying right now. They're going to start making it where it's frowned upon to fly. And effectively, it's just going to be something that most people, the average person, won't be able to afford, and then that's going to create some real demand issues. But we're starting to see quite a lot of stress around the airlines at the moment as a result of the jet fuel shortage and the increase in price.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is going to be really bad for. First of all, as you said, what in terms of the airlines, it's going to be very hard for people to travel. Anybody who has any kind of vocation related to the airline industry, and that could be stewards, it could be pilots, it could be, for example, my friend, he's a medical doctor who basically goes to different countries. You know, when you got your medical insurance, so all those people are going to be in fact affected, impacted, and they're under. And the airlines apparently are moving more towards a model, which is that they understand that the average Joe isn't going to fly anymore, and it's going to be basically flying is going to be the purview of the rich. So it'll be business class, first class type of people who'll be flying. So yeah, there's going to be major issues. I think the world as we know it is going to change permanently.
Simon, you and Gary should just go in on a big ass airplane, you know what I'm saying? And we'll just pay the gas, whatever. we
Oh
could,
my God, Miz,
I'm
why are
just
you
saying,
trying
I
it
think
for,
it'd be great. We might
blood?
as well
Why
get
are
a
you trying it for, blood?
Haggis.
They're not going in for an airplane. These guys got their bunkers, man. They got their bunkers. Just let us in your bunkers, guys. Gary and Simon
Gary and Simon,
and
you guys
Joanne.
going to bunkers?
He's got Simon. You got your underground bunker in
I've
Hawaii,
I've
correct?
I've been prepping for a decade, put it that way.
Whoa, bro! I'm going to flip an
Wow.
Isle of Man, bro. I'm gonna be in Simon's bunker, bloods.
Me too. Me too.
Hey,
Lord.
so now that Mankos is here, I was curious, Mankos, what do you think about all these fighter jets? I'm just gonna leave the number, out there because I think there's
Fake news.
15, you know. So what do you think? Seems like
What do
we
you
have
mean?
evidence now.
But
And, and
no,
and
yeah.
not only
So
that, but the A-10 Warhogs too. I mean, it seems like the air defense has not necessarily been obliterated. I just couldn't wait to get your thoughts on how you think how all this happened with what
yeah.
Trump was saying.
So here's what happens, and I said this from the beginning. So when you have the initial fight to establish air superiority, the air defenses in Iran try to put up a fight, they try to fight back, and then they get completely obliterated. Some of the air defenses see all their buddies getting obliterated, and they're like, nope, nope, I'm not going to play this game. And so they go into hiding. So you don't have all of the enemy air defense. Once they see they're losing, they stop fighting and they hide to preserve their ability to not get completely wiped out. This is what happened in Iraq too, by the way. This is what always happens. So you have fixed sites that they can't hide, and those get destroyed. You have some large things like the S-300s that are very hard to hide, so those probably get destroyed. But you also have a lot of mobile surface-to-air missiles and air defense that can move around, and they're relatively small. They can be contained in one vehicle or like maybe a couple small vehicles, and they go into hiding. And then their main priority in the near term is, how do we survive? We just don't want to get destroyed. After they survive for a few weeks, and now we're over a month in, they start being like, okay, well, the attackers at this point are getting to be very complacent. No one's shooting at them. There was a period of time for several weeks where we didn't hear about any Iranian air defense shooting at any American aircraft. And that's probably because they were in hiding trying to figure out their strategy. But eventually, what happens is the American attacking aircraft start to be more complacent. Days, weeks have gone by where no one's getting shot at. They stop being as careful as they used to be. They start flying lower. They start more heavily relying on older aircraft like the F-15 Strike Eagle, which doesn't have the performance or the sort of defensive capabilities of some of the newer aircraft like the F-35, although it can haul more bombs. So if you're not worried about getting shot at, you're going to use a lot more of the bomb truck type aircraft. Another thing is that if they don't get shot out for long enough, they think it's safe, and so they start flying lower than they should be doing. It's a lot safer to fly as high as possible, but then that comes with downsides, because if you fly very high, it's harder to see things because you're further away from them. So that makes some kind of bombing harder, and sometimes there's just
Do
things
you
like
know what the
clouds in the way.
358 is?
Hold on,
Michael, do you know what the 358 is?
hold on. There's things like
Do you know what
clouds
the
in the way,
358 is?
and because
It's important.
look, hold on, let me finish the sentence. Sometimes there's clouds in the way and other things like weather that make it harder, so you have to fly lower. And in the past, if they're more afraid of the air defense, they might say like, "Nah, I'm just going to abort the mission if I can't see the target." But now they might say, "You know what? I don't have anything to worry about. I'm going to drop altitude and get below the clouds so that I can carry out the mission." And it gives the air defense an opportunity. Now, what these air defenses do that are remaining, and we don't know exactly how many are remaining, it's probably a minority and it's probably the smaller systems, but they can plan attacks because they see every day. There's so many overflights. There are many hundreds of sorties every day. And sometimes these sorties start to follow predictable paths and patterns. And then they say, hey, well, and you don't even need to have your radars on to do this. You can have people on the ground that hear the aircraft and see the aircraft. And they see multiple times this week we've had aircraft coming over, this particular area of the mountains. So they can say, okay, well, in a couple days, let's have some air defenses set up ambush positions there. That way, next time they fly over this area, we can suddenly turn on our air defense and attack them. And then once we do the attack, we can run away and go back into hiding before they can send any kind of response out to get us. And that's what you have happen in this kind of, it's more of a guerrilla warfare air defense where you set up ambushes, and it still can be dangerous, but it's the vast majority of the sorties are not going to get attacked, but there will be one here and there, maybe every day or two, that gets ambushed. And so the American sort of attacking planning has to understand that that's still going to be a threat. And that's why we've been seeing in the last week or so, not only was there this shoot down that happened, which, by the way, this proves that all the previous claims of shoot downs were all obviously false, because this shoot down, and
No,
this is
how
what
does
I
that
said,
prove?
hold on, and
How
this is
does
what I said, because the fact is that if you had a genuine shoot down, you would have wreckage, and we had wreckage this time, and we didn't have it in any of the previous times. You would have things like, for example, this massive like Bat 21 search and rescue operation going out to get the pilots.
Well,
That
we
never
we
happened
knew
before
that
either.
those were hit, but we just didn't know who, right? Like that's where the it was not that, like, we didn't need wreckage as evidence of them being hit. We knew that that
Plus, we
happened, but it was
know.
just a matter of
Plus,
who. Was it Iran? And I will say this, so like with your comment about the guerrilla kind of, I think that Iran has proven to be far more underestimated, and America has been proven to be far more overestimated. Like people really, I think the dynamics of what is happening right now is clear. I think from United States side that they thought this was going to be very quick, very easy. But what we're seeing now is that Iran even said they're about to scale up. Like they have new technology and new air defenses with plural. That
can I
Well, what
talk
do you
about one
mean
of those
new
new
yeah,
air
though?
yeah,
defenses?
sure.
New as in the last few weeks?
Because hold on, Mancos, my turn, my turn.
Yeah, go
Because
ahead.
you didn't mention the 358s, right? and anyone can look it up. It's called Missile 358. It is a half drone, half surface to air missile. Okay. It's basically like having an airborne surface to air platform. Basically, it's a drone that flies in figure eight around the air and waits for heat signatures to shoot them down. US knows, and there's videos of it, okay, of exactly how it was done, where the missile was fired from one of these airborne platforms. And what ended up happening to the F-35 was it does explode. It exploded before it actually hit the jet, but it ripped some of the stealth technology off the back of the jet, and that's why it had to land. So they do know that there's already plenty of reports about it and exactly how it worked, and it is a weapon that they've seen before with the Houthis and why the Houthis have been a problem. Okay. So it isn't brand new, except Iran were the producers of it. They have the most of these. The Houthis did not have a lot of these. That's why the Houthis have been a problem for the Americans. Iran has them all, and they haven't deployed that many.
Well, but
Right. So how are you going to
the
get
Houthis
in?
weren't able
How are
to
you going
shoot
to get
down
in?
anything though, other than like drones. They weren't able to shoot down any
Yeah,
aircraft.
I agree. Yeah, they didn't have that many of these. Right? They do. So these are not targeting where people go come out of a hole and then hide again. Those little rats, which is what you're trying to make it seem like. These little rats go back in their hole after they fire off a rocket. No, they have technology that that is pretty superior in some senses. That they remain in the air and look for heat signatures, so they don't even get picked up by the F-35 as they're being chased by one of these missiles.
I mean, it's not actually
They're not
really
some
a
like
good
ragtag
tech. But
they're
Joe,
not
what
some
you're
ragtag
describing,
people that hide back in their
well, I
holes.
mean, first of all, you don't need to hide in a hole. You just need to get out of the area. Iran is a big place, but you're going to have to, if you have an air defense, it depends on how small it is. If it's a small enough truck and they can throw a tarp over it or something, then maybe they can just go park in a city somewhere and they wouldn't be noticed.
But
But if it's
they have one-time launchers,
Yeah,
Manco.
but if
Do you
well,
understand? They
not if
went
you have
back
a
to the drawing
dedicated air
board.
defense, because you'd have to have
No,
it's not just like a
I
truck with a missile on it. You have to have actually like some sort of sensors built into it to lock
yes,
onto a
but
target before you fire.
after the first attack, they went back, and what we're seeing is that they have missiles and rockets that have their own launcher that are a one-time use launcher because they understood that that was their weak point after they got attacked last time, and where Israel did have air superiority, and now they do not because they learned from it, and they're like, our biggest problem is a launcher. How do we get rid of that? Oh, launch it from a drone. Oh, launch it from a one-time launcher, like this temporary launcher thing that gets destroyed as the rocket goes off. They learned their lesson.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't think that the missile you described, it's called an SA-67. I guess other people call it a 358 as well.
Yes,
But
America calls it a 358. Yeah,
But the thing is that and like you said, this became like a news item because of the Houthis, and it was there were like captured shipments or something, so we know exactly what they are. But it's not that big of a missile. It says that it's designed to loiter,
it's
but
not. It's a frag.
yeah,
Yeah,
but it's not a particularly big missile, which means that, and it's not a propeller, it's a rocket engine, which means that it couldn't loiter for very long. You couldn't just fire these up into the air and have them like do circles for an hour waiting for a jet to show up. I'm sure once you fire them, it's only got like maybe a minute or two to find something, which means you already have to basically know where they are. I think they're probably better designed to kill things like
they
drones
they're
versus
for
high
what they
performance
loiter
aircraft.
they loiter estimates for 90 minutes.
Yeah,
The
that's
rocket
I'm
is
I'm
for the
calling cap
rocket
right now.
itself,
That's
not for the
impossible.
drone.
That's impossible, Joa.
Go
Anyone,
look.
no, I don't
Go
care what
look.
Iran might say about it. I know the basic physics of how these
I'm
missiles
not.
work, and there's
I'm
no way
going
you
through
could
the
put a missile
U.S.
up that's that size for 90
I'm.
minutes. It just doesn't happen.
It's not a miss. Do you understand? The missile's not on. The drone is. It's a gas turbine that keeps it airborne. It stays up for an hour and a half. This isn't per Iran's news. This is on TMZ, US, when they captured the shipment and they analyzed it themselves. It stays up for an hour and a half. It's a gas powered engine. The rocket is a rocket. The missile is rocket powered, but the drone is not. It's gas powered.
Yeah, I mean, unless they have a separate drone, because it says that the thing is, even if you say that there is a gas engine on it, it's still a small missile. Like it can't, you have to have two things with a missile. Well, the main thing that you have to have with a missile that's meant to intercept an aircraft is it needs to have extremely high performance characteristics because it has to overmatch the aircraft that it's attacking. And the aircraft generally have high performance characteristics. So you can't have a drone that has a long loiter time that would be fast enough to engage and attack an aircraft like that. The problem
But
is
the
you
drone
either
doesn't
have
attack, the
time.
rocket
The
does.
only reason that drones are able to stay and loiter for as long as they do is because they're so slow. That's the main issue, is that like the reason an A-10 Thunderbolt 2 is able to have a long loiter time and do its mission where it just loiters around is because it's a very slow aircraft that has a lot of fuel on it. But it's when I'm looking
Yeah,
at
and
how the
yes,
missile
and that's
looks,
what this
it's a
is.
relatively small missile. It's about the same size as like a Sidewinder or something. So it's not something that can really, it's not like some kind of a super weapon or a technological breakthrough. It would be very hard to effectively use it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it can travel up to a thousand kilometers an hour, right?
I'm sure with the rocket it
Um,
can.
yeah, once it fires, you're acting as if they're both one. Yes, when it loiters, it's slow. When it fires, it's not slow. It does 1,000 kilometers an hour. Can an F-35 outrun it? Yes, if they know it's there. Problem is F-35s won't know it's there until it's right on top of them.
Yeah, so the thing is that the missile has a rocket motor that it uses to fly up to gain altitude at first, and then the rocket motor burns out, and then it falls off. And then it says at that point it switches to using a gas engine. So okay, it can use the gas engine at that
That's
point,
the drone.
but
That's the drone part. Yes, that's the
yeah,
drone. You have to think of it like two separate units. The launcher, let's call it that, launcher drone or whatever you want to call it, uses a rocket engine to get altitude and then a gas engine to stay up in the air for an hour and a half. And then the rocket itself, almost like a Sidewinder, has its own engine that will fire off of that drone, except the drone kind of tags along with it.
that part I don't think is right. I don't think it has three engines. I think it just has the two. And that's the thing, is that it wouldn't be able to go fast again after it was using any kind of like a loitering engine, which means that you'd have to like fly right at it or something if it was just loitering
The
around.
missile engine is not used to get to the altitude. It's only used after the drone sees the target and fires the missile. It's not
No, I
hard to
mean
understand.
what it's saying on like these little specs and stats is that it's a rocket booster that it uses at first and then it falls off. That's the way that it gets up there. And then
Yeah, the
after that,
drone.
it only has a gas turbine engine.
The drone. You're talking about the drone. I'm talking about the missile is
It,
separate.
yeah, I mean, you're
The
saying
missile engine
drone,
is
they're
not
not
used
separate
to gain
platforms. It looks
altitude.
like one thing.
The engine is not used to gain altitude any more than a Sidewinder is used to get the plane up to altitude.
Everybody's yelling at me for even bringing this question up to Mancos. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, but whenever we have to endure the pain of these crazy predictions, we have to also enjoy the when we're proven right. You know what I'm saying? We just gotta enjoy that sometimes. But yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah,
get
and by the way,
Mancos'
May,
take.
you made a comment about how Iran is like blasting everyone's expectations. Iran is doing far, far, far worse than the Iraqis did. The Iraqis shot down a bunch of our aircraft, and the Iranians
Then why is the Straits of
almost shot
Hormuz
one.
closed for a month? Why are
Because you can close
planes
the
being
Strait of
shot out of the
Hormuz with,
sky? Why are aircraft carriers leaving the area? Why
well,
are
that's not happening.
Marines and their yes it is Marines and their families are decrying the call up and the boots on the ground? Why are we sending boots on the ground when we can't protect them? Holy shit, Mancos.
Well, after a month, the Iraqis had shot down a bunch of aircraft, whereas Iran has only had one that it shot down and like another couple it damaged or something like that. I think because of the search and rescue, and A-10 was flying low, and they damaged that, and they ditched after they left Iran or something.
I
But
have breaking
Mancos, you
news.
say bunch. What is the bunch? How many is the bunch?
I mean, hold
Guys,
on, I can pull it up. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but I think it was like two
five or
dozen or so.
no, it was like 5 or 6. The issue is they were actually flying over Iraq a lot. Don't have nearly the same amount of jets going over top of Iran because they're scared because of the technology they have.
okay, I
That's
just
the
have a
difference.
little bit of
You had a
breaking
lot more
news.
fish to shoot down.
So an Iranian Shahed drone heading towards enemy targets today has been bearing a sticker reading "In the memory of Tupac Shakur." I swear I'm not making this up. And Illuminati, referencing the 1996 album "The Dawn Illuminati: The 7 Day Theory." The album's opening track, "Bomb First." My second reply is about defiance, survival, and resistance to power, themes that closely mirror Iran's wartime messaging. Iranian forces and allied groups have increasingly incorporated global anti establishment pop culture into their messaging and psychological warfare, including their viral Lego videos. And with their references like this, lines from the track resonate with that framing. And they quoted a few of the lines, which I do think are interesting. We didn't even, so this is quote, "We didn't even come to hurt nobody, but it's my life or your life." And then the next one is, "Got nothing to lose, got nowhere to go. Ride for the cause, I'll die for the cause. Plan, plot, strategize, and bomb first." So,
There was a missile as well. I believe it was late yesterday or early today that was sent to that was launched that actually had said something along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing, "In the memory of Virginia Giuffre." Some huge breaking news as well, guys, but I'm just tweeting it out. But basically, well, let me go to the smaller news and then we'll go to the bigger news. Iranian drone hits skyscraper in Dubai and it's in flames. I'm just gonna do my normal line and leave Dubai now. Gotta do it. I just love these guys get literally start drinking even more camel piss when they hear this, so it's just funny. But separate to this, some huge news. Okay, so let me just quickly break it down. So the first thing is, as you know, just before we start the space, Iranian missiles hit key military targets in Tel Aviv. I don't know what's happening. I thought they weren't hitting anything, but people were claiming they weren't hitting anything, and we were saying these guys are not even defending themselves, and literally no air defense from Israel at all. But the Iranian missiles, you can see, hit the Ministry of Defense, the IDF General Staff Center, and the Senior Military Command. So all three of those locations in civilian areas, because they use human civilians as human shields, have been taken out. In addition to that, we know that the ground invasion is happening in 2 days, but we have a major movement right now. Two US HC-130J specialized aircrafts arrived in the Middle East from Germany. And the reason they've arrived is either for a search and rescue or ground invasion. It looks more like search and rescue because that's what they're used for. I did check where in the Middle East it is, and likely it's Turkey. So Turkey once again helped facilitating the United States of America in terms of this search and rescue operation. And then we have US evacuation teams enter Iran for search and rescue operations for the US pilot. We are hearing of intense exchange of fire between Iran and the United States of America pertaining to that. What else have we got? Okay, that's the latest news. Obviously, we'll continue to let you know about that search and rescue. They are looking for the American pilot. Iran news is saying that they've got him as hostage. Let's see what happens. This is obviously big, developing, and we'll continue to provide you the news as and when we receive it. Doc, go ahead, jump in. You were going to say something.
Yeah, I was
I've got a bit of news. Just really quickly, Doc, please. I've got a little bit of news and then we'll come straight back to you because I think this is important. A French TV correspondent in Tehran has told French media that American Israel targets in Iran included hospitals, 8 pharmaceutical factories, including a cancer drug facility, 60 pharmacies, and the Pasteur Institute in Tehran. Also, Iran's foreign minister, and this I'm seeing this all over the media at the moment, guys, has sounded the alarm over repercussions of renewed Israeli attacks on the Bushehr nuclear facility, warning that radioactive fallout would devastate the Persian Gulf state and not just Tehran. So the media is now reporting that Israel's going to go all in to attack the nuclear facility, the Bushehr nuclear facility in Iran, and they're just waiting for the go-ahead from America. I don't believe that. I believe Israel's actually going to do it. I think they're pretending that they're waiting for the go-ahead from America so that they can be jointly complicit in this crime. And Iran is repeatedly warning that the radioactive fallout from this would devastate the entire Persian Gulf states and not Tehran. That's really important. The Israeli government's had to allow local authorities in the north to evacuate some Israelis from those northern towns because of Hezbollah's intense shelling. We were told not to go there, guys. You were told not to go there. And there's a bit of other news which isn't as important, but this grave warning from the IRGC that the attack on the Bushehr nuclear power plant would end life. This is what they've said, quote unquote, end life in the Gulf capitals, not just Tehran. And this is important because this is what Israel is planning to do. So yeah, sorry. With that, Doc, back to you. But just before, guys, if we're bringing you up, welcome to everybody on the panel. Please make sure you've retweeted the space. You can do that from Suleiman's profile or the purple pill on the bottom right-hand side. If you're being brought up and you haven't retweeted the space, then we've got a long list of people requesting who have retweeted the space. So with that, back to you, Doc.
Hey, can I also say
Yeah,
that
just real
these
quick.
AI movies, if you haven't watched some of them that are coming out from Iran, they absolutely kick ass. Like Pete Hegseth, like Lego one, and Trump negotiating with nobody, and then trying to put a bomb and saying I'm going to blow it up in 48 hours, and then 10 seconds later he's like, okay, let's do a deal. They're absolutely kick ass. I've never seen PR like it. It's absolutely incredible, and it's really connected to what the American people have discovered about their Trump regime over the last over the last year or so. Sorry, Doc.
No, I just had a real quick question, a follow up from last night's space. Sully, what did you decide to do about the New York Times inquiry?
Yeah, I don't know, I think I'm likely gonna respond to them, although I am now open to the idea of ignoring them. But yeah, I think I am gonna respond to them. But just need to take the time out to write a detailed response because it's effort, right? So I'm gonna. Joe sent me some stuff. Beatrix has sent me some stuff. I'm gonna research some of the stuff myself as well, and
Is
then
is this just a request for comment, or are they actually asking you like in good faith?
no, they're asking me in bad faith.
It's going to be a hit job.
Oh, so then they're not going to use it. Like no matter what you say, it's kind of like talking to the police where anything you say can be used against you, but they're not anything you say that's good, they're not going to put in.
Oh yeah, I know that. I'm gonna write it on X. Like I get more views than the New York Times, so my response will go on social media. I'm bigger than the New
Did
York
you
Times.
See, I said to Suleiman, it would probably go unnoticed. This guy writes about AI, this journalist, and nonsense stuff. And I even said to him last night that had he have not mentioned it on YouTube and the space, like it probably would have gone unnoticed.
I've
And I
got to
don't
let my
think he
people know,
should give it any
Beatrix.
fuel.
Beatrix, I got to let my people know.
Yeah, okay, so you've let them know, but you don't have to. You've let them know, but you don't have to respond to the guy now. Just leave it.
Suleiman,
It's
did you
fine.
see like yesterday the New York Times came out in their print edition with an article that was titled that NATO was the North American Treaty Organization?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
What
if
did
you
they say?
look, it was kind of all over. They had to print a correction later or something, but it was funny because they couldn't actually change it. Like if it was the digital version, they just change it. But because it was the print version, people were posting pictures of this on the on X, showing that the New York Times people don't even know what NATO stands for.
That's hilarious. I might put that in for the jokes.
Hey, wait, what does NATO stand for?
Well, it's definitely not North American. It's North
No one
Atlantic.
knew.
It's North Atlantic Treaty
It's
Organization.
not. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just checking, just testing.
So, Manko, I want to testing Manko. Manko, I want to come back to you on the thing, on the point that May's raised that sparked the heated debate. Your first thing was, look, it happened during the Iraq War. It happens all the time that sometimes they'll go underground, they'll take their air defenses underground. Not all of them are destroyed, and then they'll come back up and they'll hide, right? Words to that effect.
Yeah, like guerrilla
So
warfare. That's the stage we're
let's
in.
just say that's, yeah, sure. So let's just say that is true. Um, Speaking from a layman's terms perspective, let's just say that is true. And then they never get destroyed fully, or certainly not that early on, because they will go underground. And as you claim, everybody knows they'll go underground, and everybody knows that, they'll come back out. And so their air defenses are not destroyed. Is it not wrong then for the President of the United States of America to mislead his people and the world, to constantly claim they've been completely destroyed, if even and you claim everybody knows that is not the case? I mean, this is war. People's lives are at risk. American troops' lives are at risk. Why is he fooling people to say you can go in now because they have no air defenses left?
I mean, does anyone take what Trump says at face value and like fully seriously? He said the entire Iranian nuclear program was
Yeah,
destroyed
I
last
do.
June.
Manko, I think his cult base take him very seriously, and I think he's the commander in chief of this operation. He's leading the military, so therefore he should be only speaking the truth. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Trump always talks in hyperbole to the point where he can say really, really, really big, outrageous things, and it just kind of goes over people's heads, and they don't pay that much mind to it anymore. So he can say things that are extreme exaggerations, and people just kind of learned to accept it and be like, yeah, that's just Trump. But then at the same time, that works in the
They
other
shouldn't have to
direction,
decipher.
right? Because he said he's going to bomb Iran to
No, but look,
detonate.
if you're
I don't think
sending
anyone believes that either.
Manko, if you're sending people, sons and daughters, to the front line to potentially die, I don't think the onus should be on them to try to decipher and use their mind what aspects of what he's talking is truth and what aspects of what he's saying is not truth. He should be held to account to only speak the truth. I get what you're saying, and nobody believes him. We don't, but he's the commander in chief of this operation. People's lives rest on him being able to speak the truth and not misleading them and not deluding them into a war. That's all I'm going to say on this.
Yeah, I mean, I would never rely on Trump for like the factual information on what's going on. There's plenty of other sources in the US government and things like CENTCOM making releases and information and stuff like that. I wouldn't rely on Trump because everything he says is like massively exaggerated in both directions.
And just listen to Pete Hegseth. He'll give you a more rounded, honest take.
Well, it'll definitely be a lot better than Trump's version.
Oh my God, you know what, Simon? Somebody said on YouTube earlier, I can't remember who, they said Mango Hegseth. Literally, Mango, they called you Mango Hegseth. I thought that was quite funny. This was a while ago though.
Yeah, well, they are. When you listen to
Isn't it?
Mango, you're listening to Hegseth. You're listening. Mango is an expert in toilets, on aircraft carriers, submarine warfare. He's expert fighter pilot, expert. The guy is amazing, I tell you.
Have they replaced
Yeah,
Pam
I'm
Bondi
glad
yet?
you finally give me the recognition. You're giving me my flowers, Andrew.
Have they replaced Pam Bondi yet? There's a new job opening, I think.
Are you kidding me? They must have been reading my Twitter in terms of what they're doing with the Trump administration, because I've been telling them the whole time, fire all the women, and they're finally listening to me.
I think Mango wanted the job. Manco, didn't you want the job?
What, if Attorney General? No, I think there are people that are getting really excited trying to say that he should give it to Ron DeSantis or something, though.
Maze, do you want to apply?
It'll be another Zio. That's who it'll be. That guy that's in there now, the acting attorney general, I forget his name. It's a complete Zio. He's already denied that there's anything in the Epstein files to be to be discovered, investigated, or
Hey,
prosecuted.
Doc, what about Matt Gaetz? Would you like him?
I love Matt Gaetz. Matt's a follower and a friend, and I was disappointed that he got pushed out of the position. If people don't know, he was the first one to be nominated by Trump, and there had been a hit piece put out by Democrats and some Republicans against Matt, uh, transporting minors over state lines for sex. It was total bullshit. But Matt ended up dropping out, I'm sure, at the request of Susan Wilkes and the other Zios in the government. And he's gone into
Yeah,
broadcasting.
Trump should.
But no,
Yeah,
I love
Trump
him.
should recess, appoint him, and just have him get the job. He would be so much better than Pam Bondi.
I don't think there's a chance in hell. And I don't think Matt thinks there's a chance in hell that he'll be called back to service. He was shoved out by the people who are still in control. And maybe now more than ever, meaning the Zionists and Israelis.
Thune has been using the tricks of the trade not to allow for any recess appointments, so they've not gone into recess. Pretty scummy, but that's just fact.
Well, the acting AG under existing law can stay there for about a year and a half. There's a couple of extensions that have to be approved by Trump along the way. But Trump's not going to wait that long. Either he'll appoint him as the permanent, and having already been approved as the acting, his path toward being approved as the new AG is much smoother. And he's making all the right noise right now about the Epstein files. It's almost the first thing he came out and said in the interview. So I think that's who it's going to
I've
be.
What
got
did
some
he say?
breaking news, guys. Sorry, Simon, I got some breaking news. Zainab Soleimani, who is the daughter of Iran's martyred Lieutenant General Qasem Soleimani, has come out and said that the claims made by US State Department are completely false. And she says the people that they detained in the US have no relation to her family. They're randomly picked up people with the same surname. No way. And I'm seeing more and more people post this. I'll wait and see if there's any confirmation, but I'm seeing more and more people post this. Also,
What? Say that again.
this is that whole I listen to chicks, but I don't really listen to them.
No, something about Soleimani, bro. I heard something about Soleimani and something.
I just sent it to you, Suleiman. So Zainab Soleimani, who's the daughter of the late Qasem Soleimani, has said that the claims made by US State Department are completely false and the individuals detained in the US have no relation to her family.
Oh my God! Lucky I got out. My name's Soleimani. They might have pulled me up.
It's
A
a
lot
good
of
job
these
you got
guys
out.
end up.
Also,
All these guys end up calling me Soleimani because they don't know. They can't pronounce.
No,
They can't read.
no joke. I'm so surprised the amount of time you were in America and Laura Loomer didn't try and take you out. I'm really surprised.
Yeah, exactly. Although remember Laura owes me, isn't it? Because I did drama. Well, we all did
You
drama.
platformed her.
Exactly. When we did the whole ban the ADL, she was on board with that ban the ADL movement. So because of that reason,
You got
she's
some points. Sometimes you have to
yeah. I'm
work
allowed
with
to
the
visit.
enemy. Yeah.
I'm allowed one visit into the United States of America.
Yeah, she followed me after that space. It didn't block me.
Yeah, exactly.
Simon, I sent you the video of the post from the acting AG about his planned refusal to prosecute anyone in the Epstein files. It's actually a post from Adam,
so
but I've seen the video multiple places.
I've got, we posted that the other day, Simon, but you've got that selective hearing that Suleiman's got. When I mentioned the news, I literally played the clip of what he said. And Aaron Johnston on YouTube is saying, Beatrix said something about sandwiches. That's what I heard. Like these guys, literally, when I talk, they just hear me talk about sandwiches. But I've got some other breaking news. Trump has just put a post out on Truth Social, and he says, if you import the third world, you become the third world. And that's not going to happen to the United States of America as long as I am president. So he says, if you import the third world, you become the third world. And that's not going to happen to the US of A as long as I'm president. Also today, foreign-born employment grew at 42% to the rate of native-born workers. And this was put out by Layoff Hedge March job reports, said 806,000 foreign-born workers got a job, and minus 194,000 native-born workers. So 194 native-born workers lost their job, while 806,000 got a job. And remember yesterday, I did actually report in the news that Amazon and Oracle laid off thousands of American workers. Amazon and Oracle laid off thousands of American workers, and at the same time, they were applying for H-1Bs to the equivalent figure. So they're laying off Americans, hiring H-1Bs, and Trump's just posted, if you import the third world, you become the third world, and that's not going to happen to the US of A as long as I'm president. Apart from the third world that he's legalized to come over, which is the Indians. That's, of course, okay, that's legal. No one has a problem with that, of course. But yeah.
We have a problem with that. Yeah, I think. Oh, by the way, before we move on too far, in Desert Storm, the coalition lost 39 fixed-wing aircraft and 5 helicopters to enemy fire. So the Iraqis
Over
were
what
able to
period?
shoot down quite a bit of
Over,
aircraft.
over what period of time?
I think it was about 6 weeks.
Okay. Yeah, but the difference here is, and I'm going to explain in a second. Just a couple of super chats. Let me read them. Okay, one says, because Andrew shook his cane at me. I don't know what that means. We don't know how many are remaining, probably minority. The guy needs to stop coping. So annoying. He said the same thing 5 times. US #1. Then Homer says, oh, then we got a great super chat from Spide. Sips Waters, thank you so much for your support. The other one was from Gumba. The one before that was from Dynamic. I just keep forgetting to read the names. Homer says, obviously, that the underestimated but very smart Iran shocked the bluster of the illiterate Trump and stupid Hexeth. Long live Iran. And then we have Marga with the level 1 membership. Appreciate you and appreciate you becoming an important member of the community. We really do value you a lot. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. We've got loads of good interviews lined up next week. I just need to kind of finalize the timings. But coming back to what happened in Iran, the difference with Iran and Iraq is it's kind of like a misnomer to kind of make that example. And the reason is this, that because the United States of America were aware of Iran's capability and ability, this is why they've been decimating Israel. They've been just hitting them easy. I don't even see any defense anymore, to be honest. There's hardly any defense. Anytime we hear a report of missiles coming, now it's just like it always hits. But the reason is because what happened was the US was using a lot of standoff ammunitions to be able to hit Iran. They were already aware of the risk pertaining to Iran in terms of being hit by their missiles, by their defense, etc. What's happened is, as the US has run low or run out of standoff ammunitions, they've now started to have to get closer and creep closer and closer and closer. And as they've had to, remember, we've all predicted this for a very long time. We've been saying that this will happen, and it's happening. And as they've had to get closer, now you have a scenario where a lot more planes are getting shot down. Yesterday, how many got shot down? Is it like half a dozen? That was crazy. A-10 over the Strait of Hormuz, who wasn't even there for this expedition in terms of searching. You had the fighter jet was taken down, then you had another A-10 was there for the rescue, then you had a Black Hawk, you had so many that was taken down yesterday. So expect this to happen. So the issue is, it's like for comparing apples and oranges, because with Iraq they didn't have the same level of defensive capability, and so America was just easily flying over whichever horizon they want to without much defense, especially comparably to Iran. So I think that comparison doesn't really work. And in terms of the US, what we've seen is that when they had the F-35 stealth be taken down about a week or so ago, since then what they've done is they've tried stayed off and done standoff and used standoff. And what's happened is, again, as I mentioned, so I'm not going to repeat it, over the last week or so, when they've started running out, they've been forced to move in, and this is why they're getting here. And now they're going to get tapped more and more often as they get closer and closer and remain closer over the air. So this is the risk. And now I'm hearing conversations that they're trying to decide what to do in terms of what aircrafts to use, because there's like there's like you could use the F-35s, but then you have the issue, you have stealth, but then there's less payload it can carry, and there's many other issues that it's got. And so they're gonna have to make some complex decisions because they're realizing that flying so easily over Iranian airspace can't be done. In addition to that, claims were made that Iran is running out of missiles. That the United States of America has run out of targets to hit. And then we argued that this wasn't the case. At best, they've hit 5 or 10% of Iran's targets. Remember, an example I gave of this is according to Pentagon intelligence, their claim was that Iran has 57 different locations for underground bunkers. Iran themselves say, and according to my own sources in Iran, they've got 200. And even according to their false number of 57, they're claiming, the Americans, that according to CNN reporting and a few other outlets, that they themselves, the Pentagon, is saying they've only hit 50% of the different locations, which according to us, is 10% of their own figure. But according to Iran's figure, it's about 4 or 5%. So all of this proves that everything that was said in terms of they've got no places left to hit is false. They have struggled to find them. The reason they're really creeping in and closer is because they're trying to locate those, because the predetermined locations weren't accurate in the sense of they weren't the real critical locations. So that's basically what's happening in terms of that kind of aspect of it. Any more breaking news, Breatrix?
I'm just going to check really quickly. I don't think so, but let me check. People are saying Trump was admitted to hospital. I haven't seen anything. This is coming up again and again now. Reuters is reporting it that Iran is preparing an attack on Iranian energy facilities. These are the nuclear facilities, but awaiting green light from the US. Again, now Reuters is reporting it. This is all over my timeline. Yeah, that's it for now, Suleiman.
Cool. Let's go to Resistance. Resistance, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Hi, Sully. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was just reading about
I do apologize. I went to
Soleimani's
you and
daughter.
I've flipping not even read this breaking news. Just one more breaking news and I'll get straight to you. White House have stopped
Okay.
all public appearances. Trump stays locked in Washington, D.C. That means no public appearances and everything remains behind closed doors. What is this for? Is this for the rescue or is this ground invasion? Something big is coming. Sorry, back to you, Resistance.
Yeah. I mean, we're still waiting for the ground invasion. It's now, like, really, was it almost 11 in Tehran? So, or in Iran. So, yeah, it should be today if that is the case. This is the opportunity. I was reading. I was actually, Beatrix. I was reading the note from Soleimani's daughter, translated obviously, and saying that she, she has this niece has no relation at all. But she looked like, if you look at her Instagram, she was looks like a Pahlavi monarchist type person, obviously claiming false asylum because she's been to Iran like 4 times anyways. But it's proved that the American government is just a tyrannical terrorist government. They just pick up anybody off the street, detain them for any reason, regardless of whatever status you are, whether green card holder or citizen from birth, etc. So yeah, that's funny. I mean, it's I mean, I just wanted to say something. My friend just came back from Saudi Arabia. He's Syrian. He was actually, before the war, he was anti-Iran. You get that, unfortunately. You can't sort of choose your friends or your family, unfortunately. But he was an anti-Iran before the war, and now he's come back from Saudi Arabia after 2 months there because he goes there all the time. And interestingly, the Saudis, he said he's come back pro-Iran, and he said that Saudi people are pro-Iran too, are generally, and that they are worried that MBS is doing sort of double dealing with the United States to jeopardize the Saudi nation. And he said that the people that he's spoken to, which is in secret, to be honest, or quietly, not in public cafes, he said that they all just want to be friends with Iran, and they support them. So these are the people. He said that the billionaire class and the centibillionaire class are different. They are Israeli, and they're the ones connected to MBS. So yeah, it's interesting to know that actually even the national Saudis, and even he said in Syria, there's a lot of Syrians now who were anti-Iran and now pro-Iran. And he said there's a lot of sort of movement as well that's going on that he's hearing from his family back there in Syria, that there's going to be some sort of uprising against Israel. So that's quite interesting to hear as well. But it could be anecdotal, but he goes there all the time. He knows so many people. And it's also my family also, some family members live in Saudi Arabia. They said the same thing as well. So it's really interesting to see there's a sort of a coalescing of lots of people in the region that are that were anti-Iran and now pro-Iran, despite the governments, the UAE and Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, etc. Did you also hear about the evidence of a shot down? It wasn't an MQ-9 Reaper as it originally thought, drone, but it was a Lung 2 jet, which was belonging to the UAE, and this is shot down over Iran. And so this is further evidence that actually the UAE is actively involved in the reconnaissance and targeting of sort of assets in Iran on behalf of Israel and the United States, which is quite interesting because it just means that UAE are just further involved than even I thought, and that they are actively, even though I knew they were obviously aligned with Israel, but to the extent that they are really supporting them on a surveillance sort of platform as well, that means that they are really, they've made their choice, and depending on the war, I think they could be in trouble. Certainly the monarchy, that is. So I don't know whether that's going to. I just hope that Iran prolongs in this war, doesn't do any sort of deals early, because it seems like the longer this concludes, the longer this goes on, the better it is for the chance that there's going to be some regime changes in the Gulf countries, as well as potentially Jordan as well. So I'm hoping that's the case, and I'm hoping that Iran does not settle. I'm still worried that, because from my friends they told me as well just the other day, they said that some of the government officials, some reformists, and some others, Pezeshkian as well, they are really sort of getting nervous. They want to try to make a deal. This is what I'm hearing from them, and that they don't agree with it, but they said that they're worried that their government will be looking to make a deal. But thankfully, the IRGC is not responding to the government's calls. So the IRGC is taking full control of the country, and it seems like they're the ones in charge, and much to the annoyance of people like Pezeshkian, who really want more control himself as the president. So I'm hearing that, and I just worry that the longer this continues, you know, there could be some further rifts and divisions between the IRGC and the Iranian government in parliament. So that's my only concern. So that's why I think that they should go a little bit heavier. Not obviously to extreme, but I think they should go a little bit heavier just to just to make clear that any sort of infrastructure targets will be that US and Israel do will be met with double or triple the targets in those respective sort of interest regions. So the GCC and Israel, they'll be hit back harder. I just think they need to sort of create lines of deterrence, because it's still not. I just don't think that the United States and Israel are sort of taking that on board, and that's the thing that the Iranians are afraid of, because David said yesterday that Russia is doing the same thing, but actually, you're not seeing Moscow being bombed every day, and lots of schools, hospitals, medical centers, universities being destroyed. Because if that was the case, I think the Russian people would be like urging their government to go harder. But Iran is facing that in so many cities. So this is my only concern: is that how much will the people's resolve will last? And it's interesting because I'm always in contact with my friends and their families back home, and so far their resolve is pretty good. But I don't know how long. But they even told me we don't know how long our family back home will stay supportive of the war. So because we're not really being bombed, so they are, and that's my only sort of concern going forward. But at least a lot of people are united behind the IRGC, but there are sort of some telltale signs of rifts in the government, or some weakness in the government, and that's also a concern, and we have to just to be mindful of that.
Yeah, appreciate that. Let me go to dark side. Dark side. Just from the market perspective, the strait obviously still not opening. We now have reports ground invasion is coming. Many people, such as Ryan, think that this ground invasion is going to be on the mainland. Others think it might be the islands. I still think Khark is the main possibility. If it's a real ground invasion, you're looking not weeks, but very long time. What's your thoughts?
Well, I have seen reports of numerous ships going through the strait. Now, obviously, under permission, and I've mentioned earlier, I kind of think that Iran will allow some oil to get out, to run ambulances and hospitals. So it's going to be interesting to see how the markets interpret everything. Look, I think there's a perception in the markets that the U.S. will use overwhelming force and they will achieve their objectives. Because look, betting on sort of the end of the world only happens once. So, I'm kind of curious to see how markets are going to take all this in as we go up the escalation ladder. Um, it's going to be very interesting. I don't expect to see a gigantic flush Monday morning, but you never know, right? Like we'll see what happens and develops over the weekend. Certainly, a ground invasion and a continued escalation would be negative. But I think the markets are discounting, a quick American victory. I don't know that they're right, but I think that's what they're
Dark side, you
discounting.
cut out?
Do you lose me?
Is it me, guys?
No, it's you,
Guys, if you're on the
Suleiman. He's
panel,
fine.
is it me?
Yeah, it's
Oh, let
you,
me quickly
Sully.
reset. Whenever I ask, you need to tell me, guys, straight away. I need to reset because it's best will crash.
Yeah, just again, I think that the markets are going to discount a relatively quick American victory. I don't think they're right, but I think that's what they're going to discount. It'll be very interesting if they don't. If we see a continued flush, that would be That would be really, really bad.
When our soldiers are decimated because they're landing on a rock without any protection or air cover, and they start to die in the hundreds, and that gets communicated to the country. What's the effect of the market
Yeah,
then? That's because that's the most likely military
yeah, no,
outcome here,
Doc, I
given
agree
what
with
we
you.
know.
I don't, I'm totally against any type of ground invasion. I think it's going to end really badly. Again, the question was, what do markets think, right? The markets have been propagandized so heavily to believe, like, if you watch Fox News, this thing's over, right? And
Oh, I agree completely, but I think that what'll break through that is the death of hundreds and thousands or thousands of
oh,
Marines because they're put in a position where that's
yeah, that would be,
undefensible. So what does the market do then? To me, that's what I think is the most likely scenario. So if I'm playing the market, that's the angle that I want to
yeah.
hit.
So look, my answer is that really smart professional market players do not make bets when volatility is this high, because one way or another you're going to see gigantic swings up and down. And if you're wrong at any given moment, you're not just wrong for a little bit of money, you're wrong for a metric shit ton of money. So, smart money is sitting this out and sitting on the sidelines and waiting for clear direction. Um, Again, I agree with you. If they do some type of ground invasion that's large scale and they get decimated, absolutely catastrophic for the markets.
Well, and on the other side of that, these are big money-making opportunities for people who want like more high-risk situations, especially if they think they have insider information of some kind.
Yeah, and to that point, Mancos, look, the policymakers right now are controlling the information flow. So if you have access to the policymakers and you know what the next announcement is, then those are the people making large bets. But your average very smart trader is on the sidelines waiting for a clear signal of direction.
I can tell you that I deal with some high level people at JP Morgan, and they're telling exactly what you said and what I'm doing, which is sitting this out. Greed is going to push people one way or the other,
Yeah, no,
certainly. But this is not a wise investment opportunity, at least to trying to predict the next move and a major move in the market, because
yeah,
it could go either
100%.
way.
And we talk a lot about standard deviations. Your best traders make money inside the first standard deviation, but when volatility is this high, that standard deviation becomes really wide, right? Like right now with oil, trading at its volatility, a $6 move, $7 move is not, that's a first standard deviation move. And with futures, man, you get absolutely murdered on these types of moves. So yeah, smart money definitely on the sidelines, but money tied into the administration, making a fortune.
Dark. The market structure is the SPY and the SPX. It looks so controlled. It doesn't look like they're in a war or in any sort of conflict. It's just really crazy. Clearly, there's some sort of market manipulation and being propped up. I mean, the last trading day, there was a massive bounce. Basically this last week was a massive
Yeah,
bounce at
yeah.
655.
It's all disconnected too. I mean, the way that oil's moving, gold isn't, and vice versa. I mean, the traditional support levels for all these commodities are wacko right now. I mean, it is, I think, a reflection of the amount of control, the unexpected and unrealized control that our government or the bankers or whomever have over this market, because it's been irrational, completely irrational.
Yeah, I would just add that at the algorithms, right? So the algorithms aren't programmed for these types of events. So they just don't know what to do. You have a lot of people putting on trades that don't make sense. But remember, we're in a situation right now where dated Brent, meaning Brent delivery, like in the next week or two, is trading at 141, and Brent futures for June delivery are trading at 108. Right? That makes no sense, obviously. but that's where we're at. And the paper traders are very different than the real atom, the guys that are trading the real atoms. So the markets are dislocating. This is sort of to be expected in these types of events. I would expect that governments are actively intervening in the oil markets, and trying to keep prices under control, because that the futures prices are what determines the price of gas at the pump. But it's those dated prices, the price of actual delivery of the product, that are driving fear. So yeah, we've dislocated from reality.
Yeah, I mean, it's saying that actually the war is going to end relatively soon. By summer, we'll be okay. We won't be back to normal, but it will be back. It will be manageable, and then by December, it's under $100. So under 90, I think. So and last a week and a half ago, it was around about 75.
Yeah, this backwardation is trending higher, right? So, um, yeah,
Yeah, it is.
look, again, these futures contracts can be easily manipulated by governments, easily, right? They can come in, they don't care if they lose $1 billion. It's a government, right? The Treasury has the Exchange Stabilization Fund for exactly this purpose, to stabilize markets.
And the future contracts later down have got less liquidity than the current contract that's open now.
Correct.
So it's easier to manipulate.
Yes, but backwardation would be normal in a scenario like this. Again, if you're watching Fox News, this thing is pretty much done, right? If you're on Sully Spaces, your eyes are staring at the screen, going, "What in the world is going on?" So we have two different sets of news, in the arena, and I always say the first victim of war is the truth.
Well, I wasn't on X for like over a day because I was locked over something. And so I was just looking at news through Google News. And if you look at all of the mainstream news in the United States, other than maybe Fox News or something, but it's all very negative. Like the Democrats or the liberal media, whatever, are taking a like, how can we use this war against Trump type of thing. So it's generally very negative.
Yeah, but
He's
those
not making it very difficult for them, though, Manco, is he? Really? To be honest. Sorry, Doc. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just got to look at the views. I imagine Sully's Space today will get more views than MSNBC in prime time. I mean, it's literally that bad. So yeah, those people have no views. It really is Fox that has the views in the United States.
And they're bleeding viewers and supporters. I can tell you that for a fact.
I just wanted to add to Dark
Oh,
Side
sorry.
there.
Who did you repost the space?
Yes, I have.
Where?
I can
Because
do
I
it
just
again.
checked and I don't see it.
I use it using the share post this, but I'll do it now. Of course I will.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And guys, anybody who's requesting, please make sure you reshare the space. Go ahead, who's
Thanks. No, I just wanted to say to Dark Side's comment earlier as well. When you get this amount of volatility, you got to remember that execution could be difficult as well. You could get circuit breakers kicking in. So it's not just the case of multiple standards of deviation of volatility wrecking you. It's simply not being able to execute, depending on what platform you are on as well. Obviously, the smaller platforms tend to just lock you out, and goodbye to any particular gains.
You haven't been able to buy stocks?
No, I normally spread bet. That's because it's tax efficient vehicle, but also on some crypto exchanges. I'm just saying, when I've been in this kind of situation before, when you get this kind of volatility, depending on the venue that you're trading in, it's not uncommon to get a circuit breaker or a loss of liquidity or just big liquidity disparages depending on your venue. So I know in the US you get more liquid venues, but some of the areas that I trade in, it's a real problem, right? Liquidity is an issue. And when you get, it's not just the volatility that's going to smash you, it could well be the inability to execute.
Just some breaking news, guys. Let me just get the breaking news up. Here it is. So a few breaking news is actually. First one is. Where's it gone? Wait, did I not even post it? That's strange. Okay, so Hezbollah has taken out 2 Merkava tanks. Hezbollah has taken out 2 Merkava tanks. And whoa, I must have posted on Insta. I forgot to post it on X. That's the first time I've ever done that. So let me read it from there and then I'll post it on X as well. We also have God, 1 second. Okay, huge United States Air Force mobilization in past 48 hours. Ground troops or ground invasion is coming. It is a major. We've been seeing major movements in terms of ground troops. Something big is happening. We are expecting something huge. Yeah, this is crazy. Let's go to Ashkan. Ashkan, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Hi, Sully. Hi, Beatrix. Thanks for having me up. One thing I wanted to say in regards to what Resistance was saying earlier about friction inside Iran. Yeah, that's true. With Javad Zarif posting this thing on Foreign Affairs, basically, like, Iran is winning this war. I don't understand, and a lot of people in Iran are accusing him of treason for writing that in Foreign Affairs. I don't know. Did you guys do you guys know what I'm talking about?
No, why don't you repeat it for the space?
Basically, he wrote a piece in Foreign Affairs saying that giving everything that the West wanted, like consortium on uranium enrichment in the Persian Gulf. In the Persian Gulf, he means on one of the islands of the Persian Gulf, which is like a total like Iran would do that if it was losing, you know. And some other points that he had was opening the strait. Why would Iran open the strait if it's in control of the strait and America has to beg, borrow, and steal from all its allies to, hey, come open the strait. So yeah, there's some kind of friction going on inside Iran. The reformist faction is people are really angry with them. That's what I wanted to say
Well,
regarding resistance.
isn't it the case that the IRGC and the hardliners have stepped up and are generally consumed to be, in charge of the government at this point, given the background of Khomeini's son, who's now the leader?
Yeah, yeah. Basically, the IRGC and him are in lockstep. They are like one and the same. Um, they're they're totally in lockstep. I really don't understand why Javad Zarif would write this thing in Foreign Affairs yesterday and basically,
Is he a monarchist?
Ashkan, can you know when
yeah.
you're on the space, if you can just sit in one place because you have whenever you're on the space, there's a lot of background noise. So I have to just drop you as soon as you make a point because it's very hard to listen to a conversation because you're always doing something else at the same time.
No, I'm sorry about that. I had to go change my ice. I'm wearing an ice pack. I'm in a lot of pain.
Ah, okay, no problem. It just to let you know because this kind of always happens when you go on. You're either eating or you're doing something else. Which
No,
I
I'm
don't mind, but it's just that this is not the right space for that.
no, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry
No
about
problem. But yeah, go ahead because you're having a good conversation.
that. Anyway, I have a new ice pack on, so we'll be good for a while. Um, where were we? But
I asked if this writer was a a monarchist, and
No,
is he egging on?
Javad Zarif is the former foreign minister who negotiated the original nuclear deal in 2015.
So who do you think the opposition is? People who are criticizing him in Iran, what's their point?
There,
I mean, it's to me, and I think in the space, as we've kind of collectively agreed, that Iranian leadership is taking sort of a moderate path in its response to attacks by Israel and America. And there's a wish, at least by my part, that they would hit much harder because I think things will be over sooner. And American boots on the ground, for example, would not be put there to be decimated. But Iran seems to be following a path that they're going to keep this up for a long time
yeah,
and just pound Israel into the sort of city that they turned Gaza into.
yeah. The sentiment is like a rope a dope, Muhammad Ali kind of strategy. Just absorb blows for a while, make the opponent tired, and then when the time is right, pounce. That's what the sentiment is that people are thinking. I mean, we don't know, but that's what people are thinking that
Yeah,
the
that's
government
that's what their
strategy is.
actions that's what their actions suggest. Certainly, is I think Occam's razor the most likely explanation of their philosophy at this point. But I guess the part I'm missing in your comment was who it is that's criticizing this strategy and this particular writer with his background. What would they rather have
They
rather than what's going on now?
Javad Zarif and President Rouhani, the previous president, that under Obama when he was the president, and they negotiated the original Iran nuclear deal, which Donald Trump tore up. That foreign minister has written a piece in Foreign Affairs, basically like surrendering, like Iran surrenders, like, and people are going pretty crazy. People are asking for his head because he's not even in the government right now. He
He's asking for Iran to surrender and give back the Straits of
give
Hormuz.
back the Strait, end Iranian enrichment on Iranian soil, and make it a consortium, and put it on an island in the Persian Gulf. Just,
Oh, he's been bought out.
yeah,
He's taking a paycheck from somebody.
yeah,
Three
absolutely,
guesses. Yeah, three guesses who it is.
absolutely, absolutely. And I think that's what resistance was talking about. If resistance, you want to jump in
Wait,
here.
this is Mohammed Zarif, right?
Yeah, yeah, Mohammed Javad Zarif.
Yeah, he was, well, what his op-ed was, and you have to remember these are tailored for a Western audience. It's very different from what you'd say in Iran. And what he's saying is that Iran should make a deal in order to get all the sanctions lifted.
Yes, but Iran doesn't need to make a deal to get the sanctions lifted because Iran controls the straits, and the sanctions that actually hurt, are the secondary sanctions, not the primary sanctions that America. Okay, America doesn't want to do business with Iran. Okay, that's been fine since 1979. That's been there. But the sanctions that actually hurt Iran are the secondary sanctions, which prohibit third party countries from doing business with Iran, which say to third party countries, hey, if you do business with Iran, you can't do business with America. Well, now Iran has the strait in its hands, and Iran can also say to all these third party countries, okay, if you want to play that, then you can't pass through the strait. And that's how you're seeing France and all of these other countries coming and making deals with Iran and talking to Iran now. And this Javad Zarif is going out and just want to squander everything away. And people are really angry.
So what is it that you think, what's the end game for the whole like closure of the Strait? So you're saying this guy's wrong, he's bad, his deal is bad. So how do you think it works? Like show me the path from where we are now to Iran getting victory from the Strait of Hormuz.
Use it as leverage to get the secondary sanctions, which are the ones that actually are hurting the Iranian economy, to make third-party countries disregard America's diktats.
So you're saying basically that these other countries will say that we are going to essentially ignore all the sanctions. We're going to leave all of that and we're going to have full trade with Iran in exchange for Iran letting their ships through the Strait of Hormuz, right?
That's right.
And that would
That's
also
right.
include their trade with all the GCC countries, right? Not just Iran.
Their trade with the GCC countries, yeah, sure. Yeah, as long as they're fair with Iran and they don't comply with America's illegal secondary sanctions, sure.
I don't think there's any benefit to having any removal of sanctions actually, because they've tried to remove sanctions through negotiations for 30, 40 years, and
Absolutely.
they've been able to achieve their own removal of sanctions in 30 days. Well, actually, not in 30 days, in a few days, more than they did in 30, 40 years, making a mockery of all these liberals like the Zarif, like Rouhani, who have been a catastrophe for the Islamic Republic and continue to be
Absolutely.
a catastrophe for the Islamic Republic. I need to be purged, to be honest with you. So I fully support the Iranians in wanting to get rid of these guys. They're infiltrators. They do not have the Republic's interests at heart, and these people exist everywhere. And so, the idea of having of asking for anything from America and expecting it is not possible. You have to take it. So they've taken the right. They've got the strait is their right, and they have the right now to dictate which terror supporting countries are not allowed to pass through it, and which friendly countries are allowed to pass through it as they should. So they can tell America, no, you're the biggest terrorist on earth. You're not allowed to use it as strait. And UK, you are a terror nation as well. You are not allowed to use it the strait, and so on. So through that, they can relieve their own economic sanctions and trade with the rest of the world, force countries who are pragmatic, like France, like Spain. Spain is probably more than just pragmatic; it's probably a more decent country to come to the table, negotiate a reasonable deal, and deal with Iran on a friendly basis. And Iran welcomes any friendly relations.
Yeah.
And they all go on bricks, and they walk away from the petrodollar, and that's how they get away from these secondary effects of the sanctions.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the strategy.
There's no strategy which involves negotiations, and I think I'm hopeful anyway that these Zarifs they're breathing this is the last attempt to try to inject some kind of liberal nonsense into the country, and it's being shut down. And so it really is. Look, here's the result. In terms of economically speaking, the republic is far better economically now than it was before. Just like Russia had converted, its country to a war economy, and it's industrialized and it's become more powerful and economically stronger. Obviously, the republic benefits more, not just from the militarization, but from the toll that it's able to charge, that it's able to generate revenue. It can generate it via gold, via yuan, via any kind of currency that they can, Bitcoin, they want to be paid in Bitcoin. It doesn't really matter. And the point is that they will force countries to pay the toll for the protection and for the safe passage through the sovereign territory of the republic. It's very simple.
Yes, exactly.
You cool? Okay, let's go to Sam. Sam, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts. Sam, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah,
All right, cool.
Yeah,
I
we can
can
Yeah.
hear
hear
you.
you.
I hear you.
Whenever I ask, apologize. It's just that sometimes I can't tell if it's me who's crashed or everybody else, and I have to quickly reset in case the space crashes. Sam, did you want to add anything? Actually, she dropped.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
gone.
Yeah, I mean the space is glitching quite a bit. They are attacking the space, guys. So do make sure you're retweeting the space, resharing the space. If you're on YouTube, we've got a lot of people on YouTube. If you guys want to let everybody know about it and I don't know, post it out or whatever people do on YouTube, that would be awesome. Okay, back to the conversation. Hassan, just a question to you. Um, it looks like the ground invasion is coming. There's two schools of thoughts about it. One is Ryan, who kind of believes that there's going to be a ground invasion into the mainland. I still think the island. I still think Karg actually. Um, but what's your thoughts on that, and what do you think is going to happen?
I honestly don't know what they're planning to do. I think there will be some kind of ground invasion. I think I said this from the start. They are being drawn into this more and more, and as you can see, the troop movements they're putting more into this. They're not looking at any kind of retreat at the moment, and it just means compounded losses. So I don't see any way. I still don't see any way out of this war. I always said this was an existential war which would go on and on. And I also believe that there's no way. I mean, some people have the opinion that at some point America will walk away and say, "Yeah, we're done with this. Leave the mess to the world to figure out." But I still, I don't know. I'm of the view that the Strait is just a red line for America, the American empire. So the ground troops are inevitable, and could happen anytime in the next few days. I think it takes a while to amass troops. I was expecting it to happen over the bank holiday weekend because I thought it'd be an extra day for the markets. But I think now they are just like it's too late to manipulate. The manipulation of market game maybe is over, and they're just trying to find the optimal time to get as many troops together to start a ground incursion. And there may be a surprise attack. It might be like inland rather than through the islands because we've already seen they've gone into the country with like these. I believe they have, haven't they, with these the helicopters. What do you call them? The Chinooks. They've been through that. They have been spotted inside the country, right?
Say that again. Sorry.
The helicopters, the Chinooks, with the rescue mission yesterday, they actually already went into that country, didn't they? As
Yeah.
inland, that was inland. So it seems they are willing to do that now, and they maybe they've tested out enough to see where they believe the weaknesses are. Because at the end of the day, the island doesn't really achieve anything. It's just like having a base. I think they have to go inland and they have to go more full force. So I think it's very possible, to be honest with you. I don't know. But I don't know what the military strategy at the moment is. It's very, I struggle to think. We were discussing before. You were saying that Iran might be playing the weakness card again to draw them in and then take them up and strike again. Possibly, I don't know, because so far I've seen that they've hit the universities, they've done many, hit lots of infrastructure, they've hit bridges, but we haven't seen yet any response by Iran. That tells me that I don't think they've not got the ability to do it. So I don't know why they're holding back. Is it because they want to draw them in further? Is it because they want them to escalate? I don't know what the strategy is, to be honest. I'm a bit stuck in this. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think, guys?
Well, regarding the ground invasion, I think what they're going to do is try to take the three islands that the United Arab Emirates has been coveting for all its existence, Abu Musa, Greater and Lesser Tombs Islands. These are three islands that are also strategic because they control the inbound and outbound lanes of shipping. So if America and the UAE can take those three islands, they can deny Iran shipping also. So that's what the plan is, I think. But holding on to those islands is another story because they're just a little piece of rock, and Iran can just rain down missiles and drones on them all day and all night. I don't understand how that's going to work, but I think that's what they're planning.
Yeah, I think they could be, but it will just be, that's probably the worst sort of strategy, is taking the island, is one of the islands, only because it will inflict the most losses. I think maybe like a beachhead in Baluchistan might be safer for the troops, but again, there's no strategy there either. The fact is that I don't think they'd want to stop shipping using those islands anyways, because that's going to increase the oil prices so high. They want to keep the flow going, as what Scott Besson and Trump and Rubio, they've all said. We need to grease the system. You know, we need more oil ships going through. So they're not going to want to do that. But yeah, I agree with you. I think they are going to. I agree with you. They can't hold on to this any of the islands. It's a gauntlet of death, to be honest. So it's just going to be very hard to for them to hold on to it for any length of time if they manage to do that. And also with regards to Zarif and his publishing the 15 points or the agreements regarding the pre-war agreements and now the post-war agreements in Foreign Affairs magazine. I think he's been pro-US for a long time. He was a close friend. I think I mentioned this before. A close friend of John Kerry. I think they went to university together. And so with Pezeskian, he brought Zarif in because of his alliances, because of his connections to the US. I just think that this is a bad move by Zarif. I can see in some circles they're saying that he's just publishing what Iran wants and what they are willing to give up or concede, but in other circles, so putting it out there for not just for the government but for everyone to see. But I think that that's actually doing more harm than good because it's showing that maybe the government are willing to make a deal, whereas the IRGC are not necessarily wanting to make a deal, and they've said they've had again, IRGC has been very vocal in not wanting to do a deal, and they've refused all attempts at making a deal right now. So this is just another bit of evidence that tells me that yeah, the government are doing potentially wanting to do one thing, and the IRGC wanting to do something else. So this is what worries me. Is I just hope that they just continue. I understand it's very difficult when you're being bombed every day and infrastructure is being destroyed. Pezeskian's made his feelings known about that, and then he later denied it. But I suspect that's true. I suspect he's complaining that he's weakened. He doesn't have the control is with the IRGC, and that he wants to have more control. But I think the less of the soft people in power making the decisions, the better.
Clancy, will you check your DMs? Thanks.
Who, me?
Yeah, there's a video I just saw purports to be the capture of the one American pilot.
Thanks for that. Oops, press the wrong button there. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let's see. This is interesting. We have got different perspectives on what we think may or may not happen. Let's go to Miss Lou.
Thank you, Soleimani. Hey, B, everybody on the space. Hey, Maze, Doc. Thank you for having me up. I heard a rumor, please correct me if I'm wrong, that anybody passing through the straits right now, any who are allowed through, have to pay in yuan. have to pay in Chinese currency. That's one thing I heard. And the other thing I heard was, and so you know who may be in charge right now. The IRGC and the CCP are, in the same country club, as you all know. So, I don't know. Are we going to continue this game? I am really weary because we get one message from the White House, and apparently there was a top level general fired. I don't have a name, and I'm just saying that I've heard this. Okay, so I'm not confirming anything, but that there's a whole lot of shakeup within the ranks of the top brass, and we know there's shakeup in the ranks of the cabinet. And I just I'm a little wary of if they really really have a plan. Sam Faddis, as you know, who is former CIA and has a lot of Middle East experience, said that we've way underestimated the enemy. That the Iranians are not at all. They're very sophisticated. The Persians are a whole different level of civilization than what we were used to dealing with Iraq, even Syria.
Yeah,
And
they're really not our enemy, though, right?
right,
I
right.
mean,
Yeah, I'm talking about the IRGC. I'm not talking about the people of Iran, of course, but I just worry that we think one thing and what's going to happen is another. And I'm old enough to have been very much alive and resisting the Vietnam War. So I just smell deja vu and it's uncomfortable. That's all I'm saying. And thank you very much for having me up.
yeah, I
Thank
wouldn't even
you.
call the IRGC our enemy. I mean, we haven't declared war the way that the Constitution requires it.
Doc, we haven't
And
declared war since 1942.
I know that, but that doesn't that should not be laughed away, should it?
No,
Right?
no,
That's no
no. It's
justification,
not funny.
and
Right.
it doesn't establish the countries that we attacked in a surprise attack are our enemies. They want us to hate them, but not because they're hateful or they've done anything to us. They hate them because they want to control the oil, right? And because of Israeli dreams of conquest and the religious fanaticism that apparently has taken over our government in opposition to the quote unquote the accused religious fanaticism of the Iranian government. I mean, this is crazy, but I think we have to be careful about how we frame the labels here because they're so easily, particularly for someone that is, I'm 67, so we're the same generation. Someone who's had to listen for our mainstream media to hate on Muslims in Iran for the last 30 years.
Well, I think just to wrap up my thought is that historically, if you look at U.S. involvement in the Middle East period and all the disastrous regime changes we've been involved in, it doesn't. We keep repeating our mistakes, and that's what I worry.
My concern is that they're not mistakes, that they're intentional. And that I think is the perspective you have to have at this point, having lived through the last, the second Trump administration, and particularly the last 30 days. But Amanda, another mature adult in the room, has her hand up. Amanda.
Hey, thanks, Doc. So I've been having some discussions today. He's now my ex-husband. War when military families serve in war, it's one of the things that happens. But we're still on really good talking terms. But he retired as a full colonel. He was an intel officer and was at the Pentagon. He was, got deployed several times. Um, and one of the things, anyway, I had him text it to me so I could read it. He said, with respect, the status and progress of this military operation. He says, as a former military intel planner, I don't understand. And then he goes on about that. He goes, why contingencies such as the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the political impact both in Iran and here in the United States would cause, and why they were not taken into account by senior decision makers, even though we know as of yesterday, most of them were fired. I know from my participation in a planning session for the Five Eyes partner nations, I think most of you know who the Five Eyes are, right? At CENTCOM in 2016, that is 10 years ago, that these factors and mitigating measures to address those factors were all presented to leadership. And we knew what this outcome would be back then. And he goes, I'm confident that they were briefed recently, but we know that that Hegseth and Trump would prefer to be surrounded by yes men now. So that's somebody, that's not me. I wasn't in the military, but that's somebody, who was intel. Now, my dad was enlisted. He would tell you to say intel officer would be an oxymoron. He liked to say that a lot. But, this is from someone who was in those war planning games 10 years ago. And they knew what was going to happen. So he said, this is no surprise. They knew the first thing would be the Straits of Hormuz would get shut down. And there would be a lot of, political impact both in Iran and here in the United States. So I just wanted to add that to the discussion. I told him to get an X account and come in and speak, but he's not as cool as me, so I can't help that. But anyway, thanks.
No one's as cool as you, Amanda. No
Cool for
boomer.
a boomer nana. Yeah,
No
I am.
boomer. No, the boomers are taking over.
Hey,
I
but
got
it's Soleimani, at least we're the based boomers.
don't mess with the boomers. Do not mess with the boomers.
I just got accused of shaking my cane at someone that told Sully, and Sully wants to know what, hey, can you boomers, a boomer here also, 71 year, but can you boomers help tell Sully what shaking a cane at someone means? I was getting on some folks and they said, Andrew's been shaking his cane at me. Do you want me to say it or could someone else tell him?
Yo, get off his lawn, Sully. That's what it is.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
getting
He's
this
got a
guy's
bony
basement's
finger
taken
at
over
you
by
and
the
he's
boomers.
shaking it at you.
It's like when some old man comes out of his house and starts shaking it. Hey, get out of my lawn. That type of stuff. Well, guess what? We're not like that. These base boomers here, we're not like that, man.
Like Grandpa
Uh,
from The Simpsons.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, right.
Clint Eastwood.
We're based. We read study, but a lot of friends. I tried to get my Air Force guy on here yesterday. And he's like, no, I don't want to be talking on space. And I said, no, you don't have to divulge any classified information, but give us some background. He goes, no, I don't want to, I don't like talking. So a lot of people don't like, they feel too uncomfortable talking. I don't know, but we don't mind.
Well, I think it's because my boys have been trying to get him on here forever because I see my sons down there listening sometimes. But I and he does love to talk. But I think for some of the former military, maybe I think you're an exception, Andrew. For senior military ranks, I think maybe it's a little uncomfortable because maybe they don't want to accidentally tell a secret or something. So
Well, you
anyway,
know what it is?
he
They
sends
don't want
his
to step
stuff
on
to me, and
toes.
then I read it out on here. What's that?
They don't want to step on toes, and I understand that. I mean, but you have to literally get to the point where you tell people start kissing your ass. I'm not putting others in your husband. I would love to listen to him and talk to him. I would love for your son
No,
to come talk. But yeah, you just get.
I get that. And I agree with you. But I keep telling him we might be able to convince him. I told him, I said, there's a lot of veterans. I mentioned you. I said, you need to come in here and speak because some of the generals that got fired yesterday, he knew them at the Pentagon 10 years ago. Like he personally knows some of these people. And so, yeah, it's
Amanda, how many generals got fired? I mean,
Just
anybody, how many generals
a
got
whole
fired?
bunch.
just let me just give
Well, let
Miss
Andrew
Lou,
tell
Miss
you.
Lou. Let me just
Andrew
quickly
has
give
the list.
some
Sully has the list.
Let me give some breaking news, and I'll give it straight back to you. There's been a huge hit in Dubai. A huge hit in Dubai. Dubai is on fire right now, being decimated and destroyed. Sorry, back to you, Amanda.
I was just gonna say I can't remember all their names, but the Army Chief of Staff, the head of the chaplains, um, I think Andrew or Sully or someone else might have the
Yeah,
list, but
director.
there
Hey,
was a lot.
Lou, the director of the JCS. Now I think he resigned, but he was fired. Admiral Ketcher, great man. Vice Admiral Ketcher, they canned him. The director of JCS, we got to remember, he's the guy that runs the day-to-day operations in JCS. He kind of like the doorman that says who gets in to
Can
talk.
you say what JCS is, though?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Could you say what
Chairman,
that is?
the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And these are the people that run the Pentagon, literally run the Pentagon, and that's all joint services. I've worked in the Pentagon through Naval Sea Systems when I was there, and the Pentagon. We got all the services there: the Army, Marine Corps, of course, Air Force, Coast Guard. All of them are represented there. And as you get up in rank, when you go and work there, you're just grinding through paperwork and doing reports and statistics, feeding the top guys. I would go brief a 4-star admiral, and I would work my butt off to do a 20, 30-minute brief. And I had hours in this. I would sit down, and this 4-star looked at me, and he goes, I don't want to hear all the bullshit, Commander. Just tell me in one sentence. What? I kind of laughed. He goes, "No, tell me what you need there in one sentence." And I was doing submarine weapon systems for at the time, and I said, and he goes, "Tell me." And he kind of like was getting upset because he only has. Come on, I don't have time. So I gave him a quick dump. He goes, "Yeah." So in other words, you're telling me that we're at budget, and we got this. So I said, "Yes, sir." He goes, "That's all I need to know." Well, he goes and briefs his boss, which would be like at the JCS level. This was not the chief of naval operations, mind you. This is not the chief of naval operations. This is the head of the submarine community. Okay, he briefs the JCS people, then they go brief like the DOD. That's Hegseth. That's what Hegseth is in a very powerful position. That's what's scary. And then they go in with Kane, who was brought out of retirement because he's a lapdog. And I would say to his face, and I know Puncher, who's a fighter pilot when he's in here, I'd tell General Kane to his face, I have no respect for you, sir. I mean, I respect his service, but you got to have some moral courage. And then they are lapdogs. Then they're only going to tell Hegseth what Hegseth wants to hear. So they go in and filter down. And what Trump is hearing is just tell me what I want to hear. Tickle my ears. But a great leader will say, lay it all out. I want to, if I'm messed up here, tell me what. Before we did a submarine patrol, we were on submarine patrols, and if we were in a dicey situation, my commanding officer, I was the 4th senior on board, we would sit down with 12 of our officers. We'd bring in 2 NCOs, the cob of the boat, our chief engineer, Bull Nuke. We would sit down and murder board the hell out of something, and even stupid stuff, we brought it up. We want to hear everything. But when you get the yes man, the lapdogs, we call them lapdogs in there, and that's what happened to Admiral when Clinton brought in a very junior POS admiral. And I'm sorry, POS, I'm not going to tell you what that means, but the guy, we had no respect for him. He was lying. He had a combat V from Vietnam on his ribbons, on his top level, is a Legion of Merit with combat V. And he never served in combat. And Clinton said, you're my boy because you tell me what I want to hear. Well, that admiral, I'm not going to mention his name, when it was leaked, he went home and killed himself for lunch. I was at when that happened, and he went home and shot himself in the head during lunch because he knew he was a failure. And Clinton is like going, I got to look for another lapdog. That's what those poor leaders do. But great leaders say, I want it all laid out. So I'll stop shaking my cane and go sit down again.
I just want to say one thing to the listeners, because Andrew and I have been friends for a long time. He's very humble. And as a commander in the naval ranks, that's just one step under an admiral. Admiral is a general in the other ranks. So this guy knows what he's talking about.
Well,
And
2 down, but that's close. Thank you. But,
well,
but close.
close enough. And close enough. And also for those of us who either served or like myself, military family as a daughter, wife, and mother, this is very scary times, because when you have your son join the military like I did, and you send them off, right? You are entrusting them to military leadership. We know being in the military is dangerous. We know that. But you are entrusting them to make the right decisions, to keep them as safe as they can. So, we have JAG officers making sure, and DeSantis was one, that's why he's such a disappointment, and he was with the SEAL team, making sure that no one is committing war crimes. You don't want your kid to come back either dead or having committed war crimes, or all of the other psychological damage that's done to families. And so for somebody like Hegseth, who has literally almost no, let's be honest, his military, um, his military
Reserve,
experience.
reserve.
Yeah, exactly, reserve. And I'm not trying to badmouth
We're
reserves,
not
not at
putting
all.
down the reserves, but still.
No, not at all, not at all. But you're comparing him to these generals, and it wasn't just yesterday, Andrew, right? They've been purging senior leadership since
Yes,
Hegseth brought them all in and
yes.
gave them that dress down, right? This has been
And
going on for a
Quantico.
while.
Yep,
And
Quantico.
then
Well,
yes,
let me
and
ask you
there's,
guys, do you,
well,
Amanda,
one
do you
last
think,
thing, one last
okay,
thing, Lou, and then I'll stop.
I
And
just want to ask
then
you something.
we have a really big rift going on in the military right now. I'm Catholic, and the Catholic Archbishop who is in charge, he's in the military, he's in charge, he is like head of the military Catholic diocese. He's going to be on Sunday, CBS Sunday morning, and you can see clips here on X saying that for Catholics, this is an unjust war. And and yesterday at the Pentagon, they allowed Protestant services and did not allow any Catholic services at all. And not the weird lady, whatever her name is, but the guy
Paula
that's
White,
Hegseth.
Jeffers.
Yeah,
Yep.
not her, but the guy that
Franklin Graham.
is also, no, not him. He's Hegseth's uh, spiritual advisor. I mean, you can see tons of videos of him trashing Catholics. So we've got a problem in the military with them getting rid of these generals trying to say the truth, because we don't want all of our soldiers killed. We don't want them committing war crimes, which, as far as I can see, is happening. And this whole religious thing that's happening in the military, that's never happened before. And so it's like I thought we were going to have a regime change in Iran. I thought that's what they were looking for. Seems like we're having one right here in the Pentagon right now. This is dangerous times. I am so happy that I don't
Amanda, can I
have
just
a
ask you a
son in
quick
the
question?
military.
Quick question. Just from the Catholic side, what's you heard that one of the people that was fired was a chaplain, and apparently the reason
Yeah,
the
he was the head
yeah,
chaplain,
the
and I
head
think
chaplain,
he's Protestant, but
and
he's the head
yeah, the
chaplain.
head chaplain. And I'm reading that the reason he was fired was because they want to remove the possibility that people within the military can have some kind of religious objection to going ahead with this. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, that's correct. So back in January, Pete Hegseth has narrowed the definition of what is a religious exemption. In other words, he doesn't want people using that anymore. I just did research this morning about how you can file as a conscientious objector. Based, it's a very complicated process, and you have to object to all wars. So it's not like you can just say, yeah, well, I know I fought in Iraq, but years ago, or Afghanistan, but this war now is unjust. Like, you can't do that. But this is all Pete Hegseth's doing. He has very
But
narrow. He's made it very narrow as to what would be considered a religious exemption. He
he
doesn't
can't
want them.
he can't do that lawfully. To amend the Universal Code of Military Justice, requires an act of Congress. He has to interpret it within the scope of the existing law.
Yeah, but Doc, we're seeing that
Except they're not
the
So,
following the law, right, Doc? They're not following the law, Doc. That's the problem.
No, that is a huge problem. They're not following the First Amendment by favoring a particular religion. Right, that's a violation of the Establishment Clause. It couldn't be clearer, and it's the government that's doing it. Which also, that's what the First Amendment restricts: is the government's conduct, not individuals or churches, but the government's conduct to to establish a preferred religion. And clearly, it's 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 not Catholic, and I wouldn't call it Protestant either. I was a Lutheran that's how I raised my kids as a Lutheran after being baptized as a Catholic. So this is anathema to this is prayers for the Antichrist to come back in Armageddon. It's crazy. I was watching Doctor Strangelove and How I Learned to Love the Bomb Again. And that movie now seems reasonable in the light of having a Secretary of War who has these beliefs tattooed right on his body.
Please watch that movie, folks. Doctor Strange of How. Yeah, I watched it recently, about a year ago. Yeah, it's amazing. No,
So Amanda,
it's
you said
So,
you're. Oh, sorry, Beatrix, you were first.
no, I just wanted to. Miss Lou's dropped, obviously, because I wanted to ask her. She came on the panel and she said IRGC was the enemy of America. And normally I would have instantly jumped in and said, why do you think that? But then when I do that, these woke people on YouTube will start screaming, let them finish. We wanted to hear what they had to say. Here she is. Thankfully, she's come up. So then I let her finish, and then Amanda finished, and now they're crying that nobody actually challenged that.
Oh, I
So
challenged
listen,
her.
YouTube guys, you can't have it both ways.
I absolutely
Sorry,
challenged
can
her.
I don't know who's talking. Can I just,
It's
sorry,
docs.
can I just finish what I was saying?
Yeah.
Doc, can I just finish what I was saying, please? So YouTube guys, you can't have it both ways. When we actually do try to make a conversation and ask the question, you start screaming and crying that we interject. When we don't interject, then you start screaming and crying that you don't want to hear it anymore. So let us run the space. There's a reason why we're running the space. And if you don't like it, then go host your spaces yourself. That's my message. Sorry, Doc, I'll let you finish and then I'll go to Miss Lou.
Oh, no, I was just saying that I challenged her on that express point that her labels of first, the IRGC is an enemy and why they would be an enemy in any circumstance because we haven't declared war on Iran. It's all illegal. It's unconstitutional. And it's because these labels seem to work and persist, even persons like yourself who seem to object to the war, because we've had 30 years of propagandized hatred against Islam and Muslims.
Yeah, but I wanted to hear from Miss Lou because you said when you challenged her, she corrected herself and said, sorry, I don't mean Iran, I mean IRGC. And then we didn't go any further. So I want to know about IRGC. You challenged her on Iran, Doc. I was listening. And Miss Lou, I appreciate you coming back up. I'm getting tagged in posts. Look, people are upset that you're on the panel because they say you hang around Angelina Jolie spaces. But look, I don't care what your ideology is. I'm grateful you came back up and thank you for coming back. I want to understand, and I think this is really important, Miss Lou, not just from you, but there's a lot of Americans that believe that IRGC is the enemy of America. So I appreciate you coming up. Why do you think that is the case?
I think that the IRGC as a religious regime, as a regime, not let's factor the religion out of it, okay? That in many ways, historically, there has been a terror state actioning in Iran, and the IRGC is the force behind it. Apparently, I am not an expert. I will state that right here. By the way, somebody said I was on Angelina Jolie's space. Did you say that?
She
That's
meant stealth.
Somebody
Yeah,
tagged me in
stealth.
that. Yeah.
who was somebody upset by me being on a space? I'm just trying to learn. I'm not trying to argue with anybody. What space was somebody upset that I was on?
It's run by a person who is generally considered to be a wannabe Mossad agent, and her profile picture is that of Jolie. So that's who she's
Oh,
referring to.
okay. She's not here to fit. Yeah, I go on just so you all know, I go on a bunch of different spaces. I want to hear all kinds of points of view. I am not locked into anyone's space, nor really locked into anyone's point of view. I'm not a sycophant to anyone. And I enjoy going into different spaces. I don't always agree with them, but it doesn't mean that I shouldn't listen and get an alternative
I
point.
don't have a problem with it. And you don't have to justify yourself at all. All I'm saying to you is that the reason I mentioned it is to say you're welcome, just in case you see those
Oh, thank you,
comments
B.
or
No,
chats.
I
We
appreciate
don't
it.
Yeah, we don't do that here. You're welcome to come on the conversation, and jump in the conversation. I appreciate you coming back up when I mentioned you because I couldn't see you in the audience.
Oh
Because
no,
look,
I'm
I
having
think this
tech
is really
issues.
important.
I live rural, and I sometimes have tech issues. Like I'll just get bounced off, and I try and update the space. Sometimes I forget to do that, so I have to keep updating X. I'm on an iPhone, but it doesn't always work out. But thank you for having me back up. No, what I wanted to ask you guys, actually, I have a question, and
But sorry,
anyways,
Muslim,
well,
I just want to
oh
go
yes,
back to
of
that
course,
IRGC thing, right? Because yes, I really want to get to the bottom of this because look, here's the thing. Why should it matter to anybody in America or in the UK? Because you said they were the enemy, right? What religious ideology they have? Because they have it in Iran.
yes,
I'm
well,
British, right? Why should it matter to
yes,
me what happens in Thailand or Malaysia or Iran or
I
America?
agree,
I mean, this whole LGBT crap.
I agree,
Why should we have that poison in our country? The Iranians, if I was in Iran, I'd probably look at the UK and think, do you know what? They're disgusting. They changed the gender of kids.
right.
Like, how evil is that? But they don't see us as the enemy. So why do you think that happens? That people see IRGC as the enemy?
I think people see the IRGC as an enemy, and I don't have any personal um, interaction with the IRGC or anybody who's been in there to educate me otherwise. But from what I understand, okay, that for decades, since there has been another coup in with Khomeini in Iran, that there has been a lot of anti-West uh, sentiment, and that is not necessarily unjustified. I'm not saying that because, like I said earlier, I think we have poked our nose into way too many countries to try and tell them how our democracy is going to be the way they live. And I think that's wrong. I'm not into nation building and I'm not into regime change. I am an America First person. I think we have plenty of our own problems right here to address. And I think even our founders in our Constitution were saying, don't go looking for dragons overseas. Don't, that's not the exact terminology, but it is the sentiment to maintain our own borders and our own hegemony. And I think that's the way to go. I think a lot of our wars are specious and a lot of it is greed. And I think the war is profit. Let me just say that war is profit. It's profit not to the people who are fighting them, not to the people who are having to be taxed for them, but to the people who are in the machine, who are benefiting from whether it's the industrial military complex, to politicians who would never go fight, but they're willing to send the sons and daughters and the treasure of people who are hardworking citizens, any
So,
country around the
quick
world.
question, Miss Lee. Do you think it's
Yes,
okay for Americans to be anti-China and anti-Russia?
that's a damn good question. As far as governments
No,
go, I
just
think
you as
there's a
a okay. Yeah,
I
let's
think
say the
there's a lot
military,
of
the U.S. military, like Amanda,
right.
Andrew, people that may have been in the military. Do you think it's okay for them to be very anti-China and anti-Russia?
The military, no, but I think we have to be careful
Well,
about
I
infiltration in
think
our
it's
own
okay. I
government.
think it's okay for
You know,
anyone to be anti-China or anti-Russia.
oh, I know. To me personally, if you ask me personally, the CCP, not the Chinese people, not
Yeah.
China,
So
but the CCP, the Communist Party is our existential
hold
enemy
on. Yeah.
because they're in it.
The question was, do you think it's okay for the military to be the U.S. military to be anti-CCP?
Only if warranted by actions.
Well, I think it's
Only if
perfectly.
warranted by
My
actions.
understanding of the U.S. Constitution is that you're allowed to hate anyone. You're allowed to be anti anything.
Yes, you're allowed to. That's our
So
first our
why?
First Amendment allows us to speak hate
Yeah. So
and but you
why
cannot
do
our
you?
First Amendment
So
does
yeah.
not allow us to foment violence
So
against.
what?
Free speech
Yeah,
is
sure.
not
So
violent.
why do you think it's a problem for the IRGC to be anti-West?
I don't you'd have to ask
No,
somebody in the
it was what you
IRGC
said
why
earlier.
they're
You said the
anti-West.
reason you don't like the IRGC is because
Yes,
they're
yes. I
anti-West.
believe the IRGC is
But if they are
anti-West. I do.
anti-West, does it matter to you?
It matters to me if they affect our country directly,
And do you think
yes.
they have? Does
If
the
they're
IRGC
if they're
affect your country directly?
if they're screaming death to America as they have for decades and decades, but aren't acting on it, then I don't really listen
That's
to
free
it.
speech.
Exactly.
That's free speech under our
Yes,
own laws.
you didn't hear me, Doc. I was saying it's okay to say death to America. That's okay, as long as
It's
you're
also
not bringing death
it's also
to America.
okay. It's also okay, quote unquote, to foment violence in America, because the problem becomes what's fomenting, right? And then you change the labels of what that conduct actually is, or you don't understand in the law what that conduct requires before it becomes criminal. And then that leads you to the point where the some people, and I'm saying you, can look at the I hate America quotes, which were made at times when America should have been hated for our own conduct, that speech in and of itself is protected.
I agree.
And it's not the basis
I'm not going to
for us
fight it.
invading any country or assisting in the invasion of another country.
Well, no,
And
supposedly, Doc, we were going into Iran because of, and the same thing with Iraq, that they were about ready to launch their own nuclear power in the
that's been
West.
an obvious lie that's been
I
spread by
know that.
Bibi
I said
for
supposedly.
years. So it's no justification. It's an explanation that they use, but
I
it's
didn't say that.
unlawful,
I'm agreeing with you. Hello, let's
right?
not fight about something we're on the same
I'm not
page about.
fighting at all. I'm simply clarifying that that conduct in and of itself does not justify what the president has done.
I agree.
So
Right.
can you now think of a reason why IRGC is an enemy?
I think because of attacks on American bases that way back when, there have been attacks on
There have been no
other
attacks from
countries and
Iran
bases.
on American bases way back when. When was that?
Wasn't there an attack on an embassy, or I don't have specifics about the history of it. As I said, I'm not a Middle Eastern
I think the
expert.
specifics are important if you're going
Oh,
to
I agree.
judge.
I agree. I'm just,
Yeah.
you were asking the question, so I'm saying that allegedly, how's that?
I
That's a
think
better
I think
word.
the important point is to recognize when you're a victim of brainwashing, and
Okay.
you that opinion that IRGC is the enemy. When you admittedly say, "I'm not sure, I don't really have the thing," maybe you were just told that the IRGC is your enemy.
Oh, absolutely. I'm getting it from sources that I don't have direct uh, experience with. You see what I'm saying? I don't have
Yeah,
But
direct experience with the
you can
IRGC.
confirm all this. You can confirm the mainstream reporting, or disprove it with simple searches on AI now. It isn't that complicated. Now AI is not perfect, certainly, but when you use multiple sources, right, and you find
Yes, and you can
sources that
ask
are
AI to do primary sourcing. You can ask AI not to source from posts particularly, but to do primary sourcing.
well, no,
So
you
AI
also can do
will be
you can also do a history search and
right.
search for attacks in whatever embassy in the Middle East back in the day, and see who
I
says what
will.
about
I
them.
should be more informed about that, and I apologize that I wasn't
but
specific on content.
I can tell you that America and Israel has done multiple terrorist attacks on Iran. I can tell you that for a
Yes,
fact.
I believe it. I totally believe what you're saying.
Hey,
So
Simon, I'm gonna drop down to listener because I got to run to the store. But you had a question for me, and I just
Yeah,
want the audience to know real quick. After 250 years of generational, and I mean every generation, serving and wearing an American military uniform, we have hung those uniforms up. I'm hoping forever. That's our family decision. And if any of the grandsons, when they're older, and hopefully future generations want to serve this country, they will be counseled into going into things like firefighting, paramedics, things like that, where they're actually serving Americans right here in the United States. But go ahead with your question, and then I'm going to drop down to listener. And thanks, Sully and Beatrix, for letting me speak.
I love that thought. I do have a question for you guys, and I haven't had a chance to ask it, and I appreciate you
I was
grilling me
just going
on
to
that
ask him.
because
I was
that's the
just
right.
going to ask Amanda a question because she has to leave, and then
Oh,
you
so
can do
go
yours.
ahead.
Yeah,
Thank you.
um, yeah. No, Amanda. So your ex husband, if I heard you correctly, like war gamed it out, and he said that it was 100% clear maybe I'm putting words in your mouth, but correct me if I'm wrong. Or it was clear that the strait would be closed. So if this administration knew the strait would be closed, why do you think they did it?
Well, Simon, I've been listening to you for a long time. And actually, one of my sons, not the military one, but my oldest, he quotes you all the time. It's gotten to where I'm going to have to call him Simon because he goes, "Well, Simon says this and Simon says that." So, I, you know, I agree with what you've been saying. I think this whole I have days where I wonder if this is not just one big game with many sides on the same side, right? So, who knows? But I think because obviously they knew this was going to happen. They knew it 10 years ago when they war gamed this out with he was a military whatever. What did he say in this? I had to write it out. A military intel planner, and they were in the planning session for the Five Eyes. So those are the partner nations, right? We know who those are. For at CENTCOM in the Pentagon, or I don't know, maybe they were at MacDill. I'm not sure where they actually did it, but that these were going to be factors, and one of those was going to be closing the Strait of Hormuz. So financial, to bring the United States down. I mean, just listening to you, obviously they knew it and decided that was nothing that they were going to really care about. And I can't figure out if Trump cares. You have to remember, my family were Trump voters, right? We didn't vote for him the last election. But 1 minute he's mad that it's closed, the next minute he doesn't care if it's closed. um Somebody posted a timeline. I can't remember who it was, but I think I reposted it, of all the things he said in like the last, I don't know, 2 months, and every one of them is the opposite of the one he's posted before. So why do you think, Simon, in a shortened version, I guess, so that the rest of the audience can hear?
Yeah, I think it's a global reset.
Oh
And
yeah,
I
I was
think,
gonna say that, Simon. I was gonna say that.
yeah, I think it's a renegotiation of all energy routes, a global reset, and a change of the order. And I think everyone knew the strait would be closed.
Well, they knew it 10 years ago, and I'm not. And this is something, until I had this conversation with him today. On other spaces we've talked about this. I'm not a military planner, but I can look at a map, and I can look at that map and go, it's very narrow right here, and this is where all the ships come through with the oil. Look, even I, a base boomer, can tell you that piece of little thing there is going to probably be a problem, right? And if I could see that, they can see that.
Amanda, 1997 through I'll say to 2000. Okay, I personally talked to a 3-star admiral, and I was handpicked to be on his staff. I'm not bragging. I was handpicked to be on his staff, Commander Submarine Force Atlantic, and he told me personally. We were talking, and he had finished a meeting. We were talking submarine warfare, of course, global reach, submarine force Atlantic. Let's talk about the Persian Gulf. Let's look at where we're going for the asymmetrical warfare with submarine warfare. And then I personally heard him with my own ears. He said that is a future problem. And what he said, I'm not at liberty to talk about it. I'm really not. But I'll tell you this, we've got a big problem, and Iran has it figured out. And I'm sorry yelling. So I'll say this: we knew even back then, kiddo, and your ex-husband's right. We knew this. It's all planned. Trump is reading the script.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, they don't. Maybe it's all part of the plan, right, Simon? They want this strait to be closed. That's what it looks like.
I think so, yeah.
I am bummed about the future of the airlines, though. Like, one of my kids lives in Florida, and one of them is here. One of them's in San Diego. Like, And I'm like, well, I like road trips too, but you know, $5 for a gallon of gas makes the road trip like not. I mean, that part I'm really bummed. It's like they're just trying to lock us in our house, right?
Amanda, look at nationalized airlines. That's the future of what you're looking at. They're going to nationalize all that.
Miss Lou,
And I've
let
got
me ask
and I've
you.
got family in Ireland. I
Okay.
need to visit them too. Sorry, Beatrix. I'm gonna drop down, but great space, and make sure everybody's reposted it. And oops, let me repost. I'm so sorry. I thought I did that already. And now I'm gonna tweet it so to make up for that. But thank you guys.
Love you, Amanda.
Thanks, Amanda. Always a
Love you
pleasure.
as well.
Um,
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Amanda. Mister, let me ask you a question. Do you know what happened on the first day of this war with Iran? Do you know what happened? What, as in what America did when it bombed
We
Iran? Do you know?
struck. We struck first.
Yeah, and what did they strike? Do you know?
I can't remember. I know they struck an oil. I believe they struck oil. Or they? It wasn't the first. That wasn't the of the supreme leader. Was that the first strike?
They on the first day they struck a little girl's school and killed a
Oh, that's
168
right.
year old girl.
Was that us or
So
Israel?
it was you guys, but who is this war that America's conducting on behalf of? It's on behalf of Israel. It wasn't Trump's ambition for 48 years. If you go and look, you'll find videos of Netanyahu saying for 48 years this was my ambition,
Yeah,
to have a
I've
war
seen
with
them. I've
Iran.
seen them. I've seen
Right?
them.
So he's
I've heard it.
lobbied
Yep.
every
Yep.
single
Yep.
president since then, and Trump has gone in for it. Now, let me tell you something. If you were living in a house and Andrew came and hit your house and it killed members of your family, too goddamn right, you're going to say, you know what? I hate Andrew, death to Andrew, right? And you know what? Let me tell you something. Even as recently as this week, I think it was last week, the head of, one of the leaders of the Iranian military, the IRGC, as you call them, released a letter to the American people. Did you read that? Have you heard of it?
No, I'd like to see
No.
that.
Okay. So they released a letter. I think you need to listen to our spaces because we read it out twice, saying our war has never been with the American people. Overwhelmingly, they're good people. But the government who has hit us and bombed us time and time again, we have never gone out and hit America or any American bases. They are now. But do you know one thing? Even the Financial Times, which is a serious newspaper in the UK, their editor did a tweet saying, I can't believe anything that comes out of the White House anymore. I have to wait to see what Iran is saying to find out what the truth is. So, as Simon said, this is propaganda that they hate Americans or that they've previously bombed American bases. They haven't done anything like that. The IRGC is not the enemy of the American or the British people or people anywhere across the world. But our government's terrorism, we killed 168, I say we collectively because the West is involved collectively, 168 little girls in a girls' school, and we double tapped it. So we hit it. And then we waited until people came to rescue them. And then we hit it again to make sure there were no survivors. That is intentional terrorism. It's not an accident. And do you know what? Trump, Hexeth, all of these people were asked about that girls' school in different press conferences over the next 10 days to week to 10 days. And do you know what their reaction was? A shrug of shoulders saying, well, we don't know, no comment, we'll investigate. Yeah, well, whatever, it happened, we'll just investigate it. Not one word of, we're really sorry that happened and that 168 girls were killed and we'll investigate it. We'll make sure that doesn't happen again. They had zero remorse, right? And yet
That's
Iran,
horrible.
when Iran,
I have a
it is
question.
horrible. And let me tell you something, let me finish. When
Okay.
Iran is going to hit any base, any organization, any site whatsoever across the Middle East or Israel, even Israel, which I think is a complete terrorist nation, they give advance warning and say, please move away. Move away from that embassy. If you're within 1 kilometer, make sure you're not there. Please empty that building because tomorrow or tonight, we're going to hit that building. We don't want civilian casualties. And yet you've got America going and killing 168 schoolgirls and just shrugging their shoulders saying, yeah, well, we don't care, whatever, we'll investigate it, don't really care. Not one word of condemnation. So when people come up and say Iran or IRGC are the enemy, I always have a problem with that because we have an allegiance to the truth. And I'm telling you, if the IRGC or Iran had done that to a school in America with little kids in it, we would be condemning that completely. And I'm sure you would be condemning it completely, wouldn't you, Miss Lou?
Yes, I agree with you, but I do have a question for you. That was horrible and absolutely wrong of us, no question. But let me ask you something, and I'm asking if this is true, okay? Because it was all over the place, all over the news. Is it true that the Iranian people, okay, nothing to do with the regime itself, but just the citizens of Iran who were protesting,
The
were
government, you need to stop calling it a regime because I see Trump is having a regime. I see
I
the Iranian
agree.
having a
I
government.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. I agree. So but I am not happy with our government right now. Okay, just so that's that I make that clear. Um, I'm asking, is it true that the Iranian people were gunned down by the Iranian government for protesting, which is what happened in China? Is it true? I'm asking.
So let me tell you, that is not true. If you listen to the monarchists, these are the people propped up by Israel and America. They will tell you, some will even tell you more Iranians died in those 10 days than the entire Gaza genocide, which was funded by America and carried out by Israel, right? Mossad and CIA infiltrated Iran completely, and they started a fake revolution. And most of those people, there were 3,100, Suleiman remembers the exact number, just over 3,100 and something people that were killed in those 10 days. Most of them were killed by Mossad and CIA agents. You know what? You even had, Simon might remember who it was, but it was, who's that little gay guy again? Lindsey Graham. He even posted out a tweet saying, we've got our agents there on the ground. Mossad is walking alongside the infiltrators. They openly posted these tweets. They infiltrated it. I mean, I can tell you that America shoots protesters, right? Renee Good, for example, Mr. Alex, I can't remember his last name. He was shot, by ICE
Kent
agents.
State. You remember? She remembers Kent State University. I know you do.
There you go. So America does it. We do it as well in the UK. But Simon, sorry, you were going to jump in. I saw your mic on mute.
I was going to say, Lou. Another thing is try and picture this for a second. Yeah, Scott Bessent, who's he's a ex hedge fund manager that works with George Soros, who's the current Treasury Secretary. He was the one that bet against the Bank of England and shorted the currency and made billions of dollars for George Soros by shorting the pound when it went into the euro. He admitted that in order to try and incite violence within Iran, he did an operation to destroy the Iranian currency. And he said that he talked about the operation. This isn't a conspiracy theory or anything. You can look it up, and you can see him talking about it. That he had a very successful operation. Now, what I'd like you to imagine for a second is how would you feel if you logged into your online banking and the CCP had engineered a collapse of your currency so that when you logged in the next day, you couldn't even function or do business or afford anything because they had covertly destroyed the value of all of your savings and all of your financial transactions and um, did it on purpose, deliberately, because they want to create an uprising where you try and regime change and do effectively like January the 6th on the Trump administration. And there's a bunch of ICE agents there as well. And their job is to try and make sure that it doesn't turn into a revolution across America. Do you think ICE agents might, if they were being faced with Americans that were had lost all their savings and were outraged that they can't transact anymore and they can't trade, and they came at ICE with maybe a gun or something, and then maybe the CCP or the put a bunch of fake Americans in there and started shooting the ICE agents to pretend that they're normal Americans, do you reckon that might kind of create a bit of anger and lead to the environment where a bunch of Americans get shot?
This is a worry, Simon, and I'll tell you
Th-
why. These false flags that are potential, just what you described, which has been real, obviously, you told me in Iran. But I'm worried about such activities, as you pointed out, a U.S. possibility, and yeah, and
Yeah,
CCP
so
engineered and others.
the main point of that is I just wanted you to empathize within your own context how you
Yes,
might end up in a situation where ICE end up killing a bunch of people and they engineer it, and then imagine it. Imagine you're Iran, yeah, and you don't really control the mainstream media. But then, America goes across Fox News, CNN, they call up Elon Musk and X and they say, can you push out these videos? And can you also start creating videos? And all of the Iranians that are upset, like they don't know what's real, what's wrong, what's right. Or can you also pay them to start making out? So this is exactly what they did. Now, if you want to know whether that's true or not, that exact set of circumstances happened in Iran in 1953. It's a declassified CIA and MI6 document called Operation Ajax. And it was done by the CIA and MI6 within Iran in order to overthrow the democratically elected leader and the democracy and replace it with a dictatorship within Iran. And that dictatorship was so that they could take Iran's oil and make sure that the Iranian people didn't benefit from that oil. That exact operation that was done, declassified CIA documents called Operation Ajax, that was the very identical operation that led to you thinking the 45,000 brutal Iranian regime was killing protesters. It's engineered to make you feel the way. Now, you could then say, well, why? Well, look what happened next. They wanted to invade Iran because they wanted to do this global reset so that they could reroute all of the oil routes all around the world. So now you ask, is IRGC the terrorists or is the American Trump regime the terrorist?
Simon, I think it's so across countries and across the board. I think you're right. It's the global reset. I've studied a lot about with Colonel Towner about the CIA Gladio operations and the horrible things that have come out of that. So you're not speaking to someone who's completely ignorant of this crap. I am aware. And so I see your point entirely. And I see your point of view.
But
My
to
worry,
me, destroying the entire
absolutely.
Iranian population
Yeah.
savings by
Yeah.
destroying their currency
Yeah.
is civilian illegal terrorist attack.
And you said George Soros is involved in the initial aspect of that. Was that in the,
Now, I'm
was
saying
that?
Scott Bessent, the current Treasury Secretary on the Trump administration, he used to work for George Soros in order to
Yeah,
destroy.
that
Yeah.
worried me. That worried me right there when I heard that. I thought, okay. So, the black threads go everywhere. It's like a nasty spider web. The question I had to ask you guys originally, and thank you for sharing that. The question I had to ask you guys originally, do you I like her. I don't know enough about her operation as ODNI, but it seems to me that Tulsi was very against this, as was Joe Kent. And I'm worried for her position now. Do you think she's going to be the next on the chopping block? Just
Do you
do
know
you,
what
in your opinion?
Tulsi Gabbard original testimony in Congress was with regards to the threat of Iran? Did you
That
watch
it
that?
wasn't.
There was
Yes.
no threat. There's no
No
nuclear
threat.
weapon.
Yep. Yep. And I believe that. I believe that too, because we did the same thing to Iraq.
Yeah,
And then
exactly.
and then the idea that that 9/11 was an inside job so we could get into war. And I trust the Bushes as far as you could throw them across this room. What an evil cabal that is. But so when I say that, I no longer believe actually that we have a Republican and a Democrat party anymore. That's how far I go with this. I don't think we have real parties. I think it's absolutely a bureaucracy and an intelligence controlled country that is sharing with intelligence controlled countries.
Now, do you want
Let
to
me
know? Do
ask
you want
you.
to know something else interesting?
Yes.
When do you remember what they were trying to say about Saddam Hussein and babies and incubators leading up to the Iraq War, and then they were trying to connect it to 9/11, even though Al Qaeda is a CIA operation, and Osama bin Laden worked for the CIA, except effectively as an agent, and
Just like
Mossad.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Exactly. Well, more, yeah, but what's quite interesting is in order to justify the Iraq War, do you remember when they were talking about sending anthrax and all the threat of anthrax?
Yes.
Well, that was actually sent by Mossad, by CIA, and what the original intention was to blame the anthrax on the Palestinians and blame 9/11 on the Palestinians. And then they released videos showing Palestinians dancing around 9/11 when it was really the Israelis that were dancing around 9/11. But in that letter, when they sent the anthrax, there were a couple of words. And it said within the letter that came from the CIA, that came from Mossad, that was trying to create the justification and fear in order to do an illegal invasion in Iraq. It said, death to America, death to Israel from the Palestinians. Now, does everything make sense?
Yeah, it does.
That wasn't sent from Iraq, from Iran,
Yeah.
sorry, or
From
Iraq.
Iran.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
So, death to America, death to Israel. Do you reckon it might be something that's been installed in your brain, and in order to make you feel a certain way when you try and invade a country and steal their oil?
you. Yeah, it's pathetic, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't trust,
yeah.
let me tell you something, Simon, honestly, I don't trust pretty much anything anymore. I really, as far as media, influencers, podcasts, all this stuff, um, I trust people who have firsthand experience of things rather than people who gather it from, um, like military vets and like Amanda and Andre were talking about, or like you guys talking about, because you have experience or you are Iranian. I would rather hear it from people who are directly connected than people who are reading scripts. And it seems to me that when the talking points come out, they blame the left side of the legacy media for this, but I see the right doing it too, just as badly, which is all the talking points. Everybody is so effing lazy about doing their own research. And I apologize for not being able to give you details on things. I'm just an old rancher that's trying to keep up, but I'm open to truth. That's all I want to hear is the truth.
Hey,
Good
man,
or bad.
hey,
Good or
let's
bad,
try it.
I want
Yeah.
the truth.
Hey, man. Hey, Lou, I want to ask you something real quick here. You know, we talk
Sure.
about CCP. You know, they're the
Yes.
enemy. Okay, I understand. Militarily speaking, yep. But did you know that I was in Beijing, China? You talk about boots on the ground. I was literally in Beijing, China at a cocktail party, and this was a very high level, very sensitive meeting about ballistics. I'm talking military ballistics. And the scientific community that I was invited to be with, not to attend that, I'm not a scientist in ballistics, but in my military background, whatever. At the meeting, at the cocktail party, and I don't drink, thank God, since 2001, but at the meeting in 2010, there was a man, a DOD, Department of Defense, the United States of America, Department of Defense from DARPA, that's Defense Acquisitions, right? The R&D people was at that meeting. And I said, whoa, what are you doing here? And he laughed. He said, basically saying, you'll figure it out. Also, now, okay, so that's China. We're working with them in a high-level military secrets. Now, I was as I took my uniform off and I became a contractor, a Beltway bandit, working with the Pentagon. I was in a high-level meeting, and there were 3 Russians there Russians, now this is in the Pentagon now, this is over at Naval Sea Systems, right? Support. They could not speak English. I heard this Dobry Utra, как вы поживаете? And I went, what the hell? Why are these Russians in here? Because I fought the Cold War, submarine warfare. And I was basically told, hey, they're writing code for us. What? Submarine weapon systems. They're writing code. We got these frickin' Soviets in here. And you know, I was, hey, well, get him out of here. Hey, come over here. Hey, do you want a cup of coffee? Hey, chill. So I'm going to leave it here, ma'am. My dear Lou, my dear sister, I'm going to leave it here. We think that we are this mighty America. We are so connected at the hip, militarily, economically, every way with the Russians, with the Chinese. It's one global, and they're all playing the game, the Luciferian elite, and we're the pawns. I'll rest it there.
Thanks for that, Andrew. Okay, just some
Thanks,
breaking
Andrew.
news. We're going to go to the breaking news. Straight to you, Beatrice. You got that, yeah?
I always have it. So guys, there's quite a lot that's happened. So the Iranian Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf has said, SITREP, battle-tested generals refuse to be yes men. This is so funny, right? You know who he's talking about, guys? You know who he's talking about? They know. The Iranians have got the finger on the pulse. He says, battle-tested generals refuse to be battle-tested generals refuse to be yes men for a TV host selling out American lives for Israel's delusions. That's the short-term price. Long-term cost, American taxpayers paying at the pump for decades. Real legacy. Real legacy. We know who he's talking about. Guys on YouTube, tell me you know who he's talking about, right? These battle-tested generals in Iran refuse to be yes men for a TV host who's selling out American lives for Israel's delusions. That's the short-term price. Long-term cost, American taxpayers paying at the pump for decades. Right. Next bit of news. CENTCOM has gone silent for more than 30 hours, 30 hours. That's the longest blackout of the entire war. Is a ground invasion coming? Question mark. Trump Truth Social account. Notice how I say Trump's Truth Social account just posted this. I didn't say Trump just posted this. Trump's Truth Social account just posted this. He says, many of Iran's military leaders who have led them poorly and unwisely are terminated, along with much else with this massive strike in Tehran. President Donald J. Trump. It doesn't say thank you for your attention to this matter. It just signed off with his name. He says many of Iran's military leaders who have led them poorly and unwisely. Well, do you know what? My prime minister leads us poorly and unwisely. I'm sure there are many in America who think Trump leads them poorly and unwisely, and Biden before him. But nobody wants our countries bombed because an outsider gets to judge how our country's led. But that's what Trump's account has just posted. That because America believes, Trump believes, or Trump's cabinet believes that Iran's leaders aren't leading the country very well. They've gone in, they've bombed Tehran, probably killed hundreds of people tonight. Also, Hezbollah have said, we targeted special early warning equipment of the enemy Israeli army on Mount Hermon with a squadron of suicide drones. General Soleimani's daughter, the late General Soleimani, who Trump assassinated, his daughter says that America, the US State Department, has arrested the wrong person. Zainab Soleimani says the woman arrested by US federal agents has nothing to do with her family. So a lot of breaking news coming out, guys. Now, there is something I want to talk about, but it's a bit sensitive and it's just in my mind, right? So I'm going to talk to you about it. Sensitively, I just messaged it to Suleiman. He thinks I've gone crazy. But here's the thing. Let's just say, hypothetically, there are people that believe, a lot of people believe it, some don't. I know Doc does, for example, a lot of Americans do, that Trump was forced into this war because of the Epstein files, right? And some of the files, I was thinking about that this morning, actually, funnily enough, that what kind of law and order does America have when in December, the Supreme Court said that they had to release all the files and they didn't. They released a little bit in January and a little bit more later, but then kept hold of at least half of them. And then Pam Bondi was sacked. and they got her deputy as the acting attorney general, who stood there and said, yeah, we ain't going to release anymore and we ain't going to charge anybody else. End of story. Nothing else going to happen. Now, I was thinking about Pam Bondi today, and I was thinking, isn't it interesting that when she was sacked, Trump actually made a statement about her sacking, right? And he made a statement about her sacking and said she was great at what she did, and he's got a lot of respect for her, words to that effect. We read it out at the time. And she was going to move on to another role, etc. So he basically, let's say he was under pressure from Israel to do the ground invasion, but he kept giving these timelines, didn't he? Despite all the military moving there and everything, and General Ford and all of this, the Abraham Lincoln, and the military were doing, according to some, self-sabotage because they didn't want to do it. He kind of knew that, you know, things weren't quite going right. He kept extending this deadline again and again and again. Iran was hitting back at Israel and the Middle East. Trump was under pressure to do the ground invasion, and he kept extending this deadline. So I was thinking, he gets rid of the Attorney General and replaces it with somebody else who says nothing else is going to be released, end of story, which takes away Israel's leverage. So in that case, what would Israel do if they have no more leverage over Trump? Then I was thinking about Pete Hegseth. This is in the last hour I've been thinking this. Who put a Fox News host in power there? Who actually gave him that? I mean, Trump learned from his first, if you remember Scaramucci and those guys in his first term, when he hired them and he fired them just as quickly because they weren't loyal to him, he said after that he learned about having good people. But this time he didn't really choose anybody that you'd think, wow, outstanding. It seems like everybody he has around him has been inflicted on him and somebody else made those decisions. So who chose Hegseth? Then I thought, well, Hegseth, right, so Trump is commander-in-chief of the military. Hegseth fired the chief of army staff and major generals. Like, these are senior appointments, as high as it gets in the military. And do you know what? I was looking at this. I was looking for this tonight. Trump made zero statements about it. Zero statements. Not one. He made a statement about Pam Bondi, but nothing about the chief of army staff, and yet he is commander-in-chief. Did he even know that Pete Hegseth fired them? We all suspect, it's been reported by various news outlets, that they were fired because they were resisting a ground invasion. Trump didn't make a speech. Trump hasn't been seen since last night. There's reports he's in hospital. Some people are reporting that something else has happened to him. I'm thinking, how far would these people go? Would they literally take out a sitting president to go and do this ground operation? I don't know. I think the ground operation is imminent. I think Soleiman's right. But what the hell is going on in America? That's what I want to know. Trump made zero statement about the chief of army staff. He's the head of the military. He got fired. He served under Trump for over a year. Nothing. Anyway, they're just my thoughts, because people are reporting that Trump's been taken to hospital. We don't have any confirmation. I don't expect to get any confirmation. I don't expect the White House to release. There are reports that the hospital has been taken to, the roads around it have been closed with high security. We're not posting about it. We're not saying it's confirmed. We don't know if it's confirmed until the White House says it's confirmed. But I'm just thinking, what is going on? Let's go.
What is Sui talking? I only hear you, Beatrice. It's just you, right?
Yeah, it's just me. Anita,
Okay.
please reshare the space.
Yeah.
Maybe you come up. I feel like I'm a broken record,
No,
but
Beatrice.
Anita, you haven't.
Beatrice, we have to
Anita, sorry,
look at that.
Andrew, 1 second. Yeah, okay, go on, Andrew. No, go on, Andrew.
Yeah, Beatrice. No, seriously, I know you feel very reticent about speaking what you said, and I know you bounced off Suleiman, but at this point, We are on a runaway train here. We are in uncharted waters. This is past crazy. And I know you feel like I'm kind of hanging on, but honestly are in times that all of us are like, what in the hell is going on here?
That's not the point I was making, Andrew. I was trying to make a point which someone on YouTube have understood. But guys, there's a super chat. I just want to read that out really quickly. From Hawes saying, love you, Beatrix. Thank you very much for your support. And Andrew, just to correct you, I don't bounce off Suleiman. I've got my own thinking. Thank you very
L
much, Mr.
to
Andrew.
Hos, W to Andrew.
Thank you, silly. Can I get my gold star back, please?
W.
Oh, thank God. Sorry, Beatrice. I had to get my star back.
Look at Andrew. I know you bounce off Suleiman. He probably loved that. You know that. Let's see. Anita, have you reshared the space? You can do it from the bottom right-hand side by pressing the purple pill. You're a star. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Anita. Jump in. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Beatrix. No, I was just listening to what your thoughts were, and then of course, Miss Lou and Amanda. But I don't think we're going to get much out of the White House over the weekend. And from what I've been able to gather online so far, it seems to me that I think there's been some posts about large groups of C-17s moving. So I think they're going to just move more supplies, maybe more troops, more everything in over the weekend. And I don't know if they'll ramp things up like come Monday. But I've seen, I think there were, explosions near a nuclear facility in Iran. And, they posted about, I think even Iran posted about that, saying that there's the possibility of radiation leaks. So that's, more civilian infrastructure that's being targeted, and I think they're going to continue to do it as far as the civilian infrastructure goes. So I don't see from what I see online, I just don't see anything coming to slowing down, I guess you could say. And even if you saw Trump, if you saw sort of like the way he looked at his speech that he did for the when he went online or did the, I don't know, it was a couple of days ago. He looked pretty beat. He looks pretty tired. And I think they're probably controlling the information that he does get. And as far as what Americans are getting here, it's like literally a complete blackout. Like there's like nothing. Everything gets denied, and then the secondary sources that aren't mainstream American media gets starts to pull in the story. So then mainstream media has to start covering it. It's just absurd. So I don't see them taking the off ramp. And I think also too. I saw that Iran published what they would like done as far as like through the U.S. and their like points of what they would need for like a ceasefire. They published it in Foreign Affairs magazine, which kind of like is a big deal. It's basically telling the world like, hey, and everyone else like in the world. Like major players like everyone's going to be paying attention to um, what would be posted by them in Foreign Affairs. So I don't see it. I just think this is like probably the biggest um like the biggest screw up this country could have done in like 50 to 100 years, you know. And there's no good. I don't see any upside anywhere. I don't see any upside anywhere for anyone. Like nobody wins in this. You know what I mean? No one. Our economy doesn't win. The world economy doesn't win. Iran gets trashed. And Americans just sit here going, okay, our government sucks. They're corrupt as hell. And, when does it ever end? So I don't know. I don't know what more to say, but I'll just leave it there.
Bleak but true, Anita. Bleak but true. Actually, Simon, you say China wins, right? Simon, who wins the GCC at the end of this, or do we all lose?
Well, the economies that are most protected, if we go down this route of let's keep the strait closed for another month, we'll be in the biggest global crisis we'll ever experience in our lifetime and have experienced. But if if we go down that route, I'd say the two economies that could handle it, well, are the ones that are already sanctioned and already isolated and already have all the internal systems. The problem is that if they keep blowing up Iran infrastructure and then it turns into terrorism, like they start going after, things that keep civilians alive, then yeah, that's an issue. In which case, Russia's the only one that wins in the end. America goes into civil unrest, I think, if the financial markets implode. Iran, if America keeps destroying its infrastructure, then yeah, they'll hit hard times eventually. And China, if everyone's going into a global depression, then their export market will be hit, but they're kind of insulated. Um, but that's kind of the path to World War III if we continue down that path, because then countries say, how do we actually get the strait open? How do we get my resources? Um, and so in that case, the only one that's kind of got it covered is Russia, because they're sanctioned, they're internal, they've got the energy that they need, and kind of Russia and China work together, and Iran, and yeah. So that's kind of like if we keep down this path. I do think we've hit the point where nobody benefits. So, and that's the point when you normally get a deal. Whether we need 2 weeks, 1 week, whatever it is that we've got after this. But when you hit the point where no one benefits from continuing, that's when you just get maximum escalation to de-escalate, or we're going down maximum escalation. And those are the only two paths that I can see from here. No, they didn't survive this because they get their water taken out. They can't import food. They're heavily dependent upon imports. So they need the import market to open up again. Um, I think Russia's the winner if we end up in that path. Um, America has the resources, but America needs the financial markets to function in its existing form, and the financial markets can't handle another month of this.
Yeah, on the financial market side, we go one of two routes, right? I think right now, Simon, it's the big print versus the great taking. I think I'm 85% in favor of the big print right now. But the longer this goes on, the risks of something terrible a la the great taking increase. And I think it's just sit back and watch at this point.
Yeah, great takings end game. For those of you that don't know what that is, Dark can explain a bit more. But effectively, the big print is a mechanism for saving the markets. But if that leads to an inflationary spiral or the interest rate on American debt reaches the point where only the Fed is the only buyer left, then eventually when things break, everyone just wants the real asset rather than the fake paper asset. And that's kind of what happened in the silver market recently. No one wanted the paper contract, everyone wanted the real silver. And the only people that ended up with the real silver were the ones that actually had the real silver, and everyone else ended up with a paper contract. Is that how you'd frame it, Doc?
Yeah, I mean, look, The Great Taking is a book written by David Rogers Webb, also a video. I put it on my timeline. Everybody can go check it out. It's a must watch. But essentially, um, Simon lays the big print out very well. I don't think interest rates go higher. I think interest rates go lower in a big print. But as Simon mentioned, the only real buyer of US debt becomes the Fed. So the question is, whose team is the Fed on? Is the Federal Reserve on Team America? I would argue that they're not an American bank. They're neither federal nor a reserve. They're a European bank. They're a sister bank or mother bank, I should say, the Bank of International Settlements, the ECB, the European Central Bank, the Swiss National Bank, the Bank of Japan. These are all European banks. And the real question is the Fed going to step in and bail out the US economy, or are they going to step aside and let everything crash and blame it all on Donald Trump? And if they let everything crash, then the banks crash. Now, remember, the asset holders, that's BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, they end up winning because they own everything. So if the American economy crashes, the banks crash, then your overlords become BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. And that's the theory behind the Great Taking, is that the rules have changed since 0809, and in a collapse, in a banking collapse, the DTCC, which holds your securities, is senior in the capital structure to your ownership rights of your stocks, your bonds, your derivatives. So if you're a broker dealer, let's say you bank at Morgan Stanley and Morgan Stanley goes bankrupt, you don't own anything. You own a claim on Morgan Stanley, but they're bankrupt. And unfortunately, the DTCC, which is BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, they're senior. They have a senior claim on your assets than you do. So you end up with nothing. They end up with everything. That's that Great Taking thesis. Again, everybody should watch that video. But that's the worst case scenario. And look, just looking at the way this thing's playing out, the World Economic Forum for over a decade has been telling us exactly what they intend to do. 15-minute cities, energy lockdowns, and the destruction of the financial system as we know it today, and the introduction of programmable money or central bank digital currencies. We're just going to have to sit back and watch. But every day that goes by, we inch a little bit closer to the Great Taking and away from the big print, in my estimation.
And in Ireland, they just launched today. They launched their beta project for their digital wallet integrated with the digital ID. All European countries have to comply with the digital ID requirement by the end of 2026. Europe has just launched their digital euro central bank digital currency. So it looks like Europe is the one that's going fastest towards that digital prison, and Europe is the one that's impacted the most by this energy crisis. So they will not waste this crisis. If they can manufacture civil unrest, they will they will use it to build out their control grids and get Main Street adoption of it. They tried to launch the central bank digital currency in Nigeria, and it failed. And the only way to get it to work is to effectively have a situation where you have to download an app, and in order to get access to your money, they replace it with a central bank digital currency. You have to do forced adoption. And that's the most likely outcome if we carry on down this path. And I'd estimate the Duma scenario that Doc just pointed out. I reckon it's the most likely outcome if the strait is closed for the rest of this year.
Oh,
I
absolutely,
think it's highly
absolutely.
likely.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't make it a full 6-7 months with the strait not open. And just to add to what Simon was saying, a lot of people think America's insulated because we produce our own oil, which we do, but we're not insulated from a European banking collapse. Our banking system is completely tied to the hip with theirs. So if UBS goes down and Society Generale goes down and Deutsche Bank goes down, Goldman Sachs goes down, Bank of America goes down, Wells Fargo goes down. That's why they're called globally systemic banks, GSIBs. So um, it's not as if Europe is sitting there without a weapon to fire at Donald Trump. They have a very big weapon that they can fire. So when Trump says you open the strait yourselves and starts bad mouthing Europe, just remember Europe does have a weapon to fire, and it's a big one.
And yields are blowing out in Japan as well, which means that starts to break the the number one funding source of the US government debt, which is Bank of Japan low interest rates. The Bank of Japan, their yields on the 20-year Treasury are at the highest rate since 1999 now. So that's a deviation from that source of finance from Japan. Then if you do the petrodollar and you do the euro dollar, you've broken everything. And we will be in that scenario if the strait is closed for the rest of this year. That's why all game theory points towards a deal that opens the strait, and there's no dominant player here. America's as exposed as Iran is as exposed as is China. Once you play it out for 6 months, right now they can try and get short term leverage, but also at the same time, cyber attacks and hacking and various other types of tools could be used in order to try and trigger something that forces a settlement, which I think everyone will be using as well. They've done it multiple times. They always try to hack the Iranian banking system when they're trying to manufacture civil unrest in Iran. They also hacked the crypto exchange. Interestingly, one thing that's very interesting is Iran is accepting US dollar stablecoins, Tether, for their payment or to get through the Strait of Hormuz right now, according to Bloomberg. Now, I'm not sure if we can believe it, but
Yeah, I do not believe that, Simon.
yeah.
It would
Um,
be just so everyone knows, a stable coin can be canceled overnight. So if I read the article as well you're referring to, and the article says that that on-chain analysis has proven billions of dollars are moving in through Iranian wallets. Well, if that was true, those wallets would be frozen overnight. So I just don't believe that story. I think that's more of a U.S. banking story than anything else. But I would say this because I'd love to get your opinion, Simon. Who's in best position to recover after a complete collapse? So let's assume the strait stays closed, the global economy collapses. I would argue China and the eastern countries are in far better shape. Of course, they're going to get pulverized, but they recover the quickest. I would think Europe and America recover last, if recover at all.
yeah, I mean, if you're at complete collapse, your ability to unify a society, and I'd argue China is centralized enough to be able to unify their society where it doesn't go into civil unrest. Whereas America and Europe, I think we just go straight into civil unrest, and there's no trust. Whereas, kind of, the more authoritarian you are, the more likely you are to take orders. If everything's going to disaster, you actually need like a centralizing force that's going to maintain order, and China's perfectly positioned for that. They've also got resources and they've got manufacturing base, so they've got real tangibles. They just need energy, so they need to go to wherever they can to get energy. And I imagine they just take the Gulf energy and Iran's energy at that stage, and then they'll be fine.
And
And
Russia.
then, yeah, well, they just work with Russia. Yeah, I think
Yeah, that,
Russia, Iran, China would just form a country, as it were, that would be able to maintain order. I think.
yeah, I'm not sure what shape Iran would be in after such a conflict, but certainly Russia, China, um, and then I think the Koreas would
Well, if
unify.
Iran's screwed, they'll just China would just occupy Iran and make sure it's got
Yeah,
its energy, right?
yeah. I mean, they're going to have to rebuild it, right? I mean, I kind of am in. The more I'm watching what's going on, I think the America and Israel are just going to absolutely destroy Iran. They're going to go after the infrastructure. They'll go after the water, the energy, everything. They're just going to annihilate it.
Well, I guess the interesting thing there is that you know it will just be a massive civilian attack because, as we saw with Gaza, and this is not really comparable, but when you have an underground structure, you still have the fighting force surviving. And as long as America can't stop China helping Iran, um, then it basically China could just make sure Iran gets what it needs.
Yeah, I think that's right. And it gives them the ability to continue to fight, even though the civilian infrastructure is getting destroyed, which keeps the strait closed, which keeps the GCC getting hit, right? So you can just see this thing going on for months upon months. Now, don't kid yourself. Destroying Iran, you might as well destroy New York and San Francisco, Chicago, and all the big American cities as well, because the dollar collapses. And when the dollar collapses, the only way you're going to get food in these cities is with a central bank digital currency. So there we go back to the great taking again. America will divide amongst the rural and urban areas for sure. But there is no good solution for America if they go down this road.
Yeah, so I think we've got April to resolve this. Otherwise, that's it. That we're getting closer to that's the inevitable path.
Yeah, and just to that point, Trump just came out and said basically we're not opening the strait in April. So here we go, right? We've been saying now for a while that strait needed to be open the first week of March, and now we're a full month into this strait closure, and the damage is being done, really done. So even if they got the strait open tomorrow, there's damage, major damage has been done. But yes, staying closed another month, it's global, colossal destruction.
Yeah, and if you wanted to do like an Operation Warp Speed in order to build alternative infrastructure, like to get the Gulf's oil flowing and America's oil and Russia's oil and LNG flowing, feels like a minimum if the entire world wanted to do all right lockdown Operation Warp Speed, it feels like that would still be a 2-year project or a 3-year project to reroute all of the world's energy and infrastructure.
Absolutely. I mean, we're past just minor damage. We're into major damage, and yeah, it doesn't seem that there's a path forward. And I think this is Iran's bet, right? Like Iran knows they're not going to beat the United States in a kinetic war, but they can bring the Western banking system to its knees, and that's their gambit.
And the only way that America like has a chance in this one is if you nationalized all the oil and LNG companies and you nationalized the banking system and you basically became China. That would be how America could survive it if you want to go full route. Because then you'd take away all the profits from the banks and you'd use all the energy and resources to help the American people. But if you carry on under your existing structure, you're just making the banks more powerful, the big oil more powerful, which of the major shareholders are the banks and financial institutions. And you'd make, you just help the banks basically. You're just doing a hostile takeover, full hostile takeover by BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard.
Yeah, and to be clear, it's not the banks, because the banks in the scenario you're painting, the banks get closed. It's the financial industrial complex. It's the people that own the banks that end up taking over.
Yeah, the custodians
A-
and the asset managers.
exactly. And where this kind of gets really dangerous is you have to realize America is what 50% a nanny state, a welfare state. And what happens in the transition when there is no more dollars? I mean, that's the scariest point of all. Is what do these cities look like? The food supply on New York is something like on Manhattan Island, I should say, is about 4 hours. So they have 4 hours worth of food in Manhattan Island. So just imagine what it looks like if the banks shut down and nobody knows what to do and you have chaos.
Yeah, so that's the worst case scenario if this continues for the rest of this year, which is why if we're in a scenario where mutually assured destruction is not how people are thinking, then a deal has to be done. and there'll be some more leverage to try and get on the right side of that deal, which is why I think we're witnessing escalate to de-escalate. But yeah, otherwise we're going down the wrong path, and you're going to have to
Yeah,
regime change Trump to stop this one.
and the other side of that is once you destroy the civilian infrastructure in Iran, getting a deal done becomes next to impossible because then it's truly a decentralized force just launching what they have.
Just some breaking news, guys. So first things first, huge explosions in Kuwait. In addition to that, Hezbollah launched heavy barrage of missiles towards Israel right now. Also, Iran addresses Israel in Hebrew. And this is, let me actually, I've made a mistake here. 1 second, let me just edit this. And they said the following. They said,
Is this Netanyahu?
no, Iran addressed Israel in
No
Hebrew.
way.
Yeah, so Iran addressed Israel in Hebrew. And then what they did was they read from the book of Ezekiel. I know Andrew loves his that type of stuff. And they said the following, this quote from chapter 22. They said, O city that sheds blood in her midst, you have become guilty by the blood you have shed. You have caused your days to draw near and have come to the end of your years. Therefore, I have made you a reproach to the nations and a mockery to all the countries. And he said that in Hebrew. Hilarious.
Well,
Banter.
that's a huge connection, so I won't go into. That's a huge, that's Israel in derision, and that's when the prophet cursed Israel when they turned to Baal worship.
Explain.
Yeah, Ezekiel 14 and 22 are connected. Ezekiel 14 is a terrifying prophecy. And when God said to the Israelis, to the children of Israel, right, the Hebrew children, he said, if you go and follow after false prophets and worship under false gods, these prophets of Baal, and sacrifice your children, right, I will literally... And God said this, I will literally turn you over to that and give you your false prophets, and your eyes will be blind, your ears will be deaf, and then Isaiah confirmed that with Isaiah 6, and you will follow after that. And then in Ezekiel 22, he says, and you will be a reproach among the nations and hated and cursed and da. And Iran knows those scriptures very well. Islamic scholars know those scriptures very, very well. They also know the eschatology, which is connected to the Christian eschatology, and that's why Israel is in derision, and that's why we're looking and saying, "Wow, yeah, So yeah, it's powerful, Suleiman.
Thanks for that, Andrew. Guys, I've got some important news here, and this is specifically for all of us, but especially for our YouTube community, because I think that's a really important community. And we want to keep it as a community. We want to be able to have that YouTube stream there. We want to be able to chat on the YouTube stream there. And the reason for that, obviously, is not only because it's built up into a really good kind of exchange to share information and knowledge, and you enjoy listening to the space there and commenting, you've got to know each other, but also because you know that people get thrown out of the X space and they can't hear. So it's really important that we protect that YouTube channel and the other YouTube channel. Now, what happened is on Soleiman, YouTube's actually coming after Soleiman. So on the channel that he set up for the interviews, right? And the reason he's had to set that up for the interviews is because this channel that we chat on was actually shadow banning the interviews. So he set up the channel for interviews, only been going for 3 days, and they restricted his access and said he has a previous suspension. He doesn't. He posted one video 6 months ago and made it private. It's never had a violation. It's never had any suspension or anything like that. And they've restricted it already. So I want everybody who's on YouTube now, if you've got an X account, to come here and take the tweet that Suleiman's done. It's in the nest of the space. when you go above the space on X, if you go onto the space, you see where Suleiman and Simon and myself are. Above that, there is a tweet pinned in the nest. I'd like you all to come to that tweet, and I want you to tag in Team YouTube at Team YouTube and ask them to rectify this. This is really important. Suleiman's done it. He's tagged in Team YouTube. A ton of people have, but they're just ignoring it. This censorship can't go on. We have to have, you know, a resistance to actually saying, no, you cannot take away the YouTube channel. So please come over to X, take the link for this. I'm also just going to put it in the chat for you now. And I want everybody to tag in Team YouTube and ask them to rectify this. And this is really important because otherwise they'll take down YouTube and that's it. And if they take down YouTube, then that's it, right, guys? Then we can't complain afterwards because we have a chance. So to do something about this, I'm going to actually put it in the chat now. Team YouTube. And ask them to rectify this.
Beatrix, is it hashtag Team YouTube? Is that
No, it's just at Team
at
YouTube.
Team
Yeah,
YouTube? Okay.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. And everybody on the space, please do the same. You know what it's like when you can't get into the space. We run these spaces and we're going to be running them probably 24 hours if there's a ground invasion again, guys. And it's not easy to do these 24 hours. So there it is. And mods, if you can pick it up as well from the YouTube, I've just posted the link for the actual tweet. And quote tweet it, guys. That tweet, quote tweet it, retweet it, tag in Team YouTube. I see the numbers are flying. Thank you to everybody who's already on it. Rathbone was on it straight away. Dynamic, thank you. Exosa, thank you very much. Just done it now. Besem, thank you. Boswald, thank you. I know you're a regular listener. Azra, thank you so much. I see loads of people coming on there now. Tag in. Thank you, Dynamic. I see people saying it. Aaron, you said this yesterday. He has Rumble, but Rumble doesn't give you any viewership, and Rumble suppressed his account very early on. Rumble's one of the first places he'd actually gone to. They said they'd feature him. They said they'd support him, but as soon as they realized that he was actually speaking against the Gazayos, they literally suppressed his account there. There's nothing on Rumble for him, and he's challenged them on that. So yeah, this is it. Please tag Team YouTube. Thanks, Siddharth, for taking it up. Everybody, I want quote tweets. I want retweets. I want lots of tags for tag Team YouTube at Team YouTube. I want lots and lots of people commenting on this. At Team YouTube, rectify this. At Team YouTube, what's going on? Raccoon Queen, at Team YouTube, please fix this violations detected issue. Buzzian, thank you, Buzzian. I see you do tag us in other posts as well and other bits of information, and I appreciate it. I do notice it. Please fix this at Team YouTube. Thank you. Andrew's on it. Hiba, thank you very much. One of our mods. JP, thank you very much. Over from, I believe you're on our YouTube chat as well, JP, if you're the same JP. Thank you. Abbas, thank you very much. I want loads of guys. I want you all. Miss Lou, thank you very much. So please rectify this. Dynamic says, come on, bro. I think it's the same Dynamic from our YouTube chat. And I want everyone here from YouTube because this is about keeping YouTube alive for everybody. Siddharth, one of our mods, has done it. Thank you very much, guys. At Team YouTube, rectify this. Latoya, thank you. Appreciate it. MJ, like loads of people on it. Rachel, thank you very much. I think you're from our YouTube as well. I want everybody on here from YouTube. And I want everyone to retweet it, quote tweet it. Loads of quote tweets coming through at Team YouTube. Ask them to... Yeah, Aaron, that was really rude. And you know what? He actually had an agreement with the CEO of Rumble. And then the CEO of Rumble came and tweeted at Suleiman on X. And Suleiman said, no, it's because you knew that I wasn't taking the Zio position. You reneged on our deal. You literally suppressed my account after 1 day of featuring me. You suppressed it. And you claim to be a free speech platform, and you're obviously not. And I've exposed that. So, yeah, they did that to him. So thank you, JP. Appreciate it. No, I don't want you to simp, JP. Don't worry. So I see everyone. Listen, I'm recognizing everyone who's come on to X from YouTube. Appreciate you all. Please come on over. Tag at Team YouTube. You've got the link there. Siddharth is posting it. And everybody on X, we've got over 2,000, nearly 2,800 people. Come on, and there's a tweet in the nest above where you can see Suleiman, Simon, and myself. Just above us on the X space, it says, I have a new YouTube channel. Open that post, quote tweet it, retweet it, and tag in. All you have to write is at Team YouTube. Please rectify this. At Team YouTube, fix this. At Team YouTube, please fix this immediately. Something like that. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Back to you.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Also, guys, some more news. There were reports propagated by people, Beatrix, and many others, who have been claiming that Trump is basically in hospital and/or Beatrix thinks she may not even be alive. That being said, others are saying that he's locked up in the White House, not leaving because of a major incident. What is that major incident? Is it his own personal health? Is it possibly trying to retrieve the US soldier? Or is it a ground invasion that's coming? Trump's 48-hour notice, or his what's it called again, 10-day notice, it runs out April the 6th, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, so that's that could be when they start the ground invasion, is my thought.
I think Hexet's done something to him, Suleiman. Look, CENTCOM haven't even posted anything for 30 hours. I think Hexet's done something to him. Even the Pope called out Hexet.
What do you mean, Hexas? Let's go down this line then. So what do you think?
Oh my God, even Dark's laughing. I do. I'm really worried. I never thought I'd be freaking worried about Trump, but I'm really worried that they've done
You're
something
worried
to
about
him.
Trump?
They've offed him.
Is
Yeah.
this reminding you of your MAGA spaces and you thinking, I don't get it, why would I don't.
No, I think they've offed him because they want to do a ground invasion, and he just kept extending the deadline, and he didn't want to go there.
But Lindsey Graham posted and said he just had a conversation with Trump and Trump's promised him
Yeah, but little gay Lindsey Graham is pricking Israel shill, isn't he? Who believes him?
Interesting. So you're saying Lindsey Graham only said that because in a way that he didn't really mean it? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think Lindsey Graham means anything. Look, I think they've offed him. The CENTCOM haven't even posted for 30 hours. I think they did a coup on him.
Regime change.
If they haven't offed him, they've done a coup and silenced him. He's somewhere, but they're like unable to speak to us. They probably drugged him with Biden's drugs or something. I don't know. I'm really concerned they've done something to him. Let's see if they do that Easter Bunny thing at the White House, isn't it? They're supposed to do it every Easter Monday, isn't it? They do it. Let's see if they do that tomorrow and if he turns up with Melania.
And so 3 o'clock, I was just looking at it. 10 a.m. Eastern, he said 48 hours, right? So
Well, no, his account said.
yeah, his account said, oh yeah, you're still talking about the whether he's alive or not. But I was saying, for 7 hours ago, he said 48 hours. So we're down to what, like 41 hours left? And normally he doesn't wait the whole time. So I would not be surprised if the ground invasion happens anytime within the next 41 hours. Lindsey Graham seemed to suggest that he'd had a conversation with Trump, or as what you said, some random person who may or may not be Trump, who basically said that there was gonna be a huge reaction to what happened. I'm also seeing that this Sneem News says that the US is bombing locations they think where the pilot is in order to try and kill the pilot. That's interesting.
Apparently, that pilot, when they self-eject from the jet, they have 48 hours of supplies on them. And so his 48 hours of supplies are going to be running out. And now there's a concern that he'll have to come out of wherever he's hiding when he gets hungry and thirsty and stuff. That's what they're saying. I don't know. And by the way, Legas do Hockey on YouTube says The Simpsons predicted Trump's demise this year. I'm not saying that. Somebody on YouTube said it, but I'm just concerned for his safety. That's all I'm saying.
You know what did you say before that? Before the Legato news thing?
48 hours of
Oh
supplies.
yeah. So Ryan Dawson, obviously, he holds the position that they've already got him. So we'll have to see.
You know, what's really interesting about that, and just flashing back to Puncher last night, Puncher pointed out that those two chairs should land very close to each other and that they're trained to immediately get with each other and then get to safety. So why do we only see a picture of one chair, and why didn't they get together? It's very strange.
Yeah, that's a great point, Darkside. If you remember the interview with Anthony Aguilera, he said when they eject, they'll have specific meet points. Remember when I asked Punchy and he said, "Oh, I'm not privy to say that. It's classified or whatever," which seemed to suggest is the case because Anthony Aguilera said that it is the case. So what happens is they'll have specific location points in Iran where they'll be like, "Look, if you eject here, if you fall in this area, come here. If you fall in this area, come here," and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, the fact that both of them didn't come to the same meeting point. Remember, Anthony Aguilera said that either that means he's dead, missing, or captured as a prisoner of war.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're in constant communication with their pickup meet crew, rendezvous team there, Suleiman and Dark and everyone.
Interesting. You're saying that that could either mean that communication ability got destroyed or he's captured.
Exactly. Because you know, and I again, my buddy, that's what he does, the rescue stuff. He won't go into, but yeah, and that's what they practice and practice, Sully. One of my best friends is a fighter pilot, and they go through that SEER. I never went through SEER training, didn't need to, but they train how to do that. Communicate, move, hide. Well, punch related out. Yeah. So that means where's the other guy? They would have been communicating. They would have been coordinating. They would have been close. So yeah.
Yeah, it's really strange. Okay.
Just really quickly, guys on YouTube, thank you so much. You guys have been absolutely smashing it. I want everyone to continue to come over. Let me have a look and quote tweet and retweet this. I want to have a look. Hiba, you said you've posted something. You've quote tweeted it. Let me have a look. Hey, Team YouTube, please sort the below out. No, now more than ever, fact-based independent voices are needed to counter disinformation. Thank you, Sheikh Suleiman. Really appreciate that, Hiba. Thank you very much. You guys on YouTube have been smashing it. Keep coming over, keep retweeting, and tag in at Team YouTube. Keep doing it. We need a lot more quote tweets, guys, and a lot more retweets. Listen, when we what they're going to do otherwise is if we don't have a YouTube channel, you can't get into spaces. We get kicked out all the time. And then half the messages I get is that even the mic requests I send to people in their DMs don't work. They can't join. They get blank screen. And so literally, I don't know where we're going to go to cover this. So please keep on doing it. I know the mods are posting, thanks Siddharth, on YouTube. Keep sharing it. You can do multiple retweets or quote tweets if you want to, but just tag in Team YouTube. Appreciate that, Huma. Thank you.
Yeah, guys, and if you're on X as well, not just the YouTube guys who we appreciate, but also X people, if you could do the same, that would be awesome. If you can do whatever Beatrix told you to do. It's weird because I'm watching YouTube like that account replying to so many small accounts, and yet they've not replied to us. It's really weird. Yeah, it's really strange. Let's put it that way. Okay. Let's go to. Bring some people up. Okay. Let's go to. Okay, someone's not even coming up. Okay, let me bring. Let's go to Anita. Anita, jump in. What do you want to add? So bring this guy up. Guys,
Anita, can you hear Suleiman?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I
Yeah, I
don't.
can you hear me
Yeah,
now? Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Um,
yeah, yeah.
I've just been noticing here, I think here in the last 20 hours or whatever, the the Air Force, the E-4B, the Doomsday plane, the Night Watch, has landed at the Joint Base Andrews outside of Washington. So it's the military command's, the nuclear command, Doomsday command airplane for the U.S. government. I don't know. Something's got to be up because if they canceled everything and put a lid on everything at the White House for the whole weekend, and Trump didn't go to Mar-a-Lago, and now the command plane has left Omaha and then landed at Force Joint Base Andrews. I mean, there's there's definitely a reason for that. You know what I mean? Um, so obviously, I mean that just to me just means more escalation.
yeah. Guys, can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
really must, because my page isn't working, so I don't know if it's the internet or what. Let's go to Ibn Sina. Ibn Sina, jump in.
How's it going, Sully?
Yeah, doing great. How are you doing?
I'm good. I gotta admit, man, your stamina and your rigor in doing these is unmatched, man. I think the space is being filtered because it doesn't show up on the following page. But I think when it comes to everything going on, the the initial phase, the shock phase, is pretty much lapsed, right? Gas prices have hiked up. Who thought the U.S. would enter this kind of foreseeable catastrophe, right? So the next stage, which lingers on, is ongoing planned strife, right? So gas prices will go up. Trump will continue to sell his weapons to the Gulf states. Maybe the US gas infrastructure will continue to benefit, but something's definitely leading up in the next few days. I mean, it's been a complete loss, shall we say. The intention to open up the strait, I know Trump says that's not his intention. Wasn't even a part of the the calculation before the war. Now they want to open up the strait, which was open before the war anyway. So what's left is what's left, I think, is a ground invasion. I know, Solly, you say the same, but it's I guess anyone who's been following these events would have seen that there's no calculation here, and when you're firing the top generals just because they're not accepting a planned devastation, which won't have the intended effects, you're losing all your ability to succeed. So I don't know what the exact intention is or what the point I'm trying to make is, but I think it's clear that there's no successful path forward because when it comes to the IRGC guys, they're not going to surrender. This isn't Hitler shooting himself and his wife taking cyanide. It's been demonstrated by the way their leaders have gone out. So this is just going to continue. It's not meant to be won. It's meant to be continued.
And so, how do you think this ground invasion goes? Where do you think they go?
In terms of the strategic planning and the entry points, it's hard to predict because you don't have just the IRGC, you have the Basij, you have the IRGC, you have the armed forces, and these people are all loyal, right? Like the armed forces are conscripted by ordinary people within the society, and if they were gonna defect, they would have done it already. So they're pretty loyal. They'll put up a good fight. I don't know exactly if it'll be small ambushes. Of course, it'll be. You can't have a full invasion. I don't think the U.S. has the logistic infrastructure and pace to go on a full head invasion. Right? They don't. They just don't have the troops. So it'll be individual ambushes, which I never thought that was going to happen. The way that they've already come in and tried to find this down pilot. So it's kind of crazy that you're already having these skirmishes into the Iranian territory, but it'll probably be the same. I don't think they're going to be able to ambush and take the uranium. It's definitely being disseminated between different sites, just as I think Simon had mentioned. So there's just no win in sight. I think Trump is being led in a wrong direction just to make this calculated chaos at the benefit of I don't know who, military industrial complex or the U.S. U.S. oil daddies.
Yeah. Just some more news, and then I'm gonna. Okay, yeah, here it is. That's what I was gonna say. Professor Morandi just posted out. He said the following quote: "Due to the attacks by the U.S. and Israeli regimes on certain energy infrastructure, Iran has decided to block all diplomatic communication channels between Iran and the US. According to this decision, given Iran's upper hand on the battlefield, if the attacks on Iran escalate in the same manner, communication avenues will remain closed until the US congressional elections." So it means it'll remain closed until the midterms.
And that will be deemed by the US propaganda media to mean election interference. And Trump administration will go absolutely crazy when they read that. So the escalation ladder just keeps going higher.
Exactly. This is crazy. Um, Let me see some more news. I've kind of been a bit slow with the news, actually, to be honest. Let me see. So, the Israeli army has threatened to evacuate Masna border crossing between Lebanon and Syria. There were protests in Tel Aviv today, and 17 Israelis were arrested for protesting. We also have. Trump, in response to one of the journalists after being asked about the fate of the missing American officer in Iran, he said, "I can't comment on that." Beatrix, you've been debunked. We have,
But who's reporting that? Who's reporting that?
I'm not sure what the source of that is, actually.
But is there a video?
No, there's no video, bro.
But then how do we know? And listen, he's just done another Truth Social post. I sent it to you, right? Well, his account has.
Nah, bro.
And it's just, it's
Nah.
true. Let Chick have her thoughts in it. And like, hopefully, like, let Chick have her opinions. But his account's just posted this CPAC, like, Paul. And it says, "Do you approve or disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing as president?" They're even referring to him in third person. There you go. I just sent it to you.
No, that's CPAC poll saying, "Do you approve or disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing?" And because the poll went really well, he just retweeted the poll. He posted the image of the poll.
Somebody posted the image of the poll from his page.
That's hilarious. I don't know what to say about this. This is like conspiracy to another level. Why would they kill him? It makes no sense. Like JD Vance doesn't probably wants to pretend like he didn't want this war. Let's see what else. Okay. By the way, there are apparently attempts to try and rescue the F-15 fighter pilot. So obviously we'll continue giving that news as and when we receive it. Let me see what else we got.
Tasneem's news says U.S. is attempting to kill the missing American pilot, having lost of rescuing him or her. Sources said several U.S. fighter jets bombed areas in Coquille County, attempting to bomb the area where they suspect the pilot is located in, according to Tasneem News.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh my God, listen, MJ, I'm not freaking like Candice. What do you mean, let's ask Candice? I ain't doing a Candice Owens here. I'm just sharing my thoughts.
That's a good one and an accurate assessment. So Candice, who do you want to go to next?
You're so rude. I'm not Candice. There's massive anti-war protests going on in Tel Aviv. I've seen footage of that. Huge. And people are being arrested. They're being around. Oh my God, the irony. The only democracy in the Middle East is arresting people who are protesting. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Let's go to, let me just have a look actually. Raccoon Queen. Let's go to Raccoon Queen because I've seen Raccoon Queen even always does always post Raccoon Queen. Also, I see you retweet the space and everything else, and thank you so much. But do that tweet in the nest. I have a YouTube channel, that one, and tag in Team YouTube and get them to fix it. Go ahead, Raccoon Queen. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I already did one and you shouted me out, but I'll do it again. But I do have a question for you and Suli. Where is Donald Trump and Yahoo? You know, since
Goodness.
he's not coming up. There's a media blackout. He might be in the hospital. I saw things in the alleged that the White House press has come out and said, no, that's not true. But where is Trump and Yahoo?
This is
Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I agree.
oh
Where is
my
he?
god. This is
Yeah,
crazy.
it's freaky. It's this is really scary. I've tried to my dad about it yesterday and he kind of like family member anytime I have like some kind of anxiety that I try they just like brush what I'm feeling and thinking away like I'm just being like somehow immature, you know? So it's frustrating. So I'm glad that, you know, there's this space with all of you and everybody who's listening and YouTubing that I'm not alone in having these anxieties that I'm feeling. So thank you for that.
Appreciate it. I'm not sure if you're cutting out, if it's me, but you were just cutting out slightly. But
Yeah,
you have
rubber
what you said.
Oh,
banded pretty
it
bad there towards the end, Raccoon. Hard to hear the last you said.
oh, I was saying
Yeah, you're still cutting out.
I'm not alone. Oh, okay. I'll just sorry. Thank you.
Oh, Raccoon, you were cutting out a little bit, but listen, you're lovely. And you're welcome on our panel anytime. It's just the network reception on your side wasn't great. But look, I heard the end of what you said about the fact that you're glad you've got this space because of the anxiety and the concern. We share it. And we understand it. And we're all going through this journey together. We don't know what life after this looks like. We don't even know when life after this will start. We don't know how long this is going to go on. We pray it ends as soon as possible for people across the world that are really struggling with this, and we're in this together. So yeah, anytime you have that feeling or that anxiety or that uncertainty, just feel free to request the mic, and you're always welcome on our panel. And don't think you're alone, by the way. Like literally, I find myself lying awake when the space finishes early hours of the morning. I go to sleep for an hour and I wake up and I'm thinking about the war. And I'm thinking, God, you know, this is not normal. Like to be lying awake and thinking about war. You know, we should be thinking about nice things in life, but it is a concern. Um, so yeah, you're not alone, Raccoon, and appreciate you. Thank you. Let's go
Just some breaking news.
to
Lots of
Minute.
breaking news.
Yeah.
Lots of breaking news. Let me just create. Um, let me just post it as well. So it's about the pilot. Lots of news coming out about the pilot. Iran says Americans lying about the missing pilot. Okay. This is what's happening. So there's a lot of stuff happening. Oh, flip! I pressed the wrong button there. But anyway, there's a lot of stuff happening. So one thing is, Tasneem News are saying from a military source that the Americans are lying about the missing pilot. They said we will not announce whether the pilot is in our custody or not. The Americans are not telling the whole truth about the first pilot. Believe Beatrix already mentioned the 48-hour thing. We also have that the Americans and the Americans are currently bombing. No joke, you're gonna find this surprising, but I mean, in terms of not deal with it, but take this in. The Americans, there's multiple reports that US fighter jets are bombing the southern side of Koglia and Boyer Ahmed province where the fighter pilot is. So they're bombing the area where the fighter pilot is. The SNEAM agency is saying that the strikes by the US are taking place because they're trying to kill their own pilot so that they don't have to negotiate for him later. So they're trying to murder their own pilot so that they can don't have to negotiate for him later. Is the claim made by Tasneem, because right now the Americans are bombing the exact area where the pilot is.
It, it
I mentioned about the multiple U.S. helicopters have entered the area and are also being fired upon. So there's also multiple helicopters in the area, and they're being fired upon by the local tribes. I think that's the latest news on that. Let me see. But yeah, it's ongoing. The search and rescue for the pilot is ongoing. You have America going in. They are searching. In the one hand, they're searching for the pilot. On the other hand, there are claims that they are bombing the area to kill their own pilot. Just so you understand the two different positions on what's going on there. I think that is it. Uh, Ben Gavir said, we started by requesting the red uniform in preparation for the execution of Palestinian prisoners. So obviously that continues. Welcome to 2026 where these things can happen. Okay, that's the latest news. Was it Ibn Sina, were you gonna add something?
yeah, it just doesn't add up, man. Like when you eject, your weapons support expert specialist ejects at the same time. It's not like the guy's gonna go far from the first guy that's ejected, right? It's not like they're gonna be 20 kilometers away just based on where the chute lands. It's just very, very odd, the whole story. Chances are the other person hasn't ejected. I think they only found one seat that's ejected, and it's just all a cover-up story. The paratroopers, I don't think they're actually being entered. The governor just posted a news outlet saying that it's not true. There's no kind of ongoing conflicts. I know there's reports that shooting's going on, but it's just odd. I think the bet would be on the second person not having ejected or having died on ejection, or the whole thing being fake, meaning both have been killed in action.
Yeah, that's possible. It's possible both either one of those could happen. He could have died in terms of actually died, or he could have died in terms of when he landed, or it could be he is still alive and he's hiding in the in different areas within Iran, within the province, or he could be captured as well. So all of these things are logically possible. Um, let's go to
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, Sully.
yeah.
My dad worked on the flight line, right? He was avionics radar tech. But worked around the guys that worked on the ejection seats. Even to this day, because my son was Air Force officer, these ejection seats can fail. Number one, or you can hit something coming out of the cockpit. I mean, it can kill you, right? Um, so and also it can be a chick. Let's not forget, we keep assuming it's a guy. Chicks fly these fighter jets too, if they even fly the stealth bombers now. Um, so there's really no telling right now what happened to the other pilot. Um, I'm just saying, just because you hit that ejection seat button doesn't mean that everything is going to be hunky dory, or your chute doesn't open. You know, it kills you during the ejection. It doesn't eject at
Amanda, if
all.
a pilot gets injured, do they have a suicide pill where they don't want to be captured that they can take?
That I don't know.
Like, in
I'd
other
have to
words, if
ask
you're
my.
badly injured
Yeah,
and
I
you
know
don't
what you
necessarily,
mean. I'd have to ask my son. He was in contracting. I'll ask if he ever had to purchase any of those.
believe it or
Um,
not, the cavalry against the Apache had them, because if they got caught by the Apache, that was going to be
yeah,
real bad
I've heard of
news.
that, but
Yeah.
I don't know. But I'm just saying, just because the other pilot, the backseat guy ejected, which I guess is the navigator weapons guy, um, doesn't mean that the pilot. You know, that's all I'm saying. I mean, we're just assuming, and it could be a chick,
Yeah.
and so we know what y'all think of the chicks. Maybe she forgot to push the button. I
I mean,
don't
that
know.
was my first
I'm
thought,
hoping
Amanda.
I'm hoping that that person is safe, because I pray for the American soldiers as well. I don't even want them over there. However, is anybody seeing the irony in this, or is it just me? That tomorrow is Easter Sunday, the most holiest day in Christianity. And if they start this ground invasion tomorrow or tonight, I mean, I see this as there is a tribe of people, who want Muslims and Christians killing each other. And I don't lose sight of the irony of this happening tomorrow. And it makes me extremely sad. That little tribe won't even send any of their. They already said they're not sending their soldiers for the ground invasion, so they can just sit back and watch the Muslims and the Christians kill each other. And it makes me sad, because that's not how it should be. um, because there's so much propaganda. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say for now. Great space. I did quote tweet it and retweet it. You guys make sure you do that, because Sully is shadow banned. He doesn't have his blue check. He's not showing up in the little bar above, where all the other spaces are. They really try hard. We know it glitches. They don't want this news out there. For me, this is where I get my breaking news. And now that he's on YouTube, I can send my boomer friends, because they might not want to be on X, but they know how to use YouTube. So make sure you're sharing his YouTube, especially these interviews are awesome. And what boomer doesn't want to listen to Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar, for starters? And a lot of the people he interviews, these former military people, are all either boomers or almost boomers, so they'll be able to relate to them. So anyway, just make sure you're resharing the YouTubes as well.
Appreciate you
Just
as well
just
for
to add
sharing
on to
that.
that, Amanda. I mean, I don't think anyone would be surprised if this ground invasion happens on Easter Monday, right? There's no more pragmatism to any of this, right? When the bow breaks, the cradle falls. And you just think back, like Top Gun 2, right? It's all manufacturing consent. It's all paving the future and foreshadowing just to get people on board. What you're saying with the whole pilot situation is this is not Top Gun 2 where, they eject. It's Top Gun 1 where Goose ejects and he gets killed on the ejection sequence, right? So, when I saw Top Gun 2, it's a simulation of the whole Iran thing, right? It's not an accident. It's just part of manufacturing people's awareness so that they're less shocked. But at this point, people being shocked or doing anything doesn't matter because the powers that be have realized that the people are really sheeple, and you know their consent or lack thereof has no bearing on how they act and what they precipitate in their actions. So it's the future that we're at, right? Like there's no there's no there's no surprise to any of this, just a lot of disappointment and frustration. Hey Gary.
Hey guys, I've been off the radar here for a little bit. What's going on? Any new news?
Just the search for the missing pilot goes on. We've got reports that the Americans are bombing the area where the pilot is, so something that they're trying to kill the pilot so that he doesn't become a POW. Other reports are saying that the Americans are bombing the area, but they're also looking for him as well. So those are kind of like the two different reports.
And he's putting the second has been located evacuation routes taking risks.
What was that, Dark Side? Your rubber banding.
I don't think that.
Yeah, sorry. I think it's my space because I think it's happening to everybody. Obviously, the Zayas are attacking the space. They don't want you to hear the truth. They don't want you to hear the real news. So if you could retweet the space, reshare it, that would be awesome. If you're on YouTube and X, whichever platform you're on, make sure you go to my profile on each of the platforms and have your notifications on, because they've removed us from the purple bar at the top, so you're not going to be aware when we start spaces. And same with the YouTube, you won't know that we're on the YouTube, so make sure you've got your notifications on. That way you'll know when we are live. So have your notifications on in this YouTube channel and the Bridge the Gap YouTube channel. The mods will be posting the mods will be posting the Bridge the Gap channel, and then if you guys can follow it and put the notifications on, that would be awesome. I want to bring in Dr. Shola into the conversation. Dr. Shola, hope you're doing. Oh wait, let me just go to Daxon. What did you say before you glitched out? Daxon, you there?
I think what he
Yeah,
said,
so
Suleiman,
to,
is that there are reports that the pilot's been located and a rescue operation is underway.
yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Thanks,
Ah,
people.
okay. Appreciate it, Daxon. Okay, interesting. Dr. Shola, jump in, give us your thoughts. I'm not seen you in a while.
I know, I've been missing you guys. In fact, I reached out to Suleiman because I realized in the last few days I'd not noticed the space. You know, usually it comes up. It's one of those that I see anyway on my page. And I thought, oh, were you guys like a mini holiday for Easter or something? But I think that Elon
We don't
Musk
take
has
no
been
holidays, Dr.
musking.
Shola. There's a war going on.
I know, my brother. I understand. And I think Elon Musk has been musking with this space. Listen, let me not lie, okay? This last few days with Iran and Trump has been such an eye-opening experience of how to handle military power that lacks intelligence. You know, the way the United States of America constantly portrays Iran as inferior militarily, which it probably is if it doesn't have the kind of military power that America has, right? But then Iran goes on to debase and to totally make a mockery of all of the power that America claims to have. It's amusing to watch Donald Trump boast of winning a war and then literally going to Iran to beg for ceasefire, only for Iran that it constantly derogates to say no. I mean, you've beaten them up so much and obliterated everything. Why are you asking for a ceasefire? And now you have these U.S. soldiers. I think one of them is being found. They're looking for him right now. But from what I'm just listening to, and I'm wondering how American citizens can hear all of this happening and they're not taking action. I don't know what I don't know what it is going to take. I know we saw the No Kings protests, right? Everyone saw over 8 million Americans come out. It was good. It was good to see all of that. But I think we can all agree that it is a soft kind of protest. While it is inspiring to see many people come out and protest, but you came out to protest on a weekend, on a day that is not really going to do anything to the bottom line of these egomaniac elites, you know, Epstein class, whose power is rooted in money. So there has to be a much more strategic way for Americans, I think, to demonstrate their displeasure, their anger, their frustration, and their demand that this must end. Not just the war on Iran, but everything that Trump is doing. So I find that this war on Iran is open, and you guys may agree or disagree with me, But I think that this war on Iran is opening America up to a whole new chapter of not just ridicule, but the fact that America's so-called allies are all backing away from America's actions. You portray your allies as being weak. Then the next day you say, I need you. Then you go, I don't need you. You go start a war which you did not consult any of your allies on. Everyone is now suffering because of your stupidity. And then you keep hammering on, oh, well, go get your own oil. It's ridiculous. I know I just said something about American citizens, but I'm wondering when all of these other political leaders will grow some much needed balls. Okay, you know what? Forget balls, some ovaries. They need what it takes a woman to push out another human being to maybe have the backbone to hold this man's, Trump's feet to the fire. And they say this is all your fault. All of this is all your fault. Now, Suleiman and Beatrix, I don't know if you caught Yvette Cooper. As many of you know, Yvette Cooper is she's a foreign secretary. I can't keep up with all of their bullshit. But Yvette Cooper is a foreign secretary, and Yvette Cooper yesterday or so came out condemning Iran for the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and condemning Iran for targeting America's military bases and interests in its neighboring countries. Do you see what a chicken-livered political coward she is? Would Iran have done any of that if it had not been attacked by America and Israel in the first place? Should the condemnation not be on America and Israel? Shouldn't all these countries be saying, you shouldn't have done that? How many weeks are we into this war that still but none of these people, and when I say none of these people, now I know that the is it president or prime minister of Spain? I know he has a moral backbone. The same for the Irish leader. But all of these other ones, including Keir freaking Starmer, instead of them to say what needs to be said, they come to us. I don't know if you all caught Keir Starmer's speech, in which he came to the British public to tell us that we have to tighten our belt even more because the price of petrol, of oil is going to go up, of gas is going to go up. Why? Because you dumbass fool had to pig your tail on useless Trump. Now, Keir Starmer may pat himself on the back and claim that, well, we're not doing anything offensively. We're doing it all defensively. Bullshit. You are allowing America to use our bases for whatever so-called defensive purposes, one. And two, if you don't use the authority of the office of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom to say America is wrong, to call out America on this, then really you're helping to grow the problem. Because your silence is not just complicity, your silence helps the oppressor, it helps the aggressor. And that is what my country is doing. I swear to God, I cannot wait for the next general elections to come. I wish the next general elections could come tomorrow, because we're living in such a wild world, it's crazy. Now, again, as for Iran, I don't know how else they could have played this. If somebody has an idea, but let me know. But I don't know how else they could have responded strategically, militarily, public relations wise than what they're already doing. And this is not about endorsing or supporting the Iranian government. Of course, it's not. But to me, I'm thinking you started a war on them. What else are you expecting them to do? Israel has done way worse than Iran has, way worse. And somehow Iran does not have the right to defend itself. And instead of all of you to condemn America and Israel, you're all acting like, well, let's boil this down to whose side do you want to be seen on? This is not about any side. This is about humanity. This is about right from wrong. This is about international law. And international law would dictate that you don't go and start a war of aggression on a country that has given you no grounds to do so. I mean, every single time I hear America and Britain hammer on about, well, Iran must never have nuclear weapons. Well, we all know that Iran has never used a weapon to wipe out entire populations like America has. If that's the case, that Iran must not have nuclear weapons, then Why don't you take that same stance against Russia? Why don't you take that same stance against China or against North Korea? They will not do so because they know that the people who lead those countries are madder than they are. They will move mad because their power, their military power, is the deterrent from America even trying to have the audacity to go after them. And that's the only reason Donald Trump can be pulling this bullshit and causing so much trauma, not just to Iranians, to the people in the Middle East region, but we are all catching, we're all catching it here. All of us. Well, whether it's that prices are going up and all of those things, everybody's suffering for it. It makes no sense to me. I'll stop there for now, Suleiman.
Okay, breaking news. Breaking news. The US are saying that they've located the second pilot and there is attempts to try and rescue him. The US Air Force pararescue jumpers, PJs, are currently mounting an operation to rescue the last remaining F-15 pilot inside Iranian territory. The HH-60 Pave Hawks are currently airborne in the Chamahal, Bakhtiari provinces. Heavy clashes ongoing. We also have yeah and then we've got a photograph of the HH-60 Pave Hawk trying to mount the rescue. That's the latest news. So they are trying to rescue the pilot.
By the way, Dr. Shola, were you finished, Solomon?
Yeah. Go ahead, Sam.
Dr. Shola,
Hey, Simon.
how you doing? The bit that if people are actually interested in a real debate, as in a real protest, if there was a way of organizing it, and I got no idea how to organize it, but if all the people actually wanted to force action, the best protest is if there was a countrywide boycott on paying your mortgage and rent. It would break the entire system. And if everyone could coordinate such a thing to say we're not paying our rent or our mortgage until the war's over and the strait is open, they would have to listen. They'd have no choice. It would break everything. That's a real protest if it could be coordinated.
Simon, I knew you were clever and I knew there was a reason why I like your voice because every time you open your mouth, you say really sensible things. But I love that idea. Oh my God, that never occurred to me. This is me thinking, people, let's strike on a work day, because that would hit the bank balance. But not paying your mortgage? I mean, if you think about it, the banks would immediately want to take them some time. They can't kick you out because they need to apply the law and process law, all of that kind of stuff. All of that takes time. But even the banks and the institutions would then go running to the government and to politicians. And that is where the pressure will come. Because how many people can they possibly take to court for not paying their mortgage if every single one of us stop? Simon, I knew there was a reason I liked you, my brother. That's a very, very sound idea.
Okay, the idea is free. I don't know who can actually do it though.
If you could pull it off, what would happen once they see it's orchestrated that every credit card would be frozen up, uh, the institutions would literally just starve out the consumer that has no cash. Americans have no cash anymore. So that's not going to work.
Or the mortgage would not immediately tie to say the credit.
Most people that have mortgages, though, they do banking with that bank, and yeah, you're not going to foreclose on a million homes or even one home, but what they would do is freeze up your bank accounts because they're linked.
Okay, so they could do that, but still, I think to Simon's point, the fact that it is nationwide or even if it's affected globally, that would
Yeah.
still have a greater impact, even for 1 month. For
Oh,
1
it'd be
month.
awesome.
Yeah, if
I mean, it'd
everybody
be
did that
awesome
for
if
1
people
month.
stopped sending their kids to school.
Sorry?
Don't send your kids to school. Don't go to work. Just stop everything.
Yeah, that would drive them nuts, even just for.
Oh, it would implode the system very, very quickly.
I mean, having my kids at home with me for a month would drive me nuts. So I would hope that before the end of the month, we would achieve what we're trying to achieve. Okay, so that was the bit you were all meant to laugh. But I suspect you were all laughing without showing me the emoji, and that's okay too.
Oh
But
my
Doc,
God,
that's
Dr. Shola.
Dr.
reverse.
Shola.
Doc, that's reverse great taking, right? Everyone takes their property and their real estate and doesn't pay the mortgage until the straits open.
the strait of the Western world. Guys, for more breaking news. Obviously, the second pilot I mentioned has been located. There is attempts to rescue him. The U.S. Air Force is above ground attempting to rescue him. They're having clashes right now with Iran, but the U.S. Air Force is attempting to rescue the pilot that was missing. Obviously, we'll continue to give you the information as and when we receive it, but a huge rescue effort for the pilot. This would be quite big, I would think, that if the US managed to locate the pilot. Yeah, this is all from third-party news because CENTCOM hasn't released any information pertaining to that.
Suleimana, I've got a question for Dr. Shola, but I can't see Simon half the panel, so I'm going to have to reconnect. But Dr. Shola, you mentioned Yvette Cooper. We've been covering the UK stuff, right?
Yeah.
So you know how every 48 hours or so, Keir Starmer comes out on the podium with the whole, I'm putting the interests of the British people first, and that's why we're not going to get involved in this war because I'm here to represent your interests nonsense. Do you believe him?
Yeah. That one is nonsense. I agree with you. It's utter nonsense. And that is his way of, because I've heard him say, all of the insults that Trump has been laying his way is to try to bully him to change his mind. Again, yes, that's probably true. And I think we can all agree that it's true. But every single time he says, I'm here to represent the interests of the British people. So and this war is not in British interest, then you would expect that he would do something stronger, like condemn the act itself, and he will do everything in his power to separate us from the actions of Donald Trump. But for Donald Trump, for instance, Trump has in a few interviews talked about how Keir Starmer has literally said, well, we can send you this ship, we can send you that, and Donald Trump is portraying himself as the one who is now rejecting Starmer's offers. Now, I don't know how true it is because we all know that Trump lies as he breathes. But the bottom line here is that Keir Starmer is not doing a good job of separating Britain's interests from that of America in this. He's not doing a strong enough job to make sure that we are not impacted by the bullshit of the United States of America. And if he really wanted to do that, then he should be leading the way in condemning America and Israel. But he can't do it because he's a Zionist, one, because of his political ambition. And I think he knows that if he actively participates in this war on Iran, then you know what? That whole trying to kick him out over Madison will pale into significance compared to what will be done to him. So I think it is his political ambition that is stopping him from totally going full ahead with Trump. I mean, this is a man who is meant to be a human rights lawyer. So he knows that on every count that America and Israel are absolutely wrong in this. But he's not doing enough to condemn America and Israel, and he's not doing enough to separate us and protect Britain from the impact of America and Israel's war of aggression. So I agree with you, Beatrix.
No, Dr. Shola, you haven't been on our spaces. So I'll tell you some of the things he has done. Some of this you might know about, some of it you may not do. So considering we're not involved in this war, he's allowed America to use our air bases across the country. He sent out 2 teams to CENTCOM in Florida to help them. This is week 2, I think, of the war. to help them
Yeah.
strategize for opening the Strait of Hormuz. He then sent out some troops last week, some of our military last week. Then Yvette Cooper's hosted 2 lots of meetings already with the heads of 40 countries to talk about how to open the Strait of Hormuz. We're literally doing the dirty work. You know how Trump always says this thing between Trump and Starmer, from day one, we said it was public. It was a public facade, because behind the scenes, he is helping. And then 2 days ago, he said he was going to let our military get involved, and he sent some of our troops to help them. And now the meetings that Yvette Cooper's having and these statements she's given is because she's meeting with heads of state to look at all military options to open the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Trump did not go near the Strait of Hormuz because he knows they'll get annihilated. He wants us to do it. And so when you're sending out troops, when you're sending out your intelligence officers to CENTCOM, when you're allowing them to use your air bases, when you're getting your military involved, when you're leading conferences or meetings with heads of other countries to put military options on the table to open the Strait of Hormuz, like, in what way are we not involved? Why does he stand there and tell us we're not involved and he's protecting us and giving our interests? Like, what is that?
Yeah, yeah. His mouth is like two sides of his butt cheeks. He's speaking from both sides, and it's very, very smelly. Yeah. This is why I tell you guys, Keir Starmer is a freaking political prostitute. He's lying to the public while he's doing other things. Again, to try to it's all about his political ambition, and because he's a coward, and because he feels that he has no choice to at least kowtow to some extent to what Trump wants, and then claim that kowtowing is defensive, not offensive. He thinks that we are stupid. They all think that we are freaking stupid. And the way they try to justify this is with usual narrative of, well, don't you know Iran killed 30,000 of its own people in 2 days? Don't you know Iran's regime is this and that? They use all those words, the usual narrative, to try and to legitimize all of their actions. But the bottom line is, anybody with any sense, we see that whatever it is they even claim that Iran is doing, America has done worse and is doing worse. Israel is doing the same, and so is the United Kingdom. So how do you have nuclear weapons and then demand that you can go, break into somebody else's sovereignty on the grounds that they can't have nuclear weapons, on the grounds that they are worse than you? It's such nonsense. It makes no sense, because if nuclear weapons are bad, then nobody should have them. Nobody, not America, not Israel, not the United Kingdom, nobody should have them. But again, we know this is all, these are all lies. It's a distraction and deflection from the fact that this is all about extraction of resources. This is all about power. That's all it boils down to. I agree with you, Beatrix.
Do you remember when Corbyn said that if he was elected, he'd get rid of our nukes, and they lost their freaking minds? Do you remember that? They went
I know.
mental. They went
Oh my God,
crazy.
Jeremy
How can he
Corbyn.
get rid of our nukes? We have enemies across the world. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. Enemies we created.
Mental.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Michael Smith. Michael Smith, thanks for joining. Jump in. You've not shared the space though, Michael Smith. Please you retweet the space from the bottom right. You're going to speak? Are you going to be one of these that... Yeah. Yes. Good afternoon. This space is awesome. It has been my news source, and I will retweet it. A couple things, and cut me off whenever needed. Regarding civil unrest, a previous I don't know caller suggested we don't pay our rents or mortgages. I don't like that specific idea, but I love the idea of organizing efforts, and we need to do this. We have zero hope in our government doing the right thing at this point, and I shouldn't say at this point. It's been this way for a long time, but I believe there are enough people now that have lost all faith in the government where we can organize and reach a critical mass and get some some civil unrest efforts going, and it would be our only way out of this. Really, I don't think if Trump dies or gets removed, doesn't matter. The bench is very deep. The Department of Justice is not capable of prosecuting anyone. we have zero control with the current structure, and I believe civil unrest might be the only way out of it. Regarding this space, it's become very difficult for me to find this space on Twitter, and then I go on YouTube, and that gives me fits as well. I think it would be a good idea. I know we have a lot of really smart tech savvy people in this community. It would be really effective and smart if someone can come up with a way for this broadcast to continue on some kind of platform or by some means where it cannot be stopped or filtered. And I don't know if it's shortwave radio. I don't know if it's something with the blockchain, but it would be great if we had a backup plan, a contingency plan, really a primary way to communicate, because YouTube, any platform will shut us down, because this kind of message that this community is delivering is not welcomed by the deep state. Last thing, and thank you so much. Thank you so much. Last thing is meet in person. This is something critical that we need to do during the COVID pandemic, the lockdowns. I met with a small group. I was an active member of a political party, the Libertarian Party, down here in South Florida, and we met at a private club, which the government tried to shut down, but they couldn't. And these private clubs, and I'm not talking anything swanky, really a fraternal club, and there's a lot of them out there, and they're great meeting places that are not in the public, and they have rooms available where we can get together, have a cold beer, whatever your thing is, and talk about coming up with a plan. Examples of these organizations, and I'm not promoting any of them, but they're all over, especially in Florida. But I've been to them in Maine. I've been to them in Lake Tahoe, Moose Lodge, Elk Lodge, Eagles, Orioles. There's a lot of these fraternal organizations that are available, and they would love to have a new member. Membership is whatever, $50 a year, and then you have access to a private club. You have access to a meeting space where you can get together with a couple like-minded individuals and just whatever it is, complain, organize, anything like that. So that's what I wanted to share. Please, please, all you really smart people out there on the tech side of things, come up with a way to keep this voice of the community going no matter what they do to us. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Michael, for your very kind comments and your great ideas. Some more breaking news, guys. As we mentioned, the residents in Chamahal and Bakhtiari province report the sound of American rescue helicopters. They are reporting the sound of American rescue helicopters. They are overboard, attempting to rescue the fighter pilot. In addition to that, we have more boom, boom, Tel Aviv, and this is there are Iranian ballistic missiles incoming, going towards the Negev. Iranian missiles incoming and going towards the Negev. I've read one minor report saying maybe the American helicopters may have retreated, but obviously I would take that with a grain of salt because I've only seen one kind of, it's an NSX post saying that. Okay, that's the latest on that. Let's go to Wally. Wally, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Do jump in with whatever you want. But I know you just joined, so you may not want to add some. If you do, go ahead. Yeah, hey, thanks for having me on. Yeah, no, actually, I do want to share something. I don't know if you guys have already been speaking about it, but I don't know who shared it to me. It's a report from the Royal United Services Institute, and it's basically a British defense think tank that's been around since like I think 1831. And they put out a report on Israel, the U.S., and allied forces munitions, defensive and offensive. And they predicted correctly Ukraine, Russia
munition depletion and the timeline and everything. So this is a report that NATO officials have even been citing, and it's been saying that Israel's going to run out of its David sling within the next like few days. Its Arrow system, it estimated that by the 27th of March, which passed already, it would have ran out. And I think yesterday we started seeing some Iranian missile strikes. I don't know if it was you, Sulaiman, or who posted it, but people were posting videos of Iranian missile strikes, and there wasn't even air defense systems engaging them anymore in Israel. So we're starting. I think what we're gonna notice, and I posted the report on my profile. It's like one of the last few tweets I posted with the source there that you guys can check out. But by the end of, I mean, by the 13th of this month, so just in like 10 days or so, Israel's supposed to run out of its THAAD system too, and this includes, its allied stockpiles, U.S. stockpiles. So it's making me think. I think part of the reason that Trump was really forceful on wanting, putting this deadline on Monday and then also asking for a 48-hour ceasefire is because Israel's like starting to run out of its stockpiles for its layered defense system. The Iron Dome is fine. It seems like they have enough for a while, but that's only for rockets and drones. It's not meant to take these missiles. So I think we're going to start to see, especially if this goes on for another week, then we're really going to start to see harder hits on Israel because they simply don't have enough interceptors anymore. So that's all I want to share. Let me know your guys' thoughts and everything.
Yeah, Wally. We spoke about that. Unless they've done an updated version, I believe they brought that out. Was it a week ago or 10 days ago, or maybe the days are meshed into one? And yeah, that's exactly what we've been seeing. There is no Israeli defense left. This is why we've been asking the question: where is the Iron Dome? Because we just don't see it working. We don't see it in existence. There is no defense interceptor missiles, and they've simply run out. And if you look at it, Iran isn't actually sending a huge volume of missiles towards Israel right now. They're just merely connecting with every single one that is sent. So previously, what would happen is we'd say, okay, alerts in Israel, and about 60% of the time, 70% of the time, sometimes 50% of the time, we'd be like, oh, there's a hit, or there wouldn't be a hit. Now it's like every time we say there's alerts, there's always a hit, and we start seeing the videos like 20-30 minutes later, sometimes immediately. So yeah, they have run out. They're completely depleted. I believe the US have got a little bit more time left, but not much. I believe they're down to, I believe the report you're saying they were down to 50% at that time. So now it's going to be even less. So yeah, things are not looking good for them. This is why they wanted the ceasefire for 48 days. But more than that, this is why they're desperate to get a deal done. But obviously, Trump admitted.
Yeah, and if you've been looking, I was Taiwanese officials just like a couple of days ago. I think it was the opposition party in Taiwan, but they made a statement to China about how they want to warm relations with China. I don't know. It was a pretty viral video of this Taiwanese official speaking, or a political official, and she was saying that that we should, we want to have better diplomacy with China, whatever else. I think the Taiwanese are starting to recognize, and not just the Taiwanese, but allied Asian forces with the U.S. are starting to recognize they have to warm up their diplomacy with China, because the United States might be overextending. It might not be able to protect them in the same way. I mean, so this is affecting the entire geopolitics around the globe when it comes to just the U.S. strain is pretty significant now.
Can I just say, guys,
Yeah.
did you see the reactions of Israelis to the Iranian bombs? I saw one yesterday or so of an Israeli teacher banging the gates of the Minister of Education, and he was literally banging the gates, going, "I'm a teacher of Israel. Let me in. The Iranian bombs are here." And you could see the look, whatever is going on in Israel with the Israelis as they're experiencing Iran kind of like giving them a taste of their own medicine. I'm thinking, did they not think that? Did they not think anything of this sort when Israel kept bombing Palestine, Gaza every single day, and the Gazans did not have a bomb shelter. The Gazans didn't have anywhere or anyone to run to, and now that they're getting just a mini taste, and I think it's a mini taste of what they manufacture consent for. I'm genuinely wondering what the majority of Israelis that manufacture consent for this I actually think. I will not be surprised if they're still very supportive of the genocide of Palestinians, but of course, as usual, they see themselves as a victim. They don't see that they have contributed to what is happening to them. I know that today, I don't know if many of you have seen the clips of the minority of Israelis who have been protesting, and this minority of Israelis have actually they're being beaten by their internal IDF. I don't know what they call them, maybe just police. They're being beaten and detained. And we know that those who are protesting the war and protesting the Israeli government are the minority compared to the majority that actually support all of the evil um, insanity that that the Israeli government keeps demonstrating on a daily basis. So it's interesting to see so many of them still think of themselves as victims while they're the ones lounging at the beach, because I don't understand how you think you're a victim if you're still on the beach and you have nothing to worry about. And I think they also think that having to use the bomb shelter, means that they're a victim. No, that's a consequence of the war that you ordered. That's what I would say.
So, just some more news coming out from Bloomberg. Things are not going well for the American administration. Nay, I would say it's going extremely badly. We now have a report from Bloomberg that essentially tells you how bad this war is going for them in terms of weapons ability and the volume of weapons that they have. So as you know, they'd already used up a lot of their tomahawks. They were running out of, as Wally just mentioned, we spoke about the defense interceptor missiles. And we said that they're going to be using the JASMs and JDAMs. And if you remember, they were using them, they were starting to run out of them. And this is why they're creeping closer and they're getting tapped up. Well, the United States have sent almost, this is what Bloomberg's reporting. And I wrote the headline as US have already used nearly all of their JASM ER missiles in the Iran war. Bloomberg had the following to say, quote, the United States has sent almost all of its important JASM ER cruise missiles to the Middle East and CENTCOM area for a war with Iran and has only left about 425 JASM ER missiles out of the total pre-war inventory of 2,300 for other possible cases. So they've used up a lot of the JASMs right now. They've used up a lot of their JASM, so things are not looking good for them, or even on the offensive aspect. What's your thoughts on that, Wally? You were speaking about the defensive aspect, but the offensive military capability is also diminishing very fast.
Yeah, so this is expected. Where Iran shines is a war of attrition, which I think really starts being most noticeable this week. This is when we start to see Iran really shine because ultimately the United States and Israel are much, the United States was equipped for this war. It was hoping it benefited from something very short, and very intense. And the Iranians are recognize that, and they recognize also that they can last a lot longer here because all they have to really do to be successful and win this is just control the strait and just have that sort of pressure on the U.S. So um, I don't know. The only wild card is Trump and like how the U.S. is so volatile. The entire administration is so volatile. So I don't know what if he's just going to push the deadline again, if he's going to do something insane. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the ground invasion's coming. I think the deadline is about to run out in 40 hours. I think when you look at the mass uh, movement and consolidation of the C-17s. Many of them have come from a wide range of areas, including Europe, in a few different waves. They're moving personnel there. I think they're going to do a ground invasion. The only thing I'm not sure about is the location of that ground invasion. Obviously, there's 3 or 4 possible different locations. But I don't know. I'm starting to think maybe Dawson could be right. I always thought it'd be the islands, but he thinks that they're gonna do a full-on, real, legitimate ground invasion into the mainland. And That's not going to be good. It's not going to be good, and I think it's going to start in the next. It seems like it's going to start in the next 40 hours. We also have reports of an impact in Beersheba. So listen, isn't this exactly the conversation we just having a couple of minutes ago between myself and Wally? We said every time we hear of news of missiles going towards Israel, now we're always hearing about impacts that have occurred. And this is according to Israeli media, reports of an impact, reports of a missile impact in Beersheba. Okay, let's go to, while I'm tweeting this out, let's go to Aladdin.
Hey, what's going on, Suleiman?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How you doing?
Oh, not too bad. Well, we at least have one good news. The Iranian announced that they going to give full pass for the Iraqi oil ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz, uh, which that's good for the Iraqis because I was talking to my family in Iraq, and uh, the Iraqi economy was about to collapse because if you're from that region, Iraq is Iraq's entire economy is based on their oil export, and they export like 3.54 million barrels a day. But uh, so right now, Iran gave a full permission, green light to the Iraqi oil ships to go through. Uh, I think that's going to be a win for Iran and not the United States, because obviously Iran announced that. Uh, with that being said, it's a pretty good thing for Iraq, at least for the short term, uh, uh, because we were seeing a lot of reports where the Iraqi government announced that if this situation keep going and they cannot export their oil, uh, they would not be able to pay salaries for the month of May. So this is a good sign of relief. Uh, but with the down pilot, nobody has been able to actually find him. It's not a pilot, actually. It's the weapon system officer. Uh, nobody is able to find him.
Aladdin, we've already said that he's been, I think, with the latest news is he's been located.
Nobody located him. That's fake news. I can assure you that. Some people, I read some people like they were like they were able to get a read on his beacon and whatnot. I know how this works. I'm not going to talk about it.
Yeah, I know you keep
Uh,
saying that, but obviously, I bring you up just to give the kind of Zionist propaganda position so we can hear what they're saying. But it's possible. It's right. You're probably right. They may not have located it. They may have. This is going to be even worse because
no, I think
one second,
to be
one
honest with you,
second, chill. 1 second, I'm talking. So it could be that it's not true. It could be that it is true. Whatever it may be. What I do know is that there is definitely evidence of U.S. Uh, attempts to try and rescue. So if your claim is that the US are going in blind, which is possible because they are quite incompetent, this is possible. But we have seen audios and some evidence to suggest that there are US planes overboard. They've also been bombing. Oh, actually, okay, let's go with that. So are you saying that because he's not been located, what's the reason the US is bombing that specific area? They're trying to murder him?
no, absolutely not.
Wait, if he's not been located and they're bombing that area, why are they bombing that area then?
But there's no actual reports. They're bombing the shit
There's
out of that area.
reports of, oh, 1 second. There is reports that they're bombing that area. My question
No,
isn't to
no,
you
no, no.
about
Suleiman,
what
I do this all day.
Aladdin. 1 second, I can.
I do this all day.
And you don't need to
Yeah,
do it.
like
You do it all day
I
on Zionist spaces, but you're on my space and you got no chance in this space, son. So let me tell you something. Let me just get back onto the point that I was saying. If hypothetically, okay, let's not go into this drama about if it happened or not. If hypothetically the United States of America is bombing that area and you're saying that the pilot has not been located, what is the reason that they're bombing that area if it is happening? What would be the reason why they're bombing?
If you're talking about they're actually bombing the area, which they're not,
They
and
are. 1 second. Again, you don't know how to. You don't know how thought experiments work, but you do because obviously I know how Zionist propaganda works. They are bombing that area, but let's
there's
just
no
go with the
Zionists,
one
man.
second,
I'm not.
Aladdin.
Yeah, I'm
If
not
you're
getting
not gonna
paid
answer
by
my question, you're wasting my time on this space. So
no, I'm
you're
not
used to
wasting your
these. One
time. What
second.
you
You're
keep
used
saying is
to
they're
one
bombing
second.
that area
Right,
to.
quiet. You're used to these Zionist spaces. You're used to stealth medical and Marinofol. It's not gonna work here. So once again, I don't need your Zionist propaganda. I'm asking you for a specific thought experiment, and it's very easy to do that without you throwing in your propaganda. So what I ask you is, let's not debate the whether they're bombing or not, because again, you won't have concrete evidence of that until, according to you, until CENTCOM tell you, because they're your daddies. But that being said, let's put that aside. I'm specifically asking you a question. Try and listen to that question and answer it without putting any kind of other propaganda points in there, or points or statements. Remember, I've been doing this for 3 years, so I know how you guys work. If they are bombing that area and the pilot, as per what you said, has not been located, then in that scenario that we've said, what would be the reason why they would be bombing that area?
If you're specifically talking about that very particular scenario,
Yeah.
in that very particular scenario,
Yeah.
not any other scenario,
Yes, for the
that
third
means
time.
that means they're trying to decimate any evidence out there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, if you're talking about that very particular
Yes, you don't need to
scenario,
repeat it 4 times. I know you're not, listen,
it's not happening.
Aladdin, I think you're struggling again. Listen, you're probably used to these other low IQ spaces where you've got to repeat the same thing like 10 times. My audience is extremely smart, extremely eloquent, and there's 4,000 people listening. They don't need you to repeat the same thing like 7 times. Maybe you need to do it in not, maybe autistic or something, I don't know. But you don't need to repeat the same thing 7 times. They got it the very first time you said it. Thank you. You answered my question. Okay. Now,
But was it this specific scenario, Suleiman? Was it this specific one to do with this war, or were you talking like Jackanory hypothetical? Was it this specific? Was it literally this what's happening today? Suleiman brought a hypothetical scenario. No, wait. I'm asking Suleiman a question. Aladdin, it's a really important question. I know this space is about the Iran war. I know you're talking about the pilot that's missing. I know this has happened over 24 hours. I know the American forces are looking for him now. But was it that specific scenario? Are we talking general hypothetical? Was it this specific? Was it this one? Joke, man.
I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, let's go to yeah, it was indeed that specific scenario. Okay, let's go to Andrew, hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts, Andrew, about what is going on here in terms of this attempted search and rescue. Andrew?
Yes, I'm here, Sully. Microphone here. Yeah, I listen to these people coming in. Everyone's an expert on it, but the bottom line is, we know from what I can add to this, and we put this together for several times. The people that don't listen don't really follow what we've been talking about. There's a pilot missing. We've been looking for it. The U.S. has sent in a search and rescue team, but now those forces are very highly vulnerable to that, and they've been knocking out low-flying helicopters, low-flying search aircraft looking for them. And to the best of our knowledge, we do not have any confirmation that they've gotten them, and they're possibly, from what I found, Sully, correct me if I'm wrong, if I've missed something, that pilot has been captured, and we're trying to confirm that. But the ongoing effort, the other one is missing, and we don't know if he's dead, he or she is dead, or captured. We don't know.
Yeah, so Andrew, there's one pilot that was brought back to the United States of America. Well, brought back to safety in terms of what was happening. The second pilot, there are various different reports. One report is stating that he has been captured. If you remember, Ryan Dawson was the one who was put in
Right,
that position.
right.
Others, and then the others are that maybe he hasn't been captured, and this kind of entire situation in terms of the U.S. attempting to rescue him is based on this notion or idea that they're attempting to rescue him. We also have okay, we've got more news, which is traffic jams are forming in Iran as civilians rush to help security forces capture the downed American F-15 pilot. So it looks like the people have jumped in and are like, listen, we're gonna I thought the people didn't like the government. Why are they trying to help the government? This is so confusing for me.
Yeah.
I'm very
Yeah,
confused
and
about
thank
this.
you
I
for
don't get what's
clarifying
going
that.
on.
Sorry, thank you. I'm talking about there's not two. We're looking at the one. He's either dead or he or she is either dead or captured. But yeah,
Yeah, I'm really confused why the Iranian people are helping the Iranian government locate the pilot when they don't like the government. It's very, very confusing.
yeah. I think we kind of know why. But that happened in Vietnam all the time. You know,
Because they
pilots were
want
down
regime
and
change.
people would catch them out in
They want
fields.
regime change. That's why they're helping their government, because they think that will give them regime change. It sounds mental, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds mental, doesn't it, Aladdin?
That doesn't add up, does it? But it does.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
No
In
one,
other
no one
words,
asked you.
why are
No
the
one asked
people
you. No
trying
one
to
asked you a question.
capture this pilot if he hasn't been, if he or she?
I'm not.
1 second, guys.
Hey,
Wait. Why,
hey, listen.
Aladdin? Why are you interrupting? Just put your hand up when you want to speak. Okay.
No, because
Okay.
your
Once
co-host,
again, don't. 1 second,
co-host.
Aladdin. Put this. Listen, I always have to do this with Zionists. They don't have control. If you come to my space, you need to put your hand up, and then I will go to you. It's very, very simple. If you put your hand up, I will go to you, but you're not going to interrupt. We don't believe in supremacy in the space. Okay, let me just read this. There are claims by some people. Let me see who this is. This is a journalist. Okay, seems like some kind of journalist. I don't know where he is reporting from, but anyway, he is claiming that there is a possibility that this pilot has possibly been recovered by the United States of America. He says F-15 WSO recovered alive, was escaping and evading massive firefight on TGT. Iranians were actively looking for him in the area. Let's see what else we got. Okay, so Jack Murphy is claiming that the officer has been recovered alive after ejecting over Iran. He said the WSO was evading capture on the ground as Iranian forces searched this area with a massive firefight reported at the recovery site. Murphy who's a Green Beret himself, is claiming that they've recovered him. That is their claim. So just to let you know and give you we do try and give you all the sides of the information on that, but this is the claim happening right now, that he has possibly been recovered. Okay, so that's the latest news in that. Aladdin, what were you gonna say? You didn't have your hand up, Basil, went you?
No, I was asking because your co-host said something, and what do you say, Aladdin? So I was gonna ask what you're saying.
It was a rhetorical question, Aladdin. You wouldn't understand. It was rhetorical, but don't worry about it. People on YouTube are saying you need to get your rug ready, Aladdin. Yeah, but You need Beatrice, to get your rug even ready. if you were mentioning him, he still has to raise his hand before he can respond. There are
No,
rules
fuck
in the
off.
space.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
rules
you
in
know
the
what?
space,
Yeah,
Zio. There's rules in the space, Zio. Oh, Sorry.
fuck off. Yeah,
Sorry, we're not in Mario's space, your butt buddy. Sorry about
yeah,
that.
go
Sorry
fuck
about that. Sorry about that, Aladdin. Really, really sorry about that. Raise your hand, bitch.
Potty mouth. Come on, man. Act like an adult.
Okay, coming back to the news. Let me just see if there's any more news on this.
Suleiman, JP said that Trita Parsi is posting that people can't breathe in Mashhad due to the chemical pollution caused by US bombing. People on the ground are really struggling to breathe because of the US bombing and whatever chemical pollution that's there. So thanks for that,
Yeah, that's
JP.
the nuclear facility, right? They bombed the civilian nuclear
Yeah.
facility, and obviously they don't care about the health reasons for that, or the actual real life ramifications of it. Okay. Okay, let's just continue to give you some more information on this. Let me see if there's any more. Okay, yeah, that's the latest. I'm just looking at more information if there's any more information on this. Okay, yeah, so they're still claiming that he possibly has been recovered. Okay.
Hey, Sully, can I just
Yeah.
ask here at this point, Beatrice, can you add on, are we really certain that one pilot he's been found by U.S. forces and the other one is still unaccounted for? Because I don't know personally if anything's really confirmed either way.
Yeah, that was confirmed yesterday. One was.
It was definitely confirmed. Okay, I'm sorry I missed that. Okay, thanks.
But didn't Iran say that they're America lying
About what?
about the fact that that pilot was captured yesterday?
No, I think they were talking about the second pilot, but let's see.
Okay.
But the only thing that kind of bothers me, if he really was found by friendly forces, then how come we haven't got that? How come they haven't released footage of it? It's just a report so far. But if you confirmed it, so it's good by me.
It's just an ongoing operation. I don't think they're going to comment on it until it's all over.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think when it's all said and done, that's when we're going to get really, because right now it's so fast, it's ongoing to get confirmed. Yep.
We are seeing reports are that Iranian drones have been launched to monitor a launch towards the rescue area. Towards the rescue area in southwestern Iran. So Iranian drones have been launched towards the rescue area in southwestern Iran. That's the latest news in that regard. Let's see what else.
I don't even understand how they can do a rescue mission. I've just seen it's mountainous terrain. How would they know he's even there? Are they just using that as a pretense to just bomb people
He has
randomly?
a beacon and a radio.
Yeah, Puncher was really going over that, Beatrice. I don't know if you heard it. He has a beacon, radio, and they're immediate contact when they go down. Immediate contact.
Aladdin, jump in.
Well, the Iranians could detect that radio signal as well.
No, they cannot. That radio signal operates on two different frequencies, and
They use a frequency
no,
scanner
no,
and they
no,
can
no, no,
pick it
no,
up.
no, no, no. That frequency.
Well, you're not an expert in this. You can't say no to that.
No, I am an expert on this actually because.
Oh,
I
how are
mean,
you
Doc
how
is
are you an
right.
expert on radio technology?
Yeah, Doc is right. You can detect a radio signal. You might not be able to listen to it, but you can detect that one is there.
You can probably detect a frequency coming in, but you cannot find out where it's coming from. And
that's not true at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
What? You can find out where the signal's coming from.
No, shut up. Yeah, no, shut up and listen to me. Because I actually
Wait,
Go fuck
listen,
yourself.
Zayo. Don't disrespect Doc on this space, yeah? You may think it's okay to kiss the ass of Bibi Netanyahu, but do not disrespect Doc on this space. So you shut up and listen to Doc, and once Doc's finished, I may let you speak. Go ahead, Doc, before this rude individual decide to disrespect you.
Yeah, double muted there. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Look, you can't come up on this space. It's the biggest space on the war on X. It's growing on YouTube. We have certain standards that we apply here. One of them is that we don't accept vulgarity, and I apologize for mine. But look, you are not an expert in radio technology. You're simply not. We have experts on here, and one of whom is someone who I rarely agree on in this space about the war, and that's Mankos, who just confirmed what I said. So move on. You don't know what you're talking about on that point. Happy to listen to the rest of your nonsense, but yeah, don't
Okay,
disrespect
I
me.
would like to listen to the expert on to see what radio frequency those actually radios operate under because they don't know. Uh,
No, you don't have to know.
no,
You
no, no,
can
no, no, no,
scan
no.
the
It's
area.
it's encrypted.
No, don't interrupt me. This
No,
is
no.
again
Okay,
your
I'm
rude
talking.
Zio
It's my
behavior.
time. It's
Please
my
stop.
time. I'm talking.
It's not
No,
your
it is.
time. This is our time. This is
No,
our
no, 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 no. It's
space.
my time. Let me talk.
Yeah, no, it's not your time. You don't have the time,
No, no,
but
no. It's my
what you're
time. Let me
given.
talk.
And you were told to be
No,
quiet
no, no.
and not
I was told to
disrespect
be quiet
me,
until you
and that
finish.
it's my microphone
Wait,
until I
Aladdin,
decide to
I was
give
you
it
told to
up.
asked
be
him a
quiet until you
question. He's
finish.
answering. Wait, one sec, Aladdin. You asked him a question. You said, "Oh, about the frequency." So he's responded to your question. You shouldn't have phrased it as a question. Go ahead, Doc. You can answer his question that he asked you.
No, I'd like to listen to Mankos to confirm what I had said or disagree with it. But I can tell you, Aladdin, Aladdin, rub that lamp again and listen to someone else who knows more about the topic than you
Go
do.
ahead, Manko.
Go
Can
ahead,
I
Mankos.
respond to that?
You asked him a question, you see. So do you want Manko to respond? Manko, do you want to respond to what he said, and then we'll get him in?
Yeah, sure. So what Doc's saying was right. So now the radio's encrypted, so maybe the Iranians couldn't listen into what he's saying on it. But if you have a radio, you're emitting a signal, and anyone with a detector in the area can pick up the signal and see the direction that it's from. And if you have multiple detectors, they can triangulate that and see where you are. That's how it works with every radio. There's no exceptions.
Aladdin.
Sully,
Yeah, I would like to. I would like to ask what radio
Sully,
frequency they operate under. No, no, hold on.
Aladdin,
Let me finish.
Aladdin, be
Hold on. Let me finish.
Aladdin, you're setting a trap here. Of course, we don't know the exact frequency. Those frequencies are
Yeah,
changed
because
and
if
are
you don't know
top secret. They're they're
yeah, if you don't
secret.
know the
Don't,
frequency,
don't,
if you don't
don't.
know
You
the
think we're
Well, and
idiots?
Andrew, what I said is
You don't
true
need
for
the
all
frequency to
frequencies.
locate the source of the
no,
radio.
no, no. Yes,
Period.
you
End of
do. Yes,
story.
you do. And by the way,
No, you do
no, no.
not.
By the way,
Any radio can pick up a radio signal if it's near
no,
enough.
because
Yes.
here's a little story for you guys. When I was in Iraq in 2017, 2018.
This is
No, no, no.
simple
Hold on. Hold
physics.
on. Let me finish.
It has nothing to do with your time in
No, no, no. Hold
Iraq
on. Let me
or
finish.
your experience with radios. This is fundamental physics we're
No, it's
talking
not
about.
physics. It's
There's
not
no
physics.
way to suppress a
By the way, no,
radio
it's not
signal to
physics.
one receiver
It's
and
not
have it be
physics.
directed toward the
It's not
other.
physics. It's communications. By the way, just get educated. And
Well,
when I was in
certainly you don't
Iraq,
have
just
electronic
let me finish.
communications without a base understanding of
No,
physics,
no. You
which you don't
understand
have. You
what
clearly don't
communication
have.
is. Understand what
Well,
communication.
you clearly are very poor at communicating because everyone thinks here in this space that you're speaking nonsense. And I can tell you, between you and I, between friends, the only reason you're up here is to entertain everybody. But go ahead.
Oh, entertain everybody because yeah, keep living in the cult mentality you guys live.
No. Every court has to have a jester and welcome.
Yeah,
You
thank
now
you.
have
Yeah,
that
well, yeah,
position here.
yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for
Hey,
letting me entertain the audience.
Aladdin, Mr. Expert in Communications. Let's talk. Let's talk VHF, UHF communications with a fast attack submarine getting a satellite communication. You want to talk about comms? Do you want to talk about how they have frequencies? Do you want to talk about how that can be picked up? Do you want to keep
Do you want to talk
talking
about?
out of your ass?
No, no. Do you want to talk about how 850 and 750 and 950 megahertz get detected?
Do you know
Yeah,
anything
what
about that?
megahertz? 750 megahertz. What frequency range is that? Is that VHF or UHF?
I don't know. I just asked you that
Uh,
question. Go ahead. Since
okay.
you're the expert, you're the expert. Just go ahead and answer me.
I honestly, sir, I just wanted to see if you could tell me if that was VHF or UHF, and you could not answer it.
No,
I'll
no, no,
leave it
no, no, no.
there.
no I'm not going to tell you because I just gave you the frequencies, and you just tried to be a smart ass and
You're not
tried to
gonna tell him
fucking
because you don't
clickbait
know.
me.
That's simple.
Yeah, and you tried to clickbait me into that. No, how about you
No,
answer that?
no,
The fact
no. I can. All I have to do is take my little finger here and go click, click, click. I can tell you if that's VHF or UHF. But let me ask you a question: does a submarine, when it goes up, it's the same principle? We have to have secure communications. Do we ever have to worry about a Russian, a Soviet spy ship intercepting that communication? Yes or no? Come on.
I don't
Yes or
know.
no?
I'm not a submarine expert at
Yeah.
all.
So I'm telling you, it's the same principle. Radio
But you're an expert
frequencies.
in communications, I thought.
Communication is
I
It's
did
just
not.
communication.
communications.
I did not. Where did I say I am a communication expert?
You said
Where
you
did
were.
in my
I heard you.
fucking
Like 2 minutes ago.
where did in my fucking speech I said I am a communication expert?
No, you said it wasn't about physics.
Oi, listen, Aladdin, right? What's your language here? Doc already told you we don't allow your F bombs. This ain't that Zio space, okay? So watch your potty little mouth before I go on, Doc.
I was going to say, Aladdin, you clearly told me it was not about physics, it was about communications and your experience in Iraq that made you an expert to disprove what it was that Mankos, Andrew, and I have all asserted to be true. So, yes, you are the communications expert, and that's why we're listening to you. So, maybe you could just tell us what the V and what the U stand for in VHF and UHF. Just give us the first word. They're abbreviations if you didn't know. 3 words. Okay.
So, Doc, Akos on our YouTube chat has tagged Suleiman and says multiple ground stations or drones equipped with direction finders DFs pick up the signal. Each station calculates a line of bearing.
Yeah. Gee, Beatrice, I think we just confirmed it. Amen.
I think that's what we've
Yeah.
been saying. But yeah, the triangulation that Mankel's brought up, it's you cross 2 lines, you know exactly where it is. And that's why there's a fierce firefight at the point where apparently one of these pilots was either captured or recovered.
So we have
You guys are so fucking dumb. You keep saying one of these.
Go wash
Are
your
you
mouth out
stupid,
with soap.
Aladdin?
You guys.
Exactly. Are you stupid? Or do you just not comprehend English? I told you to watch your language. And I was speaking about this specific space and this specific incident. Just keep yourself on mute. Suleiman was about to give some news. Listen, I said keep yourself on mute and put your hand up. Go on, Suleiman.
Yeah, I've got Smig, who is he said, I am a communications expert, qualified radar and sonar technician. And he says, and Doc is balls on, Doc is balls on Akara. He says, all RF signals are discoverable. So he's talking pony, maybe not decipher it, but track it absolutely. And that's Smig, he holds football spaces, so he's not like an unknown person. But so yeah, that's kind of confirmed.
He literally said, I was an expert in this. I know what I'm talking about. And that's why he
He
jumped in to
says
counter
that all
Mankos.
the time. He comes on space and he says, "I'm an." He thinks he says he's an expert on anything, but it's all classified, so he can't prove it or demonstrate how he's an expert. He's just a Zio. We realized last time, or the last so many times away when he came, he's like a Zionist propagandist who basically just lies on behalf of them, but just pretends. He's like, I'm Iraqi, and then he does like the next level Zionist propaganda. So I already knew who he was. And he flopped really badly because the crew just kind of exposed him on his fallacy that he stated. Doc Smashed him.
And that was painful to have Mangos, because I only agree with Mangos about 1% of the time, and to have Mangos come in and smash him, I'm like, oh man, doggone, I gotta agree with Mangos on this one.
Damn.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, I did, and I'll agree with anybody when I agree with them, and
Exactly.
they're right.
just to take it one step
If
further.
nothing else, I've proven that. During my time in spaces and on X.
Yeah, to take it one step further, if he did turn on his beacon, chances are he was in trouble.
Exactly,
Because
exactly,
you
Dark.
wouldn't, yeah, you wouldn't turn on your beacon. That's last resort because you're giving away your location.
The dude obviously didn't watch Top Gun 2, Maverick.
You guys, have any of you guys seen the movie Bat 21?
Long
Yeah,
time.
that's a great movie. Gene Hackman, right?
It's before my time, Manco. I'm not
Yep.
that old.
Long time ago. Great movie.
So we're looking for information about this pilot. And what this guy said is that he's not really been rescued. And if that's the case, and this is why I had to ask him, then the fact that the Americans are bombing him, he himself said that that means they're trying to murder the pilot themselves. If they're not trying to rescue him, we have civilians reportedly in the streets as US airstrikes crater roads to block IRGC and besiege convoys racing towards the downed pilot. So yeah, this is obviously we're giving you the news as and when we receive it, but this is crazy in terms of the search and rescue that's going on. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, in terms of this search and rescue, I know you have a friend who's kind of like an expert on this. What's the situation going to be right now? Well, how will they be? They're in the airspace. They're bombing certain areas. They're trying to bomb the roads. Apparently, what would be happening right now?
Okay, I talked to him again this morning, and I said, look, I really wasn't trying to shoehorn you and going on the space, but I just wanted you to confirm without air superiority, this is a real mess. He said, absolutely. And he said, make sure we understand something. There are already forces on the ground moving. U.S. forces are already moving to rescue this guy. That's all he said. And he said, it's already happening. And he said he had no idea if they found him or not, or heard. They don't know if they found him or not, but they're definitely working on the ground. And also, this individual said there are, as we speak, special forces that have been already inserted, not only looking for the down pilot, but operating in there. And we've already been talking about that. And they're going to be augmented. But as far as this pilot goes, there is a they're trained. These guys that do these rescue missions, the training that he goes through, in fact, I've known him for over a year now. We've got to be pretty close friends. And the training they go through, in fact, two of his closest buddies are Navy SEALs, SEAL Team 6. They work together very closely. And the training those Air Force rescue people have to go through is insane. I mean, he was going through his training procedures, and I mean, this guy's a real badass dude anyway. I mean, but they have to go through extensive training, but they're going after this, I mean, with all fervor, because the last thing the U.S. ever wants is to have one of our airmen taken as a hostage, because, oh, you can imagine, it's a nightmare. So they're going after it with all fervor. And the mission, the tactics they're using and the systems and equipment are classified. He wouldn't even come on the space to even say general stuff, non-classified stuff. I said, yeah, just say it's classified. You don't have. And he goes, no, I really don't want to talk on the space. And he is. I'm not making this up. The guy is legitimate. I mean, I've known him for over a year, but he's very. He said it's on, as far as he knew, it was ongoing, but it's a definite, very well organized system with many different operators. Delta Team 6, SEAL Team 6, and then his group in the Air Force. They're highly trained Air Force for the insertion, fast insertion, but they're very, very vulnerable because, again, we don't have any air superiority, established air superiority.
Resistance, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, well, let's see if it's going to happen this weekend. I just think that it's failed either way. I'll be surprised if they even get within 50 kilometers of the Strait of Hormuz or even mainland Iran at this rate. They don't have air superiority, as what Colonel Aguilar and a few others, and obviously Andrew was saying. I just think that they're not going to survive the first phase of the operations, because we've already seen that several aircraft have been shot down by not the full deployment of the Iranian air defense systems. So if they're only part of the air defense systems, I think they're all waiting to deploy the full complement of Iran's air defense systems once they see on their radars and their satellite and their other navigation, maybe using Russian and Chinese as well as their own satellites, to identify the sorties and anybody else there in the region that are approaching. So I just don't believe that they will survive. If they do, it's probably because Iran allows them to, and in order to sort of encourage them to touch ground and then capture them, kill them and capture them. Maybe that is probably their only another way they could do it. But it's just I I mean, we've been speculating for the last 2-3 weeks since the you know since we first heard about the ground invasion. Um, where can they go? From which angle? I mean, the best for me, I was thinking about it today. The best chance they have is for a full court press of missile strikes, so that you can overwhelm the Iranian air defense and then deploy the troops. That's probably their best chance. But again, to what end? I mean, what is their objective? Is it to get the nuclear enrichment? Is it to create a beachhead on an island or in the mainland? What is their objectives, and how could they even sustain it? Um, Obviously, without air superiority, it's going to be extremely difficult. And we haven't seen. And I was listening to Nima today on Dialogue Works, and he said that uh, from his sources that maybe only 5% of the Iranian missiles have been missile launchers and missiles have actually been depleted, and or destroyed. And he said that they haven't been using all of the complement of air defenses. So he says this is a fool's errand. I think I agree as well. Um, just seeing what Professor Morandi is saying as well. There's another guy, Sully. It would be great for you to interview, or ask if you would like to be interviewed. Sam Tarabi, professor. He's a Iranian professor that's very, very well versed. I think you know him, in Iranian history um, and its history in the region with GCC countries and with the West. Very, very good. I always listen to him. He's worth actually listening to from another Iranian perspective. English is excellent, obviously being, I think he's a professor here in the UK. So it's
Just got
worth
some,
actually
yeah, thanks for that, Resistance. We've got some super chats. Let me just go through that. We have quite a few actually. This was a question to Simon earlier on Darkside. It says, to Simon and Darkside, point about digital ID. Sweden uses bank ID. A customer I helped had no access abroad to their phones. Hashtag to use bank metro etc. Habib with a $4 super chat. Appreciate your support. The Cool says he's a war criminal who has children's blood on his hands. Safety is the last thing I'm concerned about when mentioning that demon. Don't let those protests fool you. Oh, I think you talk about Trump. Don't let those protests fool you. The only protest because they are losing, they find themselves inconvenienced. They don't care about innocents dying. This is about the protests in Israel. And then the Black says, what if the US rescue team is conducting a decoy operation? deliberately searching in the wrong place to make the Iranians think that that's where the real action is. No wonder why Trump is quiet. No, I don't think so. I think the more likelihood is A, either they are trying to rescue him, or B, they're trying to kill him in order to make sure he doesn't become a POW. So I think those are probably the more likely options. Also, guys, we're live on X, we're live on YouTube. On YouTube, we've got what, nearly 900 people on there. So, guys, if you're on YouTube, make sure you're following the channel. Make sure you are subscribed, to the channel and have all your notifications on. I need all 850 of you, was it 850 of you on the channel to have your notifications on. And also, I've pinned Habiba's post in the YouTube comments. If you go to the second channel, which is Bridge the Gap, and you put on your notifications for all of those, that would be brilliant. We've got so many amazing interviews on there, and we've got loads of great interviews lined up this week. Just to give you an example of some of the interviews we got lined up this week, we've got Trita Parsi, who may be getting deported. We've got Pepe Escobar coming on. We've got Stanislav coming on. So we've got quite a few big names coming on this week as well. So make sure you subscribe to that channel, because it's only on that channel we'll have the live interview. So the tweet that is pinned, the YouTube comment that is pinned, and is it in the tweet in the comments? No, it's not. Let me put it in. But yeah, if you can make sure you're following that, that would be awesome. Yeah, that's it really. So make sure you're following that, and make sure you've subscribed to that channel. We will be, although they have, it does look like they might have given that channel some kind of warning or ban. So obviously we're trying to rectify that, but hopefully we do. But that being said, it's in the nest. That one, guys, if you're on the X space, if you're on the YouTube, make sure A, you're following the new channel. Second thing is make sure you're subscribed, as in put all the notifications on in that channel. So put all your notifications on both YouTube channels and X as well. Can you believe it? On X, they took us away from the purple bar, because what happens is most people don't be aware that you're on a Twitter space. They look up and they'll see the purple bar at the top and be like, oh, guess what? There's a Twitter space going on, Suleiman's live, and then they'll join it. So by removing it, they made sure most people aren't aware that the space is live. So the only way you're going to know if the space is live is by doing the same thing. It's by having your X notifications on. So you go to my page, click on all notifications and add them on. So do that for X and both YouTube channels, please. It's the only way we can continue this. It's the only way you're getting real news. You've seen it that the New York Times is coming after us to try and do a hit piece, discredit and or get us banned. They're afraid. They're afraid of the truth coming out. They only want the Zionist propaganda out there, and they are doing everything in their power to make sure only Zio propaganda gets out. Also, some more breaking news. Iran has hit the Petroleum Corporation building, which is their headquarters in Kuwait as well. That is ablaze. That is on fire. Yeah, that's the latest news. So yeah, and make sure you put a like on this current stream on the YouTube. How many likes we got? Yesterday we got over 1,000 likes. What do we get this time? Well, we're doing good. We're on 489, but if we can get that up, that'd be brilliant. Okay, let's get back into the conversation. I'm just gonna quickly check if there's any more breaking news pertaining to this rescue effort, and then we'll take it from there.
Quick question on that,
Yeah.
Sully. I've heard you say, and I've heard others say, more specifically, that part of what could be happening here is the U.S. trying to kill their own pilot. That, to me, sounds a bit dramatic. Have we heard that sort of thing confirmed by any of the military experts that have spoken on the space?
No, from our no, we've not spoken to any. We've not done any interviews today. This is a report that's been stated by Tasneem News, and they're saying that the US is bombing the area where the pilot dropped, and thus the reason they're bombing is because they want to kill the pilot. That's why I said both possibilities. I'm not trying to take Iran side or the US side. I'm saying Iran's saying that they're bombing to kill the pilot. The US is saying that they're trying to locate the pilot, and maybe they're bombing to stop the Iran or the IRGC from getting there.
Could they also be bombing to stop not to kill the pilot, but to prevent the capture of the pilot?
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
said.
exactly.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I
Right.
said that's the second possibility, Doc. I said just prevent the IRGC in Iran from getting there to the pilot. I mean,
Right. Because it would be a war crime. It'd be a violation of U.S. law if the Defense Department at any level ordered the attack on a U.S. pilot down in enemy territory. That would be
Yeah, and nobody would
that would
obey that
shock
order
me.
anyway.
You mean like the Hannibal Directive?
No, I mean the Air Force is a specific road. No, this is not like the Hannibal Directive. To me, I'm looking at it from an attorney in America, right? What violation is this? Is it prosecutorial? Is it a crime? And yeah, it would be. It would be murder,
Yeah,
premeditated with malice.
yeah, that's like the Hannibal Directive. But the Hannibal Directive is legal, and that's in America it wouldn't be.
Yeah, Doc, the Hannibal Directive is Israel saying to kill their own troops that are captured so that they can't be used against Israel or something.
Okay, well, it's not what I understood to be the Hannibal Directive. That's fine. Then I agree with what was just said about it.
There's really confusing news, right, about this. I know Suleiman's following it a lot closely about this pilot because Freedom tagged me in a post which is from oh god, where did it go? Let me tell you guys 1 second. It's from Drop Site News. No, sorry, my bad. It's from the Cradle Media. And they put a post out about the two pilots, and they're saying that an Iranian military source told Tasnim News, this is the one that Suleiman was referencing, it's an Iranian news agency, that US forces, after failing to rescue the second pilot from the F-15E fighter jet shot down by Iran 2 days ago, are now attempting to locate and kill him by bombing areas where he's suspected to be hiding, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, and at the end they put, the source did not confirm whether the individual is in Iranian custody and alleged that the US is not telling the full truth about the first pilot it claimed to have rescued, warning the case could turn into another cover-up scandal. So they're implying that America isn't telling the truth even about the first one. Then I've been tagged into quite a few posts on YouTube saying Drop Site News are confirming, where's the Drop Site News one gone, that the second pilot has been rescued. I haven't seen anything on that. But they're saying Drop Site News are confirming this. So it's really like there literally is a fog of war out there. Pro-Iranian Telegram is saying that the a US helicopter has been hit during the rescue mission. None of this is confirmed, guys. I'm just reading the comments of what people are saying. And yeah, Rutsi says that America could be deploying the Hannibal Directive, so he cannot be taken as prisoner of war. And yeah, could be possible. And Rumit saying it could be that Israel's doing the Hannibal Directive on Hum, because and that would make sense as well, because Israel would like to kind of really blow that up and propagandize that even more to justify what the kind of what America does to protect Israel from these terrorists.
Yeah, I mean, if someone in
We're-
the
we're-
U.S. wanted to kill him, they would use Israel to like keep their hands clean.
Yeah, but there's no report of Israeli planes over Iran. They're, at least that I've heard, they're American planes directed by the president.
You assume the president's directing them, Doc?
Well, I think they're under U.S. not Israel. They're under U.S. command, not Israeli command. Is my point.
I think Israel's flying over Western Iran, though, every day, so they could sort of join in this.
Yeah, I just just have seen or heard no confirmation that's the case. So hypothetically, I'm sure it could happen and probably should be happening. But Israel basically said we're not helping out with the attack. Does that mean they're going to help out with the with the rescue? No, clearly they don't want to help out with a rescue. They want to murder an American. Yeah, I think that would come down from the U.S. chain of command if Israel wanted that. So it's effectively the same thing. We're under Israeli command here. President's blackmailed by the Epstein files.
I mean, I think personally, I think we're making a real huge deal about this pilot when a ground invasion. If a ground invasion happens, we're going to have so many troops that are probably going to be captured. That's just my.
Yeah, and those are likely to be Marines, or at least a good percentage of them are going to be the Marines that are on the MEUs right now.
Yeah.
And the what's the Marine motto? You know, leave no man behind. Oh yeah, just go ahead. Your buddy out there. You know, don't try and rescue him. They're going to bomb him in just a few seconds. So let's go.
Yeah, with all
So
those
Sadat saying
transports.
drop
Oh,
site news quote tweeted I'll give it right to you. I'll give it right to you. But Sadat saying drop site news quote tweeted. So drop site news are the ones that said that the pilot, the second one, had been found. And Sadat saying they had actually quote tweeted Jack Murphy's tweet, and it's not a credible source. So appreciate that. Remember, this is all fog of war stuff. We don't really have anything confirmed. When we have something confirmed, Suleiman will jump in for it. So we're just kind of telling you what's coming up. But go ahead. Sorry, who was going to speak? Was it Andrew? Was it Michael? I
yeah, I
don't
was
know who
going
it
and
was.
adding on to that, until the dust really settles, we're in the fire war. I mean, really, it's going to be, we don't really know exactly what's going on, but we got to report the parts. I understand, but no. Back on what you were saying there on that when you came in, you were going back to. I'm sorry. When you came in on that point you were making, why are we focusing on the down pilot and we get ground forces coming in on that resistance? Yeah, I understand that. But the reason why I think we're focusing on this right now is because if the Iranians do, the IRGC gets this down pilot, that's going to be a very big deal. It's going to be a political nightmare for Trump, and also in military negotiations they'll ask for who knows what. We want you to release, which they can and broker that, and they will. So it is a pretty big deal. But now back on the invasion, with all those transports we're seeing, I've never seen before such a massive movement of those C-17s, Galaxy G5s, and all the tankers. I guess never before in history we've seen so much air. This is like a giant air armada moving, which there's no way those aircraft can carry what ships can carry with the lift capability. But still, it looks like they're going to do that using the 82nd Airborne and whatnot. And again, all the military experts have said it. Yeah, and then what? It's just it's a complete nightmare. It's a
But
nightmare and beyond.
Andrew, they're not going to be able to carry really a lot of heavy equipment like tanks and artillery and stuff like that, like the ships would, but they could carry a lot of people, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Mango. They're going to carry a lot of people and light artillery. You know what I mean? The light infantry, fast striking 82nd Airborne stuff. But no, not the heavy stuff. But I think now we're seeing the heavy stuff now is really obsolete. We saw what the tanks are happening, those Merkvas up in Lebanon, right? So I'd like Daniel to weigh in on that, Davis, but none of the heavy stuff's coming in. So I think we're going to look at this as lightning fast. But again, without air superiority, we're back at square one.
I mean, look at the mad scramble on the ground in Iran with lots of sort of militia, or just with light guns, trying to locate this pilot, this down pilot. So imagine when if the 82nd Airborne or the Marines are coming in, there it will be like a literal ground war between them and also the Artesh army. So, oh God, it's going to be very bloody and painful to hear about it.
This is so somebody, and I'll tell you who it is in a second, tagged me in the tweet, and Drop Site News did quote Jack Murphy. Let me tell you, So it was Namari EL. Thank you for the tag. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of our listeners and our YouTube community who are really good. Ask them for anything, mention anything, immediately they'll find it, source it, and tag you. So what Dropsite News said was, oh my God, they've written a bloody essay. They've said the US Air Force F-15E weapon systems officer has been recovered alive after ejecting over Iran yesterday. Journalist Jack Murphy reports. He said the WSO was evading capture on the ground as Iranian forces searched the area with a massive firefight reported at the recovery site. Murphy is a journalist and military commentator who previously served in US Army Special Operations, including as a Green Beret. That puts a massive question mark on this for me, right? Already, like complicit. He's the co-founder of the High Side Host, the team, and blah, blah, blah. So they gave all these credentials for him that he reports on national security. So the tweet that Jack Murphy's done, he says, and this is an hour ago, just over an hour ago, it says, good news for once. F-15 WSO recovered alive, was escaping and evading. Massive firefight on TGT Iranians. Massive firefight on the ground. Iranians were actively looking for him in the area. So he was evading, escaping. Iranians were looking for him, and there's a massive firefight on the ground. And then somebody said, name your source. And some MAGA dude responded saying, Jack Murphy is one of the few people I wouldn't need a source from to take seriously. And that guy said, you'd believe a doorknob. I thought that was hilarious. He says, you'd believe a doorknob. There's no source. It's just some ex-military guy claiming this. So, yeah, I appreciate the tag, Namari. Really appreciate it. And just once again, guys, everybody on YouTube, it's funny, isn't it? When I'm not in a good mood on YouTube and I ban people, our new YouTube numbers get higher. I think all the trolls and Zios come in extra hard. But listen, guys, I'm putting this post on YouTube. I want everybody to go in here and tag Team YouTube and ask them to fix this YouTube shadow banning that they've done on Suleiman. That's the tweet. And the tweet is for everybody on X. If you go above where Suleiman and myself are, there's a post there. And it's about his YouTube channel. So please go quote tweet it, retweet it, and tag Team YouTube on it and ask Team YouTube to fix this. Fix this, please. Resolve this, please. Please fix it, please. That's what you got to ask them. So yeah, I don't think I even know what's happening with this pilot. I'm not going to lie. I'm trying to find stuff. Anything verified? I just seen something by Hexeth, and he's saying in a video clip, we negotiate with bombs. I'm telling you something really suspicious with Trump. This guy is a demon, this Hexeth, right? Something's going down. Also, today, April the 4th, marks NATO's 77th anniversary. That terrorist organization is 77 years old today. India is saying that it made its first oil purchase from Iran since 2019 without any payment issues. India, never having bought oil from Iran since 2019, 7 years. They did now, and they had no payment issues. Interesting. What else is going on? Guys, everybody on the space, please share the space and retweet the space as well. From the purple pill on the bottom right-hand side, take the link of the space and send it out to people who you think would enjoy listening to the space. The Pentagon failed to offer any Good Friday service to Catholics for the first time. That's what's being reported as well. I'm going to keep you updated with all the news that's going on. Jump in, anybody, jump in.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the resolution of whatever's going on with this whole pilot search, because this can't last more than like another day or so, because eventually you'll have a situation where Iran is going to be able to just move so many people into the area that nothing will be able to be done anymore. So the United States either needs to wrap this up and get out of there within the next probably less than 24 hours, or else they're not going to have a choice anymore.
Yeah, I was. Go
Hey,
ahead, Mr.
Beatrice. Oh, sorry, was someone talking?
No, no, go ahead, son.
Yeah, more fake news from Bozo Naufal. He just posted a video apparently of quote unquote Iranians blocking the streets for the IRGC cannot go after this American soldier that they're looking for. Apparently, that video is a video of Iranians going to the hospital for the injured and killed people in the latest strikes in Iran. It has nothing to do with blocking the IRGC.
Well, the reports are saying the opposite, so this is just a bit of bald-faced lie. Reports are saying that actually people from the area are trying to get there to find the pilot in support of the government. Nobody's even said that. That's just a made-up thing.
The government's also said they need to keep him alive. Make sure that you keep him alive. Don't kill him. They broadcast it on so many channels.
Also, on
Obviously,
a
for
more
obvious reasons.
light-hearted news, did you guys see that I made a Morandi 2028 trend and everyone started talking about it? And there's like tens of millions of views on various posts where everyone's like Professor Morandi for election in 2028. And
I love his comeback to that reporter.
yeah, where he said that I'm not eligible because I'm not part of the Epstein class. That was hilarious.
Yeah,
He was quote tweeting my post, the reporter, when he posted it.
yeah. I saw it.
Um, so, Trita Parsi, someone mentioned this earlier, but I think it's worth reiterating. Reports are coming in that people in Mahshar cannot breathe due to the chemical pollution caused by the US and Israeli bombardment of the petrochemical factories there. This is why I think Iran should go harder. Like, you can't allow people to do that.
Yeah, I agree, Sully. I agree. They have to step up.
Like, they're doing the war, they're doing nothing right, but like over time, people just, I know how human beings are. You see, I've experienced people. I know how they are. They've got very short attention spans.
Yeah, and also, they're changeable. I mean, if you're being bombed every day, this will wear great on you. And even the hardest supporters will start questioning you.
Mm, exactly, exactly.
But yeah, they're doing well. They're doing a lot of things right. I'm not. It's just now time to step up and actually set the rules.
Yeah, I'd like to know this Jack Murphy guy. I'd like to know what his source is, unless he's saying he's got inside information or something.
I think if the ground invasion happens, it will be like, oh, Iran's captured this person. Iran's captured 5 soldiers now. I can imagine you, Sully, going, breaking news: Iran has captured 23 Marines, killed 4 so far. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. I was reading. I can't even remember who the article was from now because I do try and like read a bit just before I start the space, as much as you can anyway. But there was there was someone who was basically making the argument that invading into doing the invasion into Kag Island militarily made sense. But then when I read it, it's like so vague on why, like how you offensively would make it work. But in terms of like all the shortfalls of doing it, there was like he went into detail about that, but then he was like, yeah, but it's still gonna work. So I don't know, like I've not seen anyone put out a very strong, detailed account of how you're able to take the island, retain the island without having a huge amount of casualties. That being said, Ryan Dawson thinks it's going to be an invasion into the mainland. What's your thoughts? What do you think? Where do you think it's gonna invasion?
I mean, they're saying Balochistan, right?
Yeah, that would
So
be
if
that's the mainland through Chandahar, isn't it?
the southeast,
Yeah.
yeah. And so if you're doing that, then you obviously you'd want to use the Tripoli, right, to provide cover. But then, and you're going to be relying, creating a beachhead there, and relying on maybe some militia forces that are not aligned with the IRGC, and so uniting with them. And but then you're basically 1,100 kilometers away from Tehran, 1,000 kilometers away from Isfahan, Natanz, 1,000 kilometers away from Bordeaux. Like what is? I mean, and the terrain there is so mountainous. How are you going to go by ground? And you're going to come in very light. So and then the nearest missile city is probably 30 kilometers away, 40 kilometers away. There's a missile city or two in every province. The provincial commander will be alerted straight away, and they would be setting out FPV drones and all sorts of other drones. They don't need to deploy some of the Artish soldiers, army soldiers there, so they could just use the drones without anything else, and that would be more than enough to really cause a lot of damage to them to the point that they have to leave, they have to evacuate. So it would be pointless to create this beachhead there. So in my opinion, I think they may be allowed to be to get onto the to touch ground there, or they may just have been they'll be shot down before they parachute down. So I don't know. It just doesn't look like a really strategic or really good idea to do that, because no matter from which area of Iran that you're going to come into to the mainland, you're going to face the same sort of issues. I mean, you could do it from Azerbaijan, from the northwest, if you use the Azerbaijan base. I mean, look, God help Azerbaijan if they allowed that, but that would be closer to go to, so they can go into Iran, to Tehran, because it's only 200 kilometers away from Azerbaijan, so 150 kilometers away, and in theory, you could have sort of power there, they've got an air force there. The Israelis could be there if they are supporting. You got American fighter jets there, so that would be a better sort of strategy, or more logical, not better, but more logical idea, because you're going to go into Tehran and you're going to maybe take control of the government or whatever. I don't know, but being so far to the southeast in Baluchistan, or northeast near Mashhad, near the border, it just makes zero sense, because there's nothing there that they could do. They'll just be easy to be targeted, easy to be bombed. And how are they going to walk? How are they going to march through mountainous terrain that are thousands of kilometers high? So it makes little sense. So yeah, no matter where you look at it, it doesn't look like there's any sort of good plan there. That's probably why there's so many generals have just resigned, and yeah, they're clearly not happy with this, and they don't want their troops' blood on their hands.
Well, it has propaganda value if you're able to land in, this is the southeast corner of Iran. There's not a lot of infrastructure there, so Iran wouldn't be able to move forces there very well. It's really out of the way. It could also be a distraction meant to draw forces that way so that they do something else. But it has sort of a big propaganda victory to it if American troops are able to land in a particular area and not really be contested, and be able to whip up the local populace to be like, yeah, let's go and fight against Iran and stuff like that, that they can at least spin it for that. And even though it's not going to accomplish much in the way of changing the situation in the rest of the country militarily.
They clearly haven't been watching the Ukraine-Russia war, because there'll be swarms of FPV drones. They don't need to deploy the army, so it will. You might think this positive
Yeah,
propaganda
and by the
will
way,
turn
I
negative.
do have to correct you on that. That's Ukraine is not a serious combatant when it comes to higher technology. That's not going to work on the United States. Are you kidding me? We have much better technology. Remember how we had that conversation earlier about how whenever you use a radio, it emits a signal and you can pinpoint where it is? The United States can do that very quickly. If you think you're going to go use radio signal FPV drones on the United States. They're going to pinpoint the location the moment you start to have that thing take off, and they're going to fire a missile at you and blow you up.
Yeah, I
The
think
Russians can't do that because they're just not competent enough. If they did, if they had a higher degree of sophistication, just like the United States can fight against sophisticated air defenses, and the Russians can't do that either. They get stopped by Ukraine's air defense. So the Ukraine war is sort of defined by two sides that have sort of roughly equivalent technology where neither can overcome the other. But the United States operates on a higher level than that.
but then Iranian, but then you got Iran's sort of jamming technology as well, and the counter jamming technology. You know, you got the Bahman, which is a passive radar, and then you got the Metal al Fajr radar, and then they can sort of use their own electronic counter measures against the Americans, and then once they disable them, they can launch their FPV drones and they can target them that way. They've got like multi-layered um, uh, attack plans.
Yeah.
Just for
The
this,
Rus
the ground.
resistance, the Russians have been using fiber optic drones, FPV fiber optics that can't be jammed. So I mean, you know, both sides are true here, but they do have the technology that
No, you're
it's
right.
not expensive.
FPV drones that use fiber optics are the future of FPV drones because the
Yeah,
other kind are just
and they have
too
them.
unreliable. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you combine that with obviously the Majid and Syed 4, if there's ever going to be a sort of air cover for these troops, then you're playing into the hands of the Iranians that way, because they're going to shoot those down. So they're going to target the troops on the ground with those FPV drones, and they're going to shoot the sorties that are giving them cover at the same time. So it will just be a bloodbath, that region. And actually, it's a region that they can afford to do whatever they like, because it's so far away from any populated areas. They could literally just smoke that whole area. So if they really wanted to. I just don't think that that's worth any of the propaganda value that you're talking about, Mankos. It's going to turn actually very, very negative propaganda very quickly, and it's going to be an albatross around the Trump administration's neck if things go badly wrong. He will forever be the one that took America into war and caused the deaths of thousands of soldiers.
You know, there's another way to look at that. I think that may be the actual intent, because what they're looking for is an event. In this case, the death of hundreds, if not thousands, of Marines killed by Iran that they had at 9/11 with the destruction of the Twin Towers. That would be something they could use and propagandize on to a smaller percentage of conservatives than existed before, but still with voices like Fox News and the mainstream media protecting the narrative. That's what I worry about. I worry that he's sending these guys in to be targets knowing they're going to be hit.
But if they were home, Iran wouldn't kill them. Like I would hope that Americans could do that equation to see that. You know what I mean? If they were home, this wouldn't be happening. So I hope it bounces right back to Trump and his administration, who couldn't say no. Hi, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well.
Hey.
Hi. Again, real quick.
Yeah, there's no explaining the irrationality of so many Trump supporters right now to believe anything that they're being told on Fox News and just repeat it without thinking through it or checking it.
Yeah, the other aspect of the Baluch area is that it covers the eastern side of the Strait of Hormuz. So there's a strategic element there to, if they land in that sort of area, they might look at it as this is a different ethnic group. It's not really as tied in to the Iranian government as the Persian population is. So maybe we can sort of get them to turn against the Iranian government and sort of set up our own power base here to cover, the eastern half of the Strait of Hormuz or something.
Yeah, I spoke to a few Iranians, and I was of the same opinion that you're going to have local Baluchis, a militia that are actually going to go side by side with the American troops. Some have said that could be true, and some have said actually no, they're very nationalistic, and they wouldn't allow invaders to do that, even if they don't like the government. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think people expected the Kurds to do that. I remember people like Ben Shapiro and them, they were pushing that hard, like, yeah, the Kurds are going to go in, they're going to be boots on the ground. And the Kurds was like, no, we're not doing that. So, they might have issues with the IRGC, but everybody can see now how America treats its allies and everything else. I don't think anybody's going to sacrifice themselves for American business.
It's just another way that we can demonstrate that they had no plan doing this. It hadn't been gained out. I forget who it was that came from the space earlier today, who was talking about the fact he was at the DoD when they were briefing the chiefs of staff, I think, and saying that, well, if we attack Iran, the Straits of Hormuz are going to get shut down. So this was known. I mean, we've known this. This has been an accepted fact in discussions that I've been involved in for the last 20 years about the Gulf Wars.
Doc, that was Amanda and her husband's retired U.S. Air Force colonel in Intel. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is no plan. There was no plan, and they've been pleading for negotiations and a ceasefire. At the same time, they're threatening war crimes. I mean, it's really quite incredible. There's no rational way to explain it, which is why I think it's the Epstein file blackmail. That's why I think.
Breaking news. Wahin reports that tribesmen and armed villagemen are heading towards converging on a house where the missing F-15E crew member was allegedly taking shelter in the Bakhtiari Chahar Mahal province. So they're trying to get to him before the US get to him. There is one alleged, people call him reporter, but people get excited because he's American. But there's one guy who's basically like us, but just a smaller channel than us, is claiming that he's been rescued, and everyone's using his information to say he has, just so you're aware. But overall, he's the only source of that information. Other sources are saying that the villager people are trying to get to him, the IUGC are trying to get to him, America's trying to get to him all at the same time. So we'll have to wait and see what ends up being happening and what the reality is. Let me just read some of these super chats. I appreciate the support
Oh
of
my
the
God,
space.
Suleiman, I literally read that thing out about that little journalist who's claiming, and I went through that whole thing and I spent 5 minutes going through it. You didn't hear a word, did you? You didn't
No,
hear
I
it, did
did.
you?
I did. What do you call it again? I mentioned it before that as well, and then you repeated it. But I thought it's no problem you repeating it to the public. In terms of now, I just thought I'd mention it because I think I do it in a lot more eloquent manner, and people are able to absorb what's being said, and it feels like it's real information. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you have
And
that
I don't know
northern
what you're saying. I
accent.
don't know.
That northern
Exactly.
accent.
Doc no. See, this is why Doc's a player, because he gets it. He gets the vibes. Okay, and let's read some of the super chat. It says, we mentioned that one. Then okay, can we have Beatrix back speaking? We need more knowledge. Oh my god, Beatrix is literally sending super chats on her all, and then she's like, oh, you know what she did? Okay, I'll tell you all what happened. So that super chat came through, which is basically her all, and then she rings me and says, oh, there's a really important super chat. Can you read it?
No, I did call you, but it's not my alt. And you know what? I commented, I responded to that super chat. Thank you so much, Buffalo Blanco. And I commented back saying, ha ha, Suleiman's going to love this. So good. So
Yeah.
good.
So
I'm spending a lot
did
more
you?
time on
Okay,
YouTube
let me
today,
give you that
actually. There's a
one.
lot of
Let me give you
trolls.
the Aladdin treatment. Did you or did you not just ring me, telling me to read the super chat?
I did. I
Exactly.
called you, but I didn't do the super chat.
Exactly.
Um,
Okay, we don't know who does the
I
super
didn't
chat.
do.
It's a random anonymous. It's a random anonymous
It's not
person.
random anonymous.
Wait, it's a.
It's one of our
Yeah,
peeps
it
on
is.
our
It is one of
YouTube,
our peeps, but it's
Suleiman.
a
Don't call
random
them.
anonymous person whose location
No, it's not.
is. One second. His location is London. Her location is London. I don't know. It's just random. It's just completely random.
No, it's not random. It's not random. It's one of our community. I'm spending a
Are
lot
you one
more
of our
time on
community?
YouTube
Are you one of
today.
our community?
I am.
Exactly.
I'm
Was it
one of the
from Khaleesi?
community as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
Was it from an accountant in
Yeah, it
Khaleesi?
was. Yeah. Hell.
Doc, don't even try it. Not you, Crambo. I'm talking about the trolls that are banned. The infiltration that happened earlier, Crambo, not you. I'm not talking about our community. I'm talking the people that came in to mess up our community. Oh my God, I'm not trolling the super chat, Aaron. I'm in the super chat to make sure the trolls are banned. He's not calling Crumbo, he's not calling, nobody calling you a troll. Oh my God, these people are so sensitive today. Even with that Zaya, they were like, oh, let him talk, let him talk. I said, all right, I'm banning anybody who's crying about let him talk, let him talk. And I did. There was about 5 people banned all in a row. But not you, Crambo. People love you. Yeah, YouTube is Team Beatrix and Beatrix is Team YouTube as well. Don't you worry, Crambo. I'm here. Okay, so guys,
Stop
let's go and
simping,
see if there's any
Crumbo.
news.
Hey, Suey,
What's
be
that?
careful. Beatrix is winning over the YouTube warriors. She's winning their hearts and minds.
She doesn't have to win them over. They're already simps. And
They're not Sims.
millennials.
They're not Sims.
And millennials. It's
So many
funny. It's
people.
funny. In my
So
last
many people are
video.
tagging me
It's
in.
funny. Can you hear me? Hello.
I can now. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's funny. People were the last video I put out. Like I got at least 3-4 comments saying, "Oh look, we're millennials. You always attack us, but we're the ones commenting." That was hilarious. But back to you, Beatrix.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to jump into some news, but before that, I was just about to mention this. Oh my God, Moses, you literally left here to go to YouTube to do a tweet, to do a super chat to ask if I'm attacking you guys. I didn't even say anything about YouTube. I've been bigging you guys up. What's wrong now? I'm being attacked by YouTube. Right, I was going to say, guys, listen, the YouTube's really, really important. At this stage, I would say that the spaces we're running, like so many people are tagging me in, so many people saying they can't see them, they're getting kicked out. Former Liberal voters saying that, like tons of people. ABAX is saying, do spaces get shadow banned? I can't see this space. I can't even see it on drop down. I think they're going to take us off X maybe at some point. So it's really important. I want everyone to do this. I want everyone to make sure that you're following both of Suleiman's YouTube channels, but even more importantly, you've got your notifications set for both of his YouTube channels. And the reason I'm asking you to set your notifications, subscribe to the channel, it's free to subscribe. It basically means you're following, but you press the bell icon, because then if he only goes on YouTube, then, so sweet, then you'll get a notification straight away. Because I think, and I was saying this to Suleiman, that if they do a ground invasion, we're going to have to go 24/7. It's going to be serious. And I want everyone to be prepared for that. You know what I think about Trump? I think that something's happened to him. They've done something serious to him. I'm really worried about him, to be honest, in that sense that worse is to come. But I want everyone to make sure that you've got your notifications set for both of his YouTube channels. And what we'll do is, Suleiman, have you got a tweet with both of your YouTube channels on it by any chance?
No, I don't.
No.
They're 2 separate tweets on both. Shall I do? That's a good idea. That.
I know I'm full of good ideas.
No,
If you
I don't know
do
about
that, I
that. I don't
can
know about
just
that.
put it
Okay, one
into the
second. Let me read the super chats. So one is Buffalo says, "Wow." Look, she says, Buffalo says, "Look here, I'm from Texas and I get all Iran alerts from Beatrix." That sounds like you sound like Beatrix there, to be honest.
It's so not
Deborah
me.
says, "Thank you, Suleiman, for having this space. Thank you to Beatrix too." Don't know about that. Her voice is, what the hell? Her voice is calming in such horrible times. God be with Iran and with all of us. I agree with all that, except her voice being calm. Bro, it's like a head teacher being here. What are you talking about? Okay, Josie says Beatrix has the right to defend itself. Oh, yeah, you got attacked there. She didn't say herself. She said itself. Like you're a thing. You're not even a person. You're not even a human being. Obviously, she's a Jewish supremacist. She probably doesn't consider you. Okay, that's not maybe an attack on you. It might be just because you're a guy. Okay. Chevelle says yes. Oh my God, what is with all this simping? Chevelle says yes. Beatrice's voice is so amazing, but you have to admit that Suleiman's impression is pretty spot on. Yes, it is, Chevelle. Look here.
Oh my God, Chevelle, seriously? You're really going to go there? He's a terrible impersonator. Terrible. Terrible, terrible. And there's another one as well, Suleiman. You missed it. It's I think there was one from Moses before that as well.
Oh no, I only ever read the. Okay, is Beatrix attacking us? I thought you read that.
Oh yeah, I did read that one.
I mean,
Yeah.
she is. She always attacks you guys. I'm always trying to defend you guys. Okay, some more breaking news. More explosions in Kuwait. More explosion. Whoa, this is crazy, bro. Explosions in Kuwait are quite bad. I thought it was the thing, but it's a different place. So explosions in Kuwait and power outage. Explosions and power outage in Kuwait. Moses said, if she has a right to defend itself, then it must be Azael. Yeah, I mean, you talking about Josie? She is, yeah. Okay, back to you, Beatrix.
Yeah, look, somebody else has posted in the chat, right? And they're saying they're seeing a lot of reports about Trump. Oh yeah, this is it. It was Venant saying, anyone else seeing tons of chatter about Trump being dead or in or hospitalized? I haven't, to be honest.
Oh my god, resistance are here. Oh my god. This, we know where the space is going now. Go ahead, resistance.
Do you know what? Will on the YouTube chat. Will on the YouTube chat is saying that you literally translate for me. I'm really offended by that. I don't need anybody to translate for me. People understand when I speak myself. Thank you very much.
David said W Sully, W Beatrix. First point, excellent. Second point, not great. Balances out to maybe 5 out of 10, but appreciate the super chat.
I'm hearing that Trump is in Walter Reed Hospital, and but then the White House is saying no, he's been in the office all day.
Resistance, what's your theory? Are you with Beatrix and you're like, oh, it's AI?
I think
no, I didn't say it was AI. I said it's been off.
Buffalo
resistance.
Says, Buffalo says, I can be a girl simp, but Suleiman is too busy and doesn't care for YouTube stars, so we are Team Beatrix. Bloods, what are you talking about? I'm literally about the YouTube chat. I'm all about the YouTube. I'm there trying to give you guys content, graphing away, tweeting away, giving you guys interviews, snipping and clipping. Like now, I'm not, like I haven't got any interviews lined up because I'm not really ill. So it's just a space. And that's why I'm with you guys. I'm smashing it out, but you're not going to see any content now, are you? Buffalo. Oh my gosh, all millennials and Simpsons. How have I created a community of, I'm joking, created a community of millennials and Sims, bro. Okay, back to you, Beatrix.
Jackson Hinkle said that he's got a brain aneurysm. Trump's this war is giving Trump a brain aneurysm.
Who said that though? Who said that?
Jackson Hinkle.
But what's the
I've
source?
checked all those reports. None of them have been confirmed.
He has no source.
I've used multiple sources of AI. No. But on the other hand, conservatives like Nick Sorta, who just repeat whatever talking points the government wants out that day, says the Marine posted at the driveway door of the Oval Office is proof, quote unquote, that Trump is there. As if they couldn't post a Marine there to hide the fact that he was in the hospital. So no one really knows.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, look, with Nick, obviously you know we all started off together. But like these guys literally are like making 6 figures a month on X by holding the party line. And this is why they made the decision they make. Like, you choose that option or you choose our option where you're a brokey, but you speak for the truth. So some people choose that and other people choose what we chose. But yeah, he is doing well for himself for sure.
And I don't know.
I was one of his first subscribers in the East Palestine thing. Followed him to Hawaii. He was doing some really good investigative journalism. And he sold out. Put on a suit and tie.
For what it's worth, I don't know anything about Trump. If he's okay or not. So I don't know. I don't have any sort of opinion
Oh, it
one way
sounds
or
like
the
you're
other.
throwing Beatrix under the bus, blood. Oh yeah, yeah.
But it's
Beatrice, you're on
Beatrix.
your own on this one. Even resistance is
No,
like you got too
no,
far. Okay, Netanyahu,
no,
I
no,
was
no,
with
no, no,
you.
no.
Ben Gavir, I was with you.
No,
But Trump, Beatrix, you gone too far. You are gone too
well,
far.
he hasn't. He didn't hear it though. Did you hear my theory? Have you heard it?
No,
Resistance.
no, I
Let
haven't.
me read the super chat before you do.
Okay.
It's Khaleesi's alt again, and it says, "I have heard and experienced that simps pay the bills. Yeah, they do for a lot of you chicks. Blood." Go ahead, Beatrix. But yeah, don't be simps in it. Go ahead, Beatrix.
Oh my God. What is this guy saying? I don't see a source for this. I'll send it to you, Suleiman. I don't know if you wanna I don't know. I don't know if this guy's a legit source, but he's talking about the captured pilot. He's insinuating that Iran have captured the pilot. I've just WhatsApped it to you so you can have a look at it to see if it's true or not. So, I'll tell you, like what I did earlier, right? Resistance is I just like I had all these thoughts going around in my mind, and I just shared them on the space because sometimes I just do that. So, my thoughts with us, like this picture coming together of like, and I actually mentioned Doc at the time because like I think Doc does, but a lot of people say that Trump was forced to start this Iran war because of Epstein files. Not all of them had been released. The part that haven't been released are still being held over his head. Blah blah blah. That I was thinking about this morning actually, and I was thinking, isn't it interesting that he replaced Pam Bondi with the deputy as an interim attorney general, and the interim attorney general, as soon as he came on the podium, said, "What Epstein files? You're not getting any more. That's your lot, right? Forget it. And we ain't prosecuting anybody. No names are going to be named. Done deal." So I was thinking about that just this morning. That like Pam Bondi didn't do that. So did he deliberately choose that guy because the guy was willing to do that? Just coincidentally, right? Give me 1 second.
Exactly. Avo says, please set an alt platform. We need you guys. Yeah, I mean, if someone's got an idea about what to do or how to do that, then yeah, definitely let's do that as a backup for sure. I am putting this tweet out. Subscribe and notifications on both YouTube channels. We are being censored, so rely on you to keep going. Live stream around more short videos, interview military, financial. Okay, I'm putting this tweet out. Sweet. That was a good idea. Once in a while, she does come out with a good idea. Accidentally.
So my good ideas are accidental,
Oh, she
right?
back. The tweet's in the nest, Beatrix, the one with the link thing, what you sent.
They're getting worried on YouTube. Aaron's like, silly gonna make Beatrix all grumpy again because I was smashing them on. I was smashing the trolls out of YouTube earlier. You didn't see it. I was like just sat on YouTube, so bashing them. They're crying. These guys are all. These are our normal crew, but earlier on there was some trolls on there. But anyway, listen. So this is my thing, right? And I'm so glad Casey's back up because I want Casey to hear this. I think she'll get it. She'll get it, and I think you might get it. Resistance, right? So I'm thinking he's got rid of Pam Bondi and he's got this deputy who's all like right in there with, yeah, you're not getting no more Epstein files. And I was thinking this morning, so he's pretty much got rid of the Epstein threat over him by making this move. And it must have been a friendly move because he did actually tweet out about Pam Bondi, a really nice post. She's done great and I'm going to make sure she gets a good job and she worked really hard and I got a lot of respect for her, things like that, which is like not normal Trump behavior. And then when we started the space today, I just had this niggling feeling in my head, which was, we haven't seen him. Yesterday, he didn't actually appear. You've got a pilot down. You've got all these aircrafts down yesterday, and we haven't seen him. No televised, nothing. He has not stopped being on our airwaves, right, from day one. Even when he did the speech a few nights ago, the one that we were all waiting for, the 9 p.m. Eastern time speech, for the 2 hours before that, he was all over the TV doing press conferences. So where is he? And why isn't he talking to us? And then Suleiman done a post saying CENTCOM haven't posted for 30 hours. And that's the first time since this war has started that CENTCOM have not done a post for 30 hours. So then I was thinking, I'm explaining this a little bit differently. I'm just telling you what my thought process was. There's no evidence for this or anything like that. I'm just telling you my thought process. So then I started thinking, what if Trump did have Epstein hanging over him and therefore he had to do this Iran war, but he didn't want to put boots on the ground. And he knew the military didn't want to put boots on the ground because that's why there was this revolt within the military. You heard Abraham Lincoln or the Ford, whichever one it was, you know, where they were blocking the toilets or whatever, and it had to go back and things like that. And he knows he's the commander in chief and he knows his guys don't want to go to the front line. And so he kept giving these deadlines, right? Look, don't get me wrong. I don't think Keir Starmer's in charge of our army at all. I think whatever you want to call it, deep state, the Zios, the intelligence agencies are. I think if Keir Starmer woke up tomorrow morning and said, right, I'm not going to let America use our bases anymore, I think the bases will still be used by America and Keir Starmer will just be offed or removed or something. He doesn't have that choice. I don't think Trump has this choice of saying, okay, we're not going to do this anymore. So I was thinking, what if he doesn't really want to do the boots on the ground? And that's why he keeps giving these deadlines. You've got 2 days, you've got 2 weeks, you've got a week. And in the meantime, Iran is bashing, boshing Israel and all the bases in the Middle East and stuff. And Trump keeps giving these ultimatums to Europe and the UK and the Middle East to get the Strait of Hormuz open, and no one's really bothering with it. And he's just like, whatever, I'm just going to keep extending this deadline, but I'm not going to put the boots on the ground. And that's the obstacle. And then I started thinking about Pete Hegseth because he's just disgusting, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, Trump is disgusting, but Pete Hegseth is evil. And I thought, who took him off Fox News and put him there? Was that Trump's decision? I don't think that was Trump's decision. It cannot have been Trump's decision. Like, I do believe that a lot of these people who work for Fox, like at a senior level, are like Intel, right? Because I remember when Scaramucci worked for him in his first term, Trump said he learned a lot of lessons about getting good people around him. And this time he's got the worst of the people around him. So I was thinking, Pete Hegseth fired the chief of army staff, the highest military position, with an hour's notice, and 2 generals that we know of, 2 major generals, the 3 most senior positions of the army. The commander of chief of the army is Trump. Did Trump make any statement? Because he made a glowing statement for Pam Bondi. And it happened the day after. He let go of Pam Bondi with a glowing reference, thinking he's safeguarded from the Epstein stuff. And therefore, I think he was thinking, I can maneuver my off-ramp now. They can't hold me over Epstein. I've got my guy on the front line saying there's no more Epstein stuff, it's over. And the very next day, out of the blue, Pete Hegseth does this. And I thought, let me go see if Trump made any statement about the chief of army staff being commander-in-chief and everything else, that he'd done great service, he served our nation, thank you for your service. Nothing. Not a word from Trump on any of these people that were fired by Pete Hegseth. Nothing. So I started thinking, did he even have a say in it? Or did Pete Hegseth just do it? And if Pete Hegseth just did it, who was supporting and backing Pete Hegseth? Where's this coming from? Then I've seen all these things about Trump being in hospital. Nothing's confirmed. We don't know if he's in hospital or not, but we just haven't seen him or heard from him. Nothing. There's been no announcement that the Easter Bunny thing's going to go ahead at the White House either. We know that he didn't go back to Florida. They're saying he's locked away in some room, and therefore he cannot be seen at this moment of crisis, when, knowing Trump, you know he should be all over the airwaves, being the big man, the commander-in-chief. We're going to pull out everything. We're going to destroy them if our man doesn't come back. This is Trump. Hiding away in a room is not Trump. So I'm thinking, okay, what if this hospital stuff true? And what if, because he was dragging his heels and putting boots on the ground, because this is Israel's dream come true. What if they've offed Trump or done something to him or put him on the Biden drugs in hospital or something like that?
And don't forget, the White House said to the press there's going to be radio silence. They banned them from making any sort of communication, right, for a period of time. Didn't they do that? Was it yesterday?
They did. They said yesterday that he's locked in a room. They said it today as well because we haven't seen him today. They're saying he's locked in a room strategizing and stuff, but that's not what Trump does. Trump doesn't freaking lock himself in rooms and do strategy. Trump does televised shoot your mouth off. So what if they've offed him and now Hegseth is in charge? And do you know what I found today, right? Somebody, funnily enough, posted this today. They posted a clip of Trump saying, there's a video, let me just find it really quickly. And I thought, wow, because CENTCOM haven't tweeted for 30 hours. Trump said, to Pete Hegseth, I think you were the first one to speak up. You said, let's do it. So Hegseth was one of the first people to say to him, let's do it. Hegseth fired these senior people in the military at the drop of a hat. Trump made zero comment about it, and we haven't seen or heard from Trump since then. I think they've offed him.
I mean,
Oh my God.
we'll have to find out.
No,
Personally,
we won't find out. We wouldn't find out. I know, but I'll let Sully talk to him.
well, before Sully, I was going to say just before Sully goes something, right? If they announce that somehow he's in a hospital or he's now in a coma or whatever it is, then I think he'll be offed. Especially at this time, specifically because of his resistance to having ground troops and, like you said, Beatrix.
For resistance, they're saying he's locked in a room, which is
I
even
know,
worse. I mean, old man gets ill in hospital. I can kind of understand, but locked in a room quietly strategizing? In what world would Trump do that?
I know. Him and strategizing just
Oh my God. Okay, let me read this super chat. You know things are bad when resistance isn't on board with you. Moses says, Sully, you need to appoint women as a sign language interpreters in the YouTube. Can less talking with more actions, and the Sims will be happy. Yeah, that's a good idea. Beatrice, you be a sign language person on the YouTube. Now,
Sorry, resistance is on board, and Casey, you're on board with this. Do you see it, Casey?
oh my God.
Yeah, I want to wait for because I don't want to be, you know what I mean? And I do want to say something.
I think it's plausible.
This is crazy. Anyway, guys, there's a tweet in the nest, which is less conspiratorial. And it is the two YouTube channels, and it says subscribe and notifications on both YouTube channels we are being censored, so rely on you to keep going. And then the two YouTube channels are there, so if you can like and subscribe to them, that would be awesome. Beatrix, you made me put the tweet out. Do you want to use it now and for something that
I
is
do.
more
I love our
logical and
YouTube chat
rational
so
as
much.
opposed to conspiratorial?
It's not conspiratorial. I'm sharing my deepest thoughts openly with you, with our people on YouTube and X. I love YouTube so much, our community. I'm actually going to share the link on YouTube so they can open it from YouTube and they don't even have to come to the X Nest. But guys on X, please, I love you all as well. Please go to the Nest, which is above where you can see myself and Suleiman. And you see the post there. The first post you see is subscribe and notifications on both YouTube channels. We are being censored. I'd like you to go there, click on both those two YouTube links, and I'd like you to make sure that you're subscribed. It's free. Press the bell icon to make sure you get notifications and follow Suleiman. That would be great. And I'm putting it on YouTube now.
Sully, we live in a world where all conspiracies are being proven correct. Like we're in a backdrop where Charlie Kirk got openly assassinated, probably by Israel. Netanyahu and co. Good. It looks like Netanyahu, for all I care. Israel has assassinated so many Iranian leaders and commanders, and the supreme leader. Trump, before he came into power, he was almost assassinated. Maybe that was just a warning by the Mossad and CIA to him. You got to toe the line before he gets into office. And then so many other like whistleblowers have been killed in car crashes and in all sorts the last 2-3 years. Why is it so conspiratorial that the president of the United States would be killed if he didn't go to war, or if he didn't continue the war on behalf of Israel and the
Because I
CIA?
think that whatever's made him do the war in the first place is the same reason that he will go all the way for whichever thing is planned. And if they were to kill him, I don't think that they want to sully someone like, what's his name again? JD Vance, who I believe that they want to take over and try and keep him as clean as possible and want people to forget that he also supports the war. So even just from a kind of geopolitical level, it makes no sense to me. I think that Trump's fully on board, and whatever he's fully on board with is he's on board with the ground invasion. And what you'll see, he'll be one of the biggest pushers of the ground invasion once he's out from his White House bunker.
Yeah, I mean, time will tell to see he's out. I'm just saying, if for the next 2 weeks they're making all sorts of excuses, we haven't seen him in public, then I will be seriously questioning whether he's alive or not, and whether he's been killed or
They
not.
don't. This is 2026. They don't have to do that though. Like I don't mean to. Like they could come on. They ran Joe Biden on us, and he barely knew what was going on. Although it's funny when he's not in the White House now. I swear he looks a lot fresher. That's different. So this is 2026. So if they want to run a Trump, like look, for me, I do think that Trump is taking a long time to do what needs to be in their eyes, not mine. We shouldn't even be in there, but to do what needs to be done. When he put out that 48-hour notice on Iran, and everybody thought something big was going to happen, and nothing happened, and he said, "Okay, I'm going to give them another extension." I know that made certain people, certain kind of people, very angry. The minute he did that, I said, I don't know, man. I don't think they're going to be too happy with that. And they get irrational when they're angry. They're salivating over this. Israel's taking hits. Like Beatrix said, Israel's taking hits. They're being like destroyed. Okay. What Golden Globe, whatever the hell globe they called it or whatever, Iron Dome. Okay. What Iron Dome? There's no Iron Dome. Okay. They're out there. They're wide open and they don't like it. I know they don't like it. They don't. And I know that I would imagine they feel like we need to just get this done. And the get this done is, these people are irrational. We'll just put it that way. So maybe he's not moving fast enough for them. I kind of didn't think he was. Again, not for me. We shouldn't be there. But I kind of think he's been tiptoeing for quite some time. These people who really want this, they don't care about if the plan might or might not work. There's no reverse gear. You need to try. Go ahead and send those 20,000 whatever troops on the ground. If they all die, then okay, send some more. We'll just figure it out from there. Like that's how they think. And so I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah,
Guys,
I'm not shocked either.
huge news. Huge explosion in Kuwait. The gas and energy infrastructure is on fire. It's massive and huge. Check my page out. It is gigantic. This is in response to the energy infrastructure that the Zionist regime hit in Iran. But Kuwait is feeling the pain. Remember, if there's a ground invasion into one of the likely mainland areas, it probably will be from Kuwait. The UAE ground invasion, then that probably would be, if it's the one of the three islands or Hormuz, then it would likely be UAE. So it's looking more and more likely that Kuwait will be the location of the ground invasion. Also, some more breaking news. It's 4 a.m. in Iran. I think it's like 4:30 a.m., right? 4th. Actually, let me. Localized villages surrounding the mountain.
Yeah, it's almost 4:30. Sorry.
Yeah, villages surrounding the mountain are still entering the area to search for the missing. So, local residents in the villages and surrounding villages surrounding the Black Mountain are still entering the area to search for the missing F-15 pilot. It's just really strange because we're having drones and drones of people moving to the area in order to move into the area in order to find him. And what's happening is that the one guy is claiming that he's been recovered. So where is the truth? Where is the news? We're giving you all sides and then letting
Sully,
you ascertain and decide what's going on. Sorry, Resistance, were you
it's
saying something?
Easter. Yeah, it's Easter. This is like the military version of the Easter egg hunt.
It is, but just a question to you, Resistance, a logical question, and I want to hear your thoughts on this. Look, I know you're saying it's no big deal. I kind of differ slightly. I actually do think it's a big deal. I think if the Americans are able to recover this pilot, they're gonna have these delusions of grandeur where they're gonna think that, wow, we managed to get into Iran and get our pilot and they weren't able to stop us, not understanding that that area is totally different. That specific area they've gone to, there isn't a high activity of military and so on and so forth. But that being said, they will be thinking, and this will give them more bravado to do or attempt to try and do what they're trying to do. So I say that to ask this specific question: that do you think that if they succeed in getting this pilot, that this will give them confidence for a ground invasion? And do you think that this means that there's going to be more of a chance that they succeed in this ground invasion?
I take the opposite view. I think that they're gonna, if they do recover the pilot, they're gonna count their blessings and they're gonna think, Jesus, if this is what they're doing for one pilot, imagine if we come in with a ground invasion of thousands of troops. We can, I mean, this lucky, we got lucky with this pilot, but we weren't really lucky because we took, we sacrificed 2 Black Hawk helicopters, or maybe one, I don't know. And goodness knows what else, if we goodness knows what other assets we would have lost if we decided to deploy them to in search of this pilot. How many assets are we going to likely to lose if we put in, you know, 100 times the number of, or 1,000 times the number of troops, or whatever it is, and 10 times the number of assets just to support this operation? That's my viewpoint on it. Because, but maybe I've got this biased sort of slant where I think that Iran's going to defeat them no matter what. And logically speaking, anyone that attempts to go and invade, knowing what we know of what Iran's capabilities are, they might think, yeah, we're actually lucky here that we've escaped with our pilot. That's probably my view, and it might be slightly biased, but I do think there's an element of they must be counting their blessings if they recover the pilot, because already CENTCOM down for 30 hours, they must be sweating it. They must be bricking it, really. And so if they do recover it, do they think, oh, yes, we did it. We managed to escape the clutches of the local militia and everybody else evading them. And we managed to get that pilot. And then so let's just deploy 10,000 troops and they'll be fine. It'll be difficult, but they'll be fine. We can do this. I don't know. It doesn't look like to me that that is going to be the case. But, I do take your point on seriously, because the amount of stupidity that they've sort of showed the last 36 days is just incredible. And irrationality they've done, it showed. It wouldn't surprise me that they've had that. I mean, look, the reason why they went into Iran now is because of the hubris and the Kool-Aid, that they were very high on Venezuela, thinking that Iran would be the same thing, or maybe just a few days, 4 days, which I know you and lots of people on the panel have said. They might be high because of the success of Venezuela, but I just think now they can't see this, although maybe Mankos will see it. They can't see this in any sort of positive light. I mean, at this rate, it's serious amount of cope that they're actually inhaling. It's just I don't know, and the sheer number of generals are being obviously replaced, either resigning or being fired or replaced, whatever, shows that. And I know people have said, oh, well, Putin, replaced or fired one general. This is like 10, 11 sort of generals and commanders. This is like a whole revolution. This is like a massive grand coup of military staff, senior military commanders and generals that are being replaced or either stepping down, not agreeing with this. Clearly, that there's something seriously wrong with what they're about to do or what they're about to embark on. Never mind about what's been happening the last 35 days. So I personally think no, but there's a lot of clowns and idiots in the Trump administration that may not surprise me if they thought they've got this has given them courage, but that's not what I would take from that. And I don't think a lot of people here would on the panel would think that either. I'm not sure. What do you think, guys? Doc,
Yeah, I'm
Andrew?
gonna ask this question just before I do some more breaking news. Alleged footage of this intense firefight around the location where the downed F-15 crew remember is reportedly taking shelter. If it's true, there is some kind of ground engagement between American and American and Iranian forces. Uh, yeah, that's that.
So
Manko, I want to ask you, because you're obviously hardcore MAGA, from like your MAGA perspective, if they were to recover this this American soldier, do you think that this would give them the confidence that, wow, we managed to go into Iran, take our guy back, the ground invasion will succeed? And what if they fail to do so? Will they then have, like, damn, we lost our guy and he's a hostage? What's your thoughts on the psychology of the administration on both of those two different
Well,
strands?
there's reports that they already inserted a bunch of special forces to help with dealing with this guy, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah, that looks like the clashes that's going on the ground that you're saying, Sully.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this already is essentially like a small scale invasion. So if they're able to come out of this with recovering the guy and not suffering additional casualties, or no one else dies and they're able to get everyone out, then anyone who's advocating for escalations in doing like what I said before, which was raids, which is dropping a bunch of people in, doing some sort of action, and then leaving again instead of trying to occupy something long term. I think anyone who's advocating for that is going to be able to say, see, you guys said it was risky. We just kicked ass. We can definitely do this. We need to escalate this and start doing this a lot more. And you're going to see more of it.
And what about if it fails?
Well, if it fails, it'll be the opposite thing, where if it ends up looking like this whole operation wasn't worth it, like we didn't get the guy, or a big problem with these operations is you're doubling down and tripling down, and sometimes a lot more than that. So you're exposing yourself because you're trying to get one guy back. You're exposing yourself to potentially losing dozens more people. And this was part of the issue of why the whole Bat 21 thing in Vietnam was controversial, because the massive expenditure of resources that was used to recover that guy, and he was in a really bad situation. He had North Vietnamese actual military units all around him during the middle of an offensive. He was, hiding in little holes while the patrols were walking within distance where he could hear the words they were saying and all that stuff. So that was like a huge thing and a lot of drama. And the United States devoted massive resources to get him out. And afterward, they're like, this is crazy. We can't do this over one guy, because what happens if you get additional, aircraft shot down and you have other people and it just spirals? So I think that they want to get out of this with all this intact, but it's going to be a very cautionary tale, where even if they get this guy out, I think they're going to not be so overconfident when it comes to air attacks in Iran. I think they're going to be a lot more cautious and a lot more defensive, which they should have been. I think they got too complacent. But obviously, the worse it goes, we already know they're going to escalate, though, because of the massive airlift that you saw happen in overnight last night. So Hegseth has clearly made the order that we are in this, we're fully committed to it. And so if it does go badly, like if the Iranians are able to build up enough forces where they're able to start the sort of chain reaction, where they're able to start to either shoot down more people, capture more people, etc., this could end up spiraling into a much bigger battle and could end up, if the Iranians manage to gain the upper hand, could end up being the sort of thing that causes massive embarrassment and damage to Hegseth and the Trump administration.
Breaking news, huge breaking news. There are reports that Iran has allegedly taken down one of the US rescue helicopters searching for the F-15 pilot. Yeah, and the Iranians think that this is actually a means to kind of figure out Iranian defense for the invasion. So it kind of has a double benefit to it as well. Iran allege to have hit, and there is a video of it, but have alleged to have hit. Okay, Iran. Let's write Iran. Allegedly take down that's a good title, yeah. US helicopter searching. Sorry, I found it and then I was reading it. Searching for missing. Let's take missing out. F-15 F-15 pilot. I'm gonna write unconfirmed though. Unconfirmed. This is crazy.
Silly, and Trump is nowhere to be found. Nothing coming out of Trump's mouth. No posts on Truth Social. Nothing.
You're beginning to believe me now, Brother Hussein, yeah?
No,
You're beginning to believe me now, but you just don't want to say it because your
I don't
boy is
necessarily
hosting the
believe you. I just
space,
think he's
yeah?
an idiot and he's incompetent. But I don't think he's dead. But this is worrying for his side. Great for us, but worrying for his side. He needs to come out and say something, because at least come out with a lie and say something. But he's been dead quiet. No pun intended.
I gave options.
Breaking news. Iranian drone has now struck Camp Buhring in Kuwait, the staging base for the rescue operation in Iran. So the staging operation that was used for the rescue operation in Iran has been hit.
But
That's
yeah, that is
huge.
huge.
Oh yeah, I thought Iran wasn't so sophisticated like some people would say.
But isn't it weird that, he's been all talk these last few days on Truth Social, rather even this last couple weeks, and now he's just dead silent.
Well,
I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
I
think
gave
he's silent. He's
options
just not talking about this until it's done.
for me, it
No,
was.
it's
or
perfectly normal.
anything else, Manco.
No, Mancos, he hasn't said
Yeah.
anything.
And just, Brother Hussein, I gave options. I said either he's been offed or he's been drugged up with Biden's drugs or something. They put him in a corner somewhere, but
Well,
he's not in charge. Sorry, Casey
didn't
jumped
he
in.
just do
Yeah,
that post about
she
import the
said
third
Casey
world,
jumped
become
in.
the third world?
She said, yeah, I know. She said Casey jump in real quick though. In a time like this, Beatrix, even if he wasn't as bombastic as he normally is, there is a pilot missing. That's a huge thing. Why isn't the president of the United States of America coming on to calm Americans' fears and calling for prayers or something to let us know what is going on. I mean, that's usually how it would be handled in any other
Because he doesn't
situation.
care.
So I don't
He doesn't care
understand.
about anyone else but himself.
Yeah, if I could just, but like he's still, but then, and I'm not trying to be like, let me just finish this last sentence. But then bombastic Trump would say, we're going to decimate them until we get our pilot back. They don't know who they messed around with, da, da, da. Dead silence is just not good in both scenarios. Something, whatever. There's just, okay. Okay.
Well, it also would be
Casey.
reasonable for him to come out at any time and say, I've been in military planning sessions. And it's because we are about to attack. I did give a 48-hour notice. But silence isn't proof of absence. It's really absence of proof at this point. So you have to speculate as to both situations that he reasonably could be trying to get involved this time because he's, by his own accusation, was betrayed by Hickseth, his son-in-law, and Rickoff.
I'm not pushing anything. I'm just saying anything is possible.
No,
I'm
just pointing out another possibility. I'm not saying it's wrong. We can't know, right?
You realize in all of his speeches, he always refers it back to him. He'll talk about, we're decimating, we're doing this, we're destroying their capability, and this is all because of the military that I rebuilt. So it's always goes around in circles and goes back to him, that it was because of him all this is happening. Yeah, it's just he doesn't really care about the pilot. He doesn't care about the people. He doesn't care about what's happening in Iran or in Israel, anywhere else. The only thing he cares about is himself, and that's it. And that's why you'll never see him go
Yeah.
on TV.
Yeah, well, also too, it doesn't do our side any good. Our side meaning America, meaning Trump, meaning Epstein's America. It doesn't do any good to acknowledge that we've lost a pilot before we've even invaded. It's a demonstration of incompetence and lack of planning. It's not a narrative they want to feed right now, so they're ignoring it, and that might be in their position, the best thing they can do.
Breaking news, US bomb crowd of civilians watching the fight between Iran and US over the F-15 pilot. So what this means is, the fight that was going on, loads of Iranian civilians went to a village close by to, watch it, like, oh man, let's watch this drama. And US just bombed them. Dozens wounded. Families are now being rushed towards the hospital. This is a lesson for all Iranians, although the vast majority, overwhelming majority, are with Iran. But you see, they see you as the enemy for solely being Iranian. It don't matter if you agree or disagree with the government. When they bomb you, they don't know your political ideology or position. They just bomb you because they want to bomb you. Because you are considered the enemy solely for being Iranian. This is a great example of it. Let's bring David Z into the conversation. David Z.
Sorry, Suleiman, just before we go to David, Arcos is saying on YouTube that Iran has increased its frequency, is now offering $60,000 reward for the pilot. And this is coming from Iranian broadcaster, not verified by me. But sorry, Suleiman, back to you.
Yeah, David Z. Let's bring David Z into the conversation. I know Russia is struggling. Things are not going well. Give us your thoughts.
You get me every single time, don't you? Really? Jesus Christ, I stay up till 6 o'clock in the morning and that's what I get in the neck. I just want to go back to the topic last night, and indeed I just heard it a minute ago in relation to this movement of troops, or let's just say to the dole line, to the unemployment queue. I spoke to a mutual friend in relation to it, and when the SMO started in Russia, 175 of the top within the Kremlin got kicked out in the first week. They all got replaced, and it was going on for months, even up until the end of the first year. You just got to look back at when they dragged them all around the world to that infamous meeting, and the number of top officers that do exist. I mean, it's a bloated organization, still is, even with the ones that are gone. It's completely over the top. It's top heavy in bureaucracy and triplicate documents that are never needed. And it's been an army of peace. Really, I know it's a terrible thing to say, but it has been like for many years. You could not call the Afghanistan conflict a war, certainly was not. But this war is what's happening now is like an overextension of all military logistics. And this is the first time that America is getting slapped this bad. I mean, if you go and check history to see what's after happening with Iran, with 5 to 6, maybe even 7 planes gone in 2 days, 4 in 1 day or 5 in 1 day, that hasn't happened since World War II. That is actual planes in the air or aircraft in the air in combat. That's outside of the ones that got destroyed in Afghanistan when the Afghans went in military uniforms and took out 16 planes at that time, including a couple of helicopters. But this is the first time they've had it in combat. But anyway, going back to the numbers that have been reduced, the Russians do not think it's a coup. They just look at what happened with them. Because even the Kremlin then was top heavy. And a lot of those guys that got removed, they were not replaced. Their positions were just moved over or assimilated into other compartments, let's just call them, within the army. But again, it looks like to everyone, and a lot more can go, and those that did go were just surplus to requirements, or they were idiots, or they were peacetime combatants that were of no use to understand this. And as Andrei Martynov regularly says in almost every interview he does, this is a guy that is interviewed by all the top guys. He's a military analyst. He's ex-USSR. I think the family came from Baku, but he did serve in the military, and he is well respected. His theory on it was that these guys were useless. That's how he puts it. They were not able to comply with orders. They were, again, he said, a bloated inventory, unnecessarily needed in a time of what we have now, combat, and they were just taken out. But to say that this is some form of internal coup is a far from right. Totally.
Beatrix, can you take over for 2 seconds? Casey? Okay, let's go to Silver Sailor.
I'm right here. I can. Okay, yeah, let's go to Silver Sailor.
Hey, Ohio Gozaimasu, Suleiman, Beatrix, that girl, my veterans, Andrew, Doc, my fellow Cali brother. Okay, here we go. Welcome to today's segment of Anti-War Veteran Minute with Silver Sailor. I'll be reading an important message that Dr. Martin Luther King dropped on April 4th, 1967. Here we go. Okay, he delivered a Beyond Vietnam, A Time to Break Silence on April 4th, 1967. I'm sorry. Okay, my page glitched. Okay, on the connection between war and poverty, the bombs in Vietnam explode at home. They destroy the hopes and possibilities for a decent America. On the nature of peace, it is not enough to say we must not wage war. It is necessary to love peace and sacrifice for it. We must concentrate not merely on the negative expulsion of war, but on the positive affirmation of peace. On the morality of war. Wars are poor chisels for carving out peaceful tomorrows. On silence and betrayal, a time comes when silence is betrayal. That's all I have. Love you all. Be safe. Be smart. Silver Sailor out.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh.
Go ahead, Cassie, please.
Awesome. Thank you, Silver Sailor, for that Veterans War Minute. We do appreciate that. Also, too, guys, before I get started, go ahead and look at the tweet above Suleiman and Khaleesi's, Beatrix picture, and definitely subscribe to the YouTube, okay? And make sure you hit your notification bell. I'm not sure if did somebody come on? Okay.
No.
Yeah, make sure you hit the notification bell. Let's move these channels. Let's get these channels moving because news is coming fast and thick, and there's a lot of propaganda that is being soaked to the point where they're arresting people and kidnapping people, claiming that they're related to certain people, and that's not true. So back to who's taking the mic? Soleimani, Beatrix? Back to you guys.
Can I ask David Z a question? So, what is your thoughts on what's happening in the movement of the generals? If it's not a coup, what is it then? Is it just a replacement of the generals because they want to replace them with yes men, or is it something else?
Well, look, for many years, this discussion has been on the table. Colonel Lawrence Wilkinson said that when they were doing some war games in 2005 on China, and of course, even 2005 in China, they found out they could not win. There was an audit done on the amount of officers, and this is officers now from major up, and they found that there was about 70% surplus to requirements. I mean, it's a military-industrial complex. I mean, it is a yes-buy club. They printed $30 trillion since 2010. So obviously, like, it's a buys club. You know, the more yes men you get at the top, the better it all works. Yes, 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 and yes. Yes, print some money. Yes, do this. I mean, that's obviously what it is. Again, like in World War II, when there was 9 million men and women in uniform in the war machine against the Japs and Europe, there was 7 4-star generals. You now have 43 or 44 4-star generals with a combined military, active military of about 1.6 to 1.7 million. And there was only one general, aka Admiral, for the whole of the US Navy. Now there's what, 14, 16 of them? It's completely unnecessary. You don't need you don't need this amount. I mean, they're obviously yes men. That's all it is. I mean, look at Colonel Daniel Davis. Look at Colonel McGregor. Look at all the colonels. There's so many of them. These guys had respect and honor, and they would not become yes men. I mean, Colonel McGregor could easily have become a general. He refused to do so, easily. I mean, Colonel Davis could have become a general. He refused also. I mean, he got caught with his declaration of opinion on Afghanistan and why it was a war that could not be won. I mean, General Petraeus at the time, who was over him, was a complete and utter
breaking news. A huge explosion reported in Dasht. This is in the air. You see a major explosion, then a large crash landing. I don't know if that's one fighter jet that's been dropped or a helicopter or a second one, or if it's something from Iran, but something big explosion, and then it hits down. Footage shows an object exploding mid-air and crashing in the Shah, Iran, where the US is searching for this missing F-15 pilot. That is the latest news, and that is quite big. Resistance. Do you want to take a look at that? What do you think that is? But go ahead, David, continue.
Well, I was just going to say one thing about your bestest friends, Suleiman. Mario today did a post, I think you would have seen it because you love him, where he itemized everything that the Iranians have in capacity for air defense. I know you look at him, you're just utterly jealous. But I mean, it was a shocker to me because the son of a bitch, like for the last couple of weeks, everyone has discussed it with him. The way he's going on. He even had a little tete-a-tete with Maram, a Syrian girl, and you know she believes one thing in relation that the reason he's saying it is just because of the job and all the shit he's doing. I mean, it is quite disgusting, most of the stuff that he's coming out with. But he did a post today, and it really did break down, you know, everything there. That the assumption beforehand is everyone has been told by, of course, Western media that the Iranian air defense system is nothing more than slingshots and stones on ropes. And no, they don't have this. And now they came out today saying, or he did anyhow, and we do know, I've said this for a long time, this is fact, well, they do have S-300s and they do have S-400s and they do have several hundred missiles of S-300s and 400s, and they've also integrated many of their Iranian missile systems into the Russian technology that is adaptable with their sensor systems, etc., etc. They also have Panzer, I should say, Russian short-range missile systems, including their own. So the belief now is, and I'm just saying this from Mario's post, that they have hundreds of anti-air defense systems. Now, the reason the Russians are even saying, I said this 2 weeks ago in your space, is because they're waiting. They are waiting for the day, A, when the West run out of air-to-ground missiles and they have to come closer with the big heavy bombers to start doing, heavy bombing of multiple munitions when the bay doors open. And they're just waiting to leave rip. And we'll watch B1s and B2s falling to the ground like flies to a swat. And that's it. But it was amazing to see your bestest friend today. I was shocked. I had to recheck, was it actually him posting it?
Now, you know
But the
what he
way he
does?
posted,
It's manipulation. So his thing is
I know.
this. I'll tell you what he does. So he does the full-on Zio propaganda, and he wants to cause regime change and cause destruction in Iran. But what he'll do is he'll throw like one post a day that makes it sound like he's got the other position. And then what he'll do is afterwards, when you're like, oh, guess what? You were a Zio. He'll be like, oh, look at these 10 posts that I did. I never wanted regime change. I didn't want this. I didn't want that. So like um, for the Gaza genocide, we all know throughout the Gaza genocide. I mean, I left him. We had a big fight. I gave up millions of dollars because he wanted me to purport the Zionist position. But now, when people pull him up and say you wanted the Gaza genocide, you'd be like, oh, he's 10 tweets where I was pushing the other side. So it's complete manipulation. The guy is a fraud, and actually, there's no point even mentioning him because his entire thing is just completely non-legitimate in terms of there's no real human beings in them spaces and no real human beings retweeting or sharing those videos. If you look at his posts, he'll get like 10 likes and then 20,000 views. How does that work? We get like 5,000 likes for like 100,000 views. It makes no sense, and it's really obvious what's going on there.
Yeah, I've noticed that several times when I'm in on the browser and I
Even on
see
his
he's having a
YouTube,
space.
like if you look at his YouTube, he's like he had 7,000 views on there. His chat's not even moving. You look at our YouTube, we have like 100 people on there, and our chat's moving faster. It makes no sense. Right now we've got 1,000, obviously, but his chat's not. And I forgot to scroll this down, but yeah, his chat's not even moving. It's like all just fake. But then I just say it's a shame on all these kind of people who go on his channel. So they should be basically called out. Anyone who goes on his channel, all of these political pundits or geopolitical or military experts, they all should be called out because really they're helping with this. So on the one hand, they're like, we're against it, but really they're pumping the one guy who's probably pushing the propaganda more than anyone else.
Did you see his poll today, Suleiman? He did a poll saying, am I a Zio
Even
shell
that poll won't
or
be
an
real.
IRGC,
Like, there's no
whatever?
way that even though all
No, he deleted
he
it.
deleted, but you
He
know why he
deleted it
deleted
because
it? Because he had it pinned. And just think about it, he's got 3.4 million or 3 point something million followers. He only had 5,000 people vote on a poll that he pinned. Nobody goes on his page. If I put on a poll now and pin it right now, I would get 30,000 votes on it. I put a poll out and it be like mixed amongst so many polls, and I'll get like, I like mixed amongst all my posts, and I'll get 15,000 votes, 20,000 votes on my polls. If I was to pin a poll, I would get like 25,000 votes. So when you've got that allegedly that type of viewership and you're only getting 5,000 votes on a poll, that's just simply impossible. You like, do you know what I mean? If David, how many followers David got? David's got what, 60,000 followers. Yeah, if David was to put a poll out and pin it, he would get probably the same amount of votes. Like, this is the level of like craziness what's going on. So that kind of proves it. That's why it had to be deleted.
Hey, Khaleesi,
also the
check your
majority of people
DM.
said he was a Zio shill.
No, because the poll result when I was looking at it was like not too far off. It was like 70-30. He would love that. But it's more about the fact that the votes kind of expose what's really happening on that page where there's no real human beings on there. Because 5,000 is just on a pin. Like, just think
Yeah.
about it. On my page, I get what, 20 million views a day. So it means if I do a poll, it's gonna have, and how many page visits? Like, you're gonna have, I don't know how many page visits, but let me check. Like, page visits on mine, profile visits 500,000 profile visits in 4 days. So what is it? 150,000 profile visits a day. So if you're getting like 150, 200,000 profile visits a day, allegedly that account is 4 times bigger, should get 500,000 profile visits. You only get 5,000 votes on a pinned tweet. It's just simply impossible. But anyway, let's go back to Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, can you hear me, Solomon? Because my internet keeps going
Hey,
out.
Yeah.
Khaleesi, will you check your DM?
Um, I have a theory, Solomon, that Beatrix has been MK Ultra and has turned into Candace, and so they can point to the space and say, "Look how these guys are conspiracy theorists." I think that's about 1,000 times more probable than Hegseth killing Trump.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, yes, she did. Yes, she did. I've been listening to space for
That's a
since it
good
started.
theory, that Beatrix. Can you debunk his theory?
Yeah, I think he's chatting nonsense, Jonah. And it's Mario's your bestie, Jonah.
Candace,
You
I'm
probably
not the
write
one.
his tweets. We
I'm
know the
not.
truth. Don't come up here and say I said
Can,
Hexeth offed him.
can,
I said somebody offed him. I didn't say Hexeth offed him.
you
It's such a good job I can't even see you on the
you
panel.
did
Otherwise,
say
where's that
Hegseth,
freaking remove button? She
but
didn't. I didn't say Hexeth offed him.
Casey, you weren't even here. You're just protecting your
But
girl.
what do you mean? I was talking about it with her.
No.
She
This has been
talked about
going on for
everything
like 12
happening.
hours.
She talked about everything happening, and but she didn't say Hexet offed him. That would be in. Nobody thinks that. She was just talking about everything that's been taking place in the
But
last
you're a
few.
Candace fan, so of course you like Candace Jr. now.
I'm not that either. I question things. I'm sorry. I can't help if I assess things. Sorry.
What did you say, Joe? That Beatrix and that girl are basically and have become like Candacites. Is that what you said?
Well, Casey was a Candaceite.
We don't believe anything the Trump voter says. He's a Trump voter. He's a magatard. We don't believe him.
Beatrix became.
He told me
Candace.
he only voted for Trump based on all your spaces.
Yeah, 6 hours of brainwashing. Finally, you got me to
6
vote for
hours,
him.
Joe.
6 days, 6 months. Sorry, 6 months.
6 months, Joe.
6 years.
2,000 spaces. Each space probably about 10 hours each. What is that? 2,000 spaces, 10 hours each. How much hours is that? That's like 20,000 hours, like Joe. Like you could be the most strong-minded person, but even you would succumb to that.
Well, why was he on the space that made me not vote for Trump? So, you know.
Yeah, he missed that space. And that's the problem when you do 10 years of...
So I tell you what, Suleiman, you missed. When you went to New York with Brother Hussein, you just missed Jonah because he'd just come out of the tunnels before you got there. That's what you missed because he loves living in tunnels.
Fake news. Fake
What,
news.
because I've been listening all day?
Did you keep the lights on down there, Joe?
Beatrix, can
We
you
were
really
wondering why the lights were still on.
can you really believe though that you think Trump is dead? I mean, you thought Bibi was dead too, right? You have to get your emotions out of the analysis because you thought Bibi was dead, then you thought now you think
why are you
Trump is
attacking
dead.
resistance for, Joe?
Yeah, he is dead.
Well, who's dead? Trump is dead.
Bibi. No, Bibi is dead.
You still think Bibi's dead?
Yeah. I mean, look, like, did you see the recent press conference of him walking around for no reason?
Did you get MK Ultra too? What's going on here?
Yeah, I did. Look, I mean, there's lots of people who are saying this. I mean, Ethan Levin is querying why this is an unusual scene from Netanyahu, and I suspect him as well as Anthony Aguilar, they all believe that he's not alive.
Aguilar doesn't believe he's alive?
Yeah,
I don't think so. Yeah, I think you're right. He doesn't.
He calls him Netanyahu.
Listen, I'll just say this. We're never going to be able to prove any of this stuff. What I'm saying is under the sun, anything is possible. None of us are immortal, okay? So there's certain conversations we don't need to even stick too long on, but we're never going to be able to prove it. But I wouldn't be shocked if about anything. We're in war with Iran. I mean, did we ever think that I mean, 2 years ago, like,
No, I thought
wow,
we would be,
war with Iran. I mean, Jesus, Christmas.
I thought we'd be at war with Iran. I didn't think that so many Americans would be on the side of Iran. Like I've never pictured that. As an American, I'll be dead serious. I feel sad that
Why, Joa? Because you should be
because
because you're
look,
on.
resistance, regardless of the fact I'm American, right? I'm really proud American. I love America. I really do, right? And it's hard to be up here, listen to every time you like, oh, the soldier, they're gonna kill him or whatever. Like,
Breaking news! Breaking news! And sorry, Joe, I'm stopping halfway through your your point, which is, I think is really important actually, because I do want to hear what you got to say. So I'm not trying to minimize it at all. It's just quite big breaking news. So we now the besieged force of Iran found bodies of civilians killed by guided rockets from the US. This wasn't too far away from the house where the second F-15 crew pilot is hiding. So that's the latest news. Anybody around that area, any civilians, probably should try and stay away from that area because the Americans are just murdering everyone there. But that's the latest news. Sorry, back to you, Joe.
yeah, I'm just saying every time I hear about a soldier, a US soldier being killed or whatever, um, my first reaction is gut wrenching. And then I'm like, but they're in the wrong, right? But then I'm like, but are they just following orders? And look, I get everyone's position. You know what side I'm on, but I never thought in my life I'd be in this position. That's the part that's really strange. And I don't think Doc did. I don't think Andrew does. I don't think any true-blooded American doesn't find this like the weirdest like
No, no, no.
twist of fate ever.
Joa, this
But
is
she Joel, called me Heather.
what being an American means. If you are America should stand for justice and equality, and if this is the American way, and if that justice leads you to support, you know, the defender, the not the aggressor, then that's what being American is. You were taught. This is the thing. You were all taught, and we were all taught in the West about human rights, equal, international law, all the laws of war, and all of that. And yet, what we were told is not what the elites do. It's the opposite. The elites have created a rule that they break, but they force everybody else to follow. And so we're just following what we were brought up and indoctrinated to believe, that there's a sense of right and wrong and justice, and that we all have to follow these laws.
Yeah,
And so it's not your fault that you're following the laws, and it's leading you to the conclusion that you should be siding on the oppressed.
but you're also taught to honor our brave men and women, right? Since it's a young child.
Some more breaking
That
news,
But
guys.
Joel,
I'm not posting this out, but just to let you know. So, Doc's first subscriber, Nick Sauter, posted this, and I think it's important because he has got connections with the Trump administration, so he will be getting information from them directly. And he said, the US government sources tell me intense clashes are underway between the US and Iranian forces in southern western Iran related to the rescue operations for the downed F-15 crew member. It is not believed that he's been extracted yet, but US forces are going hard. Keep praying is what he's saying. So remember that reporter who said that? Nick sort of seems to say that that guy was lying. And I saw a lot of accounts post what he said, where they should have verified, like, this guy, I saw what he said. I know that if I posted it, it would have got virality, but I was like, this is guy just a podcaster. Like, he's doing it to promote his podcast, and I ain't gonna promote his bullshit. And we're bigger than him anyway. Why do we need to promote him? Like, this is dumbness. And this is like, the guy simply made it up, and I went through his page, and he was like full on like one of these kind of Zios. So sad that some accounts did do that, but it's fine. We all make mistakes, but we just need to be a bit more careful not to promote these frauds. But yeah, that's the latest. So that is still ongoing. It seems like this claim that the pilot has been extracted is not true. I'm guessing they might have put that intel out in order to get people to move towards the location. Andrew, actually, let Joe go, and then I want to ask Andrew this question about, and I'm in case I forget because I'm really under the weather. But you listen, you won't even tell, you can't even tell. I got man flu. Your boy dying right now, but you can't tell. Jeez, we are soldiering on. That's so, guys. Okay, I got a lot of chicks in the chat. Let me use the sympathy, guys. I'm so ill. I need some female sympathy. So based on my emotional non-well-being, based on my emotional well-being, because I'm in so much pain and suffering, make sure you subscribe to both of my channels. The tweet is in the nest. Subscribe to both channels. We've got nearly 1,000 people on the YouTube. We're giving live updates about what's happening with this pilot. Everyone subscribe to this channel. Beatrix has just posted it. Let me pin her thing. Subscribe to both of them and put your notifications on for both of them as well. Like, put the bell, all notifications. So much news and information and interviews are coming. Even my boy David helped me out with some of them. Much love to him. We got content coming this week. So many good interviews. Be ready for it. Have your notifications on, all notifications, because those interviews can happen at any time. Okay, Joe, I finish your point, and then I got a question for Andrew.
Don't
Yeah.
underestimate the man flu as well. It's more severe than giving birth, apparently.
Bro, that is so true. That is actually true.
Oh my
But do
God,
Yeah,
what
no,
is
like
that's true.
this?
sis,
That's true.
He
I was
literally got a tiny whiny
Oh
sniffle.
my God.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
see.
listen. Stop with the Zionist propaganda. Continue, Joe.
Yeah, Solomon, I think the bigger part of the story, though, is I firmly believe we would be doing a ground invasion right now, or at least something big, if it wasn't for this down pilot. And this is delaying things. And when was it that Trump said 48 hours? Wasn't it 48 hours ago?
No, 8 hours ago.
8 hours ago.
It's probably 10
Didn't
by
s-
now.
no, but he said it. Didn't he say it 2 days ago?
Yo,
Nah, bro, he said it
Joey, he's on
today.
a different one, man. He's shifted gears again, brother.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he shifted the time. He said it 2 days ago, and now he posted 10 hours ago,
Yep.
48 hours, like he reset the clock.
No,
Yeah.
he didn't. He didn't. I gotta defend Trump here. So he said 10 days. So first he said 2 days, then he said 5 days, then he said 10 days. And then 2 days ago, he said you got 2 days of those 10 days left. So April 6th is when the 10 days run out, which is 2 days from his recent saying there's 2 days left, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
but I could swear, I'll go look. I could swear on Truth Social, he said you have 48 hours, and that was 2 days ago. And now he repeated a few hours ago, you have 48 hours. I'm
I
almost,
think it's what
I
what
bet
Sully
on
just
this.
said, Joe. But yeah, double check, please, bro. Please double check that. I'm looking.
Andrew, I got a question for you. Could it be that the Americans said that there is a fight? Sorry, that they've retrieved the pilot or the location of the pilot in order for the Iranian forces to go towards it so that they can actually get the location? Could that have been possible? What could be the reason why this misinformation may have been relayed to the public?
Anything's possible at this point. Anything is possible. We can't rule out anything. We have to take all the pieces of this massive jigsaw puzzle, put it together. But some, yeah, won't fit. Some will. But yeah, that's possible. It's not really feasible. I mean, it doesn't make sense, but it's possible. Absolutely, it's possible. And again, my friend, a very close friend of mine now, he was 25 years Air Force. He was in those recovery guys. He's one of those Air Force special recovery guys. He definitely said, fact, there are definitely special operators on the ground operating. They have been, past tense, have been there, and he works with SEAL Team 6, he works with Delta, he works for Air Force using their material assets and their aircraft and other assets to recover. But from what I'm listening to now and talking to him again this morning, is they're doing everything possible to get that pilot out of there, and they don't have him yet. I really believe they don't have him yet, but they're in pursuit and desperately trying to get that pilot. And it wouldn't surprise me, Sully, if they would try anything. But there's definitely a battle to get him room so no one gets him, so they can get. But guess what? They can't get in there to get him either. So it's going to come down to this. It's an ongoing battle to get him out of there, him or her.
Yeah, but Andrew, if you were to speculate, what could be the reason why that claim was made? Do you think it was just a random podcaster trying to get views, or do you think there was some kind of possible agenda behind it? And if there
I
is some kind of agenda behind it, what could it be?
I think honestly, a podcaster trying to get views saying something way out there, even though way out there could be, but I don't think it's feasible. Honestly, I don't think that's a possibility. I really don't, and there's no end game to that really.
What's a possibility?
That podcast, whoever's saying that the U.S. was using those locals that are trying to recover that pilot to use them to find him and then kill him, meaning using them as bait, using, if I'm understanding this correct, using those villagers, tribesmen as bait to try
Yeah.
to get them to find their guy. Correct? Am I getting that right,
Yeah,
Sully?
that's exactly it.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, yeah, that's possible. But again, here's the thing: they wouldn't use them as bait per se because they already know the area. When I say the area, they've got that down to, I would say, within 1,000. Well, less than that. I'd probably say a couple hundred square meters. They've got that guy, that person located. The problem is they can't get to him, and the villages or these Iranians, tribesmen are pushing, or they're pulling in. They're trying to get in there. They're trying to look for him desperately. And so the mission is, we saw this, and it was based on that Bat 21 that Mangle was talking about. They also did a movie called Flight of the Intruder based on something like that. We also had that Gene Hackman movie that was based on a lot of intel in Bosnia. And the game is always get our guy out before the bad guy, and I'm using the bad guys, before the Iranians get him. And it's really going to come down to this, honestly, without air superiority, most likely they will either, they being the Iranians, will get that guy before we get him. From what I'm looking at this, because we don't have air superiority, we just keep knocking him out, knocking him out. Even if our special forces guys get him, how are they going to get out? You see what I'm saying, Sully? This is really going to be a really touch and go, minute by minute, blow by blow action that we're witnessing in real time, but we
And
have to
that's
sort out. But
exactly what we're doing. We're giving you minute by minute, blow
yeah,
by blow, information by information about
exactly.
exactly what's going on in the ground. Just to give you the latest update, there was claims that another American helicopter
Yep.
was downed in
And that's
order.
what, yep.
Let me just finish this. And go ahead, Andrew.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, Suli. See what you're reporting, Suli. What I hope listeners understand, what they're getting live from your updates is we don't have the guy. We know where he's at. Oh. We don't have to say where's he at or she at. No, we know. They know within a couple hundred square meters where he's at. The problem is they can't get to him, and maybe even some of our special forces have him, but they can't get an extract. They have to get an extract. Without air superiority, they're getting get knocked down because they got the impads and whatever. But yeah, so it's going to be touch and go. Ultimately, I don't think you're going to get them out. I'll tell you why. They don't have air superiority.
Yeah, that's crazy. NPC, jump in and then we'll go to Matt.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to ask Andrew. We saw through the footage like planes were flying at very low altitude, and there wasn't much, I guess, resistance from the ground forces, or maybe there wasn't a large buildup of ground forces back then. But can you see this as being used like a stepping stone to do a ground invasion in that region, being that it wasn't so well covered, if that makes sense?
Yeah, it could be, but again, the Iranians would use that as a trap. Also, come on in. They want them to come in. Honestly, to a great extent, they want to have them come in and put them in their little, what we call the kill box. And yeah, I see what you're saying. It's possible, but I don't think they would say, "Oh, look, we got a soft spot here." There's soft spots, potential soft spots inland, not coming in from the shore, all over the place. But so what? We land. We're here. We saw it happen so many times. A perfect example: Vietnam. When we were up in there, when real super fast, when I was living there, I was up in an area, it's called Boumetwat, up there, and just outside of Nha Trang area. We were set, the U.S. forces, I should say, we were set in that area. We got it. Let's go ahead and build a fire base. Yeah, we got authority here. And they didn't even realize they were surrounded, and it was a kill box. Case on. Look at Case on. My very close friend, Ken Burns, was there. His face looks like someone played with his face with an X-Acto knife. He survived Case on. We were surrounded, and when we got there, you know what the report was? Yeah, we got the high ground. We got it. We got it. No, they were surrounded. It was a murderous bloodbath at Quezon. Same thing with Way City. I could go on and on and on. It's just it's a kill box.
Yeah, that makes sense. Look, I truly believe that this pilot, the safest place that he could be in right now is with the IRGC and not with the people of that area, because I would imagine the people of that area would want some sort of revenge, where the IRGC, I think, would treat him a lot more humanely.
Fighter pilot, we had a fighter pilot in here. It was Puncher would come in here. He said the same thing, and I would think so if I was a pilot. People I've talked to, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, look, I think they are soldiers that do have a belief in God, and you know what they do to others happens back to them. I think there's a strong belief in that, and they will treat this pilot in the most humane way, and use him as leverage to some sort of negotiations, I guess, moving forward.
Yeah, and here's another thing too. Same thing in Vietnam. Those pilots would always be rather captured event. They never want to be captured, but by the by the regulars, because if some villagers got a hold of them, they're in mad revenge. You just slaughtered my family. You know, you're dead. Where the military are like, no, take them alive. That's a valuable asset to be used for political purposes, and that's what POWs become. And Hanoi Jane, I call her, I'm just saying she was called Hanoi Jane, Hanoi Hilton. We know how those prisoners of war were used. We know how they're used.
Can I just weigh in here for a second?
Just some more breaking news, and then we'll go straight to you, Matt. A large number of residents around the Dasht area are still actively searching for the missing American pilot. So the search, the search is on. The search is still on. Sorry, Matt, jump in.
Oh, no worries. Just hard to believe anything that's going on right now with all the propaganda. Do we know for a fact that there's actually even a guy there? I mean, do we have that on good authority at least pretty well?
I mean, it depends on what you mean. Like, we don't have certainty because we've not seen it, but the Americans are claiming it, the Iranians are claiming it. I guess that's what we've got.
Let me tell you where I'm going with it. Huh? So yesterday I heard you guys.
Your mic was fine first, and then it went off.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. So yesterday you had Puncher on, and I think it was Myron or something was like asking him questions. And as much as I'm against this war, I was starting to feel uncomfortable. I was like, oh my God, like we don't want this guy getting killed, blah, blah, blah. I started feeling pain for the guy. And I couldn't help but think that this is a perfect opportunity for the American forces to extract a PR victory, because right now we've been aggressor, blowing up kids, blowing up this. We've lost the plot. You guys, the Iranians are literally winning the meme war, the PR war, the physical war, the land war. I mean, they need, we were just going in to save this poor guy, and then next thing you know, there's another beheading video like we had going on in the Iraq war or in the Afghanistan war. There'll be a green screen and a beheading and an Allah Akbar, and it'll get everybody worked up while they get everybody focused in on the Hollywood movie of where's the guy, because nobody cares so far about thousands and thousands of people blowing up, thousands of stereotyping blowing up. So they say in propaganda that, you know, thousands of people, million people is a statistic, but one man, that will pull at the heartstrings. If you get to know the name of the guy, you get to see his kids crying, then he's in the hole, they're going to torture him, blah, blah, blah. Then we have to go in with boots on the ground. Then we have this reason. Then we have the American people behind it. Then we have this goal, this capture the flag thing. That's just what I'm feeling. I don't know if you guys are feeling that.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's a great point in terms of. So first of all, I don't think Iran would ever do like these torture videos. So maybe you mean in the sense of like.
No, I mean it will be a propaganda video. The guy might not even be really there. I mean, he for all we know, it was a drone plane, and there's not even a guy.
You're saying like Americans might start creating fake propaganda videos.
We need something at this point to pull at the heartstrings, because no matter what happens, everyone's heart is hardened at this point. Okay. So and I felt my heart opening up and softening when I thought about this guy and Puncher was talking about. I was like, please don't say anything. We don't want to get this guy killed. And a minute ago, I'm like, this is bullshit. This fucking war's stupid. And then next thing you know, I'm feeling for this guy. And I felt that pang, and I just know how propaganda works.
Yeah,
and
this is how they always get Americans to agree and manufacture consent to murder other people. So this guy, as an example, what was he doing there? He was there to murder innocent Iranians, who he started a war against. He wasn't some random innocent person. He's literally over the airs of Iran to murder Iranians. And so if the Iranians, so one option is, let's go with your option, which is actually he was never captured. He's with America. Now America is going to use him for propaganda videos. If that happens, Iran will just come out and be like, yeah, we haven't got him. This is just fake news. On the other hand, if it's that Iran does take him, first of all, Iran won't like abuse him or anything like that. But of course, they'll put him forward for like hostage videos to say, look, we want, you know, this war to end. Don't do this war for Israel. You know, these are our demands, like blah, blah, all that kind of stuff. And now, so Iran to keep hostages, I mean, Iran's had that in the past. If you know, remember in 1981, Iran, this wasn't even the government Iran, it was the Iranian students had kept the American hostages for 444 days. But immediately when they did it, what did they do? They said, all the women, you're going to be let out. All the people of color, you're going to be let out because you've been oppressed by the Americans. And then the remaining people were left there, and they were basically used as leverage. And then you remember the negotiation that occurred, and then the new president basically on the first day, you know, had them released because it sounded like there was already an agreement, the Algeria cause and all that kind of stuff. So coming back to the point, so I think that's, if legitimately Iran has it, that's what's going to happen. If the US has it, then Iran will just come out and say, we haven't got him. And then I think up to now, the public's kind of always believed Iran compared to the United States of America when it's come to a lot of this propaganda, generally speaking, not always, but generally speaking. So I think then it's going to be up to the public because they've got the avenue to relay that information. It's not like how it was in the past.
Real quick, I mean, yeah, I think if Iran gets him, if the actual IRGC gets him, of course, they're going to use this as another PR victory to be like super nice to him, and he's going to come out. They're going to show him pictures of eating food and with a Bible and all kinds of BS. Just to be, I mean, they're winning so hard. Why would they want to give the U.S. a win at this point? Now, would they use him as a pawn for a bargaining chip? Yes. But like I said, if they do use it if the U.S. does use it as a PR, just basically a propaganda campaign with a green screen and all this and that, you know, how well did that work with the 40 beheaded babies? They're still saying it. I mean, sure, here on Twitter, we're not buying it, but the average douchebag who's watching Fox News, like I was talking to this guy today, and he's hook, line, and sinker. Like, he's like, we gotta fight them over there. He's like, it's just like Vietnam. And I'm like, yeah, Vietnam was a dumb idea too, dummy. And he's like, yeah, my friend lost his leg and he got cancer. I'm like, yeah, so you admit that was a ridiculous war, but he's watching Fox News and he's buying this whole, we have to go over there. They were going to bomb us, blah, blah, blah. And so it won't matter if they come out and say, we didn't kill 40 beheaded babies. That they're not going to hear it. We're going to hear it. We're going to know. And we're going to be listening to a trillion other retards going, they got the guy. They cut his head off. You didn't see the video? I mean, that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah. I mean, you can't do anything about. Well, that's just separate to anything we're talking about, because what you're basically saying is that there is a certain proportion of the population in the United States of America who is being propagandized about issues that have been debunked. So that you can't change, because Fox News and CNN and the mainstream media will relay that information irrespective of what Iran does or doesn't do.
Yeah, and that will move the needle. If you can get 30%, 40%, 50% of people who are completely tuned out of this, thinking about one man and his little baby crying, that's going to move their heartstrings. I'm telling you, this is a high
I
probability
know
in
it
my
will,
mind.
but that's what Trump wants. Trump, even in the ground invasion, wants American
Yeah.
soldiers to die so that he can do that. He can be like, "Oh, look at this person. Look, he had a baby, he had a child, and they got murdered for it. They got murdered by Iran, and then he wants to use that for a larger ground invasion." We already know that's the plan, and the thing is, there's nothing you could do about that, because in reality, Iran realizes that the majority of America is against it, but there will be a proportion of America who are bloodthirsty and don't think like, oh, the other human is a human, and actually you've killed one of mine, and they won't think about the fact that that one person, the person who got killed, may have killed, maybe the actual person who killed the 160 girls, or they've killed thousands of Iranians. We understand people think like that. There's nothing you could do about it. If I was Iran, I'd be like, yeah, look, there's nothing you can do about that situation.
Yeah, that's just
And
my thought.
I don't even think Iran should care about that. My position on that. You saw me on Infowars. I don't even think Iran should care about the propaganda war, in the sense of it matters, but really you need to win. Like no one, like Matt, you were against the Gaza genocide. Did it change anything? No, it didn't. I was against it. Did it change anything? No, it didn't. In reality, the
I
propaganda
did.
war didn't
Yeah.
save Gaza, didn't save the people from Gaza having their land stolen from them from by Israel. Yes, it changed some. It changed a lot of minds, but in reality, I believe in this situation, you got to be cutthroat.
No, I hear you, but listen, it is working because I don't know who it was saying, I can't believe Americans are actually against this war and actually rooting for the other side. And there's a lot of people doing it, and I feel so weird. Like I don't want to feel that way, and it's kind of like your dad, you look up to him, blah, blah, and then you find out, he's a murdering rapist. It's kind of like, oh, I can't really, worship this guy anymore. And so he's making you look bad for following along with him. It's like making all the Trump supporters look like retards for believing in him. And so it's basically a stab in the back to all of the people that voted for him, not just not doing what we want, but literally ruining our reputation as people on the world stage and to our friends and family. Like, look, you see, you got what we told you it was like that. And it's like, we now have to deal with that. And we're living in a world where so many people are actually now, whether out loud or not, we're kind of rooting for the other team. And there's no small part of that is you, and call it what you will. I mean, propaganda can be good or bad. And it's just a message. I mean, you are altering the battle space of the mind. And if the American people don't have the gut and the heart for this war, and we don't get that bloodthirsty rage like we did on 9/11 when everybody was retarded and bought that lie, that it's hard for them to do what they have to do in a war. They need that. Like Iran has that. They've been attacked. Had babies blown up. They have that rage. They have the ability to be bloodthirsty. But right now, it's not in the heart of the average American, and it's getting less and less. And it's because of you basically out here just screaming into the void. It is having an effect, bro.
No, I agree with you.
You
I
know,
agree with
yeah.
you, Matt. If I didn't think that
Can I jump in, Sully?
if I didn't think that we were having the effect, I wouldn't be doing what we're doing in the manner that we're doing it. And the reason for that is because I do know that we're having a huge effect. I do believe we're having a huge effect. You have to remember that all of the big content creators that all the big influencers that either are listening to these spaces privately, or they are reading the page. I know a lot of them, some of them I don't know, but a lot of the information that we relay and the way we say it, I listen to other people later saying the exact same thing. Now, some of it may be incidental, but largely speaking, I'm very well aware of how we've changed the zeitgeist in the last 3 years. And it is your favorite influencer, your favorite social media personality, your favorite TV presenter is getting the news and the information from us. So I have no doubt in my mind that when you look at numbers, yeah, we've got what, maybe 6,000 people live between all the different platforms. But if you look at it, they're the most influential 6,000 people there is in the world, and then they say it to their audience. It's this is the reason we're doing what we're doing. But Beatrix, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I did. Look, what it is, thanks, Suleiman. Matt, people who watch Fox News, they're already propagandized, right? Like, even if these pilots and none of the planes had gone down yesterday, none of the pilots had been captured, they were already supporting the war. People who are not supporting the war is because they see through government propaganda. They've woken up through the genocide. Most of the people that come on this space, Iran has had pilots before. I think they had. I think it was some sailors in 2016, and they did treat them well. And this is for the Americans on this space, like who know that there is going to be propaganda, as you said, Matt. But then, you know what? The Americans that actually see through the propaganda know that when prisoners of war, right? And I'm saying prisoners of war, so you can fucking stop crying and going on this thing, Bliss 448, right? No, you don't. Like, do you know what? Let me just give this chick time out, because freaking hell, man, we're tired. And yes, sometimes we all use incorrect terminology and we correct it. So shut up. So even when prisoners of war were taken in Gaza, they were treated so well. Literally, when people in Palestine, in Gaza, didn't have food to eat, they made sure the prisoners of war had that food to eat. They were treated with respect. All that propaganda about rape and this, that, and the other, not one woman came out of there and said she was even made to feel uncomfortable. But yet we saw what happened on the other side. They literally had right to rape protests, because that's how they treat people. And that's the playbook that America uses. So people who know the truth know the truth. And people who don't, I'm sorry, but they're brainwashed, and they're going to get such a rude awakening when they find it so difficult to live in 6 months' time. Because, and we all will, by the way, everybody in the West, I'm not just talking about Americans, I'm talking about people in the UK too. In 6 months' time, when we can't afford to live in the UK, people are really struggling already with fuel prices and things like that. They'll have a rude awakening that they shouldn't have bought into the BS their government's feeding them. And yeah, if they have got a prisoner of war, Iran will treat that prisoner of war with respect. People who know that know that. Fox News watchers, I don't care what they think, because they already support the war. Most of them are probably magatards anyway, to be
Can I
honest.
just add something?
Matt.
Because we had to talk about this yesterday. And there's
Any chance I can jump in? I want to go to bed because I've been waiting. I had my hand up.
Go ahead, Hussein.
Hoz, I couldn't even see your hand. I'm so sorry. Yeah, go ahead, jump in, and I'll come straight to you, Joa.
My apologies, Joe. Can I just say to you, as an Iranian, this is not Vietnam. This is Iran. We're a Muslim country. When someone surrenders to you and you're a Muslim, you automatically put them into a situation where you're looking at them as a prisoner. We don't torture people as Muslims once they've surrendered. I tell you now, even if an Iranian normal guy gets him, they'll end up feeding him to make sure he's got everything before anything happens. So get it out of your head with the delusions of they're going to do the propaganda, this, that, and the other. There will be a video, and that video will be a proof of life for that person so you can see.
You didn't catch what I was saying. I was
I
saying the
wasn't
UN.
talking to you.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, no worries. I'm just trying to explain the situation about Iranians and how I, as an Iranian, feel, okay? The situation is this. If he gets captured, there will be a video, and it'll be a proof of life video that this guy is captured, and that's where he is. He's not going to be paraded in front of anyone, because the Iranians have been, since the beginning of this conflict, been absolutely honorable about every single thing we've done. We've not done anything underhanded. We don't need to be smeared by people to be the underhanded people, because we've not done anything like that. And as Beatrice has said, okay, people either know or they don't know. We've had prisoners before, and every single prisoner that's been with us got looked after till they were handed back. And the other thing you've got to realize about Iranians is, yeah, we're not a bloodthirsty group of people. We understand that this guy is basically carrying out orders and commands to do what he's doing. He's not relishing or enjoying the fact that he's got to do this. A lot of the people who are in the military, a lot of them are turning around and saying, why am I even here? And Iranians understand that we're not stupid. And we understand that we're in a conflict with people who some of them, I'm not saying all of them, don't even want to be there, don't even want to be fighting us. So I promise you, I hope to God he gets found as quickly as possible, because I don't want anything to happen to him with him trying to run away, escape, hurt himself or anything like that. And I hope to God that he gets found by IRGC or the people, for me, will make no difference because it will still be an Iranian, and it will be an Iranian who's got something called sharaf. Sharaf means honor. We've got honor as Iranians, and we're not interested in picking on one guy. It makes no difference. I mean, if that guy was Donald Trump, they'd throw his ass in prison. But a pilot, no. Please don't assume this is a Vietnam situation or we're going to propagandize. We don't need to do any of that. We've literally, every time we got hit, as Beatrice has said before, we've given you 24 hours notice of where we're going to hit. We're not interested in damaging people's lives. We're interested in getting, like, damage you do to us, we're going to do the same damage to you. That's it. If you can tell me where Iran has taken a step where it is decided, I'm going to blow the shit out of something without that same thing happening to them, what kind of a warrior or what kind of a psychopathic people that people are assuming that we are would be telegraphing everything? So please, I beg of you, just wait and see what happens. I hope he gets captured, not for propaganda, because it won't be for propaganda. It will hurt the feelings of Americans, but I really just want the guy to be safe. I don't want him to be hurt. I want him somewhere where I know as soon as he's captured, that's it. That guy is not going to die because I don't want anyone to die anyway. That's the only reason I came up here. And Beatrice, when I said I love you, it's because you and Simon Dixon converted that woman from thinking that IRGC are all evil, are this, that, and the other. And I appreciated the fact that you were able to convert her from the path of just hating people because she's been propagandized. And that's all it is. People get propagandized. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for letting me come up, guys.
Great job, Hos, up until the last bit where you prayed Beatrix, but we'll allow that. We'll let that pass.
Well, she was the one that made sure that woman was, she pulled her up, and I appreciate the fact that she changed her mind with the help of Simon, with the help of Andrew as well, I think. And it was a couple of other
Oh my
people.
God, Hos, I needed nobody's
Well,
help. I'm a one-man
they
band
did
chick,
help though.
one-woman
They
band
did
chick. I did
help.
it
They did
myself.
help, Beatrice. They did help.
Hey,
I
I
mean, I
just want to
never heard
say
any of that. I doubt that story to be accurate.
I'll
Beatrix,
drop
what are you
it
going
for
to
one last thing.
go ahead?
One last thing, and I go. So a lot of people have been saying that America is now fighting the war more like Israel fights the war. So let's not even discount Israel themselves. Hannibal directing homeboy, because you got to wonder, why did they do this Hannibal directive? Because they don't want the hostages being treated well, or they don't want that. So that's a loss. That will be a loss for the Americans and for the Israelis. So I wouldn't put it past the Israelis capturing him and making fake green screen videos at this point in the game. That's just my gut feeling. Anyway, I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, Matt. I think Jonah wanted to say something to you just before you dropped. Jonah, you
Yeah,
still there? Because I can't see half the panel. I
yeah.
need
Can
to
you hear me?
recycle.
Because the space keeps acting weird. Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
You know,
Unfortunately.
I was saying we had this conversation yesterday about the propaganda, and Salman, I understand your point, but we didn't win the propaganda war. We made a ton of leeway. We've grew more than ever in terms of percentage of Americans who understand what's going on, but we still don't have like overwhelming support when it came to Gaza. This one I think is different and more important, and you have a huge head start where propaganda, where turning people's opinions going to make a huge difference here because you already have a majority. You started with what was it like? I don't know. 20% of people supported Gaza in America is where it started on October 7th, right? This is a completely different situation. You get over 70%, 75%, change does happen. Propaganda
But we
is
did.
really important.
But I don't get your point. We did do that.
No,
So we
Americans
went
did.
from, as you said, maybe 10, 20% or whatever, to the end of the Gaza genocide. Not the end, it's still continuing, but what I mean is the fake peace deal that they did. That was, at that point, it was like 70% of Americans were like pro Gaza compared to pro Israel.
It never got to 70.
I believe it did.
64%.
I don't know. You need to look at a more recent poll. I'm sure there's a more recent poll I saw where it's a lot higher than that.
Yeah, but now it's almost over.
No, yeah, exactly. No, that's because that's what I'm talking about towards the end of it, and that shift was huge. And so you're starting with that basis for this one. So that shift was huge, just because what the hardest thing to shift thoughts and ideas is where people are totally against everything, and then you get the majority of people on your side. Once you got the majority, it's kind of easy, isn't it? Because most people follow the majority, they follow the pack, they feel comfortable in that scenario. So October 7th was so hard, as you remember. It was very, very
Yeah,
hard. And now it's like really easy. Like, you say something and everybody's
but that's why I think that's why I think this like opinion war, let's call it a propaganda war, is going to be harder. It's going to be easier for us to get people, but we're going to be fighting more misinformation than we even did before, and tactics
explain.
like what Matt just said. I would not put it
Who?
past what Matt just said.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't put it past Mossad beheading this guy and saying, "Look what Iran did," and that's what
Yeah,
Matt was saying.
that's highly possible. Yeah, yeah. I said when he said that, I said that's highly possible. That's possible in all different avenues. But something like that, you can't stop it from happening. The only thing you could do is relay the position of the other side, and because we managed to get 70% of Americans, and when you say that percentage, you're talking America, because the world, it's much more higher percentage.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
you're
I'm
talking
talking
about,
America.
yeah, you're talking about the most pro-Zionist country that stopped being Zionist, which has been the biggest
Uh,
shift you can ever think
Yeah.
of.
Well, think about it. Only America is the only one who vetoed the ceasefire, right? So
Yeah,
that's why
of
America is
course.
important.
No, America's important
Right.
because it's the world.
Good night,
It's the
guys.
world.
Thank you very much for letting me speak, Sully,
Thanks for that.
Beatrice, and team.
Appreciate it,
Thanks, guys.
House.
Good night. God bless.
Appreciate you, except for the bit what you said about Beatrix, but appreciate it. The the but the I forgot what I was saying now, but you get the point I was making, whatever the gist was.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
the key to these things is calling out the false flag before it happens. That's the key to disarming a false flag. If someone's like, then it happens, people are like, oh my God, they called this out. Then you play the video and it's like, we knew this was going to happen. And then it like disarms the false flag. That's
Oh,
all.
Yeah, that's true as well.
Netanyahu called out two planes crashing into the the World Trade Center, and that happened, and he called it 10 years before it happened, right? And people still don't think, a majority of people still don't think it was a false flag.
But today's different, Joe. Even if people aren't going to be all like, "Oh, this is a false flag," and da da da. You know what? A lot of people in America are going to say, and I hate to sound like this, but this is our leadership that has divided the country in this way with a bunch of propaganda. A lot of people are going to be like, "Listen, I don't have time for this right now. I have my own problems. Everything's getting expensive." Who is that? It's trifling.
That was Jonah burping
You
loud.
really
Who
think
works
That was
on
the
the
hot. That
Terrible,
was the
isn't
replay?
hot
it?
mic.
I would never.
Oh, so yeah, like people aren't gonna like I don't think it's just gonna galvanize the people the way you think it is. Okay, that's number one. This is not America 1990, America 2001, America 2003. This is a different America. Take it how you want, whatever that means, but I just don't see this thing where people are going to be like, oh my God, now we have to, you
Breaking
know what I mean? Like,
news, breaking news. We've got more kind of confirmations that there's remember that plane that went down? That alleged. Do you remember when I announced that something's gone down, like from the top to the, like it was in the sky and
Yeah,
everything?
yeah, that explosion,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
fire.
Apparently, that was a Black Hawk helicopter. So more confirmation. It's not 100% confirmed that there is a Black Hawk helicopter that was down during the search and rescue operations. That's the latest news. Sorry, back to you, Cassie.
yeah, thank you. They're just taken down. I heard that they were obliterated. That's what the leadership in this country told me, that they were obliterated, but something is taking down these helicopters. Insane. But yeah, Americans aren't, not for one guy. They're just going to be like, well, I don't know why he was over there in the first, and that's how it's going to go. But so I don't know how they galvanize people around. I don't even want to think about how they do. But I will say, too, with the Gaza genocide, to say that, like, oh, it didn't make a difference. No, I think that we are so comfortable saying, Israel or whatever, so much like now it's just like such a talking, like we talk about it. I think we forget that before October 7th, that a lot of people, myself included, did not know about this lobby, anything that was going on. You couldn't even say the word Israel. Beatrix and Doc know they couldn't even label something Mossad, right? They got hit for it, right? We've come a long way as far as that goes. And yes, it was those spaces, because there's people who you guys have never heard from who were messaging me like, yo, I didn't know all this, but from listening to those spaces, a lot of Americans were awakened. When I tell you came far, it seems so normal now. This was not normal talk back in the day. This would have been considered conspiracy talk. So we definitely come a long way. And Israel doesn't have that kind of support anymore. That kind of like real, like that kind of, I'm almost done, but a natural support where you're like, well, it's Israel. So, whatever. It's Israel, whatever. No, people are like, I don't want anything to do with Israel. Even normies, they're worried about themselves, or they know what's going on. They learned a lot from these spaces. So, I mean, if it didn't matter, Netanyahu wouldn't have called this his eighth front in this war. The
Hey,
information.
Casey, how come it is every time that you are talking like that, it sounds like you're working out or jogging or something? Like you can
Because I
hear
have
your
half
breath
a
like
lung.
Darth Vader.
So yeah, one of my lungs collapsed, and I still have scar tissue from that. So you know what I mean, if you needed to know.
Smack him down,
I mean, because I
Casey. Smack him down.
what had to
It
do with
sounds
it?
like she's smoking a bong, honestly.
Okay, breaking. Let me just go back to the news. Just the news. Kuwait has been hit hard. We've got the Kuwaiti thermal plant that was hit. We have the Kuwaiti. What's it gone again?
Desalination
No,
plant.
the
I
thermal
didn't hear
plant.
the desalination
Thermal.
plant. Okay, desalination plant as well. And I know it's the Kuwaiti camp, the Bahrain, where they were stationing the US troops for the invasion, this current one, into trying to get the F-15 fighter pilot. We had huge explosions in Kuwait, and there was another one as well, which was a large tower in Kuwait as well, what was hit as well. So a lot of hits on Kuwait right now. Sorry, let's go back to Beatrix. Beatrix, jump in.
Yeah, do you know what? So, Suleiman, this is a little bit concerning. It's about, actually, let me just go to the couple of super chats quickly. So, Manago Tones, appreciate the support, says, thank you for taking the time to consider all perspectives and focus on the facts. Rathbone and Dawson brought me here. Hope to see you on Substack. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it. And then Purple Cyborgs says, good to see so many MAGA Republicans like Joa Andrew rebuke this war. Oh my God, Joe, he just called you Republican, a MAGA Republican. So funny. He says, we have yet to see Democrats like Schumer, who are fully behind the war, do the same. They're just giddy. It was not their watch. I agree with you. Purple, totally agree. MAGA Republicans like Joa and Andrew are rebuking the war. But this is the thing, right, Suleiman? I need to tell you something. So Arcos has pointed this out. And it's a little bit concerning because what's happened is, where do I start? He's done quite a few posts on this. He basically said that Todd Blanche released the corporate enforcement policy, and it pressurizes social media companies and media networks to cooperate with the Department of Justice to prevent informational sabotage. That's what they've called it. And what he's saying is Nikita Bia, that Indian guy who works for Elon, who announces policy changes, announced a major crackdown on war-related content. And they're complaining mainly about AI-generated or fake videos. But the fine print in that expanded the violent speech category to include unauthorized combat reporting. And what he's saying is that he reposted the loss of the A-10 Thunderbolt right? And the damage to the Black Hawk on his X account, and they were removed. And the reason he was given was that it was classified as unauthorized broadcast of combat losses as violent content because it can cause, quote, severe psychological distress to military families and incite civil unrest. Can you
Did he
believe
post
this?
a screenshot?
I'll happily ask him to tag me in it. Arcos, can you tag me in the screenshot for that, please? All of the screenshots, tag me in them. So yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised, to be honest with you, but wow.
What was that?
We'll get him to tag us in. Oh my God, did you just not listen to any of that?
No, I didn't. Blake, thanks for the level 1 membership. Appreciate you. Thank you for becoming a level 1 member. Appreciate the support of the space. 1 second. Okay, no problem. Let's go to okay, 1 second.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask sorry, Suleiman, I just read something out, but it's not confirmed. So let me just see if I can get some confirmation on it, and then when I get confirmation on it, I'll tell you what it was. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, let's go to
It's just
Manco. Manco, jump in.
I don't have anything new. What are we talking about?
Oh, cool. I thought you wanted to say something. All good.
Sully,
Yeah.
I can say I've got some things like
Yeah.
so Professor Morandi. So he came out and said the Arab. This is from a video because they were speaking on Arabic TV, or there were some of these Khalijis of some of these Gulf analysts, and they're saying about how Iran are really trying to dominate the region, etc. Professor Morandi said the Arab family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf are on the verge of total annihilation. Do not question Iran's determination. And Sam Tarabi, he linked to Morandi's post and said, Oman made the correct historic decision. Qatar is coming around. Saudi and Kuwait can have a peaceful and prosperous future if they ditch Israel and join Iran in a regional security economic architecture. Bahrain will be run by its people and the UAE will cease to exist. So, and it's not the first time I've heard this. They are speculating the longer this war drags on, they don't believe that UAE will exist, especially because they keep siding with Israel and the United States now militarily as well, with some of the assets that have been deployed to support the reconnaissance of the US and Israel attacks.
Yeah, look, I think all of what you're saying, we've been saying it on the space. I just disagree with the aspect of UAE being any different to Kuwait and what's the other one? UAE being any different to Kuwait and
Bahrain?
Bahrain. So UAE being any different to Kuwait, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. I think all those are one, and they have different roles that they're given based on whatever the requirements of MBS is. In terms of Oman, agreed. We've been saying that the Oman has been keeping a great stance through this. If you remember, one day before the war, they literally came out and said Iran's agreed to the deal. They were trying everything in their power to stop this war from happening, and they've remained neutral. And this is why Iran has demonstrated that just by remaining neutral, it's not even the George Bush, either you're with us or against us, but just by remaining neutral, they said, look, the Strait of Hormuz, we'll both own it, we'll both, benefit from it. Whereas others would be like, no, I fought this war, we took control of the Strait is ours. This is what Trump would say. So it just shows the kind of philanthropist nature of Iran, that even when you act neutrally with it, it's looking out for your interests. So Oman's fine. Qatar, if you remember, I said it many times on these spaces that they shifted their positions. I think I was the one who gave the exclusive to you guys on this space that there were hidden negotiations and talks between Qatar and Iran where there was a temporary ceasefire between the two. And there is been hidden negotiations between them where Qatar's kind of now slightly moving away from its original extreme Zionist position and becoming a lot more open-minded. So those two, yeah. Oman definitely. Qatar we have to see, because remember Qatar, the Thani family member had to fight with him on X not too long ago because he was so anti-Iran. But they have been shifting a bit. And then Bahrain, true, because if there's a revolution or rebellion, that country is only there, but by the strength and force and brutality of the Saudi regime, or really Bahrain leadership would be overthrown. Kuwait, for me, there's a reason why Iran's hitting them very hard right now. They're absolutely decimating them. And the reason is very simple. Kuwait is worse, or if not equally as bad as the UAE, because Kuwait is the stationing ground for this specific attack that's occurring. And likely, if there is an invasion of the mainland, if there's an invasion of Karg Island, those invasions will happen through the stationing of Kuwait. And obviously, the UAE would be the three islands as well as the Strait of Hormuz. So those two countries I see as equally the same. And actually, if you look at Iran's actions, they've been decimating Kuwait worse than even the UAE for that specific reason. And you're seeing it right now. There's been a lot of decimation. I've not been saying it as much because I'm a little bit unwell, but I've still been trying to give you the news while I'm giving the news about the pilot. But Kuwait's been hammered really badly right now for that reason, because the current launch into Iran for that pilot was from Kuwait as well. So Kuwait, UAE, I see them as the same. But Oman, I explained. Kuwait, I explained. Bahrain, I explained. I don't think I missed any country else. I think that's kind of what the situation is with all those.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, Bahrain, I think they'll be overthrown, the Al Khalifa family, and Kuwait, I would be worried because today we saw like hundreds of thousands of Iraqis protesting in the streets in support of Iran and against anybody that's siding with the United States and Israel. And if I was Kuwait, I'd be extremely worried that the resistance, the Iraqi resistance, would venture southeast and take over Kuwait. What's to stop them if they wanted to? They got got the munition, they've got everything, and they've got the manpower. They can take it over pretty easily especially now that the bases are gone and the United States, and they can't defend them. The GCC Peninsula security forces are going to be overwhelmed just by the sheer number of Iraqi resistance fighters that could just go in and just invade that country and take it over. And obviously, the monarchy will just flee straight away. So those two, Bahrain and Kuwait, certainly are in trouble, really.
Do we know what they're bombing in Kuwait? Are they bombing the abandoned U.S. air base there?
No, they're bombing that, as well as infrastructure, as well as where the military personnel were stationed. They're hitting Kuwait quite hard. I'm just looking at this video, the one I mentioned, and it's because I kind of said it and I don't know if we moved on it, to be honest, but I'm watching this video. When I said Black Hawk Down, that could be a
Yeah.
Pave Hawk, it could be the HH-60W Jolly Green. It looks like a major explosion. Now, if this is legitimate, there's probably a lot of American soldiers who died in that as well. Like, have you seen the
The
video?
explosion one.
Sorry?
The one with the explosion.
Sorry?
And the one that you linked with the explosion.
It's the one. It's the one where I say huge explosion in air and something crash landing in. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one. I don't know why people are saying it's a helicopter down, because just from the trailing plume, I thought that's more likely a drone, because a search and rescue drone, like you'd expect, and like because of the fact that it's got sort of a trailing trailing fuel smoke.
But that could be because that's what was hit was the engine or the fuel.
Yeah, but
Because when
you'd
you look at the
see
size
you'd
of
see the
it,
propellers.
because when you look at
Yeah, I know,
I'm
but
not saying you're wrong by the way, but I'm saying when you look at the size of it, it looks more like a
but normally you'd see the propellers and you see lots of things. You'd see the from the helicopter itself, and you just wouldn't see a whole mass of fireball. But a drone with that could explain it more so than a helicopter, in my opinion.
possibly.
But I could be wrong.
No,
It
no, it's
just doesn't
possible.
look
It's possible. Anyway, if it is a HH-60 Pave Hawk, there'll be pilots in there, and they could have been downed as well. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, of course, if it's a helicopter, then that's like at least what 4, 5, 6 troops in there.
Breaking
Rescue.
news! Breaking news! Breaking news! The Hill confirms 2 U.S. helicopters were hit by Iranian fire during the rescue mission. So it was a helicopter. A Black Hawk and a second search and rescue aircraft both struck by Iran. But then they're saying, well, they're claiming that it was hit, but they managed to escape, but we saw it go down. So I don't know what they're talking about there. But they are saying 2 U.S. helicopters were hit by Iranian drones. This is huge. This is not looking good. They go into rescue and they're losing more and more helicopters and possibly men resistance.
Yeah, they're taking more L's. They're taking more L's, as my friend is saying. He's just come back from Saudi. They're basically he's surprised because everyone in Saudi are surprised by the beatings that America's taking. They can't believe it. So he's saying they've never seen anything like this. They're in total shock. So
Maybe the Saudis will wake up and stop worshipping. Stop worshipping America. This is what happens when you're drunk
yeah,
on camel. Anyway, Dr. Michael, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Love to hear your thoughts about what's going on.
Hey, good to be here. And thanks for having the space open. Doing great work. Yeah, I mean, this is disastrous. We're already seeing, rescue helicopters getting shot down. They're gonna lie about the number of troops that have been lost, and there's probably more into the night here and the night before. We've seen, a lot of interaction. I think the United States is getting its ass beat in a very surreptitious way right now, and that's really unbelievable. I mean, I believe it, but this is what the administration has put this country into, this situation that it has put us into, which is a complete disruption, a disaster, an economic crisis, and so on and so forth. It's just astounding. So, yeah, they're not going to be able to navigate around Iran like they think they are, and apparently they're finding out the hard way. They can't just amble in there with a few helicopters, like as if it's their airspace, and they're not going to get shot down. I mean, that's ridiculous. So I don't know where they're coming from in terms of security and thinking they can actually just fly helicopters in there and get out without any repercussions. It's astounding. Let's see how many further mistakes they make. With Trump threatening putting troops on the ground, I wouldn't be surprised if he does it this morning. But I mean, I was thinking he'd do it this weekend symbolically to really show that he doesn't give a rat's ass about Christians and a Christian holiday, which is tomorrow. Today or tomorrow is the biggest Christian holiday of all.
Yeah, thanks. I'm trying to send Creasy the co-host, but I don't know what's going on. Okay, let me see if she wants me to bring her up a speaker first. Okay, nothing. Okay, let me, guys, this is crazy. I mean, how are they gonna do a ground invasion? They went for one pilot and they lost more aircrafts and possibly more people. This isn't looking good for the United States of America. This is not great for them at all.
They're not gonna. Like, if you're in the United States right now, you would not be wanting to put a ground invasion right now. If this is the chaos that's ensuing for one downed F-16 pilot, it's just crazy. Imagine thousands of troops. Imagine.
Okay, we've also got footage of missiles hitting Bahrain. Oil facilities in Bahrain have also been hit. That is the latest and breaking news. Let's go to Simone. Simone, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Yes, hi, thank you, Suleiman. I love your space. I listen every night. I share it. I can contribute with money. Unfortunately, I'm in a fixed income, but I love your space. Just to make a small comparison with the stake of island in Black Sea that Ukraine wants to take it from Russian, it's going to be the same thing with this one in Strait of Hormuz. What's his name? Saha something. I can't even pronounce the name. But my question is to you, as an opinion. I don't know. This war, it is because of petrodollar that the United States wants to dominate the petrodollar over the universe, or is the war starting to shrink the whole economy around the world to implement the Agenda 2030 when nobody can move, nobody can go anywhere. Uh, this is my confusion because I'm with Iranian people and I'm very happy that actually American get caught. They didn't believe it that they are so strong and they can fight that long and they are so prepared. So I'm proud for them. I really am because I'm ashamed, even being an American citizen for 40 years. I'm ashamed of this country, what is doing it all around the world. And actually what they did in 1990 with the communists, they broke the communist Russians, so they actually lie to Russians, say no NATO, no nothing, no nothing, and whatever. Anyway, it's good. We gave up of the communists, but with what price? With what price? We have to price. You have to pay more price now because all our kids they're gonna go to war and die for nonsense, for just a petrodollar or 2030 agenda. I don't know. If you have any idea, let me know. Thank you very much for letting me speak in your space. It's the best space I ever listened to so far. Thank you.
Very kind of you, Simone. Thank you for your kind comments. Really appreciate it. Appreciate you as well. And don't worry, anyone who supports in any way possible, it doesn't matter if you can donate or can't donate, as long as you're helping and supporting, that's what matters. Even if you were to retweet the space, reshare it, and subscribe to the YouTube, that would be more than enough. So really appreciate you. In terms of answering your question, I mean, I do think it's the latter. I do think this is an agenda to basically take all freedoms away from us. If we always thought, what would be the way to do it? Everybody's woke up. No one's gonna accept it. Well, actually, if you can create a scenario where you have no choice but to accept it, where there's no other option, then this would be it. And so do think it's the latter, but maybe Joa thinks it's the former. So Joa, do you want to give your thoughts?
Sorry, you caught me at a bad time. Give me 5 minutes.
Can I
Suleiman,
can I respond to that? I'm
Yeah, go
sorry.
ahead,
I
Simon. I just want
apologize.
to jump in with some actual news, but go ahead.
No, thank you. Just 2 seconds. I think you're right. It's the lesser one, because Trump is trying to find all kind of excuses for this war, who has no excuses at all. I think this war was planned for Agenda 2030, and that's why he went for it, because he got intelligence advice, and he knew he's not going to go anywhere with Iran. Iran is a strong fortune geographically and physical and psychical. The people are very smart in Persian. They are very intelligent people over there. So I think that was, as you said, so we can be home because we cannot travel. We have no energy. We have to be in 50-minute city. We have to have limited food, limited access for everything. I think Trump was elected by the cabal just to finish his job, to get us to Agenda 2030. Look at in this administration, only tech. And Elon Musk is out. He's not allowed to be in it. So that's all I want to mention. I apologize for interrupting you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hey, Beatrix, can I respond to her when you finish with the news?
Do you know what? At this stage, I'm like, anyone can jump in and talk about whatever they want. It doesn't even have to be about Iran, really, does it? Like, we just talk about anything else. Let's just talk about anything. Go ahead, YK.
Oh, my fault. My fault. I thought I was unmuted. Simone, I think it was Simone. I don't even know if she's still up here. I can't see it. My Twitter's been glitchy, so thank you for letting me up. It's been like this for like 2 weeks. I don't know what's going on, but I think that multiple things can be true at once. I think that, yeah, potentially Agenda 30 is happening. Also, the Greater Israel is happening. Also, the surveillance state is happening. I think it's a bunch of stuff happening all at once. The problem is America didn't think that they will be on the bottom at the end of it. Iran will come out on top as the big in the East.
Okay.
Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
I don't subscribe to the Agenda 2030. I think Occam's razor here applies in the sense that the simplest answer is the one that's most likely to be true, and that's America went to war on behalf of Israel because Israel was pushing them, and the Trump administration were put into power so that they can fight for Israel and push this whole thing along. And they will be allowed to do all sorts of degeneracy while they are in power, as long as they support Israel. So all this insider trading with billion-dollar scams and these crypto scams and anything and everything that could be done. They've got carte blanche to say whatever they like. They got carte blanche to treat Europe like shit. They got carte blanche to take over Venezuela. They can, and in some ways that helps Israel.
We went to
But
Venezuela for
again,
Israel.
yeah,
Okay.
But
exactly.
but you know what, Resistance? Even though all of that is true, it hasn't just been this administration. It's just this is the most, like, I guess, seen, if that makes sense. Like, it's all of them. Obviously, it's been like that for some time, but it's not just him. It's just he's the most blatant one since LBJ, and it's quite embarrassing to be that. Like, you're the most pro Zionist, I guess, since LBJ, after the USS Liberty and that whole fiasco that was never apologized for, that was never any repercussions for. I mean, there's still, men that are alive today. They're getting old, so a lot of them are dying out, but there's still some alive today that are speaking on it and nothing has happened. So I don't think that he's the only one. I think he's just the newest one in the seat. You know what I mean?
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, for this
Okay,
war
I
I'm
just want
talking about.
to bring the conversation back to the Iran war, and we could talk about Agenda 2030 some other time. Just some more
Oh, I was
breaking.
Okay, so if we're going to go back to the Iran war, Suleiman, please, when you finish your breaking news, I'd like to jump in with what I was going to say,
Well,
because I
I'll be
was
honest with
actually
you.
really annoyed that we've just taken this. I might as well take it to COVID. Let's just talk about the jabs on this space. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you.
But go ahead.
I didn't really have breaking news. I just did relaunch.
What about NASA coming out saying,
Resistance,
"Oh, this is the
don't
first
even
time"?
go there. I'm not happy with this, right? Listen, I want to keep it on topic, and it's hard enough when you've been running this for hours. Like, don't come up here to talk nonsense about something that's not related to the Iran war. It's really simple. But I was going to actually just repeat, and it's really hard because we're trying to keep control of the YouTube chat, which is infiltrated by trolls. Suleiman's favorite Zionist is on there giving super chats for him. So now he has to read out her super chat and smash her in a second. But I think it's gone actually. Somebody might have deleted it. But anyway, look, I want to read out this thing that somebody put there. Adnan, e-citizen, put a comment on YouTube, which is really interesting because what he said was that he thinks the rescue team that's gone in today was deliberately trapped. He said that he believes Iran captured the pilot, took him away, kept his frequency beacon, and used that beacon. That's what everyone was talking about, right? Earlier. That, he's got this frequency, it's going to go out, and they monitored him, and that's how the Americans went and found him. And they used the beacon. Iran had the beacon all along to lure the rescue team in to arrive, and that's why these Black Hawks had now come down. And I never even considered that, because Iran's always been 2 steps ahead of America throughout this whole thing. And that's what I wanted to say when we were going on about agenda, whatever, and lockdowns and whatever else. But
I
yeah,
read
go
the
ahead,
same thing,
Resistance.
Beatrix. I read exactly the same report, exactly word for word what you just mentioned.
Well, Ryan Dawson posted this an hour ago. Like he said, the rescue team has been captured or caught. He
The
said
actual rescue team as well.
that's what he said. There's already troops there that have the special Marines. I need to pull up his
That's
post.
hilarious. Let me see if Ryan's free, bro. We'll get him in here. That's hilarious.
So the rescue team needs a rescue team, huh?
Yeah, actually, someone did a post. Who was it? It was Avi. Let me read that post in a few seconds. It's hilarious. But Iranian missiles struck the Bapco oil refinery in Sitra in Bahrain. I just want to welcome Rex onto the stage as well, Rex. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
Oh, thanks, man. I'm doing great. I just came here for the latest updates. I was wondering if y'all had any updates on the pilot that were confirmed, but it doesn't sound like it, right?
Nothing confirmed. What we do know is up to now, there's been a lot of reports, and
Right.
we've been given it as they're coming along. But there wasn't search and rescue that was sent. There has been 2 American one Black Hawk that's been hit, one other aerial vehicle, one other aircraft that's been hit. So that we know as confirmation. This is coming from the United States of
This
America.
is all this is all preamble for the ground invasion. That's just going to happen. I came in here and said that like I think like 10 days ago or something, and people told me I was wrong. And like I want to be wrong, but how
Well,
far inland, how far into Iranian territory is the location where they supposedly went down?
about 300 kilometers.
Okay, so like 150, 120 miles, something like that. Yeah, I mean, United
More.
States Special
Yeah.
Forces is really good at going in there and getting people, but I don't know. I don't have
But
anything to add. So,
Ryan Dawson he posted. He said special forces are already in Iran and getting caught.
yeah, well, I want to see proof before anything, but if that's true, I mean, things just escalate into another stage. We'll have to, it'll be the desperate times, call for desperate measures, and Trump will deploy ground troops in mass. So that's just what I see. And they're getting everyone ready for it. I mean, Lindsey Graham was on there fanning him on Twitter today, and that's always a really bad sign. So, I mean, if they're already, what was the latest strike, Suleiman? Did Iran hit energy infrastructure in Israel? Is that what
Yeah,
happened?
they've hit Israel quite hard. They hit Negev today in Israel. They just hit Kuwait ferociously because Kuwait was used as a stationing ground for this specific, invasion
Right.
into the to get the
Of
F-15 fighter.
course.
So they've hit a lot of Kuwait's, the place where the soldiers were stationed, as well as a number of infrastructure places, and then they've just hit Bahrain as well. So those are the places they've hit quite hard today.
What about the civilian population of Bahrain? Isn't that where the largest minority of or majority of Shia Muslims live in the
Yeah,
Gulf?
yeah. I mean, that country is ripe for a color revolution. But
I just don't see how you get or how you don't get like a legitimate actual Arab Spring out of all of this, because everyone I've talked to, especially people that are on the right and still supposedly support this or don't support it, but really they do, and they're lying about their positions. They all still claim that everyone's being a panicking and that it'll come to an end soon. And I wish they were right, but this is just a disaster. So that's all I have to contribute. Thank you all for being here. I really enjoy popping in here. A lot of times I listen anonymously, but thanks for bringing me up, Suleiman.
appreciate you as always, Rex. Thank you so much. And yeah, appreciate all the
Of
work
course.
you've been doing and how you've been exposing a lot of people who support this war, including I did actually watch your last night. I couldn't go sleep, and then I saw Harrison quote tweet your debate. So I was like, okay, let me watch this while I'm going to sleep, and you were just like going in hard at the quarter. So I like that a lot.
Well, it's hard to debate someone that doesn't have any actual positions, because his position is how he claims that he won is that he says, well, I'm actually a comedian on Twitter and everything I say is a joke, where he's like quote tweeting people saying, hey, this war is evil, it has to stop, we're killing kids. He goes, I don't care, glass it. But that's a joke, and I didn't know that, so I got trolled. But
Nah, I
it's
think
really
it's just a
sad.
get out, and I think you were right to kind of say that to him and expose him for that.
Well, it's not funny anymore, man. It wasn't funny when they bombed the school. Like, that's where all this ends. So,
True,
people aren't taking it serious, but when the oil is actually at $200 a barrel, they will take it serious.
true,
So
true.
we'll see what happens. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you coming on as always, Rex. Avi's put this great post, yeah. I'm gonna read it because I saw it now when he quote tweeted the space. He said F-15 goes down, one pilot recovered, second pilot goes missing, rescue mission launched, A-10 hit, multiple SAR helicopters targeted and hit. Now reports of two more helicopters down in what's described as an ambush. Then he goes on about his analysis, but that was I like the first bit where he's explaining like all of this has happened from just one F-15 going down, and now you've got so many helicopters and so many Black Hawks being taken down. And Ryan is claiming that. Remember, Ryan's position is that if you remember, he's adamant that the pilot is actually already been taken in as a prisoner of war by Iran. And so I did see his post just now. I did message him as well. Let's see if he's free. About what was it again? That they've ambushed and taken more people or taken more hostages. What I forgot what he said now. What did he say again? Resistance. Do you remember the exact word? Let me get him up again.
Yeah. So the special forces are already in Iran and getting caught. That's what he said.
So he's trying to say there's more prisoners of war. So we'll have to see, because so it seems like Ryan's position is there's one prisoner of war and now there's many more. I don't know anything about that. I've not heard anything from my sources about that specifically, so I can't really say.
Well, I mean, it does make sense if the pilot is down and he's being captured, or they're.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it
not.
logically doesn't make sense. I'm just saying I've not verified it. Of
Yeah,
course, logically it
of
makes
course.
sense.
No, we haven't verified it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
And to
just
be
want to
honest,
know
if
where he
Ryan's
got.
saying it, I do put a bit more credibility to it, so I'm not even trying to discard what he's saying as well. I'm just saying we just don't know for certain, but just if everyone knows who's saying what and what the source is, and then we're better for it. We try and do that on the spaces to give you guys the news and where the news is coming from, and then you're able to ascertain. So talking about Qatar resistance, the Thani family guy who I was who I smashed. Well, he's back on
Yeah.
his. I guess the negotiations with Qatar not going well because he just wrote, IRGC and Iranian proxies continue to strike civilian infrastructure in Kuwait. Just minutes ago, hitting a power station. So he's already propagating the Israeli-U.S. Zionist position.
You can't trust any of them. You just cannot. Honestly.
That's so funny. It's true. It's just like, when someone says something, you're like, yeah, it's just funny. Yeah, sorry, go ahead to do.
Yeah, I just wouldn't look. I'm not, aside from perhaps man, everyone else I just don't trust as far as I can throw it, even with or without an agreement at the end of this war. You just don't trust them. and I wouldn't, because they'll always be threatened by Iran, or they'll be afraid of Iran, or just jealous of Iran, and it's just you can't with those sorts of people, those leaders, monarchists like that, they just will not let up. They'll look for any opportunity to try and overthrow you or destabilize you. So
Resistance, is it the fact that they fear Iran, or is it more they completely disagree religiously with Iran? Is that what stems the hate from your perspective?
well, I harken back to what's happened in Bahrain, the last 50 years, right? Where, Sunni and Shia were united against the monarchists there, right? Al Khalifa family, and so what they did was, and the government has been trying to overthrow the Al Khalifa family, because it was the people, the government of the people. And so they've been invoking one emergency rule after another, and they got the Americans to, because the British were pulling out, and then the Americans came in, and they've been dragging them, and then all of a sudden they said they created a state of emergency, and they set about the last 30 years just to separate Sunnis and Shias, so to make differences between them, so that way they would not align, they'd not unite and try and overthrow the monarchist, and they would import like Sunni Arabs and Sunni Pakistanis into Bahrain, and recruit them as the monarchist's military forces, secret police, and police force as well. That's just loyal to Sunnis. These are loyal to the Khalifa family. And this is the overriding thing, is that it's not about the ideology, whether you're Shia or whether you're Sunni. It's the fact is that they constantly think about maintaining their control, and they just fear it. Ultimately, they fear it because they know they've been
It's
installed.
power. It's power driven.
Yeah, it's power driven. They've been
Yeah.
installed by the British Empire and then sustained by the American Empire. That's all. That their existence is hanging by a thread in these chaotic times, and they recognize that.
And they are brutal. I mean, they in Bahrain, they are that police, or the intelligence police. They are absolutely brutal with the way they treat any sort of uprising or shifting by the people.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they happen to be 80% Shia there, and they try to bring in so many Sunnis, and tell them that you're against Shia and Shia is against Sunnis, deliberately, just as this Sunni Shia divide was propagated in part by the GCC, America, and Israel. This has always been the case. This didn't really exist in the 50s and 60s. It just didn't, but it just came along in the 70s and 80s, this divide between Shia and Sunni, and it's deliberate. It's because the people in power have got a reason to propagate this. Otherwise, their existence falls. Their rule falls. So that's why we've been having this, and that's why that you see people of, like, in the Generation X and a bit older, they have these tropes of, oh, Shia are bad, they practice Islam in a different way, and they're this and they're that, and it's tiresome to hear it, because especially when you have friends who are Shia, and vice versa, there's very, very little differences in anything really. So it's just so sad to see, but it's just, those are it's the monarchists, the empires that really divide and conquer, and they use that. And in our situation in the Middle East, they use Shia and Sunni as the separation lines.
And unfortunately, it's very yeah, it's very persuasive to certain people. Unfortunately,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm lucky in the sense that in Palestine, like, we don't have many Shia, and we're actually very friendly with Christians. So it's just a normal thing in Palestine, whether we're in the West Bank or in Gaza. Back, especially certainly back in the 80s, we were coexisting all together. Even in the Jews in Israel we were coexisting even under occupation. We were coexisting. Yeah, there was still occupation, but we were going to Tel Aviv and all sorts. If you're from Gaza, you'd freely in the 80s and 70s, you'd freely roam to Tel Aviv and back, West Bank and back. It was fine. Obviously, they just divided it more and more and separated us, and obviously demonized each of us in our own eyes. But actually, the Palestinians are pretty whether you're Christian or Muslim, there's still that sort of friendliness. There isn't a divide, but certainly Shia and Muslim, that in Palestine there is a divide.
Shia and Muslim, they're
Sorry,
the same thing.
Shia and Sunni. Sorry, it's getting late. Sorry, Beatrix. Shia and Sunni, there is a divide. And
Going back to the current situation, resistance. You can almost see it. You can almost picture it. Of what's going to take place or what's taking place, considering that everything that we've heard about the rescue pilots and the ambush and what have you, you could almost picture an address to the nation by the US or by Trump or by Hegseth saying that they are going to do a small limited ground invasion, just like they spoke about this war. They called it limited, an excursion. So they'll try to downgrade it as much as they can so that people are not concerned about it. But it will be a ground invasion that will probably last another 3 or 4 weeks, just like this war has lasted another 3 or 4 weeks. So they'll try to downgrade it as much as they can to say that it's not a boots on the ground kind of situation. We're going in there to rescue pilots and do this and that. But internally, it is definitely a ground invasion, the start of a ground invasion to do whatever they aim to do.
yeah, well, first of all, I agree with you. They won't announce it. They'll trivialize it because they know the success of it is going to be minimal. But then if they have any sort of success there, then they will dramatize it and sort of publicize it to an extreme case. But actually, they won't at the beginning, and they'll say, yeah, well, obviously we're not going to say anything because this is a secret operation, so we're not going to give away our location of our servicemen, which yes is true. They wouldn't normally. Any operation like this should be kept secret, but they've been saying ground invasion in the media everywhere for a long time. So don't use that trick on us. That's for sure. So
Yeah, and what
yeah.
better justification to do a ground invasion than going in there to apparently rescue troops? But we all know there's a different agenda behind it.
Oh my goodness! Doing a ground invasion to rescue troops. This is the level of the quagmire they're in now. They're meant to be doing a ground invasion to either capture, to recover the uranium, enriched uranium,
But
or
brother, it's about hearts and minds, really, isn't it? They are trying to win the hearts and minds of their people, and this is the only way to win the hearts and minds of people. Capturing uranium and regime change, that's not going to capture. That's not going to win hearts and minds. This will.
Bingo.
yeah.
All right, guys, listen. Firstly, Jonah, if you're there, please check your DMs on here, not your WhatsApp. Also, this is okay. So I'm just thinking throughout this war, Iran's been very transparent. Okay, I think truthful, honest, transparent, whichever of those words you want to use. So the BBC said Iran likely captured one of the pilots. CNN said search for the missing pilot continues. The IRGC said the US is not telling the complete truth about the rescue of the first pilot. They didn't elaborate. Tasnim News Agency says, based on a military source, they're quoting, "We will not announce whether the pilot is in our custody or not." Then they added, the Americans are not telling the whole truth about the first pilot. I don't know what's going on, but I think it's not as black and white as we think. That the aircraft was brought down, one escaped, one still in Iran. America's got one of them. Why haven't they named the one that they've got? Why haven't they said who it is? Why haven't they released a statement saying he's fine, he's well, he's with his family, he's okay, he wasn't injured, we're grateful he's back, thank the Lord? None of this. None of this has come out of the American administration. Has just gone into shutdown. Fine, it's an ongoing military operation. They'll go into shutdown. But if you manage to get one of the pilots back, you'll at least talk about that. It's a victory. Something's going on here. Something's not right.
They're pulling the heartstrings. They're pulling the heartstrings. That's why they're doing it.
But Matt, if they were pulling the heartstrings, they talk about him. They talk about him even more. The one that they claim to have got, the one that claim to have rescued. They tell us about his life, his family, his children are happy to see him. You know, they were so worried. All of that would pull at heartstrings. Radio
Exactly.
silence doesn't pull at heartstrings.
Good
I think
point.
they're letting the story build organically, and then when everybody starts talking about it, that's just my thought.
They'll be reuniting him with his family by now, if they caught, if they recovered him.
Well, bro, not right away. He would be back. He'd go through examination. He'd be in medical care. He'd go through extensive it's called the debriefing from the military, and he would be completely kept away from folks for a while. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, Matt. I really do, and we can't discount that. We have to look at that. But really, I'm going to lean in with what Beatrice is saying, that we're really seeing a setup here, I think, and it's really being staged out, I think, perfectly well. The U.S. is going to really look bad. They're going to keep sending in. The more they try to salvage a mess, the more we're going to get messed up in this train wreck. I really see it setting up this way.
And then they'll say, "Oh, the only way we can do it is we got to nuke them. We're just going to have to nuke them."
Yeah, that's the long game way out there. We don't want to use the N word, but yeah, that's the only ultimate hammer the United States has. And in the end, it's really going to be a lose-lose situation in the end. And then we're talking, and Sully's been talking about this a lot. You know, even then, that's always an option. You know, people don't realize this. Every time one of our submarines, and I was in the submarine world, that's what my whole career was. Most of my career was in submarines. And I was mostly on the attack end, not the FPM end. But our FPM guys, and even on our attack boats, tactically speaking, we have the ability, we're not supposed to talk about it, but our FPMs, they go 24/7 hours a day, 7 days a week. They have multiple launch packages ready to go. They get the signal and launch, and then it's mutual. It's a massive nuclear ICBM missiles. Those from the Ohio class submarines, and the new Triton. We're now I think at level that I think we're in the third generation now of those ICBM missiles. MIRVs. They're going to take out complete cities 24/7. We're ready for the nuclear option. And that's the best, most formidable leg of our nuclear triad. You know, of course, we have the submarines. That's the best and most formidable. Then we have our missile silos. They're highly vulnerable. But then we also have our B2s, B1s to carry in. But we're ready to go 24/7 for nuclear. And that's always there on the table. But that's always the very, very last option.
Well, they got a ways to go before they hit the Stone Age.
When he talks about the Stone Age, let's get real. That's really what that would really be. And that's just a bunch of saber rattling rhetoric, silly, empty, hollow talk, blah, on the Stone Age. No, Nixon did the same thing in Vietnam. We were just blowing up trees. We were blowing up jungle. Now, granted, don't get me wrong, there were a lot of innocent lives lost, but most of it was in totally uninhabited areas. We were blowing up nothing. And the whole time the Paris Peace Accords was working in secret. And I keep thinking that's really what's going to happen, that there will be a deal coming out of this. United States has already lost past tense this war. And I get these idiots that send me these love mail. I get a lot of love mail. You know, you're not an American. Hey, I have my name here. I don't hide behind a pseudonym. I never have, never will. You got my birthday. You could look me up. Look me up. Come to my house. Ring my doorbell. Do what you got to try to do. Good luck, but try what you got. But I don't care. I'm not hiding behind anything. I'm a true American because I love my country, and we're being dog walked into an existential war with an asymmetrical country fighting a war we're not capable of fighting. And being honest, and I could lie and say, yeah, we could go kick some ass. No, we can't. If we could, we would. The Strait would have been open day one. Suleiman was the only one that came out days before this whole thing started saying it'll be within 24, 48 hours. He got a lot of pushback. I agreed. I said, yeah, we'll be doing this in 24, 48. I agree with Sully. But then they'll close the Strait. No, they won't. No, they won't. Yes, they did. And then we can't open it. No, we can't. And they're in the driver's seat. When Iran says it's going to open, it'll open, and that will be us on our knees. No, not America. Yep, we'll be on our knees, but in a way, we'll be on our knees. We've already lost, and we're now in a multipolar world, totally set. And 90% of Americans can't deal with that. They really can't. I listen to them. They're going, no, they can't. No, go ahead. Go drink your Kool-Aid. Go watch the Final Four. I think we're in March Madness here. The brackets are forming up. By the way, I'm supposed to meet Andy tomorrow in in Indy at the Final Four. And Andy's down here. I said, come and look me up, Andy. He's in Chicago. But, drink the Kool-Aid. Keep doing what you got to do. But reality's going to set in here real quick, and we're going to see it. And please keep supporting Suleiman Space, because this is where you're going to get your anti-venom. This space gives you the anti-venom to all the poison you get out there. And I'll land there. Sorry to keep rambling.
Yeah.
Thanks, Andrew. Dr. Michael, let's go to Dr. Michael. Is he with us? Because the panel's really glitching for me. Dr. Michael, you there? Oh, maybe he's away.
Yeah.
Hello. Sorry, I stepped away a minute.
Hi.
Dr. Michael.
Go ahead, Dr. Michael. Welcome.
Thank you.
Share your thoughts with us, Dr. Michael.
I'm sort of where Andrew is. I'm disgusted that the United States has gotten embroiled in this disaster, and the only decent thing is to root for the enemy, because this was a war initiated by Israel and the United States, and it was completely unprovoked. And likewise, in the name of justice, you cannot be for this Israel entity, this hybrid entity that is Israel, United States. I just I find myself just wishing that Trump would sort of grow a brain and get out of there instantly. But people are trying to tell him, retreat, get out of there, but he won't do it because he wants to be the victor. And I think also Israel doesn't think the job is done yet. So that's why it'll continue. I also agree with what was said about the simplest explanation here for why this is happening, I think, is the best. And that is very much on the surface. We were pressured by Israel, whatever that is, to undertake this attack against Iran. And it's gotten us already embroiled in a disaster. Now we're going to have troops on the ground, whether at the Karg Island or other islands, or even possibly the mainland. It'll be totally a nightmare. And they're going to hide it and they're going to try to propagandize us while they're hiding the facts and try to get a faux reality in its place. Like, for example, they're going to go on with this soldier, this pilot. He's going to be valorized, and they're going to make a big deal out of that, as was said earlier. And I think it'll start the stream towards, ground troops make people feel like there's some sort of consensus around that, and then they're going to do it. I think they're going to pull the ground troops pretty soon. I think we'll see ground troops doing something pretty damn soon. If not, imminently over the next day, I'd say within a couple days, you're going to see something happening.
But Michael, they're still trying to find the pilot, and apparently, if we're to believe Ryan Dawson and his sources, the special forces have also been captured. I mean, are you saying that despite all of that, they're going to deploy like 10,000 troops?
Maybe because of it, actually, because they don't want to take the humiliation, so they're going to have to up the ante. And I think that's what we're going to do. They're going to basically up the ante and make this a bigger deal than it was already. I think we're going to see escalation, and because these embarrassments are not actually going to help, they're going to actually lead to further committing of greater force and greater attempts at squelching the enemy, which are not going to work because they don't know what they're dealing with, I guess. Surprisingly, I mean, it's amazing. These people are supposedly military intelligence experts, and they still seem to know nothing. They seem to have no idea what the hell's going on.
Okay, some breaking news. The Al Jazeera is reporting that the second F-15 crew member has been recovered. A US government official tells Al Jazeera. So Al Jazeera is claiming that the second US pilot has been recovered. So just to let you know the latest on that, but Al Jazeera is claiming it, and the super chat also says it from Trader. So the second pilot has been recovered as per Al Jazeera. So Al Jazeera is reporting that the second pilot has been recovered by the United States. Resistance?
I mean, Qatar is Al Jazeera belongs to Qatar. It could be Qatari propaganda, or they do, or that is indeed true. I don't know, but I think that the IRGC, if they're saying, look, they don't know where the status of the pilot is, or where the location of the pilot is, whether it's been captured or not, they might know something. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm 50-50.
I
It
bet
is
I
strange,
agree.
Solomon. You just said people were watching them fight, right? And now in less than an hour they recovered them and they're out of the country. It's a bit weird.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The
Hmm.
I mean, even if they have, at what cost? I'd like to know. I'd like to know at what cost have they recovered this pilot? Could it be at a cost of downing or killing a few other soldiers that were there to rescue him or her? So I think there's a lot more details to come out.
So Nick Sauter just posted this. He said, so there's an account that claims that it was about an hour or two ago. Manko actually sent me this. The account claimed that the second pilot had been recovered, and Nick said the U.S. Air Force is discrediting a post that made by it. Let me read this again. Sorry, guys. The U.S. Air Force is discrediting a post made by a supposed U.S. Air Force recruiter account, which claims our second F-15 crew member was successfully rescued, per CBS. This account does not speak for the U.S. Air Force and is not owned by the service. So Nick Salter seems to suggest something else. Okay, this is important. And then he's also said, be cautious. This is Nick Saw. He says, be cautious of the Al Jazeera report. We need to know if our crew member was successfully retrieved. So, I mean, it's possible. I just find it strange that they would tell Al Jazeera first, though, before their own mainstream media.
Al Jazeera might
Okay,
have
now
sources.
Sean Neuer, I'm just looking at my YouTube chat. He's saying Al Jazeera just changed the wording. They say missing US airmen recovered, but rescue operations ongoing. I don't get that. That doesn't make sense. Can someone link that to me, please? I need to see the article now because this is just doesn't make sense at all. This is what happens when you get Qatarians to run a news agency. Like, you change the wording and it still doesn't even make sense. I think the chances of me ever going to any of the Gulf countries has gone to zero, by the way. But
So, they're saying recovered, but they're not saying whether he's dead or alive. So I guess there's still a bit more information to come out.
I'd question whether he's recovered first.
So
Yeah, look, I mean,
somebody said Al Jazeera just changed the wordings and saying missing US airmen recovered but rescue operation ongoing. What does that even
yeah,
mean?
that doesn't make sense. Has anyone got the original article? Could someone link the original article, please? Let me look up.
And you wouldn't say recovered to someone who's alive, right? Like
Sorry?
that would be weird English.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
But why would the search still be ongoing as well, even if he was recovered?
I don't know. It's coming from Al
It,
Jazeera.
yeah, it wouldn't be silly. It wouldn't still be ongoing, and there's too much other information coming in that's still ongoing.
It could be that they're still searching for the rescue crew as well. I mean, yeah, it's a bit shady at the moment.
Oh, is it just a tweet they tweeted? It's not like an article.
Did somebody get the full link, Julie? I'm not looking for it, but I can go look for it.
I'll be honest. I've had Al Jazeera on this whole day today, and I've not seen anything come up to say breaking news: F-15 pilot recovered. But I've got it in Arabic though, so
Okay, so they're
there's
trying to
nothing. It usually
say
pops up.
no. There's a video of it. Do you want me to play it?
Has said, we begin this program with breaking news. A missing U.S. weapons officer has been rescued in Iran. That's according to government officials. Both U.S. and Iranian forces had been searching for the American officer after their F-15E fighter jet was downed on Friday. They were recovered after what is described as a heavy firefight. Meanwhile, Donald Trump says all hell will rain down on Iran if it doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz by Monday. On social media, the U.S. president has said, remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out, 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them. Tehran has rejected Trump's threat. A military spokesman said Iran would respond without limitation against U.S. and Israeli targets if Trump followed through. We are live in Amman, Doha, Beirut, and Tehran. And that is where we will begin with Mohammed Val in the Iranian capital for us. Mohammed, I want to bring you back to this breaking news that we have over the American airman that was down inside Iran. What are you hearing from inside Iran about this situation?
We've been following this, the progression of that situation overnight, but scarce details in terms of what really happened. We know that there were strikes on the city of Dehdasht, and that's in the same province, Kogiluye, where the aircraft was downed 2 days ago. And we know that people were killed there, 4 people were killed and 1 wounded, but also there were reports later on that the number of people who were killed may be higher than that. And some unofficial reports about clashes, but not confirmed to us. So it was a very intense situation there, and it was very clear that there was an operation going on by the Americans to try to rescue that pilot. Early on, the authorities were also looking for him, and the proof of that is that they even asked civilians during the last couple of days to participate in that search, with a reward for anyone that would find him. So the two sides were looking for the pilot. It's nighttime, and there were strikes on the city of Dehdasht, and people were killed in those strikes. And that's basically what we have. So there is clearly has been an operation to rescue the pilot.
All right, Mohammed, and I want to ask you as well about how Iranian officials are reacting to these latest threats from Donald Trump, or rather these reiterations of threats from Donald Trump.
That's kind of it. There's not much information, but that's kind of the claim of it. I'm just seeing the thing from Al Jazeera. Sadat just sent me it. It says we have more on the U.S. operation. A U.S. government official has told Al Jazeera that the rescue operation is still in progress. The missing crew member is confirmed rescued, they said, but not safe yet. The rescue team must still successfully exfiltrate, basically get out from Iran and get back to safety, they added. So basically, the claim is, according to Al Jazeera, they've rescued him, but they've not got out of the situation in Iran, is what they are claiming.
Yeah, yeah. 24 minutes ago, Nick Sorter posted that a separate post by someone who is a U.S. Air Force recruiter. The recruiter was saying he was recovered. Nick says that the U.S. Air Force is discrediting that post and that report, saying this account does not speak for the U.S. Air Force and is not owned by the service, the U.S. Air Force officials said. So the Air Force officials are discrediting the report that he's been recovered
But
24
Sully,
minutes ago.
Sully, how would a news
why?
outlet know that? Wouldn't that be a security risk? Like, it's definitely not America
Yeah, that makes no
giving
sense.
news.
It makes no sense at
It's a
all because
huge security risk.
why are they saying he's recovered? They've recovered, but they're still in hostile territory, trying to get out. Like you're basically telegraphing everyone that they're still there in hostile enemy ground. So they're going to make sure that they're going to try and shoot you down. It just makes no sense to announce any of that.
Yeah, your pizza has been delivered, but it's still on the way.
Exactly.
It makes no sense. Yeah.
You know, when you look at it, none of these guys have made a statement over the last 24 hours. In fact, somebody tagged me in a post. Zina did. Thank you very much, Zina. 10 minutes past 7 this morning, which was I don't even know what day we're on at the moment. Let me just check. Saturday morning, which was like Friday night, I believe. Oh no, actually, what are we on? Anyway, on the 4th, which was yesterday, so Saturday, 10 past 7 in the morning, the Iranian embassy in Zimbabwe did a tweet saying, "Trump, please talk. We are bored." Because they were picking up on the fact that there's been no statement from him. There's been no statement from anybody on this rescue operation. And now what we're saying is that while the pilot and the rescue team are still in Iran, they've given this information to Al Jazeera? Really? It doesn't make sense at all. Why would they do that mid-operation? Give that news out?
Well,
We haven't seen Trump. We haven't seen any of
don't
them.
forget, Trump at this moment should remain quiet. Don't forget, he said that POWs are suckers and losers, right? So I'm sure that would be all over the news if he starts
Well,
talking.
that was about John McCain. No.
No, not just about McCain.
No.
Remember?
Yeah. Joe is.
No, you're missing the point, Joel. What I'm saying is, like, from a military operation perspective, it makes no sense if they're still in quote unquote enemy territory and they've managed to actually get their pilot, but they're still all now in enemy territory. Why would they bring this out to the media?
Yeah, that's what I said to Soleiman.
Well, you didn't say eloquently enough because I didn't understand it. So I'm just saying it in
I
a better
understand it's
way.
harder for chicks to understand it, I guess.
Ouch.
Shots fired.
I mean, they're basically advertising that they're in enemy the pilot's been recovered, but they're still in hostile enemy territory and they're trying to get out. So just watch this space, guys. We're still trying to get out.
So Lou Reed on YouTube says, "We've got him. We rescued him. Now come and rescue us." It's what you said on the space, right? Somebody said they need a rescue team for the rescue team.
Yeah, before you know it, it'll be like the Lemmings game, where they're all like going one after the other into like a pit or something.
Did they report
Yep.
on then how many casualties that from the other Black Hawk that went down, or they didn't confirm any casualties?
Uh, yeah, that's the problem. We're not going to get really good numbers, just like the total casualties total. DOD has put a lid on that. They're going to really suppress that and lock that down hard.
Well, look, these people must be made out of something different because you see all these tanks being blown up, all these people movers being blown up, all these planes falling from the skies and choppers falling from the skies, but no deaths. Yeah,
Well,
it's subhanallah. It's just they're miraculous. It's so miraculous. It's a gift from God, I must say.
the helicopters
Yeah.
have been shot down, but they teleported back to a US base safely.
Yep. That's what we're almost dealing with to that level of insanity. Really, I've never seen anything like it. Even during other, like in Iraq, when you remember that one, I'm sure all of us do remember that one. We were getting pretty good numbers, but this is on steroids of how they've locked it down and sanitized everything, and really complicated, making it even a more complex fog of war here.
Andrew, what's your take on that 750 figure number that was making the rounds on social media about the amount of what's called American soldiers killed?
Yeah, I'd go higher than that. I'd go much higher than that. And I've said from day one, day two, we're never gonna. Well, I shouldn't say never, but now it's going to be very, very few numbers that we're really going to come out to be true. As we go deeper and further into this, more and more people are going to realize how they come out of those bodies, come out of Dover, and they're sent to family in those flag draped coffins. That's when the numbers are going to start. Okay, what's going on? Because these families will talk, and it'll make news, even though they'll try to lock it down. So the numbers are in the hundreds, and I'm going to say total casualties, including dead and wounded, thousands. And I know that sounds outrageous, but that's what I'm calling this because that's how tightly they've locked this all down. You can't just keep getting all these hits and explosions and no casualties. That's amazing. Even in a major exercise, I did a major naval exercise with 5 different countries once, and we lost. Well, I'll give you an example. On one, just my battle group alone, we lost in one morning. We lost 20 some Marines. A helicopter went down, and they couldn't recover it. Oh, well, we never read about it in the news. We were going, wow, that didn't even make the news. And we talked about it at breakfast that morning. That sucks. Oh, hey, listen, what we next? Let's move on to the next thing. It People don't realize how many lives are lost even in an exercise, but now at this what's going on at this level, it's going to be in the hundreds and I'd say thousands, yeah.
So Andrew, would their families be on a gag order?
They're told, just like when I was in that terrorist attack, all right, we lost 20 some wounded, 10, 12 killed, okay? And we were told nothing to see, talk about it. The FBI told everyone to go in the auditorium. This is when I was on that shore station, right? And everyone go in the auditorium. We were debriefed.
Okay,
You don't
breaking
talk
news.
about.
Breaking news. Just
Yep.
some more updates on the airmen. Al Jazeera have now updated their information. This news is coming thick and fast, but now he's saying this. They said this is what the Al Jazeera reporter is saying. He is saying that we were told by the US government sources that overnight in Iran, a missing crew member of the downed F-15E had been located and there was a rescue effort, but there was a fierce firefight. The latest information we have with them is that the crew member has not left Iranian territory, and because of the ongoing hostilities, there could still be in danger. There could still be danger to that person and to the other people involved in that rescue effort. So this is ongoing, active rescue effort, but that airman is basically that airman is not basically out of Iranian territory. And I want to be clear, when I say airman in the US military parlance, that doesn't necessarily mean a male. We don't know the gender of this person. The US rescue team will need to successfully exfiltrate them out of the country and to safety, and we have no confirmation that this has happened. That's the latest news on the Al Jazeera report about what's going on. So I don't know, that still, it doesn't completely contradict the previous story, but it kind of isn't. I don't know. It's not very clear.
Well, they
The
Basically,
have
Suleiman, that's boots on the
uh-huh.
ground.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you'd stop talking because you're very echoey. I was saying basically that's boots on the ground. Fierce firefighting and stuff. Why would they even say all of that?
well
What's going on?
they dropped a bunch of special forces in to rendezvous with the person to extract them, and now they're fighting
No,
their way
sorry,
out.
Manko. It was a rhetorical question. I interrupted Suleiman. I want to give the mic right back to him and then we'll talk about it. Sorry, Suleiman.
Yeah, we got a super chat that basically is saying what you just said, which is, so Al Jazeera is getting info from special forces that are under fire while searching for the pilot that have already been recovered. Yeah, sure, is what AJ has just said. And what else have we got? Oh no, we mentioned that second pilot. Appreciate everyone's time and effort. Keep us informed on the war. Suleiman and Beatrix, you are wonderful people for providing the space and stream. Thank you. Okay, brilliant. I think we read the rest of them. Brilliant. Okay. Sorry, Beatrix, did you finish your point? If not, we'll go to whoever was speaking.
Yeah, none of this makes sense. Like, if this, what they call fierce firefighting going on, who are they fighting? That's boots on the ground.
Well, no,
If you know where he is.
Yeah, Manko said it.
I'm sorry, Andrew, do you know what? Can I just finish speaking before anybody just interrupts just for once? I know what Mankos is saying. I don't need an interpreter for him. But you know what? I can't even remember what I was going to say. Go ahead, Andrew.
Well, let me just give some more breaking news. We've been strikes. This is again from Al Jazeera. I'm just reading them now because they're allegedly now becoming the main source of this. Somehow they went to Qatari news rather than American news. But they said, we've been following the situation overnight, but there are scarce details about what really is happening. We know there were strikes in the city of Dahdasht, where the aircraft was down 2 days ago. We know that at least 4 people were killed there and 1 was wounded. Later, there were reports that the number of people killed were even higher than that. There were no official reports of clashes, but this has not been confirmed to us. Huh? Blood. So it's a very intense situation there, and it's very clear that there was an operation going on by the Americans to try and rescue the second pilot. Early on, Iranian authorities were also looking for him, and they even asked civilians in the last couple of days to participate in the search, offering rewards for anyone who could be found. So that's kind of way too vague compared to like what they're saying. This is just like, I don't know, like I feel like each one of the statements is like less clarifying or more vague, like they're trying to pull back on that, but who knows? Sorry, back to you, Beatrix.
Yeah, I can't remember. I was just going to share my thoughts at that time, Suleiman, because something about this doesn't make sense, but I lost my chain of thought. So jump in, Andrew, and then we can go to Manko.
But wait, Beatrice, no, you were right on it. You said things aren't adding up. Wait a minute, we have boots on the ground, but what's going on? Now they're there. We don't know. But I wanted you to finish it. I'm so sorry.
No, it's all right, Andrew. I literally, like, when I get a train of thought, I just need to share at that time. And then it's just my thoughts, I just share them. It's not like a script or anything like that. So it's gone. There's something about this that just doesn't make sense to me. And I can't remember. It was something that Suleiman said, and it just made me think it just doesn't make sense. But, what they were saying, basically, I can't remember what he read out now because there's a lot of information coming out, but something about fierce fighting on the ground, like who are they fighting with? What is this fierce fighting? If you know where he is. So, go on, Andrew, just finish.
That's what you said. Who are they? That's what you said. That's what it was. Yeah. Who are they fighting with? That's the problem. It's so hard to try to sort out who's what's going on. Yeah. Who are they fighting with? And I think it's pretty clear that, and that's what Mangos was saying. That's why I'm sorry I interrupted, that we already have special forces there. And I had that confirmed with someone, and they said, yeah, our special forces have been there. And the rescue mission, they're trying to get those guys out. But guess what? They're meeting fierce resistance.
So from what I gather, they're fighting the guys who are looking to get the $60,000 paycheck, right, to capture this this.
I don't think so. Resistance. Do you know what I was going to say after Suleiman spoke? And I'm hoping now I can at least finish my point without anyone interrupting me is, who are they fighting? If they've gone on the ground and they're fighting locals in whatever town, whatever village, whatever city, they assume the pilot is hidden there. If the Iranians had the pilot, they wouldn't keep him there. They would have taken his transmitter or radio or whatever he had, which is what I was saying an hour ago, and kept it as a decoy to get the Americans and trap them there. And that's who they're fighting. They're nowhere near the pilot. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, that's fair enough, Beatrix. I mean, the Iranians could do that if they've got a local Artesh army crew there. They could, but if they don't, and they're relying on the local villagers, and they are assuming control based on the local villagers taking the gender fluid pilot hostage, then yeah, then that might be the case. But I think
They wouldn't be a match for the US military, though. The US military would have got their pilot and been out by now.
well, they bombed them, remember? So the US military bombed that area.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So they would have taken, if it's just local villages and the pilot was there, they would have taken their pilot and left by now.
Yeah, the Iranians who would arrive at the scene first would be the ones with the most information and the most resources. So that means you'd have like the IRGC and military guys showing up first. There might be civilians that kind of try to trickle in later, but they wouldn't have as much information on where to go.
Let's not forget. So did they say there's 2 downed helicopters? And so that's 2 crews of what, 4 or 5, and then you got the special forces as well. So however many there are, 4 or 5 there. That's 15 potentially, and the pilot. That's a lot of personnel just to recover that pilot.
If they've got fierce fighting, people will have died.
Yeah, that's one thing I thought so too. If it's fierce fighting, I'm sure there's going to be casualties. I agree with you, Petrix.
Nick said might have some good news imminently, prayer. So they think that there may have been a rescue, seems like.
Some guys on YouTube are saying, can you look at Colonel McGregor's most recent tweet,
I'll look at
Suleiman?
it. I know these guys get excited over Conor McGregor, but I feel like he just posts random stuff and then he gets people excited. I don't rate him as much as everybody else does. I think he's more of a clickbaiter, personally. He always says random stuff and then ends up being wrong, and then people just forget. Like even Scott Ritter, I like him a lot. I think he's better than McGregor. But remember, Scott Ritter before this war was like, there's not going to be a war. There's not going to be a war. Do you remember when I interviewed him and I said, I think there's going to be a war? He was like, no, there's not going to be a war. I said, look, let me explain to you why I think there's going to be a war. So I've laid it out to him. He knew it was a very good argument. He was like, no, I still think Trump won't do it. I still don't think Trump will do it. And he did it. So I know like many of us forget these things because we get overexcited by big names. But actually, Scott was wrong about this war happening. I remember I think I asked him about that. I forgot what excuse he made. But, and with Conor McGregor, I feel like he just randomly says things every single day to get like engagement, which is fine. Obviously, everyone wants engagement, but I don't think he's as right as people think. I think the people who I rate a lot are people like Daniel Davis. He's always on point. Professor Morandi always on point. Anthony Aguilar always on point. I think these guys are on it a lot more.
Suleiman, do you think Jack Murphy is full of it because a lot of people are retweeting him? Do you think he's just like doesn't know what he's talking about? Because I have no idea about the guy.
I don't know much about the guy. I think he was just blagging it at that time because at that time he had the guy hadn't been recovered. I think he was doing it for virality. He's like a small little podcaster. I had a quick look. I don't know him properly, but I think he's a small little podcaster that was trying to get virality, which is fair enough, innit? He wants the numbers. Okay.
What he claims happened, so I guess we'll find out by tomorrow if this is true or not. But that
Fox News is reporting it. Sorry, Manco. Fox News is reporting it apparently as well, Suleiman. Can somebody check that? Propaganda channels are only getting the news.
Yeah, so he was saying that they had a C-130 that landed to bring everyone out, and it got a wheel stuck, so they had to bring in other people to blow the C-130 up and fly out with a different plane. So I guess we'll see. We'll see what happened.
Someone said Daniel Davis, Scott Ritter, and T-shirt Johnson are most accurate. Yeah, John Larry Johnson definitely is. Scott Ritter, I don't think he is as he's good on some bits and some bits he's not. I think he's good at analyzing what happened, but not good at predicting, if that makes sense. I'm not hating on him. I like him a lot. Someone said Scott Ritter has been announcing that Ukraine is finished since 2022. Yeah. I mean, Scott Ritter, I like him. I think what it is with Scott, I think his analysis beforehand is right. His analysis in terms of predictions kind of is wrong. Because I remember him also saying, oh, guess what? What's going to happen in the 12-day war is Hezbollah is going to join in and all these things. None of those things happened. So I think if I had to analyze Scott Ritter, who I like actually, so I'm not trying to attack him. He's good at analyzing what already happened. Remember, like his analysis about the schoolgirl thing was flippant brilliant. It was on point, and he explained it in detail and gave us a lot of news that we didn't know and weren't aware of. So I think he's really good at analyzing what's already happened. But in terms of knowing the information and predicting the future, I don't think he's as good. I think Conor McGregor is. I think he's a bit clickbait personally. Larry Johnson is amazing. I don't think I've ever heard him say something that's wrong. He was telling us exactly. His predictions are brilliant and his analysis is brilliant. Daniel Davis' predictions are brilliant and his analysis are brilliant. That's just my personal view,
By
but
the way,
obviously you can disagree on that.
yeah,
I think
breaking
you're
news.
spot
I
on,
just sent you
Sully.
something in DM. Apparently, U.S. government officials have told Axios stuff. So check your DM, Suleiman.
I think your analysis on Scott Ritter is perfectly summarized, Sully. I like his analysis post an incident or post a conflict, but his prediction, I think he just gets overly excited. And he tends to get the crowd excited with him a lot, but it's not always on point.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so this is from Axios. Axios, the U.S. Special Forces rescued the second crew member of the F-15 fighter jet that was shot down. The shootdown was a nightmare scenario for the U.S. military, with the IRGC also racing to locate the missing U.S. officer in southwest Iran over the past 36 hours. Both crew members have now been rescued. One of the U.S. officials said the operation was conducted by a specialized commando unit with a high volume of air cover, and that all of the forces are now out of Iran. So they're saying all of the forces are out of Iran. So we need to ask Ryan, because Ryan said that he was held hostage, and Ryan said other people had been captured as well. So this is in contradiction to what Ryan said. So we'll have to see what's right about that, or who's right.
If they did get
So,
everyone
Suleiman,
out,
I've just sent you the post from Jennifer Griffin, and she's the chief national security correspondent for Fox News. And if you look at the post I've sent you, she's actually quote tweeted her own post it's a short post from 6 minutes ago, and then she's given a very long update 5 minutes ago. And a lot of the news channels are actually picking this information up from her. So Faith Tooks News said that the second guy's been rescued and safe after a complex operation. And it's her that they're quoting. So you might want to have a look at that.
Yeah, do you want to read what she said?
This is crazy. Yeah, well, let me just find it again. Let me see where I put it. I'll read it. So it's a long post. So what she said, guys, okay, this is what she said. So about 6 minutes ago, she said, second American F-15E crew member rescued and safe after complex rescue operation that began Friday morning, 2 senior officials confirmed to me. So that was over 24 hours ago, well over 24 hours ago. And then she's done a much longer post. And she says, Fox News can confirm that the second crew member of the downed F-15E fighter jet has been rescued, and he and the members of the rescue team that extradited him from behind enemy lines in Iran are all safely out of Iran. That, this is crazy that they just denied it to Al Jazeera. But anyway, she says that according to two senior US officials and multiple well-placed sources in the region. Who are the sources in the region? I'm guessing Mossad agents in Iran. Anyway, then she says the weapon systems officer ejected along with the pilot when the F-15 Strike Eagle they were flying was struck Thursday night, early Friday local time in southwest Iran. The weapon systems officer used the SERE, the Survival, Evasion, Resistance and Escape Training, to evade capture, hiding on an elevated ridge after hiking away from the wreckage and putting out an emergency beacon. United States Air Force pararescue men, PJs, and many layers of elite rescue forces took part in the complex, layered mission to both find the crew member and also keep the Iranian forces who were hunting the American weapon system operator at bay. There are videos that have appeared from local eyewitnesses that showed what appeared to have been injured and dead Iranian members of the IRGC and Basij who were looking for the downed American crew member. Fox has learned there was fighting on the ground, but no Americans killed during the operation. She quotes somebody saying, "It was a very complex operation to retrieve the downed service member." A well-placed source behind briefed on the operation told me many different branches of the US military were involved in the rescue. Fox News can confirm the A-10 Warthog that crashed Friday was involved in providing cover for the rescue team searching for the pilot. That A-10 crashed in Kuwait, first reported by ABC on Friday, but the A-10 pilot managed to eject safely and was rescued. There was destruction of aircraft, which have sensitive equipment on board, I'm told, all part of this complex CSAR combat search and rescue mission. The F-15 was pretty much destroyed on impact. 2 rescue helicopters were hit by enemy fire on Friday, and crew members on board were injured by enemy fire, but managed to make it out of Iran. There are a lot of elements to this rescue, I'm told. That's the end of it, guys. This is like crazy. I just want to point out a couple of things. So what she's saying here, just things that have come in my mind, is she's saying that he managed to evade capture by hiding on an elevated ridge after hiking away from the wreckage and then putting out an emergency beacon. So he's hiked onto a ridge, put out an emergency beacon. And then they're saying it took layers of elite rescue forces and all these military layers of complex, operations and stuff. Why? The guy's hiding on a ridge and he's put out a beacon. Why does she then go on to say that, the Americans had to hunt for him and search for him and everything? He's put out a beacon. He's on his own. He's hiked up to a ridge.
Well, I'm sure what they're talking about there more is that the Iranians were after him too, and they had to keep the Iranians away from him until they could figure out how
That's
they were
not what
going to
they're
get everyone
talking
out.
about. They're two different things, Manko. I didn't even finish speaking, but they're two different things. She said that later on. They probably killed a ton of Iranians, but that's much later on. If he's hiked up to a ridge and he's given out a beacon, they know where he is. The Iranians don't know where he is. The Iranians are looking for him, but they know where he is. So then
Well,
why did it have to be that complex to find him? Why is it that they're saying there are a lot of elements to this rescue, multiple layered, complex combat and rescue and search mission, like multiple layers of the military? What the hell's going on for one person? Complex operation. This is the language they're using in this long ass statement.
well, if someone sets off a beacon, usually the Iranians can see it too. So they're going to be after him. And depending on where he is and like how everything works, they probably can't pick him up from the ridge. So they have to figure out a place where they can pick him up and then tell him to go there and then make sure they protect him when he's on the way there and have people waiting for him to fly him away once he gets there, that kind of situation.
Yeah, I don't believe this. I don't believe this because they gave it to Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera quickly corrected their story. Then they gave it to Fox News and they gave it to Axios, to Zio Rags, and now Reuters is reporting it from them. Why hasn't the White House come out? This is their moment of glory and their moment of celebration. Why isn't there a statement from the White House? Why is this what I've just read out from unofficial, unnamed sources?
Well, there probably
If
will
it's
come.
true,
Well,
yeah, they're definitely
there
going to
probably
make a
will come
statement.
out. There, I'm talking. They probably will come out. But it just happened, doesn't it? So I mean, I do expect the White House to come out and claim victory in a very nonchalant manner.
Yeah, it's midnight right now on the East Coast, so they might not do it until the morning.
Oh my God, Mancos, we've had Trump chatting rubbish until 3 or 4 in the morning, practically every night.
Given that this
There's
has been
something
in the
not right
news,
about this. I'll tell you when we'll find out the truth, Manco. We'll find out the truth when Iran actually tells us what really happened.
I have a feeling Trump might want to call a press conference for this one.
I agree.
What's he going to say? How is he going to spin it?
Well, he's gonna say that we dominated. We went in. Iran couldn't stop us. We took our. We went to the land. We took our guy and we brought him back. That's what he'll say.
We annihilated the Iranian army. They're all dead, gone.
We obliterated the whole area. They're all destroyed. We recovered our pilot. And she or they were a great warrior.
Yeah, I think ultimately you need to look at how much resources were the IRGC prepared to put in to capture this pilot versus how much resources the Americans were prepared to put in to capture this or to rescue their
So
pilot.
this is a good point, but I think there's like a few important things to say. So the first thing is, I agree. I don't think the IRGC actually did put that many resources into capturing him. That being, and because they don't see this as being important. But that being said, I actually think that that's an error on their part, because I think that they should have actually put the resources in and captured him. And the reason for that is because I'm very confident that this will be used as extreme propaganda by the Americans to demonstrate their military prowess and how you need to trust Trump. And actually, with the ground invasion, you saw it, like, or every American life was protected, and therefore the ground invasion will work as well. So I think that that's one thing. The other possibility is that this ends up being, instead of the ground invasion, and this ends up being their exit. That's another possibility. So these things are possible. So that could be the maybe positive, but the negative could be what I just said.
But Sully, I would think that wouldn't you not expend that much resources, so that way give false hope to the Americans to think, oh, okay, nothing. They couldn't manage to recover our pilot like we did, and so we can do the ground invasion, and that's when they deploy a lot of their
Yeah, if you
resources.
want America to do the ground invasion to clap them, yeah.
Yeah. So that way, that will be an
It has
even
to be
bigger
calculated, though,
propaganda tool.
resistance, doesn't it? It really has to be a calculated measure. And I've always viewed the Persians or the Iranians as they are looking at long-term goals, not short-term goals. Now, this would have been a very short-term goal for them, in my perspective. Long-term strategy, were they willing to put their crew or their team or their soldiers in an area that isn't maybe that well protected and under heavy fire and under heavy bombardment by the US? Yeah, and it goes back to that question. How much resources were you willing to expend for the sake of that one pilot? And I think it's true. It's obvious that the Americans were willing to expend everything They've had their what's called helicopters shot down or shot out. They've had crew, emergency crews injured, which they've admitted to. There's still more to come out of this.
Yeah, they also don't want to give away their sort of the strategy and the tactics of capturing U.S. soldiers, trapping them. And so I think there's probably next to nothing that they did aside from just communicating and radioing into local militia, tribesmen to say, look, just keep him alive, and that's it. So that way and we'll give you $60,000 to whoever captures him. That's probably it.
Yeah, 100% agree. I reckon it was tribesmen.
Maybe he didn't survive, and Iran used this as some sort of. I don't think Iran's that. I think Iran is all over this, literally. I think Iran used this to entrap the rescue team, or something more's gone down there, and Israel's America's trying to save face. The way this statement has come out as well, like unknown sources are briefing the media. It takes one tweet from any one of them. One tweet from any one of them firsthand, moment of glory. They wouldn't let unknown sources go out and give this. There's something not right about this.
Yeah, I don't believe the official story myself. We'll have to wait and see in a day or two what really is the reality of the situation. If in a day or two they still haven't double confirmed properly that okay, now he's in custody or they are in our protection, they're just being taken care of and debriefed, like Andrew said, then yeah, and it's still really foggy like it is now, then that leads me to think, yeah, there's something wrong. They've either been captured or not alive. And one thing's for sure, just based on what they said, heavy fighting, then that means that there's going to be some casualties, as you said, Beatrix. I reckon there are some casualties already. So never mind about the pilot.
I think we also need to take into account that the whole IRGC right now is on full alert for a possible ground invasion. You know, to be able to, I guess, maneuver your troops or restructure your troops to send people out to a place where, you know, it's not really going to gain any advantage. It's a massive undertaking and a massive risk as well.
You know, one of our YouTube people made a really good comment. They said they never released his name, so they could claim it was anybody that they rescued. Could be Joe Blogs. We don't know who it was.
It'd be funny if they release his name saying
This is
that
crazy.
we rescued our pilot. His name is Ali Hussein.
So let me just read this super chat, which is yeah. Major news that US is on the ground and successful mission. How did they get on the ground in Iran? Major if true. So yeah, I mean we're covering that at the moment. And yeah, I mean this is what we're speaking about. Some officials who said Iran has no air defense. I don't know. Someone said I have one word for the story by unknown sources. Hollywood. Yeah, so listen, we'll continue to give the news as and when we receive it. Guys, we're live on X, we're live on YouTube. If you're on the YouTube, there's make sure there's a pinned tweet. Make sure you are following the channel and subscribe to it, in the sense of subscribe to it and make sure you've got all your notifications on. We've got nearly 1,000 people on the YouTube, so the YouTube is growing quite a lot. But that being said, we've only got 647 likes. Let's get those likes up to 1,000 likes. on the YouTube. Follow this YouTube channel and Bridge the Gap YouTube channel. We've got lots of interviews lined up this week. It's going to be fire. It's going to be amazing. So check those out. That's pinned in the YouTube. Beatrix's pinned tweet. It's there. You can see if you go there, click on this channel and Bridge the Gap channel, and make sure you subscribe to it and have all your notifications on. The notification on is the important thing, because if I have a random interview, like someone like Professor Miranda will be like, okay, I'm free right now, and it might be like, I don't know, like 8 or 9 a.m. in the morning, and then I'll just do the interview. So you don't want to miss out on that. So make sure you got your notification on Bridge the Gap and this channel, and make sure you've got your notification on both of them. And on X Spaces, you know they've taken us away from the purple ticker at the top, so that you don't know about this space. So again, have your notifications on in X. And if you're on X, make sure there's a tweet in the nest. It's the one on the left. Make sure you're following both of the channels. Bridge the Gap, follow, subscribe to it and have your notifications on. And the Suleiman Ahmed channel, subscribe to that and have your notifications on. We've got, well, it says 4,000 people. Has someone just botted it by 700-800 people again? Or did it go up naturally? Or because I saw it at 3.2 before, which is, or 3.3 before, and that was natural. I think it's someone said. I don't know why they do this. They always do it whenever that the Zio bot space ends. For some reason, do they send the bots here? Just strange. But we actually have real people, so you don't need to do that for us. Okay, let me change the title. But just in the meantime, somebody jump in. Casey, jump in or something.
Hey, yes, I am back. What happened? You don't have to answer. So yes, I am back. I also wanted to talk about real quick, and I know you guys talked about this already, but I'm obviously extremely late. The ladies who were kidnapped by our government because their crime was being related to Qasem Soleimani, but they're actually not. And then because they might have said, America's the great Satan, but they're law-abiding citizens. I don't even know, so this is where it's at now, where they'll be deporting people for having the same last name as someone. I don't care if they even were related to him. This is a huge crime. And let me just say real quick, too, the reason my ears always perk up, my antennas go up when this happens, when stuff like this happens, is because it's happened before and people didn't call it out. When they first put out that Patriot Act, they had to let you know that it was working, that taking some of your liberty for supposed safety works. So they went around arresting Muslim people, the FBI, for things like saying jihad, Ali Al-Tamimi, that's his name, spent over 20 years in jail for not committing a crime, but just to say the Patriot Act worked. And we got this guy, he was doing terrorism or whatever. The guy was doing paintball in the backyard, and then he used the word jihad. So you see this, and people don't call this out. They're going to use these kind of terms, sympathizer, or
Sorry, Casey, I need to interrupt you. Trump's Truth Social has just done a massive post. I'm gonna just read it out in 1 second. Or Suleiman, do you want to read it out? Actually, it's huge.
Yeah, I'm just getting it now. It's
I just sent it to you.
You said,
it is. That's why I said, do you want to read it
of
out?
What have you sent me?
Yeah, I sent you the tweet. Shall I send you just the image? Or do you want to send you the words as well?
No, this is perfect. Golden. Some would even say golden. Let me quickly tweet it out, and then I'm gonna read it. So just give me 1 second.
Because of the way the text says, I'm just going to send you the words as they are. Have you got them?
Yeah, I was on Truth Social actually when you said it. Just one post. Since I went to US, my phone's really slow.
Our guys on YouTube are on it like a car bonnet. They told me about it, so I went and checked. They were like, Trump's just written a wall. Trump's just written a wall of words. That was like, okay, let me go check. Oh, look who's back. Simon's back. You had your
Hello,
33 hours, Simon.
Yeah, I had 33 hours. Yeah.
Minutes, you mean?
No, it was quite a long one, wasn't it?
Yeah, 33 minutes. President Trump confirmed rescued.
It was the Qatari
I think
time,
Simon was
33
involved with the
minutes.
rescue operation. He's only come back after they've rescued the pilot. What's going on there?
Yeah, what's going on then? What's this post?
Okay,
This is like a film now.
yeah, they've rescued the second guy. Okay, let me read it. Okay, here we go. From President Donald J. Trump, we got him. My fellow Americans, over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring. Actually, funny enough, why isn't he coming out in public and saying this? But anyway, from President Donald J. Trump, we got him. My fellow Americans, over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history for one of our incredible crew member officers who also happens to be a highly respected colonel and who I am thrilled to let you know is now safe and sound. This brave warrior was behind enemy lines in the treacherous mountains of Iran, being hunted by our enemies who were getting closer and closer by the hour, but was never truly alone because his commander-in-chief, secretary of war, chairman of the joint chief of staff, and fellow warfighters were monitoring his location 24 hours a day and diligently planning for his rescue. At my direction, the US military sent dozens of aircraft armed with the most lethal weapons in the world to retrieve him. He sustained injuries, but he will be just fine. This this miraculous search and rescue operation comes in addition to a successful rescue of another brave pilot yesterday, which we did not confirm because we did not want to jeopardize our second rescue operation. This is the first time in military memory that two US pilots have been rescued separately, deep in enemy territory. We will never leave an American warfighter behind. The fact that we were able to pull off both of these operations without a single American killed or wounded just prove once again that we have achieved overwhelming air dominance and superiority over Iran's skies. This is a moment that all Americans, Republicans, Democrats, and everyone else should be proud of and united around. We truly have the best, most professional, and lethal military in the history of the world. God bless America, God bless our troops, and happy Easter to all. Beatrix.
So I don't understand. He's saying that they plan 24 hours a day. Like, how long has this been going on? The guy's only been gone less than 48 hours. There's something not right about his statement either. Let me just have a look at it. My fellow Americans, the past several hours, U.S. military pulled off one of the most daring rescue. Well, why is it several hours? I thought they were at it for like at least, 15 hours? He says
About
past several
36,
hours.
I think it was about 36 hours, maybe a bit longer. Wally says, laugh out loud, are you serious? They lost 4 aircrafts, lost for 1 pilot. WTF, does Iran have to do more? If the collateral is 2 helicopters, F-15, A-10. Sorry, back to you, Beatrix.
That's right. Like 36 hours, and he says over the past several hours. It's not like him to underplay things. He's saying it was a colonel behind enemy lines, treacherous mountains of Iran. He'd hiked to a point. They were monitoring his location 24 hours a day, but it'd only been 36 hours. So why were they monitoring him 24 hours a day? Like this statement just doesn't make sense. And you know what? Trump never does state.
I mean, it's Trump, isn't it? He's going to exaggerate.
No, but he's not. He's underplaying it as well, though, Suleiman. He's saying they pulled off this, he said, what did he say? Over the past several hours. There's something about this that doesn't even sound like Trump. Dozens of aircraft armed with the most lethal weapons in the world. How did he sustain injuries? And they're saying they didn't confirm the pilot rescued yesterday because they didn't want to jeopardize the second rescue operation. That's not true. And they're saying they did this without a single American killed or even wounded, when they said they were fierce fighting on the ground. And it was complex and multi-layered and all of those stupid statements. Achieved overwhelming air dominance and superiority, which we know is a lie. And he wants Republicans, Americans, and Democrats to unite around this. He says they have the most lethal military in the history of the world. Anyway, let's see what everybody else thinks. Andrew, what do you think of that statement?
Yeah, you said Andrew, right? Yeah, on that one, yeah.
Yeah, said Andrew. I said Andrew.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we again lie after lie after lies until that's absolutely confirmed. Okay, let's go with that. But here's the thing: we know there were casualties because you can't have a massive firefight without any casualties at all. And then here's the other thing: we really, when you look at the whole picture here, what happened is we've proven we don't have air superiority. Our F-35s, even our stealth aircraft, are now vulnerable. We cannot reach and penetrate those targets that we think that, even that we said, oh, we've taken out all their targets. No, we haven't. They haven't even began to really launch what they can do. And their Strait of Hormuz is still closed. The battle continues. Nothing has really changed, but if they do again have this boots on the ground massive invasion, whatever, it's going to be, there's no end game, there's no strategic value. Tactically, it's crazy. So yeah, but yeah, there's casualties, but we don't know how many. We really don't, but the numbers will start coming out. Oh yeah.
I just don't.
Something doesn't seem right about this.
Yeah.
Andrew.
I just want to say one more thing real quick. So this isn't the first. There will be other aircraft going down. There will be other rescue missions, and then I can see this replaying over and over again.
Yeah, I don't think Iran has deployed many resources for this job. I just think they just left it to local village militia, and maybe they did recover those two pilots.
Beatrice, did you want to say nothing? Something doesn't sound right about it. Can you elaborate?
I don't know. I just think there's like all these multitude of like fake news coming out through various different Zio medias. Al Jazeera has changed their story 3 times. Then it went to Fox and Axios, which will take any bits of slop, goy slop as they call it, that anybody gave them from unknown sources. And then Trump came out with this, and there's even contradictions in his statements. You know what I mean? Asking, listen, Sean M, whatever the hell your name is, asking how did he sustain his injuries is not brain dead. I mean, Trump's given every chapter and verse, but he hasn't given that. We got a statement saying the guy hiked. He literally hiked, and he wasn't shot down in a jet, Sean, so keep up. He ejected before the jet was shot down. I'm actually just responding to you on YouTube, so keep up with the news, yeah? So it just doesn't make sense. He hiked to a safe place on a ridge. That's what they said, right? And then he set off his beacons. Where did these ground forces do this? There's something about the whole narrative and the way it's come out doesn't make sense to me. But maybe it's just me. Maybe it's fog of war, and this is how it happens, Andrew.
Yeah, you're calling it like you see it, and that's what we have to look at But again, it'll still be, I think, a day or two before we really get the whole story. And we're going to see more. There's going to be more aircraft shot down. There's going to be more casualties. And again, Iran learned how they definitely learned a lesson. Meaning, when I say learned a lesson, they realized, okay, we have to have a quicker reaction force. It's ongoing, but yeah, but the big picture here, I'm not discounting anything with this. It was important that we cover this, but the big picture still comes to the strait is still closed. We're going into a global massive reset. Iran is winning this war handily.
What do other people think?
Yeah, I think they haven't deployed many resources, and if they did, I think the pilot would have been both pilots would have been captured, I suspect. So, and then the actual special forces would have also been captured or killed. I just think that it's fortunate that the Americans, the pilots were downed in a sort of probably a sparse area, remote area, and that the IRGC probably thought, let's invite this, let them leave or struggle to leave, whatever, and think that they've won, and that way they can, if they, it gives them confidence for the ground invasion, and then we'll deploy our full resources then, and it will be a much bigger mess than this, and it would have given Iran a lot of confidence actually, if they didn't really deploy that many resources and left it to the local militia, and they still struggle, and the US still struggled to get out, and then they made a big song and dance about it. But if he's saying they committed dozens of jets or whatever, then that makes them look, the US look bad, really bad, ineffective, just to recover one M or one pilot or two pilots. It just makes them look really bad.
This doesn't reflect on, if let's just hypothetically assume, and I'm yet to be convinced, right? But let's just assume that they did get both of these pilots. Obviously, I'd want to know at what cost. Did they do what they did in Gaza, where they got one hostage out but killed over 100 Palestinians? Is that what they've done tonight? Let's just assume that nobody else was killed and they managed to get the. Sorry, who was going to speak? Go on.
I just said probably, Beatrix. I agree with you.
I was just in the middle of speaking, but do you want me to finish what I was going to ask, or?
Sorry, yes, sorry.
We've been going nearly 12 hours now, and it's just getting a little bit annoying that people can't finish their sentences. But let's just assume nobody else was killed. Let's assume they got two people out without killing anybody else, without killing any Iranians or something. Why would this be seen as a defeat for Iran in any way? Or as a victory for America? Why is this seen as a victory for America? And I actually do think you're right, Resistance. I think they've killed a lot of people in Iran tonight. They've bombed it to death. I don't know what's gone on.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, it's a good point. I mean, they recovered the pilots, maybe, yeah, sure. But how many people did they bomb and kill to get them? And they'll obviously gloss over that, just like they do with everything that they do. It's just and obviously they made Trump being Trump, over exaggerate everything, make this as a Hollywood movie. But let's see with the ground invasion. Let's see when that happens.
And these guys are saying on YouTube that it makes Iran look bad.
Why?
I don't know.
Why does it make it bad? Why? Like, for all we know, Iran just left it to the local militia, and then the states, US, just bombed them, and that's it. And just to give air cover for their, hiding gender fluid pilot. That's all they did. So, and then Iran just said, "Look, we'll give you $60,000 to anyone that can capture him, because we can't. We're not doing anything. We're just taking care of our own business, waiting for them for the real ground invasion."
Yeah, you're right. Resistance, but another thing too, people don't realize the vast landscape of Iran. I think they think it's just like in someone's neighborhood. This is over miles and miles of vast area, and the advantage, the U.S. had the advantage. They knew exactly where those guys were by their beacon, by their comms, and immediately they went into a rescue effort. And they imagined having to travel. Oh, who knows how far they had to travel. The Iranians had to travel to get there and over terrain. I'm sure there's not paved roads or anything. They had to go over rough terrain, no doubt. And then you get in that mountainous material or mountainous territory in geography and landscape. Now, Puncher said something interesting yesterday. He said, if the down pilot can get into a mountainous region, the chance of evasion is much better because of the terrain. And it sounds like that's exactly what happened. But again, I don't believe anything, and Beatrice, I know we don't believe anything until it's confirmed, even then, because there's so many lies, there's so much deception. But we're going to see more of it down the road. And this is just one incident, but it definitely showed how America is extremely vulnerable. And to me, if you want to say who got the W here, well, Iran did, because they've shown that, hey, you can throw your threat with your mighty stealth aircraft, we can take it down, and that right there is the W for Iran. That's the bottom line. And the effort to recover those pilots, I promise you, there no telling how many innocent Iranians. I say innocent. The innocent people were protecting their land. They're trying to recover that downed pilot, right? How many of them were killed? I would venture, I don't know, tens, hundreds. We don't know how many were killed, wounded, maimed. Nothing to see here. Move along. And then I know the people doing rescuing, there had to be casualties. You'll never hear about it, though.
Did he say rescued or recovered?
Yeah. What was the word? Recovered and rescued. What? Oh man, I think he said rescued. I'm sorry. Was that you, Casey?
Yeah, I'll go back and look.
Yeah.
I don't believe much of what they're telling.
Yeah, that's right. Did they say rescued or recovered? I think he said rescued.
So you know what? These guys on YouTube have made a really good point, right? So I said during the 12-day war, I said Iran was actually using that to get all the intelligence on where the defense systems were across the GCC with all of the countries, right? And how they operated to prepare for a war should there be one. And that's exactly what they did now. And what this YouTube chat are saying, which just give this troll frigging time out. What this YouTube chat, or some of the intelligent people on the YouTube chat are saying, which is really interesting, is they're actually saying that they think this was used by Iran to test America in how they would do a ground operation. This was a test for them.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You think so?
Absolutely. Every single engagement, each side learns from the other. Lessons learned. We call it lessons learned, case study. We use that in military all the time. Even from our mistakes. Whoa, we learn. Oh man, do we learn.
That's why I don't think that Iran probably expended that many resources, but they learned, because I don't think they would want to give away how their strategy is to the US, so that way they will deploy their true resources when the US come in, based on a false sense of security they had based on this mission
Wow.
that they recovered the pilot.
Wow, I like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I could see that too.
Because every move every move your opponent makes, you know they're thinking. Even if you make a mistake, right, in chess or just I don't know, take any game, even if you make a mistake and you see how your opponent reacts, you're going to learn more about your opponent. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and somebody, why can't we have, has said Trump claims no injuries in line 14, but earlier refers to manageable injuries. Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Hey, where have you been?
Yeah, so I'm just listening in to what's going on. So a pilot's being rescued. Is that right? And they're saying that he's been rescued. That's
Trump and the Americans are
what
saying it,
Trump's
yeah.
saying. Okay, so there's a number of things here. Firstly, I had a jet downed and they had to rescue him to get back to square one. So okay, they had a tactical victory. Let's say the worst case scenario for us is tactical victory. They managed to go in and rescue their pilot. Okay, so they got war is not a linear thing. You're not gonna have continuous victories. They shot down several planes. The next day might go back, might not be ideal for you when you're fighting a war. Always happens. Sometimes you have to take a step back to take two forwards. Very normal, and it doesn't affect the resolve of the Iranian people. Hasn't changed their desire for revenge, desire for justice. Hasn't changed the fact that they control the strait. Hasn't changed the fact that America is in a massive pickle. And Trump is only thing is Trump's now got something to shout about and say, "Oh, look, we won. We got our pilot back. We did an amazing operation. We are the best military." Look, optics. Trump is about optics. He wants to create the image of American superiority. That's what he wants to do, and this gives him that thing to cling on to, and he's going to be shouting on about it for days. That's what I read into this. Has it changed anything fundamentally? Has it changed the situation? Has it changed the fact that the bases are getting destroyed? Is it changing the overall strategy to getting rid of the Americans from the region, to the way that the Americans are hated now throughout the region? The long-term goals. It's a long war, So I don't see this as even if it's a defeat in the short term, or some kind of defeat or a victory for the enemy. This is the way a war is. You fight over many battles, many days and weeks and months, and so long as they maintain control of the strait, and they keep fighting and they keep firing missiles, and they keep hitting American bases and assets. Only thing I'd say is they probably need to escalate more, in my opinion. But I'm not who am I to speak. I can't speak on their behalf. But from optically speaking, they should be hitting a lot more targets, strategic targets, in response to the hits they're getting. But yeah, that's the only thing I would say at the moment.
So let me ask you something. I think Iran has played a blinder throughout this war, from a strategic, military, PR, whatever, humanity perspective, all the way, tick all the boxes. Do you think they would have made it that easy for Americans to go in to rescue a pilot that they knew would be so wanted?
I don't think it's about being so easy. It's a huge country. You've got mountains where people can easily hide in. Just like, look, when they do a ground invasion, they've got priorities right now. The key assets they need to protect are the ones that are defending the country, and that's the missile bases, that's the drone factories, the drone bases. That's what they're using. Wherever they're hitting from to strike at the enemy. That's where the majority of the focus is in going to protecting. Unfortunately, you can't protect all your civilians, because if you try to do that, it would just be impossible, and you wouldn't achieve anything. You wouldn't actually be able to defend them, because you'd be spending your effort trying to defend something that's not possible to defend, and as a result, lose much more civilian casualties. So they have to defend those assets which they're so far using successfully for over a month now to strike. Right. So when it comes to trying to protect every mountain and every village, these are not very populated areas. How do you protect every inch of land? There's going to be an incursion at some point, but when they get towards the strategic regions, that's when they're going to suffer the losses. America can go in; it can go into the odd place here and there, but they're going to start getting hit, and again, it's a war of attrition. So I think that's the way it works. You can't really defend every inch of land. It's not possible.
Yeah, but I'm not even saying that. It's a huge country. There's a million places that could have kept him, right?
Well, we don't know the detail. Does anyone know the actual details of the operation and how he, where he landed, what area, it's all a bit vague at the moment from my perspective. I'm just hearing pieces of information. Does anyone know the detailed information to it? Where,
No,
I
look,
haven't got.
I said this earlier. No, Trump's put something out, conflicting stories in the media. Looks like a dog's dinner to me. I'm waiting for Iran to say what happened before I'll even believe any of this nonsense, to be honest. I mean, if he's out, he's out. I just hope Resistance and I were talking about this, that they haven't killed hundreds of Iranians just to get one man out or woman out. I would say he
Oh,
actually,
they
because
will
Trump did
have.
say that, but.
They will have, but the thing is, it's like a quagmire, isn't it? This is how it happens. The ground division is coming one way or another. This is like, I mean, what strategically different? What strategic difference does this make to the situation that they're in? Can they open the Strait of Hormuz? Can they actually stop the missiles being fired? Can they stop the resistance? Can they stop Iran fighting and rebuilding and rearming? All these questions. Are they making any inroads, or is Iran becoming gradually more powerful and stronger in the region? I mean, that's all that really matters. Yeah, they've got bombs that they can kill people. They've got high tech stuff. They've got these helicopters that can fly in low. They've got these. Everyone knows that they've got this kind of technological capability. No one has doubted that. But and you're dealing with Iran is doing the maximum it can with what it's got with a limited budget, and is doing it very efficiently and effectively. And there's going to be losses, and there are losses. But does that mean it should affect our morale? No, you just keep fighting. That's as they're doing. They're not going to give up. They're not going to stop fighting. They're not going to stop hunting down Americans and these pigs and rats that are invading the region. So that's all that matters, really.
And I just want to mention that we shouldn't really jump the gun too early. Just like a few days ago when we saw the ground force aircraft that actually covers ground troops, everyone thought, why hasn't it been shot down? The helicopters, why haven't they been shot down? A few hours later, we actually find out, no, they actually did shoot them down. I've seen some reports that helicopters were taken down, and I saw one an hour ago. So if the IRGC really wanted to send drones, minimal thing to send drones into that area, they could have done that. It wouldn't be that difficult. If they can send them to Israel, they can send them to that crash site. But there's a reason why things happen the way it did. We don't know yet, but there's a lot of things we don't know right now.
Yeah, no, it's both sides. I think it's a win for both sides. A tactical win for the U.S., but it also helps increase the Iranian strategic capability through the observed methods of extraction, and also just like really the thing that we need to take away is the information that they gather from just from drones, and observing the process. Like, so Iran has a large area network of observation and surveillance. So the everything that the U.S. does within its grounds, I think Andrew said it best. Both sides are learning from every single decision that is made. We have to remember too, the F-35E was out there. I'm gonna say primarily for reconnaissance, especially like close range visual and infrared reconnaissance. Every single F-30 or F-15 and F-35 sortie that you see is gathering a crap ton of information. That's just the truth. Like that's what's going on, and that's going to help further, the U.S.'s ability to deliver a more effective ground invasion, and that's also probably why they did Khuzestan province in the first place, specifically so that they can expand their reach, and they're doing it in other regions too. But I'm speaking more so to that province. But in the other end, Iran is also they're also improving in their capabilities too as a result.
Yeah, it cuts both ways. Absolutely, this is a good point. That in war, it's never one sided. They are not stopping collecting the information and working, and so is the Republic. The Republic is working very hard, and it's a morale boost. Yesterday's event is a big morale boost, and I don't think that today, even if they rescue the pilot, that makes much of a difference. The fact they took down 2 or possibly 4, they're saying, aircraft in the space of one day, that's going to give them huge morale boost and make them more determined to take down more and more of these jets. So it's a long game, and like I said, ultimately all that really matters is that Iran has to keep hold of the Strait, stop and maintain its control over it. That's the nuclear weapon it's got. Everything else really is secondary. Every day that the oil is the world economy is strangled, every day that it dictates where energy goes and who gets, is a massive loss to the American empire, and makes and gives Iran to emerge as a superpower, in my view, if it continues this and continues the war of attrition, continues striking, continues hitting. That's all that really matters. Everything else is secondary.
I want to mention one thing that I'll drop down. Very simply, reaction time. Um, the IRGC also shouldn't be showing their reaction time, where they're going to be reacting from on a potential ground invasion. So leaving it to the besiegers and the locals is more or less something that will hide the cards that the IRGC have in that area.
Yeah, no, both of you are right, and the drone surveillance is probably going to be one of Iran's best methods for concealing their, especially the passive surveillance too. They have a massive passive surveillance network, and it's like extremely, it's really it goes deep, right? But they have a lot of nodes essentially that are able to get a good reading on what, not just like stealth fighters, but any sort of like aircraft in general is moving from what direction. They have like modeling based off of that. And it's really set up from the backbone of Iran's Mosaic defense doctrine. So the yeah, like that is, they have like 6 ways from Sunday, I guess, to do pretty consistent surveillance. But look, there are pros and cons to what occurred, certainly for both sides. And I think that, yeah, like just like you mentioned, it's setting out IRGC to essentially react is giving the US a lot of information. Like we have to remember every single sortie, every single one, that is gathering tons of data, that is allowing the US to expand its capabilities. That is, the US has overhead monitoring as well. And so pretty much like the whole reason why they are there, and probably even the rescue teams are also getting further information, from their tools, like especially at low altitude, like these helicopters are flying. Low altitude allows you to do terrain mapping and map routes, and you can pretty much get your enemy force disposition and get their defensive positions, and you'll be able to track pretty much the movement of mobile, surface to air launchers, and anything from like SHORADs to, I guess, anything of that sort, like any logistic hubs that are protecting, the area, any movement, even just from an electromagnetic perspective, any sort of like heat that activates, they are watching that. They have like specific, if you will, pods that they're able to both drop at locations discreetly, as well as with them in their aircraft. And I think that's, yeah, like I think that's also why they're destroying some of their aircraft too after they use it. The U.S. is. I think I heard they destroyed about like 3 search and rescue vehicles recently, like a few minutes, maybe like 10 minutes ago. That's when I first saw it, and yeah, like yeah, there's a lot going on, but yeah, I think it's important to understand a lot of this is also an information war, and I mean that literally in terms of like actual on the ground information, and they're adapting to one another and reacting to one another as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't stress that
Did it?
enough. I cannot stress that enough. Every single mission, even in exercises with the opponent, we gather, like, for example, we'll take a whole library full of frequencies. Frequencies meaning in submarine warfare what the enemy's frequencies are, propeller wash, you name it. I mean, I'm not going to go into all that, but absolutely, you're all right. Absolutely.
So I've got a question.
Does anybody know? Sorry, go
Sorry,
ahead.
just 1 second. 1 second. Let me just finish. I was speaking. So I've got a question. This has come out less than half an hour ago. The IRGC says that a US aircraft searching for the pilot of the downed F-15 fighter jet was intercepted and destroyed south of Isfahan. So this is an aircraft as part of the quote unquote search and rescue mission was downed. So this is a really good point that somebody sent me, said the way to get downed pilots out of an area is to fly them out of there. You need a helicopter or a plane. The helicopter and planes were shot down. How did the pilots get out? What about the other pilots? So if IRGC is saying they shot down an F-15 fighter jet in Isfahan, what about those guys? Who got them out? If the rescue planes were shot down, who got these people out?
A search and rescue team. So just to be clear, so F-15, F-16, F-35 fighter pilots, along with they give them special names. They're like weapons specialists that sit behind them. And those two-person aircrafts, they're like Wizzos or whatever they're called. They focus on the targeting, and the other focus on the plane. And most of the time, these specific hypersonic planes, so to say, or sophisticated planes, they fly kind of solo out there, along with communicating with all of their reconnaissance, AWACS, yada yada yada. And so when they pop out, like these guys probably had to, for whatever reason, they could separate from one another quite significantly. In fact, in miles, and they have quite a sophisticated way of extracting these very important assets for Americans and allies, British and so on. These are some of the most sophisticated assets, by the way, as individuals. You know, very highly trained soldiers, aircraft pilots, yeah, and so on.
What are you talking
I'll
about?
tell you
What
one
did
second.
I say? I'm not asking you about their expertise.
Yeah.
I'm asking
No,
you
I
who
just
got
want
the
to get to
pilots
that
out
point.
for this jet
I
that
just
was
want to get to
downed. It's a
that.
really simple question.
I get to that specific point, and you might have some people here that could, corroborate. So when these guys go down, they actually have, like, in different areas, they could be on aircraft carriers, special units that are dedicated for these type of situations only. They don't do anything else, by the way, about recovery. And there's a methodology on how they actually recover these assets, and they're very aggressive, and it's a well-known thing. So when a pilot goes down, you try to attempt to go next to him, it's practically very dangerous, and it can get people killed quite quickly, especially when they have a lock on the asset. And most of the time, the Americans do. They have very good quality lock on their assets. They'll go in and get them, and they don't mind losing reconnaissance in the process because they'll go get them as well. And if it gets out of hand, that will begin a proper process of taking full control. And don't forget, they have a
I have
lot of
no
control
idea.
over
Does
this.
anybody know? Because even the YouTube chat is asking. People on the YouTube chat is saying, "What? How is this relevant to what you asked? What's going on?" Like, do you
You're saying
understand the
how
point
did
I
they you're
asked? Or
saying
do you?
how did they so two parts, like how did they get them, right? Or how did they extract them? So yes, they'll have
No, no. I'm not asking you how they got this guy out. So you completely missed what I actually read
two
out.
guys out. Yeah.
One they claim to have got out yesterday. I didn't even mention harm, and I didn't ask how they got the one out today. Did you listen to what I was reading out? Did anybody hear it? Andrew, did you understand? Resistance, did you understand? Did anybody?
I understood because I was thinking the same thing, what you were asking.
Okay, let's go. Thanks, Casey. Inevitable, you put thumbs up. Let's go to you. Maybe if we can talk about it, then Mo can sit and listen and understand what actually we were talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead, Kristen.
in terms of extraction, yeah, like well, specifically, how did they get them out? They're claiming that the IRGC. The only part I needed to clarify, Beatrix, was they claimed the IRGC said that they shot down another F-15, or was
Yeah.
it another
What they're
craft?
saying is,
Yes.
let me read
Okay.
it out to you. They specifically put a post out less than 30 minutes ago. Press TV put it out saying the US aircraft searching for the pilot of the downed F-15 fighter jet was intercepted and destroyed south of Isfahan. So I'm saying if that was downed, right, I'm assuming the pilots of that would have ejected. So then, and this is somebody actually put this to me, and I thought, good point. They said the way to get down pilots out of an area is to fly them out of there. You need a helicopter or a plane. The helicopter and the planes, these ones, part of the rescue mission, was shot down. How did the pilots get out? What about the other pilots? Like, how many are there?
Yeah, I was trying to get to that, right? So
No, you've had your time. You've had your time. I
oh,
really want
okay.
to hear from
Well, it's
Inevitable
not an
now.
F
It's like,
fifteen looking
I
for
don't
an
know
F
where you went
fifteen.
all around the houses, halfway around the world. Go ahead, Inevitable.
Yeah,
Right,
it's a
and
C three looking for that.
that's what I was thinking. The C 17 that's, I think, is trying to extract them, or the extraction plane itself probably was still in either in the region. Well, Isfahan is going to be a bit more north than Khuzestan region, or Khuzestan province. But then in that case, I think, yeah, they're see they are in the area, and I'm not sure if that specific F-15E that was shot down yesterday or the day before is the one that is looking for, because it doesn't make sense for that to still be in the country if they are aware that the two fighters have been evacuated, right? It would make no sense for the C-17 to still be there, or like it's a search and rescue in general, unless there are other craft that are not being talked about that have also been shot down that is looking for, or other assets that are going to be extracted. Does that make sense? Like, it doesn't make sense that it would still be there. Essentially, like, why would you? It's sort of like if you've already, I don't know, if you've already finished like sweeping the floor, why would you continue to, like, I don't know, sweep it, right? If you've already finished like your task, then why are you still there? Especially when you're in hostile enemy territory. So, Iran is saying that an F-15 E has been shot down again, and that might be referring to another device, or another aircraft entirely.
I don't know, Inevitable. There's something that just doesn't seem right, this whole thing, to me, to be honest. And I just wish Iran would hurry up and just come out and tell us what really happened. Because if they did, I'd actually believe them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And there are others, as well, that are flown out too. Like, there are decoy planes that exist as well that the U.S. has that can appear to be, say, like an extraction plane, and also be like another one, in disguise, to sort of, they are really good. The U.S. is really good at stirring up waters to catch fish. The problem is, so is Iran. So that's the only other issue.
And what's the benefit or the win if they went to extract one pilot and then they lost one or two more aircrafts, losing more pilots? We could assume that the pilots ejected from the down planes or helicopters, or we can assume they're dead. So one pilot for two aircrafts and the crew, I don't really see that as a win.
And by the way, I meant to say C-130, not C-17. Sorry. I said I meant C-130, and they lost, I think, like two of them. They lost like yesterday. They lost A-10s, two of them, or they got hit. I think they lost a Chinook, and they lost a Black Hawk as well, or at least that was damaged, but that didn't go down apparently. So yeah, like they have a lot of assets, but yeah, at this point, anything else that's getting shot down is any continual search and rescue that you see, and you're going to see more. Look, we have to remember the entire reason why we're seeing a lot of this now is because they've been relying on standoff munitions for the entire like basically the last 4 weeks. Well, they don't have much more anymore. Like they're literally running out. So yeah, they're going to have to do a bit more overground sorties. They've really been careful in avoiding specific flights over the country of Iran because it's vulnerable. So when people compare it to like Iraq or any other, anything from the past, yeah, you didn't have those advanced like standoff missiles that can be launched from outside of the country and hit their target, right? You didn't have that back in Vietnam. So now that you're running low on them, you're going to see a lot more overhead flights, and you're going to see a lot more, flights going down. And that's just for, obviously anybody who says, oh, well, it's just wow, it's been 5 weeks. It's been 5 weeks, guys, and there's only been like one F-15 taken down. Wow. Yeah. Well, it's a lot harder to take down an F-15 if it's not over the country. And now that they need to start going over the country, you're going to see them continue to go down.
Exactly, inevitable. And yeah, you were freaking me out a little bit when you said C-17. I'm like, please don't tell me it. I knew you were like, okay, the C-130. But yeah, we're going to see a increase here, an exponential increase of these downings and shootings, these hits, since we're now required to go in closer, like Inevitable said.
And by the way, C-130s carry a lot of people. The C-130 Hercules, they can
Yeah.
carry like around like 100 people if they really want to. And some of the others
Yeah.
that they're sending to America, or sending from America to the area, to the region, carry a lot more people. Some of the other ones that are being sent out are able to carry 400 people. So if you're sending out a C-130 Hercules to extract, how many people are you trying to extract, and why?
Yeah, exactly. But I think the thing that's bothering Beatrice about this whole thing, and I agree, we're taking a lot for granted here. How were they extracted? Poof, they're out. We got them. Okay, they magically just poofed out of there. Yeah, I don't
Oh,
really buy that
sorry.
yet. Yeah.
So look, this is another
So
thing too. Oh, go
just
ahead.
before
Go.
you go, let me just quickly read these super chats quickly. We have quite a few. Actually, missed a few. Is this going to give more confidence to a ground invasion with Iran? Two things: US has no air superiority. IGC needs to focus on southern Iran. America may have found a weak spot. Nah, I don't think so. I think it's just a specific operation in and out. If they stayed there properly, they would get decimated. Is this going to give... Okay, so I think the US was doing an intel op to find something... Oh no, Beatrix read this. Iran has lost nothing here. At worst, they didn't gain a bargaining chip. Let's remember who led to this situation and what the US lost during it. Whoever wrote this message didn't proofread it. Sustained manageable injuries, line 9. There are not even any injuries, line 14. This is bullshit. Griffin says indeterminate injuries implying significant injuries. Jack Murphy said US blow up their own planes rather than fall into Iranian hands. A C-130 was blown up. And that's kind of it. They're going to use another Jessica Lynch, I think it says. Okay, cool. Sorry, back to you, Inevitable. You were making a point?
Sure. Yes. Another thing too is some of what the extraction that takes place, like for example, if we are not accounting for the specific craft that extracted the specific F-15E airmen from yesterday, if there's no account of it from either side, chances are it's because there's been significant like electronic warfare area network precision targeting, like to mask the location and the identity of these craft for extraction. So they have the EA-18G growlers and the EA-37B compass calls, which specifically are the United States' absolute best tools or craft and tools for suppressing the location of really anything that's in their area, but especially in this case, aircraft like extraction craft like Black Hawks, for example, and the EA-18G Growler specifically can pinpoint and literally like point at an area, if you will. That's just me trying to be simple with it, and it can literally pinpoint and say, okay, this that is here needs to be completely blinded because we're going to go in through here. And then the EA 37B compass call can do that on a wide area scale, like up to allegedly a couple hundred kilometers. So in theory, it is essentially like if you have a blinding light and or rather essentially it is like if you're in a pit of darkness or rather no, if you're in a pit of blinding light that can pretty much show you everything in a certain area of blinding light. If you can create a veil that covers, say, like 1/5 of that area that is enshrouded in light, then anything that happens in that area becomes like clandestine. And it makes it a lot harder for Iran, which is such a huge country, to locate and identify what's going in and out of that wide area. I hope that makes sense, right? Because that's the best way that I can put it. They've created a veil, allegedly, right? And maybe Iran, frankly, for all we know, Iran is allowing it. Frankly, for all we know, Iran is going around it and identifying it and you know increasing their intelligence, if you will, as we speak, as to how that works. But that would more than likely be what the U.S. is using. And the only reason I'm saying this is because we don't have any specific information from either side as to what specific vehicles extracted those two down airmen. And in this environment, which is basically advanced war, like next generation warfare, any sort of like anything that's masked from both sides is because of successful clandestine operations with electronic warfare capabilities covering it.
In terms of the ground invasion, Andrew, it's looking more and more likely the ground unit invasion is going to happen. What if they did what they did today, which is drop in to certain specific areas where there is they claim there is nuclear enrichment and try and procure it and then get out?
Yeah, that's looking more and more likely here, Suleiman. I'd see that more and more likely. And look at the Marine amphibious units as a feint, which I've been saying for weeks now. It'll come in as a feint, but not really hit. But yeah, the ground invade would be those special force units and augmented, of course, with Second Rangers and the airborne, 82nd Airborne to make those specific strikes. And then there again, is resistance is clearly said, inevitable. I think weighed in on that also. There, it's impossible to find all those uranium holdings and then victory. But Trump will claim we've done it. We've got their uranium. We've destroyed them. Victory. But still, it remains to Iran to open the strait.
So I got a super chat here which says from Z King, and it says the US is claiming they blew up two of the aeroplanes, their own aeroplanes, a C-130 and an MC-130J, after getting stuck during the rescue operation, according to the New York Times. IRGC are claiming that they shot them out of the sky. Thoughts?
Yeah, let's go with what Iran says. We've been the whole time, right? Beatrice said, let's wait and see what Iran says. Yeah, I'll go with what Iran says.
Do you think, Andrew, this is linked to? Do you remember earlier on today? And it just seems like it's been like a few days in between. Trump did that post, didn't he? Where he's like, "Oh, we've just done a massive. I don't know what he called it, but let's just say massive bombing campaign or whatever. We killed loads and loads of senior leaders. We're taking them all out." Do you remember? Just a few hours ago, he did that.
Yes, yes.
Do you think that's linked somehow? And
I
literally,
would.
we've got here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very possibly linked. We're going real
What we've got.
time here. Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew. I'll let you finish and then I'll jump
Yeah,
in.
we're going real time here. Our minds are just racing. I mean, we've been up awake for hours and hours. You know, we're straining ourselves. We're taking ourselves to the limit here. But what we're doing here is trying to race real time with these events are happening so fast. Things are just breaking news so fast. And there's hundreds of things to sort out. So we're going to miss a few things. But yeah, we got to connect dots here. And whenever we gather intelligence and we have to take the intel comes in, pieces come into place like a jigsaw puzzle, like I always say. But an analyst, someone has to kind of sit back and put it together, connect the dots. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just, you know what? I think there's more strategy here. I just seen a post from Avi, and he says a large US extraction for 2 pilots likely revealed flight patterns, tactics. From this view, Iran, possibly with China and Russia, could have gained valuable intelligence with no independent IRGC confirmation. The claim is that Iran may have benefited more strategically. And he's quote tweeted somebody who's literally done a whole tally of losses from this series of operations. 60 helicopters have been damaged, an A-10 destroyed, 2 C-130s destroyed, 1 to 2 MQ-9s, an F-15E. There's a whole list of things that have been damaged, and the list goes on. And also, there was something else that somebody sent me. Yeah, that super chat, it was spot on because the IRGC issued a statement claiming they were the ones who destroyed the US C-130 south of Isfahan, which contradicts the New York Times claim that US forces blew them up to prevent the aircraft from falling into Iranian hands. Remember when America said, New York Times said America blew it up because they didn't want it to fall into enemy hands? IRGC saying that's a lie, it was ours. So massive, massive fog of war.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and let me just say, I like Avi's post too that you just read, because you're gonna get people. Listen, I personally don't think they rescued anything, but whatever. But you're gonna get people hype. Oh, they rescued. Yeah, see, haha, we gotta win. We just gave up a lot of information though, and I'm sure Iran and Russia and China, like you said, were probably looking like, damn, look at all this data we getting right now, and we didn't have to do a thing for it.
Casey, let me just
gave up
interrupt
all
you 1 second. I'm so sorry. Look at that. Press TV has just said, the New York Times is reporting that 2 US transport planes malfunctioned during a pilot rescue mission in Iran. Both were destroyed to prevent seizure. Now, I'm not a military person, but when I read this, I'm thinking, okay, how crappy does your equipment have to be for 2 of them to malfunction during a pilot rescue mission? That's the minimum they should be able to do. If you ordered both to be destroyed, what happened to the pilots, or were they automated and they didn't have anybody in them? Were they drones? What were they? And it says US transport planes malfunctioned and they were ordered to be destroyed. So what, did you actually land them and get people out of them and then destroy them? Well, like, how does that even work? This is crazy. I don't know. Go ahead, Casey.
It absolutely is crazy and embarrassing too. Just so you know, our helicopters are pretty dangerous. I mean, they would malfunction, right? But they would rather say that out loud than to say that Iran just basically did what they had to do. It just doesn't make sense. And people don't read into things; they're just going to accept it. So this is just a total embarrassment and crazy.
Yeah, you could see 1, maybe a malfunction, but 2 like that, no, come on. And even then, honestly, we have to look at the track record. The Iranians have always been very forthright in their reporting time and time again. Oh, I've lost count, Beatrice. I've lost count. And Suleiman, how many times the Iranians have come forthright with the facts, proving lies on the U.S.